Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter was trained by ancient masters and surpassed every wizard. Here's a quick glimpse. What if Harry Potter's destiny took him far beyond the walls of Hogwarts? Before the wizarding world could shape his future, Harry is discovered by a secret order of ancient magical masters who have protected the world's oldest and most powerful knowledge for centuries. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. As dawn broke in Surrey, a thin teenager awoke, instantly alert. Still clothed from the previous evening, he rolled out of bed and changed his clothes, knowing full well that the shower would not be available until after the Dursleys had completed their morning rituals. Not that it mattered, since he knew without trying the door that he was locked inside his room. There was nothing for it, he knew from years of experience, but to wait and think. Harry found it funny in an, I wonder why that is, sort of way that he could sleep in like a typical lazy teenager 10 months out of the year, but as soon as he was back at number 4 Privet Drive, he would wake at the crack of dawn. He supposed that it was some habit stimulated by the very environment. While he felt comfort and a warm sense of belonging at Hogwarts, number 4 brought only tension and loneliness. In addition, he mused, it probably didn't help that he had spent the better part of a decade, essentially since he was old enough to manipulate a spatula, waking up to make breakfast for his relatives. The boy was drawn out of his contemplation by a comically extended series of metallic clicks, snaps, and cracks before the door slammed open with sufficient force to knock out anyone in its way, a lesson that Harry had learned quickly and harshly the previous summer. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon snarled, and began to stomp away, no doubt displeased that he had been denied the pleasure of hitting Harry with the door. "Get downstairs and help your aunt with breakfast." Silently, Harry did as ordered, after opening his window to allow Hedwig out to hunt, finding it slightly amusing that he was helping his aunt. Of course, Vernon Dursley would never imply that Harry had been in a position to do anything worthy of praise. Thus, if he was pleased with his meal, he could praise his wife, whose actual contribution was no more helpful than ordering him not to over or undercook anything, and berating him at the slightest sound of dishes or utensils while ignoring his nephew. After his own typically meager breakfast, as all the bacon and sausage, and most of the eggs and toast had been practically chugged down by the Dursleys by the time he sat down, he went for a shower. Typical, he muttered darkly under his breath, as the cold water shocked his attention away from his unsatisfied hunger. His relatives had, as usual, used up all of the hot water. Dudley had even been known to leave the shower on during breakfast, just to make sure Harry froze. Bloody Dursleys. After toweling himself dry, Harry returned to the kitchen table, to address the list of chores he knew his aunt had left him before Vernon dropped her off at the shops on his way to work. He took one look at the list, and sighed, it's going to be a long summer. Several hours later, while a boy in Surrey mowed the grass in the oppressive heat and humidity and about 40 kilometers away, as noon broke in London, 2 men, scruffy, unshaven, disheveled, and generally looking somewhat worse for the wear, began to drag themselves off the furniture upon which they had collapsed and passed out the night before. Creature, serious. Black groaned. Hangover potion. Eggs. Bacon. Greasy food. Now. Seconds later, he was hit directly in the face by a tray full of eggs, bacon, sausage, and hot grease. As he jumped up and howled in rage and pain, a vial of hangover potion sailed past his ear and smacked Remus Lupin in the eye. Cackling madly about blood traitors, bad masters, and half-breeds, the crazed elf disappeared with a muted pop, and Sirius was left to clean up the mess, heal his new burns, which were thankfully minor enough to address with the fairly simple, ever-useful Episky charm, and split the awful-tasting hangover potion with Remus. "I can't wait until that wretched little lunatic gets on Buckbeak's bad side," Remus growled, before snapping his fingers as his recollections of the previous night's scheme was mostly restored by the hangover potion. "Speaking of vicious creatures, I'll go send that owl." Remus Lupin had lived a hard life, forced to the fringes of society by deeply entrenched prejudices against those afflicted with lycanthropy. He had spent most of his adult life jumping from one odd job to the next, taking whatever work he could wherever he could find it. Several years ago, his wanderings had taken him to the United States of America, where the prevailing attitudes, though still negative due to the nature of the curse, were generally more relaxed and tolerant. He had found a seasonal job at of all places, a Muggle sporting stadium in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and had become friendly with several co-workers who were members of the Menominee tribe of Native Americans, which had a reservation in nearby, by American standards, anyway, Menominee County. Significantly, witches and wizards in North America tended to associate much more closely with their non-magical. The term, Muggle, was deemed too condescending for use in polite society counterparts, and Native American magic users took this tendency so far enough that the existence of magic was practically an open secret among Native American communities. Thus, in short order, Remus had found himself working his off nights as a bartender at a bar in Kashina, the county seat. There, he had found a surprising amount of acceptance, and had even found several animagi willing to keep him company on his monthly full moon run, or FMR, as James Potter had often called the Marauders, monthly shenanigans. These wizards, often referred to as shamans, or medicine men, by their non-magical tribal counterparts, had used a very different, and arguably superior, in both its relative ease and likelihood of success method from their European counterparts to achieve the animagus transformation. The accepted process in most European magical communities for becoming an animagus involved several hallucinogenic potions to determine one's appropriate animagus form, a months or years-long study of that creature's anatomy and physiology, and hundreds of increasingly intricate transfigurations. The traditional Native American process, however, recognized that animals are not driven by logical, iterative processes, rather, they are moved by emotion and strength of will. Therefore, prospective animagi fasted for a day to get in touch with their hunger, performed a brief but exhausting ritual, and slept out in the open under a dark moon, during which time their dreams would unveil their animagus form. The next lunar cycle would be spent having increasingly lucid dreams, during which the wizard would become increasingly familiar with the primal drives of the animal within. The next new moon after this lunar cycle, the wizard would become one with the animal spirit, and spend the rest of the night in animal form. If successful, the newly minted animagus would be able to transform at will, and, unlike those who followed the European method, would retain, usually beneficial, facets of the animal even in human form. After hearing Sirius recount the details of his capture by Snape and subsequent escape from the ministry at Hogwarts, particularly the fact that Harry, as a mere third year, had called forth sufficient emotional strength and willpower to fuel a Patronus capable of routing over 100 Dementors, over drinks the previous night, Remus had immediately thought of the Menominee Animagi and how well Harry would probably take to their teaching methods. Sirius had thought it a brilliant plan, if for no other reason than the fact that it would get Harry out of number 4 Privet Drive while the two faithful marauders began their hunt for Peter Pettigrew. Both men also recognized that Harry could benefit greatly from becoming an animagus, as he would undoubtedly see it as a way to become closer to his father, who, as the resident transfiguration expert, had spearheaded the Marauders' efforts at achieving the animagus transformation at Hogwarts, not to mention the fact that the animagus transformation could be a particularly useful piece of magic both in combat and for subterfuge. The rented owl winged off on its transcontinental journey, aided significantly by a portkey set to take the owl directly to the closest point in the Commonwealth directly north of American airspace. From there, it was a relatively short flight south to Wisconsin. It carried a missive to one of Remus's old regulars from the bar who had introduced him to the Menominee Animagi, and a request to respond as soon as possible. As luck would have it, he wouldn't have to wait very long. Author's note: I've thrown in the captain's log entry from May 16, 2014 below, and removed it from my profile page. This is to more accurately comply with, if not the letter, then the spirit of the rules and guidelines for posting stories. I'm 2 chapters into Harry Potter and the Lightning Scar, and I've already noticed that I tend to lean heavily on narration, and am a bit light on dialogue. I've read stories that leaned the other way, and I sometimes found myself almost irritated with the lack of description. I'm sure there's a happy medium somewhere, and it'll probably take me a while to work it out. If you choose to review, let me know what you think of this. Also, I should take this opportunity to note that at this point, I don't intend for HPATLS to include any significant romantic subplot. Perhaps there might be a dalliance or two, but that's about it. Generally, I have difficulty imagining Harry getting into successful romantic relationships. He literally spent his formative years alternating between different forms of abuse and neglect, And none of his adult role models, the Dursleys, Arabella Figg, and his professors at Hogwarts are shining examples of having successful relationships. The Dursleys are abusive caricatures, Figg is literally an old cat lady, and his professors at Hogwarts all either endanger his life, or blatantly unprofessional, abdicate their responsibilities, leaving them to children, no less, or refuse to give him the time of day when he brings them problems, despite his proven track record of saving people's lives. Basically, the bottom line is that Harry Potter is going to be one severely emotionally stunted kid. Even in canon, he constantly displays problems obtaining and maintaining both romantic and platonic interpersonal relationships, due in no small part to the fact that he never had the opportunity to learn by example. He doesn't really understand love of any kind, ironic, considering canon Dumbledore's insistence that it's his superpower. From a writing standpoint, I'm also not a huge fan of romantic subplots, especially the happily ever after kind where Harry is suddenly an Edwardian or Victorian gentleman straight out of a Jane Austen novel who meets his true red-headed love in the magical equivalent of junior high, because that's what James Potter did as a kid, and he isn't going to suddenly become a serial shagging lady killer just because that's what Sirius Black did as a kid. I mean, come on. As for Horcruxes and Hallows, I haven't quite decided. I've got a loose framework into which I can shove them, but honestly I don't think the story needs them. And you can't really have one without the other. If you've got Horcruxes, the ring has to have some significance, which means the other Hallows have to be there, because each of the big three, Albus, Harry, and Tom, need to have one, for the sake of storytelling symmetry. And if you've got Hallows, you need Horcruxes as an excuse to get the ring into Tom's hands, and he can't recognize it as a Hallow because he has to be shown as arrogant and ignorant of the older magics, as a contrast to humble Harry and wise Albus. Wandlore might play a minor role, probably because I've spent enough time playing Dungeons and Dragons to be a certified magical item junkie, but I still hold that the whole defeat a master to earn a wand's loyalty thing is dumb because it makes practice dueling ridiculous, and wands is symbolic and magic with a capital M, as they are just pieces of wood with some animal bits shoved inside, as opposed to beings which use their sentience solely to spite those they deem unworthy. So the more I think of it, probably no Hallows, because I don't like the Elder Wand as a fair weather friend, which means no Horcruxes. Tuesday, June 21st was the second full day of Harry's summer, the Hogwarts Express having returned to King's Crossing on Sunday. Having showered before bed and collapsed, exhausted from the day's labors, just before midnight, Harry nevertheless awoke at dawn, and found himself following the previous day's script almost to the second. He was relieved, though, to find that the list of chores for the day was substantially shorter than that of the previous day. His relatives would never admit it, but Harry had been extremely efficient and productive, qualities forged of long experience and his desperate desire to keep his mind occupied on anything not related to the Marauders and the summer that might have been, as he knew that fantasizing about a life with Sirius and Remus would do him no good, and no small amount of ill, since it would almost certainly never be realized. As he scrubbed the kitchen floor, he was startled from his idle musing by a loud squawk, as a large gray post owl dodged Dudley's pudgy hands in the sitting room. "Get this ruddy bird out of here," Dudley whined, "it's blocking the telly." Harry immediately moved to relieve the obviously tired owl of its burden, and carried it upstairs to drink from Hedwig's water bowl. He grinned as he opened it, instantly recognizing Sirius's ostentatious paw print and Remus's somewhat more dignified script. "Harry, I'm planning on taking Snuffles hunting for rats, so we won't be able to spend much time with you this summer. That said, there is a plan in place that I think you'll enjoy a great deal. I'll back if you want us to come by tonight and discuss the details. Hopefully you haven't unpacked your trunk yet. Remus and Snuffles." Harry's eyes widened as he read the quick note, and immediately dashed off a reply, heart pounding all the time. Could it be that this summer was looking up? Remus and Snuffles. "I can't wait to see you tonight. Come after dinner, around 7, if nothing else, it wouldn't hurt to let the Dursleys know I've got the big bad wolf and an ill-tempered hound looking out for me." Harry. The remainder of the day was almost intolerably slow, as Harry checked and rechecked that his trunk was packed with all of his possessions. Finally, after clearing away the dishes from dinner, Harry looked at his watch and sighed with relief. 6:55 p.m. He cleared his throat and addressed his relatives. Uncle Vernon. Aunt Petunia. "What do you want, boy?" Vernon asked, clearly not paying Harry much mind. "I just wanted to tell you both that some of my lot are stopping in tonight." The response was, as he had anticipated, pure chaos. Dudley fell off his seat in fear, and scampered, more like waddled quickly, off to his room, covering his behind. Petunia's face paled, and she froze in place. Vernon stuttered, his face turning a deep purple, before finally finding the words he wanted. "What in blazes do you mean? We'll not have their kind in our house. One is bad enough." Harry allowed his wand, which had been holstered up his right sleeve, to slip down into his hand. The movement did not go unnoticed, and his uncle's mouth snapped shut with an audible click. Harry opened his mouth to explain, but before he could speak, the doorbell rang, and Harry's uncertain expression turned to a small but confident smile as he strode to the sitting room and threw open the door and looked up into a kindly concerned face. "Everything all right, Harry?" Remus asked, drawing his wand. "Yeah, it's all good. I was just telling my relatives that you were coming to visit." "Where is?" He was interrupted mid-sentence by a huge black dog, which tackled him and began licking his face. After losing a short wrestling match which the Dursleys looked upon with horror and Remus looked upon with a satisfied grin, Harry and the Grim extricated themselves from each other. "Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon," Harry stated, gesturing towards his relatives, before pointing at Remus and Sirius in turn. "This is Remus Lupin, werewolf and master of defense against the dark arts, and this is Sirius Black, late of Azkaban prison." The Dursleys gasped in shock and fear. While they had been distracted by Harry and Remus, the dog had transformed into the escaped mass murderer they had seen in the news for the last year. "Nice to meet you, Dursley," Sirius said genially, before his expression turned glacial. "I trust you've looked after my godson." The not-so-veiled threat hung in the air, weighing down the ensuing silence. Nothing further needed to be said, the message had obviously been received loud and clear. The three wizards gave the Dursleys a pointed look before Harry gestured toward the stairs, and the Dursleys fled to the master bedroom. "Well, then," Harry prompted. "Ah, yes. To business." Remus took up the thread of conversation, and quickly explained their plan to seek out Peter Pettigrew, compel his testimony, and clear Sirius's name. "And your letter also mentioned some sort of plan for me?" Harry asked. Remus and Sirius looked at each other, then turned back to Harry with identical grins. Harry was immediately and forcibly reminded of Fred and George Weasley, right as they were about to do something they probably shouldn't. "I think you're going to like this." Mere minutes later, 3 resounding cracks heralded the arrival of Sirius, Remus, and Harry, who was clutching Remus's arm, in front of a dilapidated home. "Welcome," Sirius intoned gravely, though the effect was ruined by his clownish grin, "to number 12 Grimmauld Place, ancestral home of the Black family." It was certainly aptly named, Harry thought. He was instantly given the impression that ominous organ music should be playing in the background, with lightning flashing overhead. It was that kind of place, complete with spiked iron fences, ratty black shutters, and a general air of death and decay. Harry gave, often involuntary shudder, and began moving toward the door. Once in the sitting room, and still shaking off the twitches from his first time side-along apparating, Harry remarked that it hadn't felt that stressful when he had done it alone, which immediately drew the attention of the 2 older wizards. "What?" Sirius and Remus asked simultaneously. "How and when did you apparate by yourself before?" Remus prompted. Harry paused, wondering whether he should have mentioned it. Knowing that he couldn't unring a bell, he continued, "Once when I was running away from some kids after school." He carefully omitted Dudley's key role, knowing it would only set the 2 men off about the Dursleys. "I was really scared, and I saw the school roof. I knew they couldn't get me if I was up there, and the next thing I knew, I was sitting on the roof." Remus and Sirius shared a significant glance. "We can definitely exploit this," Remus said seriously. "If we can get you into form on apparition, enough that you can pass the American Apparition License exam, you can get a license there, and it will be honored in Britain." "Why would Britain honor any American licenses?" Harry asked, not quite understanding. "It's a requirement for all member countries of the International Confederation of Wizards," Sirius replied. "Registration and licensing any regulated magic can be done in any ICW nation, which is another great reason to have you get your apparition license and register as an animagus in America, rather than Britain. It's far away enough, and unexpected enough, that nobody in Britain will think to request records from there to find out what you can do, but you will still be able to technically abide by the law. That's right, Remus noted, nodding. Even better, apparition licensing and animagus regulation in America is done at the state level, which means anyone looking to find out about you will have to request and sift through records from all 50 states and several protected territories, and that's if someone looking for you manages to narrow the search down to America. Plus, all post and records requests from those offices isn't cheap. We're talking about several man-hours of the office clerk's time, plus the fee for international owls. Basically, it will be enough trouble and expense that the only time you'll be exposed is if you need to prove that you've registered to get yourself out of trouble with the ministry, which pretty much means that you've already been exposed anyway. Harry was impressed. The two pranksters had clearly thought this plan through. Except, what about a wand? I'm still underage. Sirius grinned. Yes, the British Ministry of Magic trace is still active on your wand until you're of age. You'll get away with doing underage magic out of school the same way generations of blacks did, by cheating. Basically, interrupted Remus, taking up the thread, wealthy, well-connected families like the blacks buy wands in bulk, to have their own wand inventory. That way, the wands are registered to adult members of the family, so the trace isn't active on them, while there are enough wands that it's practically guaranteed that the underage family members will find one that matches well enough to practice and function as a backup. Brilliant, Harry exulted. Can I take a look now? Sirius led the way down to the cellars, one level of which had the look of an abandoned training room, and into the armory. Racks upon racks of swords, axes, and other assorted medieval weapons, and the armor to match filled the room. At the back, though, were scores of shelved wands, each with a brief description engraved on the holster. Go ahead, try some out, Sirius instructed. See if you can't find one or two that work for you. You won't be able to get away with using your holly wand, so it'll be good to have one primary wand and one backup. Perhaps it was the albeit small amount of black blood in Harry's veins, but the search went much faster than it had when Harry was buying his first wand. In fact, the second wand he tried, 12 inches, ebony and dragon heartstring, was only just barely a lesser match than his holly wand, showering the three with blazing golden sparks as he curled his fingers around it. After trying several more, he found another to be his backup, 10 inches, cedar and dragon heartstring, which let loose a pleasant humming sound and glowed blue as he picked it up. By this time, it was nearing 9 p.m., but everyone was too excited to prepare for bed. Instead, they held an impromptu three-way duel, pausing every few minutes to teach Harry, typically in hilarious marauder fashion, new tricks and spells. Before they knew it, the clock was tolling midnight, and Harry was suddenly overcome with a wave of exhaustion. Noticing Harry's flagging endurance, Remus called a halt to their game, and shooed the other two off to bed. Before closing the door on his new room, which had once belonged to Regulus, Sirius's now deceased brother, Harry made Sirius and Remus promise to spend the next morning teaching him how to apparate. He barely managed to pull off his ratty old trainers before closing his eyes, the last of his energy well and truly spent. Harry awoke, groaning, just after 8 a.m. on the morning of June 22. He had been too tired the previous night to realize just how bruised and beaten the three-way duel had left him, but he was certainly feeling it now. After staggering to the bathroom and taking a long, relaxing, hot, for once, bath, he made his way downstairs to the dining room, where a welcome sight sat before him. He immediately felt better upon seeing the state of Sirius and Remus. Both men were slumped in their chairs, barely conscious, and nursing cups of coffee with half-shut eyes. Harry grinned. Good morning, Moony, Padfoot. Ready for some apparition training? Blah, Remus managed, while Sirius's simply head lolled to the side, drool running down his chin. Lovely. After breakfast, then. Breakfast was another exercise in resistance from Creature. The elf happily supplied the wizards with burnt toast, cold eggs, and soggy bacon, before cackling madly and disappearing off to Dowell, whatever it was that he normally did, wherever it was that he normally did it. It certainly wasn't cleaning, Harry mused, flicking a large ball of dust at Sirius. All right, get up you two lazy old louts, Harry commanded, while turning Remus's hair orange and Sirius's shirt pink. You're both teaching me how to apparate today, starting now. A few stinging hexes and prank jinxes later, the three had made their way back downstairs to the training room, which still bore the marks of their battle the previous night. Sirius conjured several hula hoops, and tossed them about the room, and began to lecture. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is ignore how the ministry teaches apparition, he began. All that 3D's crap is a load of well crap. You are going to learn apparition the way the old families teach it. What are the 3Ds? Harry asked. The 3Ds, destination, determination and deliberation, Remus intoned pompously, clearly doing an excellent Percy Weasley impression. Basically, the ministry teaches apparition to the lowest common denominator. It's the easy way to learn, but it is less efficient and just generally worse than the real way. Since you're a wizard with power and skill well above your age, and as you showed last night, the reflex is to go with it, you're going to learn without the training wheels. And you'll be better off for it. Harry nodded, understanding the reference. Unfortunately, Sirius did not. A lengthy explanation about bicycles and their place in Muggle society followed, ending with Remus shaking his head and muttering about being saddled with a ruddy idiot of a pureblood. Moving on, Sirius interrupted. The bottom line is that apparition is quite simple, but people making a big deal about being old enough to do it, and the ministry regulating it has given it a bit of a mystique, which can intimidate people. The ministry goes on and on about splinching and whatnot, but if you do it right, you'll be fine. Basically, you said it all last night, when you were talking about going onto that roof, Remus continued. The real way to do it is to decide where you want to be, and use your magic to make it so. The way the ministry teaches it, you'd spin on your heel and twirl your wand while concentrating on where you want to be, but that's just a way to mentally associate something, in this case, a physical movement, to help you focus your magic into doing what you want. Also, if you're not really practiced in it, those movements can actually distract you from your apparition, which will make splinching more likely. So, there's a hoop, Sirius said, pointing across the room to one of the hoops he had thrown. Apparate into it. You've got 10 seconds, and then I'm going to start casting jinxes at you. Harry concentrated on the hoop. He imagined himself being there. After about 5 seconds, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of Sirius raising his wand. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed. The sharp crack echoed around the room. Harry looked back, and saw Sirius and Remus looking at him proudly. He grinned, and with another crack, this one somewhat quieter, as Harry had realized that he had pushed far harder than was really necessary, he was back in front of his godfather. Let's play a game, Remus proposed. We played it at James's parents' house during the summer after 6th year. Sirius and I will shoot spells at you. You get to apparate to any hoop, at will, but you can't shield or dodge. If a spell is coming your way, apparate to a different hoop. Once you get the hang of it, you'll have it for good, and you'll quickly learn what a great help apparition can be in a fight. A lot of wizards who rely on the ministry's method can't apparate in a fight quickly enough to dodge spells, and because they need to spin to do it, they can't apparate while running, either. Harry grinned, and apparated across the room. The game was on. After about 10 minutes, he was getting hit much less, and clearly had apparition down. Sirius called a halt, vanished the hoops, and upped the ante. They would reenact the previous night's three-way duel, except with apparition thrown in. They could only duel for about 30 minutes, the addition of apparition made it much more exhausting. 3 tired, bruised, but extremely satisfied wizards dragged themselves back up the stairs for water, and collapsed onto the chairs at the dining room table. You know, Harry, Remus began. You'll need to hit Diagon Alley to pick up some cash for your trip, and you need to get some Muggle clothing that will pass muster. Muggle clothing, said Harry, a bit surprised. I thought I'd be with wizards the whole time. Well, you'll be learning magic from wizards, but that doesn't mean you need to spend all your time with them, Remus replied. The world is a big place, and there's plenty to do. Plus, like I said last night, wizards associate much more closely with Muggles in America than we do in Britain, so they wear Muggle clothing most of the time. If you showed up in robes, people would just think you're weird. Harry nodded. Actually, he was pleased he would have a reason to get some nice Muggle clothes. Most of his Muggle clothing was handed down from Dudley, and what few things he owned that had been purchased to fit him were now too small. Harry was short and thin for his age, but he did still grow. Luckily, he had had the foresight to get his Gringotts key from Hagrid before the end of term. He had gone down to Hagrid's cabin the night before the leaving feast to visit with the huge man and let him know how Buckbeak had been set free without giving too much detail regarding the whereabouts or plans of Sirius Black. Sensing that he should strike while the iron was hot, he had asked the very grateful Hagrid for his vault key. After all, he had reasoned, he might need money for things when Hagrid wasn't around, and he should start dealing with his own finances. Hagrid, in his gratitude, and admittedly lubricated somewhat by several large mugs of ale, had immediately acquiesced. Harry was glad to be back in control of his vault. It had always rubbed him the wrong way that Dumbledore, while supposedly a great and powerful wizard, effectively had personal control over Harry's finances. He wasn't sure why Dumbledore had felt entitled to take such liberties with his affairs, especially considering the fact that the man was merely his school headmaster, as his roles in the Wizengamot and the ICW certainly had no such authority over his property, and had resolved to confront the man about it upon returning to school in September. Such interference would never have been possible in the Muggle world, after all, and Harry was quickly becoming determined to be more independent. "All right," Harry said. "How about we shower, eat lunch, and then head out to get it done with?" After a brief shower and a light lunch, which Harry made, not in the mood for another creature special, Remus and Harry, with Sirius staying behind, on account of being a fugitive from the Ministry, apparated to the sidewalk in front of Gringotts. The trip was quick and efficient. Rather than going down to the vault, Harry simply withdrew money from the teller, in the form of 500 galleons, £500 sterling, and $500. Harry learned that he could get US dollars from one of the Gringotts branch banks in America, so he didn't bother picking up any more than he might need to have on hand for the first few weeks in the States. Happily, he was in and out in less than 10 minutes. The shopping was similarly efficient, taking less than an hour. Neither Harry nor Remus was inclined towards fashion, and both shared at least a moderate distaste with clothes shopping. Harry tried on a few pairs of jeans until he learned his size, then got several essentially identical pairs though in slightly different shades of blue. He picked up a few packs of assorted colored t-shirts, a light jacket, new underwear, a dozen pairs of socks, and a new pair of trainers. After some brief consideration, he also purchased a sturdy, comfortable pair of boots, assuming, correctly, as it would turn out, that much of the magic he'd be learning with the Menominee would be done outside. Through unspoken agreement, the pair immediately headed back to number 12 upon completion of their errands. Both were keenly aware of how negatively Sirius was affected by being alone in that dreary place. Neither wanted him to be alone there any more than was absolutely necessary. It was unsurprising, then, that their return to the Black family home was met with a series of pranks and traps, ranging from mildly irritating to what in any other company would certainly be at least somewhat humiliating. Remus and Harry looked at each other, silently agreeing to take it in good humor, and immediately began to return fire. Their gambit was successful, as Sirius was obviously cheered. The rest of the time before dinner, which turned out well, as they had decided to order pizza rather than deal with Creature, was spent drilling Harry on some of the spells he had learned in their three-way duels. They held off on a rematch because Remus was feeling rather ill since the full moon was to rise the next night. There being at least a few hours remaining before bedtime, the trio sat down and fleshed out the itinerary for Harry's upcoming expedition. He would depart the next afternoon right before lunch. It was always best to take international portkeys on a relatively empty stomach, and arrive in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, which had a thriving magical community. Once through customs, he would proceed to the nearest apparition test center conveniently located in Philadelphia's City Hall, and obtain his apparition license, which would be recorded by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of Magic, or, colloquially, PenDom. He planned to stay in Philadelphia through the 4th of July, which was celebrated in America as Independence Day, and the fireworks display in Philadelphia was reputed to be among the best in the country. He would proceed northwest to Wisconsin, via Portkey, as it was probably too far for a relative novice at apparition, the next day, where he would rendezvous with Morris Oshkosh, a descendant of a 19th-century chief of the tribe, who would assist him with the animagus transformation and put him up at his inn. This assistance would not be free, of course. Harry would work part-time doing odd jobs around the reservation. Remus suggested that Harry take the opportunity to play the tourist by taking a few day trips to points of interest in the United States, when he wasn't otherwise occupied with learning magic or doing work. It was a good suggestion, and Harry already had a few points in mind. The trip promised to be quite an adventure, best of all, without the mortal danger to which Harry was accustomed. For the first time in days, Harry was coherent enough to disrobe and prepare for bed, before peacefully dozing off, already dreaming about the adventure to come. The morning of Thursday, June 23rd was one of nearly frantic activity. Harry rose from bed at just before 9 a.m., showered quickly, dressed even quicker, and practically sprinted downstairs to eat breakfast. Kreacher, knowing this was his last opportunity to do battle against the mongrel half-blood, had made what appeared to be a delicious breakfast, enough that Harry forgot who he was dealing with, and bit into an innocent-looking donut. Unfortunately, that donut happened to be filled, not with cream or jam, but with mayonnaise. Retching, Harry tried to wash the taste out of his mouth with what looked like pumpkin juice, but which was in fact carefully diluted muddy rainwater. Not willing to take a chance on the bacon or eggs, for only God knew what the little nutcase had done to them, but it probably wasn't pleasant, Harry banished the table's centerpiece, a creepy black iron vase embossed with creepier images depicting either torture or extremely kinky say. Harry didn't know which was more inappropriate for the dining table, at the elf, and made himself some oatmeal after firing a Scourgify into his mouth. He did not, however, feel that it was necessary to warn Sirius or Remus of the sabotaged meal, checking only to ensure that Kreacher hadn't put powdered silver or something actually harmful into the food before sitting back to watch the show. It was only fair, he thought, since he was certain the two older wizards had tried to use him as a Kreacher minesweeper, by waiting until he had gone down to eat before descending themselves. Actually, he mused, watching the elf dodge hexes from, and hurl insults at, two enraged wizards, Kreacher definitely had a bit of marauder in him, even if it was tempered by Walburga Black's unrepentant bigotry and malicious intent. Finally, the elf retreated, and the marauders settled down, as much as the two marauders ever settled down, that is. Neither had yet noticed the charm Harry had used to tie their shoelaces together as soon as they were seated, that, he figured, would be the one last prank he played on them before his departure that afternoon. Excusing himself to go pack, he listened closely for the telltale sound of two pranksters tripping and falling, and grinned broadly as he heard Sirius's loud, "Bollocks. One of these days I'm going to kill that damn elf." Harry didn't have much to pack, and what he did have was packed away very quickly, as he could now use simple charms to do the work for him. He was slightly worried about Hedwig. It was too far of a journey for her to fly, but owls generally reacted poorly to portkeys. It was unavoidable, though, she would simply have to beep it up. He knew she'd be even more irritated by the fact that she'd have to make the trip under a glamour. She would appear to be a large parrot, which he was certain she would find undignified. He packed plenty of owl treats to make sure he'd be able to get back in her good graces. This did not save him from a haughty hoot, and one last vengeful peck, hard enough to draw blood, as he closed her cage. As he finished up, his thoughts drifted to Hermione and Ron. He had not told them of his summer plans, or even that he had left the tender care of the Dursleys, and he was not going to do so. What left him slightly surprised at first, though, was that he did not feel even remotely guilty about it, though even a brief reflection gave him ample reason to keep his plans secret. He knew that Hermione would immediately try to talk him out of it. After all, Dumbledore had told him to remain at number 4 Privet Drive, and to her, that made it practically gospel, despite there being no good reason why the headmaster of a school should have any say in his holiday plans, and then, failing that, would inform Dumbledore that his wishes were being ignored. This, of course, would lead to Dumbledore tracking him down, pulling the disappointed grandpa, schoolteacher, wise old wizard, routine, and finding some way to ensure that he could not leave number 4. Ron would first immediately tell Hermione, and then somehow find a way to be jealous of Harry's good fortune, conveniently forgetting that he had gone on a trip to Egypt the previous summer, a trip about which he had boasted frequently and at great length throughout the previous school year. Either way, Harry's plans would be ruined and his friendship stained by the unavoidable betrayal of his confidences, though neither of them would consider their inevitable reactions as such. No, Harry had no intention of letting either of his closest friends in on his plans. This was to be his adventure, and maybe he would tell them about it on the train ride back to Hogwarts. Clearing his head of such weighty thoughts, Harry noticed suddenly that he had been done packing for quite some time. He went back downstairs to have one last chat with Sirius and Remus, who were currently reading the newspaper in the sitting room. Rather, Remus was reading the newspaper, and Sirius was trying to distract him by attempting, badly, to juggle what looked to be quite expensive ornaments. After shattering and repairing all 3 ornaments for the 5th time, Sirius gave up, and turned his full attention to Harry, who was just then walking into the room. "Oi, Ari, lad, gay or, air," Sirius called, doing a fairly good impression of Hagrid. "Take a look at this." Sirius held out a small mirror, and Harry took it in his hand. "Thanks, Sirius, but I'm pretty sure no amount of primping is going to get my hair to lay flat," Harry joked. Remus cracked a grin and Sirius barked out a laugh. "Oh good one, godson of mine," Sirius said, still chuckling a bit. "I have one, too. These are communication mirrors. Just look into it and say my name, and we'll be able to talk at any distance. Sort of like a portable flow." "Brilliant," Harry almost shouted. Even after 3 years of exposure to the magical world, he was still constantly surprised at the number of clever spells and artifacts. "I was worried about how we'd stay in touch, since it's clearly too far for an owl, and if you're hunting the rat, you won't always have access to a flow." Harry immediately cast an unbreakable charm on the mirror. It wouldn't protect against spellfire, but it would keep it from being broken if he dropped it or fell down with the mirror in his pocket. Remus gave a satisfied nod, approving of Harry's foresight. Sirius, apparently having never thought of this precaution, surreptitiously performed the same charm on his mirror, but the sly grins shot between Harry and Remus were clear indications that he had been caught. "I'll call you on the mirror after I get my apparition license," Harry said, "and any time I have news or plan on going on a day trip. And I guess if I just fancy a chat, since it's going to be so easy to call." "Good idea. Sirius and I were actually going to ask you to do just that," Remus said, pleased that Harry was not just willing, but excited to keep in contact. Few other teenage boys would have the same consideration. The marauders at that age certainly wouldn't. "We'll call you with updates on the rat hunt, and with any information we hear about Dumbledore, Hogwarts, or your friends. Also," he continued, presenting Harry with a plum-sized bouncy ball, "here is your portkey to Philadelphia. It'll go off the first time you say, 'The British are coming,' after bouncing it once. One more thing, Harry," Sirius said, his countenance somewhat more somber than normal. "This," he held out his hand, and resting in his palm was a thin bronze ring, "is an emergency portkey. It will take you back here, right to this sitting room, from anywhere in the world. If you get in trouble, say the activation phrase, 'Sanctuary,' and it will get you back to safety. And don't worry, Remus and I are also carrying one each. We made it last night, after you went to bed," Remus said. "See the runes etched on the inside of the band. They will make the portkey charm last as long as the ring is intact, and the runes on the outside of the band will protect it against melting, cutting, or being crushed. We used to carry portkeys like this during the war against Voldemort. In fact, the only reason your parents didn't use them to escape that night was that Voldemort had laid down a powerful anti-portkey jinx over the house. That's why Sirius had to fly in on his motorcycle." "Thanks, you too," Harry said as he slipped the ring onto his left little finger where it immediately became invisible, both astonished and touched at how much effort the 2 men, whom he actually barely knew, were putting into making sure he had a fun, safe summer. Being looked after by people who actually cared about him was a new but entirely welcome feeling, and Harry knew that this year would be the first time he'd ever almost regret leaving for Hogwarts in September. Harry gave each marauder a tight hug, then grasped his trunk's handle in Hedwig's cage, and bounced the ball, arming the portkey. "Thank you so much for everything," Harry said, suddenly emotional. "I'm going to miss you guys." Remus and Sirius were both visibly blinking back tears, also somewhat overcome by the nature of the situation. Harry was, after all, their best friend's only heir and virtual doppelganger, their student, their de facto ward, at least from now on, and the closest thing either man had to a son, and they were now saying goodbye after just barely getting to know him. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do," Sirius called, while Remus simultaneously said, "Try to stay out of trouble." The 3 broke into laughter, and Harry, grinning, called out the activation phrase for the portkey. "The British are coming." As soon as he finished calling out the portkey's activation phrase, Harry felt the signature, hook in the gut, jolting sensation, a wave of nausea, and then found himself sprawled out on a shiny tiled floor. An amused middle-aged couple helped him to his feet, and handed him Hedwig's cage. "I know it's good to be here, but there's still no call for key. In the tile," the man joked in a distinct Texan accent even to Harry's relatively unpracticed ear. That drawl was unmistakable, not that it mattered, for the man's cowboy hat, bolo tie, and denim shirt would have been a dead giveaway in any case, chuckling genially. "At least wait until you can get at the actual ground outside." "You all right there, son?" asked the woman kindly, after rolling her eyes at her husband. "That must have been your first international portkey. Go on up to that desk, and show them your passport. If you have any trouble, just ask me or my miscreant of a husband here." The woman pointed to a large desk, above which hung a sign that stated, "Philadelphia International Airport, International Portkey Arrival Terminal, Customs. All travelers must present passports and baggage for inspection." "Thank you, ma'am," Harry said gratefully, blushing slightly. Despite his decidedly ungraceful entrance and Hedwig's annoyed glare, the trip was already looking up. Less than 10 seconds in America, and people were already helping him. Harry walked over to the line in front of the desk, and waited a few moments before being waved over to the nearest available agent, a tall, shapely woman with dark skin and hair puffed out into a spherical afro. Remus and Sirius had made a stop before going to number 4 to get Harry a passport using a cutout of a photo he had taken of the trio. At school, they had skipped the normal waiting period by simply confounding the bureaucrats and backdating the application by several months. The baggage inspection took only a few seconds. The woman ran her wand over Harry's trunk and nodded, apparently satisfied. Harry only had to say how long he'd be in the country, a couple of months, but in Philadelphia for just a few weeks, and then briefly remove the glamour on Hedwig so that the agent could ensure that Hedwig was just a post owl, rather than something illegal or dangerous. "Oh, thank God it's only an owl," she sighed upon seeing Hedwig's true form, clearly relieved. "You absolutely would not believe the creatures that people try to smuggle in. Last week some psycho tried to sneak in a cockatrice disguised as a poodle. Damn thing tried to bite my hand off. Anyway, is there anything else I can help with, kiddo?" the customs agent asked. "Ah, yes actually," Harry replied. "Can you tell me the best way to get to City Hall? I'm looking to take the apparition license exam." "Yeah, sure," she answered. "You can either go the non-magical way, that is, the regional rail, which departs from the airplane terminals every half hour, and costs about $5 or $6, or I can make you a portkey. It's free for destinations within the city, but some people don't feel up to another portkey so soon after an international one. Anyway, you might want to stop and check into a hotel first, to drop off your luggage. Most of them will give you an early check-in, if spare rooms are already prepared for arrivals. Since you'll only be in Philly for a few weeks, I'd recommend one of the inns, rather than one of the big, expensive hotels." Harry considered it briefly. Stopping at an inn first was an excellent idea, and he would definitely do that. Remus and Sirius had already reserved a room for him at the decidedly non-magical Alexander Inn, which was located conveniently close to City Hall and the rest of Center City, while still being a little bit out of the way, to help him stay incognito. Transportation, however, was the real question. On the one hand, Hedwig wouldn't like it. On the other hand, even disguised as a parrot, she would draw attention. The Texan couple hadn't seemed to notice his scar, and the customs agent hadn't batted an eye when she read his name on his passport, but if he unnecessarily drew attention to himself, word might find its way back to Dumbledore. Caution won out. He simply wasn't willing to risk his whole trip by traveling in public more than he had to. "I'll take the portkey, please," he said. "Can you set it for 12th and Market?" This was a good option, he thought. He hadn't actually told the woman where he was staying, and that intersection was only 3 blocks from his destination, and, most importantly, was closer to several other hotels than the inn he had chosen. If she was questioned as to his whereabouts, someone would have to search several large hotels before getting to where he was staying, and hopefully he'd be gone by the time they fanned out that far. She took out a short length of rope, tying one end to a bar on Hedwig's cage and the other to the handle of Harry's trunk. "Make sure you've got a good grip on it," she instructed. "I make a lot of these, and it's a really short distance, so it should be pretty smooth. It'll put up a notice me not charm for a few seconds when you land, enough so non-magicals won't wonder why you just popped into existence in Center City. Just say, "Go Eagles," when you're ready to go. "Thanks, miss," Harry said, gripping the rope tightly and making sure it was securely attached to his trunk and Hedwig's cage. Go Eagles. This time, the hooking sensation was much less intense, there was no nausea, and, most importantly, Harry didn't end up sprawled on the ground. He looked around briefly, impressed by the amount of hustle and bustle, then began his short walk south to the inn. He arrived in short order, and was, since he had a reservation already, immediately shown to his room, where he divested himself of his luggage, opened up Hedwig's cage, and removed her glamour. She was still irritated at him about the portkeys and glamour, but not so irritated that she'd turned down a handful of all treats, which quickly calmed her ire. Chuckling at her fickle but ultimately friendly nature, Harry left his room, hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign and casting colloportus at the door to be certain that Hedwig and his trunk would not be tampered with. Harry left the inn to go take his apparition test, but more importantly, or at least more urgently, his previous brief walk had exposed him to the delicious smells emanating from the numerous food trucks parked alongside the street, which had made him immediately and keenly aware that he had not eaten since his small breakfast. He had left London just after 12 p.m., and it was now almost exactly 7 a.m. in Philadelphia. Due to the time difference of 5 hours, he would probably need 4 meals if he was to attempt to stay awake late enough to shift his internal clock over to Eastern Standard Time, and it was high time for meal number 2. He went to the nearest food truck, not knowing what was good, and not really taking the time to read the menu posted on the side. He simply parroted the order of the man who went before him, asking for a cheesesteak, with provolone, fried onions, salt, pepper, and ketchup. He didn't really know what a cheesesteak was, but vaguely recalled it being one of Philadelphia's signature foods, along with soft pretzels. A few minutes later, he was surprised and impressed with how quickly the sandwich had been prepared. He completed the transaction, peeling off a few bills for the cashier. He pocketed the change, making a mental note to review the American currency after his meal, and dug in. Seconds later, he was doing a credible Ron Weasley impression, sitting on a bench and shoving food into his face. He could see why the locals seemed to like cheesesteaks so much, and got the feeling that he'd be having them pretty often in the next couple of weeks. Satisfied after the large meal, looking at the price, he had expected a sandwich about half the size. He'd have to keep in mind that what he'd heard about American portion sizes was apparently true. He walked the short distance to City Hall. It was a nice building, with a statue of, well, someone at the top. He walked in, following a tall, older man who he had noticed cleaning off his shoes with a subtle flick of his wand. As he had hoped, the man led him to a door that many of the passers-by seemed not to notice. Following the man through the door and down a set of stairs, he briefly wondered how this area didn't get in the way of the City Hall subway station. Before assuming that the answer was simply magic, he found himself in a bustling office lobby with several halls extending out of the main area. The people within were obviously magical. Some were levitating boxes of papers, others were sending memos flying through the air to other offices, and still others were simply too peculiar to be non-magical. Tearing his attention away from the people, as he didn't wish to be caught staring, he noticed a directory conveniently located beside the stairs, and he followed the simple directions down the hall to Apparition Examination and Licensing. After taking a number and standing in line for about 10 minutes, during which time he filled out his apparition license application, he was called up to hand in his paperwork. A rather young wizard, Max, or something like that, met him at the front desk, and upon noticing that he had listed England, United Kingdom, as his place of birth, began chatting amiably about a trip he had taken to London the previous summer. Harry realized that the man probably engaged in light conversation with all of his examinees to calm their nerves and help them pass the test, and, though it was unnecessary in his case, he appreciated the gesture. The man led Harry to what was clearly the exam room, a large open area with several differently colored circles painted on the floor. He followed the Max's instructions to the letter, apparating from circle to circle, and in short order, the man praised his technique and stamped, "Passed," on his application. "Good job, dude," Moss something said. "Have a nice day." Harry politely returned the sentiment and went to the desk to collect his apparition license, which, though issued by the state of Pennsylvania, looked the same as those issued in England. Harry was surprised before remembering that the ICW policy was to issue licenses in the same format as those issued in an applicant's home country. Finished with his business at City Hall, Harry decided to take a test drive by apparating to his room at the inn. Pleased that he had arrived where had intended with all of his parts still attached, Harry put in a quick mirror call to Remus and Sirius, showing them his new license and reassuring them about his safe trip. "What are you going to do now, Harry?" Remus asked. "You've got almost 2 weeks to use Philadelphia as your home base, and portkeys to major cities and attractions around the country are fairly inexpensive. I think I'm going to spend a few days exploring Philly," Harry said. "There's a lot of good history here, and a few really great museums. Nights are probably going to be for summer assignments. I want to get them all done before I go to Wisconsin." "Sounds like a good plan, lad," Sirius said. "It's a good idea to get your homework done early, especially since the animagus transformation and the magic you'll be learning will be pretty time-consuming and tiring. That said, make sure you leave enough time for fun. All work and no play makes for a dull Harry." Harry grinned, and after saying goodbye, apparated to the sidewalk outside the inn. He paused briefly to consider the moment. He had crossed the ocean, his immediate food and shelter requirements were taken care of, and he was standing at the beginning of a long, exciting road. He squared his shoulders and stood up straight, before turning on his heel and setting off at a determined pace. It was time to start his adventure. Harry was having by far the best summer of his life. He ate whatever and whenever he wanted to, there were no Dursleys starving him, he went to a baseball game, and he even chatted up a girl who was apparently visiting her older sister at one of the universities. For the first time, he felt like he was actually in control of his own life, and he loved every minute of it. Even if he had a minder, he probably still would have genuinely enjoyed his time in the city. Philadelphia had a great deal to offer for the discerning traveler. He went to every major section of the city, in several cases going wherever his stomach led him, for example, to places like Reading Terminal Market. By June 30th, he had gone to several of the major museums in the city, though even he, an admitted Philistine, compared to, say, Hermione, knew that it would take weeks to truly plumb the depths of just those he had seen, not to mention all of Philadelphia's numerous museums, and his favorite by far had been the Franklin Institute. In addition to its excellent non-magical exhibits, it had a substantial magical section, including departments which were actively engaged in research in a number of fascinating fields, doing justice to its namesake, a fairly famous American wizard. In fact, these museums in general, in discussion he had had with a researcher, a middle-aged healer named Edward Hopkins, who had extolled the virtues of several different fields of magic, some not even available for study at Hogwarts, in particular had kindled in Harry a new enthusiasm for scholarship that bordered on obsession. It had helped Hopkins' credibility in Harry's mind that he had also recommended several different nutrient potions for Harry, having noticed instantly that Harry was underweight by nearly 2 stone. If nothing else, he could get back, within a few weeks, the growth he had missed out on from years of malnourishment and confinement at number 4 Privet Drive. If he was particularly lucky, his eyesight, which had been damaged by a decade of straining his eyes to see in his dark cupboard, would also be repaired. Harry purchased the potions that day, not trusting his own skill at brewing for such an important application, and took them as directed. He was hopeful that he would return to Hogwarts taller, stronger, and without glasses, and he vowed to remember that, in all the times he had been under Madame Pomfrey's care at Hogwarts, she had never said anything about repairing the physical damage that the Dursleys had inflicted on him. Since all potions prescribed by a healer in America had to be FDA approved, though obviously in relative secrecy, he was quite sure that he trusted Hopkins's word over Pomfrey's. He was a world-renowned healer with dozens of published journal articles, and she was a school nurse. Aside from medicinal potions, Harry's new academic fixation also led to a book-buying spree the likes of which Harry had not seen since the last time Hermione had visited Flourish and Blots. Since American wizards apparently printed texts the same way as their Muggle counterparts, rather than slow, labor-intensive 19th-century vintage presses, books were extremely inexpensive, and unlike the type available in Britain, often forced upon students by professors looking to line their own pockets. Unfortunately, Lockhart wasn't the only offender. just the worst. Textbooks were all peer-reviewed. Histories were full of verified fact, and when authors speculated or theorized, they were careful to hedge, knowing that their reputations were on the line. Spellbooks included not only descriptions, helpful tips, and suggested uses, but also arithmetic formulae, all manner of graphs and data, and moving pictures of wand motions. Harry bought so many books that he ended up going to the local Gringotts branch to withdraw more funds just to buy more books, and needed to charm his trunk several times with as powerful of a space-expanding charm as he could manage. He was being well served by all these books. Far from being solely for enjoyment, Harry was using them in addition to, and in some cases, in lieu of, his assigned textbooks as references for his summer assignments. As a result, he was plowing through his homework with little difficulty, and at a pace that Hermione would have envied. He had quickly concluded that he would be dropping divination, and replacing it with arithmancy. Professor Vector was known for being an excellent teacher, and he could simply test out of the third-year introductory material to be placed with the other fourth-year students. Ancient runes was also a consideration, but it was primarily memorization through the OWL material, so he would simply self-study it, and sit the OWL at his own leisure. If that went well, he would take the runes course at the Newt level. As these resolutions came to him, he began to wonder why he had let Ron talk him into taking divination. What a waste of time that had been. Had he really been so starved for companionship that he was willing to let Ron dictate the course of his life? The answer after his second year had apparently been, yes, but now that was no longer the case. Harry would take the courses he wanted, and if he felt like doing extra work or reading instead of playing chess or talk about Quidditch, which he probably would, now that he had purchased a great deal of reading material that would actually be well worth his time, then he would do just that. During the mirror call before dinner, the time difference was currently 6 hours, as Sirius and Remus were currently in Germany. Following up on a lead on Wormtail, Harry ran these thoughts by the two older wizards. "I'm glad you're starting to place more value on what you want, Harry," Sirius said, nodding with satisfaction. "Friendship is important, but you need to live your own life the way you want." "I agree," Remus said, poking his head into view. "I didn't want to get into it with you during school, since Ron and Hermione are fairly close friends of yours, and I didn't want to offend you, but I think you might have less in common with them than you did at the beginning of your first year. That's okay. Part of growing up is growing into your own person, and sometimes that means growing apart from people you were close to." Harry sighed. "I guess. It's just kind of surprising. Maybe it's because I've been keeping myself so busy between exploring the city and doing my summer assignments, but I haven't really missed Ron and Hermione since you guys picked me up from number 4, and I only really think of them when I do schoolwork, go to a museum, or see someone eat like a pig." Sirius didn't quite get Harry's half-joke, but Remus laughed. "Aw, Ron Weasley. It was pretty unappetizing watching from up at the staff table. I shudder to think how bad it is up close and personal. Anyway, Harry, it's great that you're looking into history and different fields of magic," Sirius continued, still, shockingly, on the subject of learning. "You never know what is going to be useful, and the more you learn, the broader your horizons will be." Harry was surprised by Sirius's sudden ability to be sedate and responsible for the entire conversation so far, that is, until the very next moment, when his thin veneer of respectability came crashing down. "So, have you snogged any colonial girls?" Rolled eyes met his barking laughter, and the rest of the conversation was spent bantering and chatting about lighter subjects. After a hearty dinner consisting, predictably, of a cheesesteak smothered in ketchup, Harry put the finishing touches on his final summer assignment, thinking, quite rightly, as it would turn out, that Professor Flitwick would definitely be impressed with his work. Harry spent the remainder of the night reading on Combating the Darker Forces of This Earth and Beyond, an incredibly interesting defense against the dark arts book, originally written almost 2 centuries ago by I. Crane, and periodically edited by his descendants, whose family business was the hunting and destruction of dark creatures. As he turned out the lights and settled in for bed, he turned to Hedwig and grinned. "It doesn't get much better than this." The next day, July 1st, was a Friday. Many of Philadelphia's residents had taken the day off to start their weekend by going down the shore, Philly speak for driving eastward to the beaches in New Jersey. Harry was going to visit one last museum in the morning, before embarking on his first side trip. He had picked up some camping equipment at a military surplus store the previous day, and planned to go on a 1 or 2 day trip to the highly magical Pine Barrens of New Jersey. The large, covering over a fifth of New Jersey's land area, densely forested reserve was actually quite close to Philadelphia and Camden. However, it was largely unpopulated by humans. Based on a conversation Harry had partially overheard between two wizards in one of the bookstores he had plundered, it seemed to be a fairly tame, albeit exponentially larger, version of the Forbidden Forest, though by some quirk of the area's ambient magic, it was apparently not possible to apparate or portkey within the forest. That was little more than a minor inconvenience, though. He'd simply apparate nearby, and go in on foot. Flying his firebolt wouldn't work, because the canopy would be so dense that he would have difficulty landing anywhere. His goal was to see the famous Blue Hole, a supposedly bottomless lake which was said to be a favored site for some magical creature. Harry hadn't heard what creature it was, as a large family, very like the Weasleys, in fact, except their hair was uniformly brown, bustled in between Harry and the two men on whom he had been eavesdropping. As he ate breakfast, a scrapple sandwich, which was delicious, so he didn't want to risk asking anyone precisely what scrapple actually was, while walking, as he felt he had been apparating too much, and was risking getting out of shape to his destination. Harry's exotic, for him, meal turned his thoughts toward Ron, who would certainly enjoy trying all the different cuisines easily available. As good a cook as Molly Weasley was, she generally cooked a small range of typical English fare. Thinking about Ron quickly led to thinking about Hermione, who would be insanely jealous of his opportunity to visit so many museums and bookstores and practice magic out of school. Of course, thinking of his two closest companions inevitably led his thoughts to Hogwarts. Based on the book lists for the various American magical schools Harry had found posted at several large bookstores, Harry was beginning to remember the differences between Muggle schooling, as American magical education closely mirrored that of their non-magical counterparts, even including some non-magical subjects to meet state and federal requirements, and the almost obsolete model used in magical Britain, and the former seemed to be coming out on top at almost every turn. And to think that Hogwarts billed itself as the best magical education in the world. Snape could certainly not turn out any great number of qualified potion students. Binns could never hope to turn out any graduates qualified to speak on magical history, and Defense Against the Dark Arts was practically a joke. So far, Harry had had only one reasonably qualified Dada professor, and he was forced to resign once news of his lycanthropy had spread, thanks to Snape's pettiness. In an American classroom, Snape would have been fired mere seconds into his first class, for that was how long it usually took for him to begin abusing the children under his care. Binns would never even pass an interview, since he pretty much ran on autopilot, and Remus's employment would have been protected, not persecuted, by equal opportunity and disability protection laws. Harry knew that he couldn't base his entire view of an entire nation on his experience of a few days in one city, but he was quickly becoming impressed with America, and equally disillusioned with the British magical community in general, and Albus Dumbledore in particular. This feeling was fueled greatly by the mentions of Dumbledore in various exhibits at the Philadelphia Museum of International Magical History. He was, after all, a very prominent figure in European magical communities and the ICW, almost none of which painted him in a flattering light. The man was positioned perfectly to drag the British magical community into the new millennium. He was chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the British representative to the ICW, and, perhaps most importantly, had been headmaster of the largest school of magic in Western Europe for several decades, which he could have used to mold the minds of his young charges toward embracing change and improving their world. If Dumbledore was truly as progressive as he encouraged people to believe, Harry thought, then British magical society would not still be stuck in the Victorian era. Instead, his moves, on the rare occasion that he made any, in the Wizengamot and as headmaster of Hogwarts had always been calculated to maintain the status quo, while every once in a while using some of his influence to help one of his minions out of a tight spot. Even his duel against Grindelwald in 1945, for which he was venerated in Britain, had only come once the war had already been won on the Muggle side, and was effectively over on the magical front, after ignoring a steady stream of ambassadors and heads of state literally begging for his help for the better part of a decade. In short, Dumbledore was basically a wizard version of Hamlet. His default response was always to wait and consider the different paths, paralyzed by uncertainty, and by the time he made any decision, it was almost always too late to do any real good. Harry realized that this must be so that he would be able to do just enough to claim the moral high ground for taking action, but would never make any decision where he could be held responsible if the situation didn't turn out as planned. This extended even to what was arguably the boldest thing Dumbledore ever did. If he had lost the duel to his old friend Gellert, as only in Britain was Dumbledore able to keep his boyhood association and affair with Grindelwald censored from the public eye, he almost certainly would have survived. Gellert still probably would have been captured, as his war was lost and he was far outnumbered, while the fact of his loss would have been justification for waiting so long, and he still would have been viewed as brave just for trying. Either way, he would have come out on top, or at least with his reputation intact, so really, it hadn't been bold at all, since there was virtually no risk. As he thought about some of what he had read about Dumbledore's standing policy of inaction, a thought struck him. Dumbledore had stepped up during the Death Eater trials after the war exactly once, and it had been to save Severus Snape's hide. Despite Snape being a marked Death Eater, Dumbledore had ensured that he was acquitted. Apparently, the political cost was to make no push for Veritaserum against any captured Death Eaters, allowing many to go free, those who could afford to buy off their fellow Wizengamot members, that is. Somehow, Sirius hadn't quite made the cut for Dumbledore's intervention, even though he was known as a member of the not-so-secret vigilante organization led by Dumbledore himself. Probably since public opinion had already been against Sirius, Harry thought bitterly, so it would have been too risky to stick his neck out for Sirius. No matter that it had literally been Dumbledore's sworn duty as Chief Warlock to ensure that everyone, even, or perhaps especially suspected traitors and mass murderers, was given a fair trial. Knowing these details, Harry was certain that he would never forgive Dumbledore for failing Sirius, and, by extension, Harry himself, so completely. The more details he found out about Dumbledore, the more Harry began to feel that, if it hadn't been for the obviously evil and, in many cases, death-eating nature of many members of the so-called dark political faction, he might have aligned with them just for the sake of removing Dumbledore. These overwhelmingly negative sentiments about magical Britain and Dumbledore led him, quite appropriately, to the final museum he planned to visit, Independence Hall, practically hallowed ground to Americans and historians, as both the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution had been debated and signed there, at 5th and Nut. As Independence Day approached, it was observed every 4th of July. Independence Hall and several other places associated with the American Revolution, which had largely centered around Philadelphia, due to the city functioning as the capital of the fledgling nation, always saw drastically increased attendance. This year was apparently no different, as quite a few people were wandering about. He perused some of the writings on display, impressed with the eloquence and passion of the speeches and essays. It was easy to see, given the circumstances, how such words had incited such a dramatic uprising. Of course he could identify with the rebels, Harry thought, chuckling. After all, he was currently several time zones away from number 4 Privet Drive, undertaking his own private rebellion. As he turned to leave the building, Harry's eyes alighted on an exhibit which displayed the progression of flags, ensigns, and jacks associated with the United States throughout history. Most were just variations on the well-known Stars and Stripes theme, but some were very different. The one that caught his eye was among the first. It depicted the words, "Don't tread on me," emblazoned beneath a rattlesnake on a yellow field. Harry read the brief description. Apparently it was called the Gadsden flag, after the designer, who was a general and a delegate to the Continental Congress. He had seen several examples of the rattlesnake being used as a symbol of early American independence in several museums, including the Franklin Institute and the Philadelphia Art Museum, that had originally surprised him, as the European magical communities, and the British in particular, almost universally associated snakes with so-called dark magic. It must be just another way the US was different, he supposed, resolving to find out the details of why the rattlesnake had been so prominent of a symbol. Putting it out of his mind for the time being, he apparated off to the food trucks near City Hall. After all, there was a food truck nearby that served heavenly-smelling falafel sandwiches, and that was, at least for now, much more intriguing to the rapidly growing courtesy of his nutrient potions teenager. After wolfing down his falafel sandwich, who knew that fried chickpeas could be so delicious, Harry apparated back to the inn to prepare for his trip to the Pine Barrens. He gave his kit a quick once-over, an expansion-charmed canteen which he could refill with aguamenti if he ran out of water, several electric camping lights, a tent, his boots, an old U.S. Army rucksack, a sleeping bag, an extendable shovel, both of his wands, several daggers of varying sizes which Sirius had made him bring from the Black family armory, several, to-go, boxed meals under preservation charms, and his firebolt. He also packed a small potions and antidote kit, which included 2 bezoars. He doubted he'd need them, but he wasn't very familiar with American flora, so he figured it was better to have and not need than to need and not have. Finally, he threw a spare pair of jeans, several spare sets of socks and boxer briefs, his light jacket, and a few spare t-shirts into his rucksack, and decided that he was as ready as he was going to be. Harry figured that a short side trip into the uninhabited forest would also be an excellent chance to try out some of the more high-impact magic that he had been reading about in the spellbooks he had bought, having taken a break from his study of Crane's book on dark creatures in order to skim over offensive magic for defensive mages, by Henry Earp, a magical descendant of the illustrious Muggle lawman Wyatt Earp. Ironically, if his new academic determination had driven him to delve just one chapter deeper into the Crane text, or if he had overheard the entirety of that conversation about the details of the Pine Barrens, he almost certainly would have chosen a different destination, any other destination. Harry arrived at the edge of the Pine Barrens just after 12 p.m. Giving himself one last pat down to ensure he had everything, he pulled out his map booklet which helpfully included the known trails and set off confidently toward the trail which would lead him, eventually, to the Blue Hole. That confidence received a stiff blow almost immediately, though, as Harry stepped into the forest. He felt a brief tingling sensation, and realized that it must be the effect of whatever it was about the Pine Barrens which made it impossible to apparate or portkey in or out. He quickly confirmed this theory by attempting, and failing, to apparate both outside of and deeper into the woods. So much for the emergency portkey, Harry muttered. This thought gave him significant pause. He had informed Remus and Sirius of his idea for the trip, and they had approved, however. He had not found out that portkeying and apparating would be impossible until after his conversation with his 2 quasi-guardians. It was entirely possible that they would not have approved, if they had been aware that his emergency portkey would not be of any use within the forest. Even he was suddenly uncertain if this was a good plan. I've escaped giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, killed a basilisk with a sword, and dueled to the death an adult wizard possessed by Voldemort, Harry reasoned aloud. I'm sure I can handle a little camping trip in the woods. Confidence restored, Harry lit his wand with a murmured lumos as the light within the forest was dim, even at noon, and strode onward. He did notice, however, that the wand light, though as bright as ever at his wand point, didn't seem to carry as far as it normally would. Harry chalked it up to being an effect of the substantial levels of ambient magic present throughout the Barrens. He theorized that it was likely that all spells would respond slightly unpredictably. Harry followed the trail, ducking through vines and stepping over fallen trees, for nearly 3 hours before stopping to rest. He sat for several minutes, sipping from his canteen and generally catching his breath, and then pulled out his map. After a glance, he sat up in surprise. The trail he was on, and which he had never left, had been significantly different from what was shown on the map. However, the trail ahead, at least the part that was in sight, seemed to match, curving in precisely the manner depicted. Could he be on the wrong trail, and this curve was just a coincidence? He decided to keep moving, and if the turns kept matching, he would assume he was on the right path, and if not, he would go back the way he came. That way, he'd be able to make it out before sundown. He moved on with a new sense of urgency. If it turned out that he was on the wrong trail, he wanted to know quickly, to begin his egress as soon as possible. However, these fears were soon calmed. The trail was clearly the same as was indicated on the map. Every time he looked back, though, the path seemed unfamiliar. Perhaps that was another odd effect of the magic which permeated the forest so deeply. Harry was briefly concerned about how he would get back, but a quick look at the map reassured him that there were several trails leading out of the forest from the Blue Hole. Even if a path was only viable once, he didn't have to take the same path back out again. If all else failed, he always had his firebolt. Around 7 p.m., the sun began to fall below the treeline, and Harry knew it was time to make camp for the night. Conveniently, he almost immediately found a likely-looking clearing off to the side of the path, and, with several flicks of his wand and a carefully controlled incendio, he soon had his tent erected and a roaring campfire burning. He completed his campsite with a notice me not charm, a general aversion and repulsion charm, and a caterwauling charm. This way, no animals would notice his campsite, and if they came too close, they would be compelled to move away. Even if they made it through, the caterwauling charm would help to scare them off and alert Harry. Pleased with his preparations, he cast a finite on one of his boxed meals and sat down to eat. A hefty portion of fried chicken and biscuits, the kind served in the southern states, rather than dessert biscuits, which Americans referred to as cookies. Later, Harry looked at his progress on the map. It seemed that he was nearly to the blue hole. He would probably make it there before lunch tomorrow, and if all went well, he would be able to reach the edge of the Pine Barrens before nightfall. He put away the map, and took out his mirror, intending to update the marauders. Just before activating it, he realized that it would be well after midnight for them, and that they probably wouldn't appreciate being roused from much-needed rest just to hear that Harry was in the woods. Instead, he opened up Henry Earp's spellbook, and whiled away the rest of the evening practicing different dueling spells. When he took a break from his casting to take a drink, he looked at his watch, and was surprised to note that it was nearly 11 p.m. He decided to call it a night, doused the campfire, and went to bed, falling asleep as soon as he slid into his sleeping bag. He did not get to rest for very long. At precisely midnight, a horrible screeching scream, like the deep reverberations from tearing through corrugated cardboard, crossed with the sharp, shrill shriek of fingernails being dragged across a chalkboard, as though the very air itself was being ripped apart, in the distance shocked Harry out of his slumber. Wand out, his eyes, wide with surprise and fear, shot from side to side, trying to discern the direction from which the terrifying cry had come. Deep, empty silence settled upon the forest when the scream faded away. With a start, Harry suddenly realized that this was no different from before. Now that he noticed the silence, it occurred to him that he could not recall hearing or seeing any animals, magical or otherwise, since he had entered the Pine Barrens. How could he not have noticed it? No birds chirped, no insects buzzed, no squirrels or woodchucks chattered. At this realization, Harry was starkly aware that something about this forest was wrong, and he should have detected it the second he had set foot in this place. A profound sense of unease sunk into Harry's very bones. He would get no rest this night, of that he was certain. As if agreeing with his thought, another, louder scream echoed through the woods. This time, a low rumbling roar, much like that of a lion, was layered under the other notes. It seemed to be further away, but as a precaution, Harry silently pulled on his socks and boots, and carefully zipped up his rucksack. He sat with his legs crossed beneath his body, ready to leap up, with his rucksack straps pulled tight across his wand in his right hand and his broom in his left. Harry waited, feeling like a submariner waiting out depth charges. The tension was almost unbearable as the minutes dragged on. A quarter of an hour later, the scream pierced the forest again, this time from much closer. It couldn't be more than a few dozen meters away, Harry thought, gripping his wand so tightly that his knuckles turned white, in sharp contrast to the dark ebony of his wand's wood. Then, his fear turned to terror, as he heard the sound of the bushes and saplings that lined the clearing being pushed aside, with fallen leaves and twigs crunching beneath the feet of something large and inevitably terrible. If it was within the clearing, then the creature had already passed through the aversion and repulsion charm. What if it was unaffected by the notice me not charm? Even worse, what if it was powerful enough to brush aside his charms entirely? His caterwauling charm, set inside the notice me not charm's perimeter, provided an answer when it was activated. As the klaxon sounded, Harry realized that the beast had defeated Harry's notice me not charm, and his decision was made. Reducto! Harry bellowed, blasting the tent apart. In the brief flash of light from his spell, Harry caught his first glimpse of the beast, and could not contain his scream of horror as his feet froze in place, refusing to obey his mind's command to run, move, run. The creature was truly monstrous. Its form was blurred, as though Harry's mind could not quite conceptualize what his eyes were reporting, but enough detail was perceptible that Harry instantly understood that it could not possibly exist naturally on this earth. It stood at least 8 feet tall upon powerful reverse-kneed legs ending in cloven hooves. Its forelimbs were disproportionately small, but were still much longer and thicker than Harry's arms, and its hands had 3 fingers tipped with long, wickedly curved talons. It held its large, leathery wings against its back, and its head was that of a ram, with heavy curled horns. The eyes, though, were by far the worst. They glowed red like hot coals, but held no warmth, instead promising nothing but pain and death. Its eyes flashed in the darkness, and it screamed again in literally incandescent rage as Harry turned and began to sprint away. He didn't know when he had began to run, and he wasn't certain when he had lit his wand, but he quickly became certain that the now oppressive weight of the ambient magic of the Pine Barrens had rendered his firebolt inert, falling in a tangle of limbs and broomstick. He scrambled back to his feet and continued running, shrinking and stowing his firebolt as he tore down the path, all of his previous weariness buried beneath a veritable sea of adrenaline. After a few minutes of running, he realized that he might actually have the advantage. The path was narrow and winding, and the massive demon, for it could surely be nothing else, was too large to move easily through it, but not quite large enough to be able to plow through the trees. This hope was, of course, immediately dashed, as Harry heard another scream, this time from above him. Reflexes forged by a decade of dodging blows from Dudley and his gang, and honed to a razor edge by 3 years of dodging bludgers in Quidditch, snapped into action, hurling Harry down onto his left side. The beast had, at some point during the chase, found enough room to spread its vast bat-like wings, and had crashed through the canopy to swoop down at Harry. He had barely dodged out of the way in time, and while the monster was picking itself up off the ground, having committed fully to the dive, it had plowed into the underbrush. Harry cast as powerful a cutting curse as he could muster at the beast's fallen form, striking one of its wings, and resumed his mad dash down the path as the demon roared in pain and fury. Harry continued running, never slowing his pace. His almost all-consuming fear was giving him all the stamina he needed. He stopped, stepped off the trail, and crouched down, trying to listen for the demon while he sipped from his canteen. After a tense minute of absolute silence, he heard the telltale sound of movement, and realized that the creature, having failed at a direct chase, was now stalking him. Harry got up and began moving again, casting a caterwauling charm on the trail. This way, he'd know how far behind him the creature was. He did this several more times, and had gone about 100 meters, before he heard the demon set off the first one. Continuing on, Harry soon came across a large clearing, dominated by a mostly circular lake approximately 30 meters wide. He could see the water's deep blue hue even in the darkness, despite the forest's limiting effect on his wandlight. He shrugged. The beast had not set off the second caterwauling charm yet, so he had a bit of time. Why not at least get a bit of what he came for? Harry withdrew a glass jar, which he had charmed ahead of time for this precise purpose, and dunked it into the blue hole's water. The unbreakable jar filled quickly despite the space expansion charm laid into it. Thankfully, Harry had also layered on a featherweight charm, or else the volume of water, which was somewhere on the order of 600 liters, would have made the jar impossible for him to carry, and Harry closed the lid and put the jar back into his sack. As he withdrew the map to determine which alternate trail would lead him out of the forest, he heard the second caterwauling charm erupt. Harry quickly chose his route and set off at a brisk walk, knowing that the demon was now trying to tire him out rather than chase him down. That crash or his cutting curse must have done enough damage that it couldn't take to the air, or else the demon would already have been upon him again. Having concluded that it was tracking him by scent or some magical method, he realized that he had no hope of evading the demon indefinitely. He would either have to escape back to civilization, which would require leaving the Barrens, or kill the beast. Knowing that he was at least several hours from the edge of the forest, especially since he had actually been running deeper into it, towards the blue hole, and was only now turning outward, he reluctantly reasoned that it was likely that he would end up having to fight the demon to the death. He considered the demon itself, and realized that it reminded him somewhat of a Dementor. Despite the fact that it had virtually nothing physically in common with that other foul creature, it also exuded an aura that had affected Harry acutely when it was close by. While Dementors ooze a sense of despair and sadness, this demon brought with it a distinct air of fear and wrongness. Maybe they were related, he thought, hope blooming in his for the first time since midnight. Harry knew that Lethifolds were distant relatives of Dementors, and they were just as affected by the Patronus charm as Dementors were. Perhaps it would also work on this creature. However, it seemed somewhat more solid than a Dementor. While a Patronus was sufficient to chase off a Dementor for quite some time, it might not be enough to stop this monster. I don't need the Patronus to stop it entirely, he mused aloud. If the Patronus distracts it, maybe I can kill it some other way. Most wizards would immediately turn to their thoughts to their wand. Harry, however, had killed 2 opponents without his wand while still a child, instead using his bare albeit sacrifice-based blood protection-imbued hands to kill Quirrell and a sword to kill a massive basilisk. So, taking a quick inventory of his equipment, he found that he still possessed the daggers that Sirius had made him take from the Black family armory. If it was too hurt to fly, he reasoned, perhaps that meant that it could bleed. And if it could bleed, that meant it had a heart. Setting his jaw grimly, Harry drew the longest of the daggers, the runes engraved into the blade glinting dangerously in the dim light. This should do the job, Harry concluded, picturing where the creature's heart must be. This should definitely do the job. Harry sat back, frowning. There were other preparations he would have liked to make, though he would have preferred not to have to make them in the first place. But the demon had just set off the nearest caterwauling charm, and Harry was out of time. What he had would simply have to be enough. Harry's ambush was set up just after a narrow blind corner in the trail, surrounded by large boulders likely migrated somehow from the nearby Appalachian Mountains covered in some sort of moss. The trail, though, was still simple dirt, and so Harry had blasted a pit into the ground, about 5 feet deep. He had used cutting hexes to trim about a dozen branches into sharpened stakes, and lined the bottom of the pit with them. The pit was covered by a large dirt-covered steel plate which he had transfigured from a leaf onto which he had kicked enough dirt to conceal its presence. Hearing the beast just around the corner, Harry stepped off the path, and waited, not daring even to breathe, as the demon stepped into the dim moonlight. He barely managed to stifle his gasp of horror at what he saw. The demon's eyes were ablaze with fury and hatred, and he felt its malevolent gaze burn into his own fearfully widened eyes. The demon moved forward slowly and deliberately, shaking the ground with each step. Then, with a pair of ringing clangs, the huge hooves hit the steel plate. This was the moment Harry had been waiting for. "Finite," Harry whispered, pointing his wand at the steel plate, which promptly turned back into a small leaf. However, the beast had already moved past the plate-covered pit. Harry had missed his chance. Time for Plan B. Harry stood defiantly before the huge demon and pointed his ebony wand directly between the beast's fiery eyes, enduring its scream of impending triumph. Dredging up every good memory he had, thinking back to Sirius and Remus and the feelings they brought, of home, happiness, family, love. Expecto Patronum, Harry bellowed. His wand arm bucked with recoil, as though he had just fired a shotgun one-handed, and a massive, glowing silver stag slammed into the demons, expending all of its energy in a flash of silver and a concussion that shook leaves from the trees. The creature let out a huff of surprise as it was pushed backwards, and then it tumbled into the now open pit, impaling itself on the sharpened stakes. Its piercing shriek of pain and rage, though, let Harry know that it was not quite finished. Looking down at the beast, he could see that its arms, legs, and wings were pierced by the stakes. However, having such a long and flexible neck, it would still be able to bite him with its fangs. Harry didn't bother to stop and wonder why a ram-headed creature had fangs. Of course it had fangs, because it just wouldn't be horrible enough without them. Incarcerus, Harry incanted, watching as the monster was completely immobilized, and, thankfully, gagged, by thick ropes. Just to be certain that it could not rip through the ropes, he also cast a quick Petrificus Totalis before vanishing the stakes. Harry lowered himself into the pit with another conjured rope tied around a tree, holstered his wand and drew the long, cold iron dagger. He looked the brute in the eyes, which still glowed, promising vengeance, before slamming the blade into the demons. Seconds later, the beast's eyes faded to featureless black orbs, and Harry knew that it was finally dead. "Huh," he said aloud. "Now what?" Usually his misadventures ended with him waking up at the hospital wing, with Madame Pomfrey force-feeding him potions. Now, though, he still had to make his way out of the woods before he could apparate back to the inn. It almost felt anticlimactic, he thought, though perhaps that was the hallmark of a successful ambush. No long, drawn-out battle, just a few cheap shots and a dead monster. Frowning at the thought, he transfigured the dead demon into a large bone, deciding that perhaps the researchers at the Franklin Institute might want to study it, and cast a Scourgify to clean the black, syrupy blood off of the dagger in his hands. Might as well get going, he muttered, and set off down the trail. 5 extremely uneventful hours later, the sun rose upon a dirty, sweaty, exhausted Harry Potter stumbling out of the woods, feeling suddenly lighter as the oppressive weight of the forest's magic lifted off of him. Without a second thought, save for an overwhelming sense of relief, he apparated back to his room at the inn, and didn't even make it to the bed before pitching over and passing out. Ow! Harry yelped, rubbing the back of his head. What the hell, Hedwig? His owl looked at him sternly, then raised a wing to point roughly at the alarm clock, which showed 9 a.m., July 3rd. He had slept for more than an entire day. Yeah, I'm up, he muttered, dragging himself to his feet and staggering to the shower. He emerged at just about 10 a.m., finally feeling clean now that he had scrubbed every bit of his skin several times. Harry considered for a moment the events of the weekend, and decided to write to Healer Hopkins for advice on who, if anyone, at the Franklin Institute might be interested in hearing about his encounter with a monster in the Pine Barrens. Hedwig, I'll have a letter for you as soon as I'm done eating everything I can get my hands on, he said, not really exaggerating. He was unbelievably hungry, as he had not eaten for over 36 hours, and had spent a not insignificant portion of that time running from and battling an unholy abomination. Edward Hopkins was an accomplished man, and one of the most well-known of the researchers at the Franklin Institute. Like many in his family, he had an eye toward improving life, and therefore had focused much of his research on the healing arts, even taking the time to receive a medical degree from the prestigious university that bore his famous ancestor's name. Therefore, it was no surprise that he received a great deal of correspondence from colleagues and researchers around the globe, and, after decades of consulting on a wide variety of cases, considered himself somewhat desensitized to shock. He was taken aback, though, by the content of a short missive from a child he vaguely recalled meeting the previous week, so much so that he interrupted his lunch and called perhaps the one researcher at the institute more well-known, and with a more famous family name, than himself. Moments later, a tall, powerfully built man with a square jaw, black hair, and gray eyes stepped through the fire into Edward's home. Good afternoon, Jacob, Edward said, shaking the man's hand. Jacob Crane was, like his great-great-grandfather Ichabod, a monster hunter, and his experience had already added several chapters to the next edition of On Combating the Darker Forces of This Earth and Beyond. He was considered an expert in all matters related to dark creatures and magical combat, and had been extremely interested in what Edward had mentioned in the short fire call. Thanks for the call, Ed, Crane said. Do you think it might be true? Maybe, Hopkins allowed. I recall that the boy was British. It's likely he hasn't heard of the Jersey Devil, so he wouldn't think to try to make some sort of hoax centered around it. Here, take a look at the letter. Dear Healer Hopkins, I don't know if you recall, but you spoke to me several days ago at the Franklin Institute about some interesting fields of magic and courses of study I might undertake in my spare time, and prescribed me some nutrient potions to correct malnourishment. Anyway, I went on a camping trip to the Pine Barrens on Friday, and encountered some sort of demon in the forest which might need to be brought to the attention of the authorities or, at least, someone in the field of dark creatures. Would you, or anyone you know of at the Institute, be interested in hearing my account of the encounter? If so, please send a reply with my owl. I will be departing the city on the 5th of July, so, in light of the holiday tomorrow, today would be the best opportunity to discuss what happened. Regards, Harry Potter. Crane let out a low whistle. This could be the real deal, you know, he said, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. Maybe this kid saw something that will show us how to kill those damn things. 30 minutes and 2 more owl messages later, the 2 men were knocking on the door to Harry's room at the Alexander Inn, and were promptly ushered inside by a pale, dark-haired teenager. The 3 wizards stood in an awkward silence, until Hopkins broke the ice. It looks like those nutrient potions are working well for you, he observed. Seems like you've grown at least 3 or 4 inches, and put on about 10 pounds. Have you noticed an increase in appetite? Harry smiled gratefully, and blushed slightly at the attention. Yes sir, and thank you very much for telling me the potions I need to take. Now that I've had time to think about this weekend, I think they also helped my stamina, which probably saved my life on Friday night. This statement snapped Crane's attention back to the boy, which reminded Hopkins that he had brought Crane along. "This is Jacob Crane, an expert in dark creatures," he said. Recognition flashed in Harry's eyes. "I've been reading your family's text on fighting dark creatures," he said. This was a new wrinkle, Crane thought. Depending on the edition, it was indeed possible that the young man had in fact heard of the Jersey Devil. "What edition have you been reading, and how far in have you gotten?" he asked casually. "The 1988 edition, and I'm halfway through the 12th chapter," Harry replied. Crane cocked an eyebrow and shared a significant look with Hopkins. The 1988 edition was the most recent edition of the text, and both men were aware that the section on demons and devils began in the 13th chapter. "Open it up to chapter 13, Crane instructed. "And skim through to where it mentions the northeastern United States." He watched the boy's eyes scan across the page, and suddenly go wide. "This is what I saw," Harry whispered, his face even more pale. "It was terrible." Harry recounted his tale. When he reached his reasoning about the Patronus, Crane was skeptical. "You can cast a corporeal Patronus." In answer, a glowing silver stag cantered around the room before dissolving into glittering motes of light, quashing any further doubt. As the argent light faded, Harry continued his tale through to the end, leaving both older men in shocked silence. Finally, Ed Hopkins found his voice, and asked for the bone. Harry drew it from his pocket, tossed it to him. "You should step back before dispelling the transfiguration," Harry warned. "It's at least 8 feet tall, and its wingspan is twice that." A flick of Crane's wand proved the truth of Harry's claim, as the demon's corpse, in all its slightly blurry malevolence, took up all of the available space in the room. As Hopkins blanched, Crane transfigured it back into a bone and sat down heavily. "Harry, would it be possible for you to come to the Institute and give us a copy of your memory of the fight with this devil? We could leave now, and it would only take a few minutes." Harry agreed, and, after a brief explanation of the function of a pensieve, went to Crane's office at the Institute and provided the memory of the fight. The three then experienced the memory, Harry, of course, for the second time, which Harry narrated. Afterward, it was nearing dinner time, so they adjourned to the Institute's cafeteria and continued their discussion over steaks and butterbeer. "Harry," Crane said, "I can't overstate how much your efforts will help us understand how better to hunt these beasts down. With your permission, I'd like to include your story in next edition of my family's book. I originally wanted to begin printing this summer, but with this new information, the Jersey Devils might all be hunted down in a few months, so I'll probably push it to the beginning of next year." Harry was reluctant to get more famous, but he figured that at least this time it would be for something he actually remembered doing, plus, it wasn't as though anyone in Britain read American publications, viewing non-European wizards as beneath them. He agreed, and posed for a picture standing next to the slain devil, with his wand in one hand and his trusty dagger, which had not left his reach since he had used it to kill the creature, in the other. "I'll send you the wording on the section later this summer, so you can add in and make sure everything is accurate," Crane said happily. "And after you are done in Wisconsin, you'll have a few weeks before you go back to Britain. If you want, you can spend that time with my department, and we'll teach you a few things." Harry enthusiastically agreed to these terms. Only a madman would turn down lessons from a team of dark creature hunters at one of the most prestigious research institutions in the country. After a quick eye exam from Healer Hopkins, who told him that he would likely regain most or all of his eyesight, and who told him to keep in contact about his condition, and handshakes from both men, Harry apparated back to the inn. After all, he had a mirror call to make. Harry awoke on Monday, July 4th to the sound of revelry in the street below. Crowds were already gathering throughout the city for the parades, tours, and general merrymaking in the spirit of independence from Britain. Harry would have been more inclined to join in the masses of star-spangled humanity, but was still somewhat recovering from the blazing tongue-lashing that Sirius and Remus had given him the night before. Somehow, starting out the conversation with, "Before you get too mad, let me first point out that I'm still alive," had failed to blunt their fury, especially when he was forced to recount all of the times during the adventure that he should have taken as signs to retreat. It had gotten worse after Harry had let slip the general contents of Chapter 13 of On Combating the Darker Forces of This Earth and Beyond regarding the Jersey Devil and its hunting habits. According to Crane, The Jersey Devil preferred to eat its prey by scooping out and eating all of the internal organs while its prey was still alive, apparently because whatever hell had spawned it had somehow decided that everything else about that demon was not quite horrible enough already. This revelation alone would have led to Harry being recalled to London, if Sirius and Remus had been available to keep watch over him. As they were busy hunting Pettigrew, though, they simply established a new rule regarding any side trips that Harry wanted to go on. Specifically, he had to thoroughly research any dangers associated with a prospective destination, and then convince the two older men that he would be able to keep himself safe. This new restriction did not bother Harry, as he had already resolved to be more cautious. It was abundantly clear to him that he was quite alone here, and he wouldn't always have anyone watching his back. He would do his best to avoid the darker places in America, which in many cases were more dangerous and savage than those of Britain. It did hurt, however, that the incident appeared to have damaged the trust that Sirius and Remus had for his judgment. His thoughts coming back to the present, Harry, with a few helpful pecks on the back of the head from Hedwig, got out of bed, and began his last day in Philadelphia, as he would be port-keying to Wisconsin after lunch the next day, with bacon and eggs from the inn's breakfast buffet, before turning his attention to the Crane text. His appetite for excitement still had not quite recovered from the events of the weekend, and he was also still nursing several cuts and bruises from the mad dash through the woods. He spent the next several hours in his room, reading and practicing utility-type spells, as the setting was obviously inappropriate for practicing combat spells. It was not until he broke for lunch that he felt any inclination to venture outside. At roughly 12:30 p.m., Harry walked the short distance to Chinatown, and had lunch at a small restaurant. As he washed down his lunch special 13 with a can of root beer, an obviously magical, easily identifiable by the way the eyes tended to slide past it, if not by the store's name, Pet Shop caught his eye. He paid for his meal, tipping generously, and walked across the street to the Philadelphia Magical Animal and Pet Supply Company. The 19th-century styling of the building was not unique in the city, but it stood out in Chinatown, even compared to other shops serving the magical community. The ting of a bell on the door announced Harry's entrance into the store, and he took a quick glance around. It was at least thrice the size of the magical menagerie on Diagon Alley, where Hermione had purchased Crookshanks. The selection also appeared to be more diverse, and signs posted around the store proclaimed that, upon request, orders could be placed for creatures not normally in stock. It was somewhat cleaner than its British counterpart, and several attendants scurried about, feeding the animals and speaking to customers. Harry passed the owl aisle, as Hedwig was more than sufficient for his postage needs, and a rather faithful pet as well, and avoided the monkey cages altogether, as their simian faces reminded him rather unnervingly of the statue of Salazar Slytherin in the Chamber of Secrets. Plus, he didn't quite fancy spending all of his time running around Gryffindor Tower apologizing for whatever disgusting mischief a pet monkey would inevitably perpetrate. He also bypassed the cages of cats and rats, having been put off both creatures entirely in the past year, the former by Hermione's nigh psychotic half-Kneazle, and the latter by Pettigrew's treachery. He soon came upon a series of terrariums containing amphibians and reptiles. There were frogs and toads, ranging in size from an inch up to well over a foot in length. Some purportedly had powers that would put Neville's toad Trevor to shame, as his only magical power seemed to be his uncanny ability to escape from Neville. As soon as Harry's eyes came to rest on the snakes, though, he knew that he would almost certainly be leaving the store with one of them, as his mind blazed through the arguments in favor of and against such a companion. On the one hand, magical Britain almost universally considered snakes to be untrustworthy, and those with the ability to speak to them were often painted as potential Dark Lords. On the other hand, it was already a matter of public record that Harry was a Parselmouth, so there was little left to lose on that front. Also, a pet with which he could actually exchange conversation would be excellent. As much as he loved Hedwig, she couldn't talk to him, and Harry was, in general, quite lonely. The idea of having a friend that he wouldn't have to share with anybody else, therefore, appealed to him greatly. Perhaps most importantly was that having a snake would be a statement. Harry was a Parselmouth, and he didn't care what anyone else thought about it, because he was done proving over and over again that he was not a dark wizard. Harry looked at them, trying to decide which to choose. There were a few cobras, a black mamba, and a boa constrictor, all hissing at him to choose them over the others. However, one snake in the back of the large terrarium stood out. The dark, distinctively patterned diamondback rattlesnake, the only snake not practically begging to be chosen and fed fat mice, raised up its triangular head, and stared into Harry's eyes. "Do you not wish to be chosen, Rattlesnake?" Harry asked in Parseltongue, quietly enough that none of the other customers or attendants could hear. Every snake immediately all fell silent. It was almost unheard of for a human to be able to speak their language. After a long silence, the snake answered. "I know what I can offer you," it hissed. "I can slither unseen, guard your secrets, and kill your enemies. You have not made any offer to me." Harry stared back into the snake's eyes. "You have a steady supply of food here, but I can let you hunt. You have a warm rock here, but I can offer you the sun. And you have glass walls here, but I can offer you freedom. All I require is your loyalty." There was another long silence before the rattlesnake lowered its head in a sort of bow of submission, and gave its reply. "You will have it, master." "Do you have a name, snake?" Harry asked. "Snakes have no use for names, except with humans," it replied. "If you are to be my master, it is for you to name me." "Come with me," Harry said. "And I will give you hunting, the sun, freedom, and a name." Harry smiled, lifted the lid of the terrarium, and allowed the rattlesnake to slither up onto his shoulders. He drew numerous incredulous stares from other customers, and even the cashier who took his money looked more than a little unsettled. Harry didn't care. As he walked out of the store, his thoughts turned to the flag he had seen at Independence Hall, just before leaving for the Pine Barrens the previous Friday afternoon. It was ironic, he thought, that an Englishman in Philadelphia on the 4th of July should choose the first symbol of independence from Britain as his companion. Despite that, the same symbol was an accurate way to describe the entire underlying purpose for his trip to America. On the surface, of course, he was here to learn to be an animagus. However, that was just an expression of the true reason for the trip, which was to allow him to get out from beneath the yoke of Dumbledore and the Dursleys, spread his wings, and breathe free air for once. With a crack, he was back in his hotel room. He put the rattlesnake down on the armchair in front of the window, where it promptly coiled up and hummed, clearly enjoying the way the sun's rays warmed its scales. Finally, he broke the silence that he had been holding while thinking such weighty thoughts. "I have decided," Harry hissed. "Your name is Gadsden." Harry spent the remainder of the afternoon catching Gadsden up on his life back in Britain, and the plans for the summer. By the time Gadsden was up to speed, it was time for dinner. For Harry, this meant pizza and a Coke, while Hedwig and Gadsden each got a live mouse. Harry was glad that Gadsden had let the mouse run around for a while before hunting it down and killing it. If he had had to listen to its hissed exclamations of delight about the squishy juicy mousey while he had been eating, he would have lost his appetite. After dinner, Harry went outside, following the tide of people towards the good viewing areas to see the fireworks display. Once he arrived, he apparated to the roof of a nearby building, to have a better view, just in time for the opening salvo. Amid bursts of color and blasts of sound, set to renditions of several popular and famous American songs, including the national anthem, Harry spent the better part of the evening basking in the glow of the fireworks. Around 10 p.m., by then thoroughly impressed by the show, but too weighed down by fatigue to stay out any longer, he apparated back to his room, brushed his teeth, and crawled into bed, falling asleep nearly the moment his head hit the pillow. The day after Independence Day, Harry awoke at 9 a.m. In fact, he would have slept even later, if not for Gadsden, who, knowing that Harry needed to be awake soon, shook his tail rattle in Harry's face. Once awake, Harry showered and began packing all of his clothing and equipment, for in a few hours, he would be port-keying to Wisconsin for the better part of the remainder of the summer. Finally, checked out of the inn, and then donned the red Philadelphia Phillies baseball cap that he had purchased at a ball game the previous week. He had not fully understood the sport, and it certainly was not as exciting as Quidditch, but it did have a relaxed, old-timey sort of charm. Even though the Fightin' Phils had lost, Harry and most of the other spectators had enjoyed themselves. Healer Hopkins had turned the cap into a one-use portkey for him. To activate it, he would have to put on the cap and say, as apparently using sports slogans was common for portkey activation phrases, at least in this city, "Go Phillies." Harry ate one last Philadelphia-style meal, a cheesesteak, a soft pretzel, and a bottle of root beer, before making sure he was touching his trunk, Hedwig's cage, and Gadsden, who was coiled loosely around his left arm. Since he now knew how rough a long-distance portkey could be, Harry chose to take this trip sitting down, so that he wouldn't fall down and disturb either of his pets. "This will probably be uncomfortable," Harry hissed to Gadsden. "Just relax and stay in contact with me, and it will be over quickly." Harry took one final look around the city of brotherly love before straightening the cap and activating the portkey. He felt the characteristic hook in the guts sensation, and Gadsden hissed in displeasure as they were magically catapulted off to Kashina, Wisconsin. Harry, Hedwig, Gadsden, and the trunk landed, nauseated and uncomfortable, but still in the sitting position, so at least not sprawled out on the ground right in the street in front of a short row of several buildings. These, Harry thought to himself, looked more akin to what he might find in Diagon Alley, rather than the shiny, clean beacons of modern corporate consumer culture he had found many Philadelphia area stores to be. These were somewhat out of date in style, and were quite in need of maintenance and repair. The building on the corner had a large, white, bear-shaped sign hanging over the door, with the words, "Great White Bear Inn," painted in red. It was the inn where Remus had tended bar, and had the same general feel and look as the Leaky Cauldron, the gateway between Muggle London and Diagon Alley. Harry's impression of the inn as the Leaky Cauldron's American counterpart was strengthened as he walked inside. It had the same dingy, dim appearance, the same slightly magical ambiance, and the same feeling of being a hub of social activity. It being 10 a.m., though, there were no patrons drinking at the bar, though there were several people taking in a late breakfast or early lunch at the booths that lined the wall opposite the bar. Harry approached the Tom of the Great White Bear Inn, who looked to be a tall, strong, long-haired, middle-aged man, clearly of Native American descent, in stark contrast to the actual Tom, who was old, hunched, wizened, of pasty white English descent, and had more fingers than teeth. "Excuse me, sir," Harry began, getting the man's attention though he remained beneath the notice of everyone else in the room. "Do you know where I can find Morris Oshkosh? I was told that he could set me up with a room here." "Sure, kid," the man said, breaking into a toothy grin, his dark eyes flicking up to Harry's scar and widening. Something flashed behind the man's eyes for a split second, before he schooled his countenance and continued. "You're looking at him. Morris Oshkosh, owner and sole proprietor of the Great White Bear Inn, at your service. You'll be Harry, then?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied, relief washing over him. He was, after all, quite far removed from any major hub of transportation. Had these people sent him packing, he would have been in for a sorry time indeed. "Well, then, you can call me Morris. Any friend of Remus is a friend of mine," Morris said genially, cocking an eye and tilting his head slightly upon seeing Gadsden coiled around Harry's arm, before gesturing toward the stairs. "Grab your stuff and follow me up to your room. How is that mangy old wolf nowadays?" "Still a bit shabby, but overall pretty good. He met up with an old friend of his, and they've been traveling together." Harry didn't bring up the who, the where, or the why, but Morris was savvy enough to realize that it was not a topic for discussion at this time. Good. Here we are," Morris said, stopping on the third floor and opening room 301. It looked quite nice, if a bit small, though still at least twice the size of his room at number 4 Privet Drive, with a fireplace, a 4-post bed, a television, an ensuite bathroom, and a better view of the small town of Kashina than the Cauldron's rooms had of Diagon Alley. Harry's room in Philadelphia had a television, but he had only ever watched for the news and weather, not being particularly interested in the dramatic, comedic, or sports programs. He was a bit surprised that there were televisions here, considering the magical nature of the patrons. Morris noticed Harry's surprised look, and reminded him that it was a small tribal town, and magic was at most an open secret here. "Take the rest of the day to wander around the town," Morris suggested. "The dark moon isn't until Thursday the 7th, so you don't have to start fasting until after breakfast tomorrow morning. I suggest eating large meals until then. We'll talk about your training at dinner tonight. Meet me downstairs at the bar at about 6. Harry nodded his assent, and Morris clapped him on the shoulder before returning downstairs to prepare for the lunch rush. Harry wondered briefly at Morris's reaction to his scar, so far that had been the first double take anyone in America had done when they had seen it. Putting it out of his mind, Harry unpacked, made sure he had what he had come to call his gear, both wands, his shrunken broom, the long dagger with which he had killed the demon, the invisibility cloak, the mirror, and the marauder's map which he carried out of habit, despite its relative lack of utility outside of Hogwarts, and left Hedwig and Gadsden in the room, both of whom were still queasy and disgruntled from the portkey before apparating outside to begin exploring the small town. There really was not much to explore, Harry noted. Kashina was what Americans called a blink town, as in, blink and you'll have missed it, with a population of less than 1,500 people, and contained little more than a few gas stations and convenience stores, a hardware store, a supermarket, and a clothing and outfitters store. In fact, the most prevalent business seemed to be the Great White Bear Inn. Harry quickly realized that the town was generally impoverished, though many seemed to work in other towns outside the county, especially at a casino located almost 200 miles away run by the tribe. To get a better view of the surrounding area, Harry put on his invisibility cloak, climbed onto his firebolt, and shot up into the air. From a few hundred meters above the ground, Harry could see much of Menominee County, most of which was covered in woods. He could also see the nearby Wolf River, which Remus had apparently romped in as a werewolf. He wasn't planning on going camping again, but it was likely that he would spend some time flying above the woods and river. After a few hours of flying, Harry may have overdone it a bit in his excitement at being back on a broom again. Harry landed in an alley between buildings and took off his cloak, pocketing his cloak and broom. Shrinking the broom had, by this point, become almost a reflex action for Harry. He had determined to never go anywhere without it, and had spent well over an hour practicing shrinking and unshrinking it, until he could perform the charms both silently and wandlessly. He didn't notice the girl eating an ice cream cone across the street, though, who had clearly seen him appear out of thin air. Eyes wide, she watched him walk over to the inn, and then followed him inside. Harry sat at a booth in the back, and picked up his menu. Most of the other booths were full, though everyone seemed to be finishing up their meals. It was, after all, past 1 p.m., so the lunchtime rush was winding down. He had just decided that he would get a burger and fries. He had seen several patrons eating them on the way in, and it looked delicious when the menu was snatched out of his hands. "What's up, Invisible Man?" asked a lilting, feminine voice. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, and his wand was suddenly in his hand beneath the table and pointed at the person who had slid into the booth across from him. After a moment, he relaxed slightly, as he took in the details of the girl who was staring at him. She was slender, had dark hair, a dark brunette, not the pitch black of Harry's messy hair, and regal features, and was peering at him in badly disguised interest. She was really quite pretty, Harry mused distractedly, before his mind snapped back to the present situation and his grip on his wand tightened again. "I don't know what you mean," Harry said. "I'm just here to get a burger." "Oh, I'm sure you are, the burger is quite good. Make sure you ask for the curly fries," she said casually. "But mostly I was talking about how you appeared out of thin air in that alley. Almost like magic." Harry was about to deflect this statement, but was interrupted by the waitress, who took his order. Distracted, Harry forgot to request curly fries and then turned to the girl and asked, "Anything for you, Annie?" "Nah," the girl who was apparently named Annie said cheerfully, her eyes never leaving Harry's face. "I already had ice cream for lunch. I was just talking to my new friend here." And change his fries to curly fries. As the waitress walked off with a sly grin on her face, Harry again regarded his new friend. "So, Annie," he began. "What's up?" Annie, as it turned out, was the town's resident mischief maker, and a living embodiment of the "it takes a village to raise a child" school of thought. She knew everybody, and everybody knew her. It probably helped that she was also Morris Oshkosh's daughter. Having turned 14 the previous week, she was exactly a month older than Harry, and apparently Morris had planned on teaching her how to achieve the animagus transformation alongside Harry and two older teens from outside the tribe, which she mentioned as soon as she realized that she was speaking to Harry Potter, some British kid coming to visit for the summer, which was how Morris had informed her of the summer's general plan. In fact, after Annie identified herself as Morris's daughter and accepted Harry's explanation for the apparent invisibility magic, he had said simply, Harry had not had to deflect much. Taking strategically timed bites of his burger and curly fries which Harry semi-voluntarily shared with Annie, Harry succeeded in pushing most of the conversational burden back onto Annie, who either did not notice his ploy or did not care. She supplied a great deal of information in a blitzkrieg of conversation in that inimitable style of a teenage girl, and Harry was hard-pressed to keep up. According to Annie, with whom Harry had by now realized he would be spending a great deal of time this summer, most of the different tribes followed the same general method of the animagus transformation, but in some cases, that was the extent of their magical ability. Some, though, shamans and medicine men, were quite powerful, primarily using their magic to channel the elements and subtly influence plants and animals, rather than the magical traditions that had begun in Europe, which mostly used energy to cause direct effects such as curses, charms, transfigurations. Morris was apparently a medicine man of some talent, which had turned the inn into the town's de facto clinic, and he was quite qualified to teach the animagus transformation. Annie's own talents were less substantial but arguably extremely useful in the long run. She confided that she could mostly only influence plants. Not flashy, by any means, but once she honed it, she would likely be able to make a great deal of money managing a farm. Agriculture, like every other business in America, was run like a business with a capital B, and could be quite lucrative. Soon, though, Harry became comfortable with the girl, and began to contribute more and more to the conversation. It helped that she was very attractive, her hair was sleek and shiny, her eyes glinted with interest and cheer, her smile was wide and toothy, which she had clearly inherited from her father, her complexion was a sort of creamy olive that seemed to be exclusive to Native Americans, and she wore tight-fitting clothes that showed off her distinct curves. Harry had been generally aware of female anatomy in the past, but he had recently begun to notice and appreciate the more distinctly feminine aspects of female bodies, and Annie was head and shoulders above most of the other girls his age at Hogwarts, though admittedly several of the older girls, particularly those on the Quidditch teams, who were quite athletic, also compared favorably in retrospect. Harry barely realized the passage of time, but suddenly it was time to meet Morris. He didn't even realize this, until Annie's eyes left his, and traveled up above Harry's head, her smile changing from the outgoing grin of companionship to the smile a young woman reserves for her father. Harry, never having grown up around children with healthy relationships with their parents, saw only the genuine nature of the smile on her face, and turned to see Morris walking up from behind him. "Hey Dad," Annie called out, and Morris grinned his wide, toothy grin in response. Annie moved over, and Morris sat down next to her, placing 3 menus on the table. "Good to see you two have already met," he said, a very Dumbledore-like twinkle of mischief and mirth in his eyes. "Am I going to have a conversation with Harry here?" "Ad," Annie fake whined, rolling her eyes before both Oshkoshes broke out in grins. Harry, uncertain of the exact nature of the byplay, but understanding that it was a joke of some sort, managed a smile of his own. "So," Morris continued once all 3 had ordered, "basically, you'll both want to eat big breakfasts and an early lunch tomorrow, because you won't be able to eat anything past noon, or else you'll have to wait another month. You'll fast for the rest of the day, and all day the next day, and at sundown, you'll go through the vision ritual in a wigwam just outside of town. Then you'll see your form, or at least some aspect of your form, in your dream when you sleep out on the ground that night. It's pretty simple, really, you just need to have the strength of will to let out your inner animal." The rest of the discussion, punctuated by the arrival of 3 plates of steak and curly fries, was on lighter topics, of a get-to-know-you nature. Both Oshkoshes quickly came to like the quiet British boy, and he likewise began to enjoy the company of the 2 affable Americans. Morris eventually had to go to the kitchen to assist in the dinner rush and the beginning of the late happy hour at the bar, leaving the 2 teens to chat. After a few more minutes, they adjourned to Harry's room, and Harry introduced her to Gadsden and Hedwig, before letting the owl out to hunt and telling her to bring back something for the snake. Annie was quite taken with Gadsden, who also approved of her, hissing to Harry that she was quite warm as he coiled around her. Internally, Harry groaned. He never thought that he would be seething with jealousy at a snake, but here he was. As it neared 10 p.m., Annie decided that she should go back to her room, and gave Harry a hug that seemed to linger a bit longer than it might have for 2 people who had just met. "Good night, Harry Potter," she breathed into his left ear, before rising up on her toes to key him on the cheek. "I'll see you tomorrow." Perhaps a bit embarrassed at being so forward, she hurried back to her room. Blushing and stammering, Harry didn't manage to get out any words until after the door closed behind her. He reached up his left hand to touch the spot on his cheek that Annie had key-ed, and a grin made its way across his face. Well, this summer keeps getting better and better all the time. Harry awoke on July 6 with a grin still plastered on his face. He had had an excellent dream, featuring all of the female Quidditch players at Hogwarts. Katie Bell was featured heavily, and, perhaps unsurprisingly, starring Annie Oshkosh, the beautiful daughter of his landlord, odd-job assigner, and animagus teacher. He would have to step carefully around Morris, Harry thought, but Annie had seemed to be attracted to him, and he resolved not to let such a chance pass him by. After sorting out his situation, Harry got out of bed and showered. Gadsden wouldn't need to eat for another few days, and Hedwig would probably hang around until hunting later that night, so Harry was the only one of the three who needed to eat breakfast. As it was already 9 a.m., he only had 3 hours to shovel down as much food as he could, since he would not be able to eat again until breakfast on the 8th, roughly 2 days away. Harry was not certain why the fasting was necessary, though Remus had mentioned something about the hunger helping him get in touch with his primal side, but he was not particularly worried, as the Dursleys had trained him quite well on how to deal with hunger, thirst, and discomfort in general. Harry ended up eating breakfast with Annie, who staggered sleepily downstairs about a minute after him. Both teens heeded her father's advice, and ate far more than either would normally have for breakfast. Feeling overfull and bloated after breakfast, Harry and the Annie engaged in a bit of light conversation with Morris. By mutual unspoken agreement, neither mentioned the goodnight key, such as it was, in front of her father, though when he was distracted by a friend's greeting, Annie shot Harry a sultry smirk and a saucy wink. Harry just barely managed to hide his blush before Morris turned his attention back to the teens. Morris, of course, let the teens think they were being sneaky, though they were in fact being quite obvious to all of the adults they had, after all, been teens once themselves. He decided to stay out of it. His daughter could take care of herself, and he had a good feeling about Harry. Morris told Harry that they'd discuss some of the work he wanted done the day after the dark moon. Harry wouldn't be expected to get anything done until the weekend. Once the fatigue of the ritual had largely passed and he had a bit of time to get acquainted with the town. Harry was grateful for the grace period. However, he did have something he wanted to ask. "Sir," Harry began, before Morris cut in, "remember, Harry, call me Morris, I noticed yesterday that you seemed to, well, notice my scar. You were the first person in America to have any sort of reaction to it. Why is that?" "Ah, I was wondering when you would ask me about that," Morris replied, sitting back in his chair. "I promise I'll tell you, but it should wait until after the dark moon. I don't want to accidentally influence the outcome of the ritual by telling you prematurely." He must have seen Harry's look of consternation, because he quickly amended, "It's nothing bad, though, so don't worry about it. You have my word, as soon as you describe your ritual dream to me, I'll be able to tell you. I won't know for sure until then, anyway." Harry didn't notice, focused as he was on Morris, but Annie's eyes suddenly widened in a flash of dawning realization. As soon as Harry's attention left Morris, he gave his daughter a pointed look and a slight, but to Annie, quite clear in meaning, shake of the head. She nodded subtly, agreeing not to mention her thoughts to Harry. "Well, if that's all," Morris said, standing up, "it's 10:30, so it's high time to start getting ready for the lunch rush. I guess you two aren't very hungry, so just remember not to eat anything past noon. If you're not hungry now, you won't get hungry by noon. Not for real. Anyway, don't let your mind trick you into thinking you need to eat something right under the wire. And Annie, try not to get Harry into too much trouble." Rolling her eyes, Annie grabbed Harry's hand and dragged him out of the booth. "Let's go, Green Eyes," she chirped happily. "Today, I'm gonna teach you how to drive a Jeep." Harry sunk into the bath with a groan, and though back over the day's events. The Jeep had been a relic of the Second World War, complete with telltale bullet holes, and though it still ran astonishingly well, the suspension felt like it had not been serviced since the little truck had been brought back from Berlin after the war. Annie had proved to be a surprisingly effective driving instructor, despite the fact that she should not have been allowed to drive in the first place. The minimum age for getting a driver's license was 16. Despite the bumpy ride, Annie's enthusiasm had carried the day, as she taught Harry to shove the truck across even the roughest off-road terrain. He certainly wasn't about to get a driver's license, but by the end of the day, he had learned enough to be able to drive in a pinch. Harry was glad, as it seemed like it would be a useful skill, especially in America, where transportation appeared to be completely dominated by the automobile. Hadn't they ever heard of trains? Annie cleverly made sure to keep them out past the dinner rush, so that they wouldn't be tempted by the enticing scents of the Great White Bear Inn's deliciously greasy pub fare. Eventually, they had ended up walking along the tree line near the parked jeep, talking about magic and school. Each thought the other was saying the most fascinating things. In retrospect, it occurred to Harry that this was surely a sign of mutual attraction, as though their not-so-subtle glances at each other all day long had not been enough of a clue. After the sun went down, with only Harry's wand and the headlights of the idling jeep for light, the two decided it was best they head back to the inn, lest Morris get worried about them. Plus, they were both in need of a shower, as it had rained early that morning, and the jeep was open-topped, thus, they were covered in mud. Right before the teens went into the inn, Harry performed a few quick cleaning charms. That sort of household-type spell really was not his strong suit, but Annie was quite impressed, having feared that her purple t-shirt had been stained beyond recovery. She gave him a quick key, little more than a peck, really, on the lips in appreciation for his efforts, and bounced inside, leaving Harry blushing stupidly before he got his head back on straight and followed in her wake. Though the cleaning charm had removed the most offensive stains and clumps of dried mud, both teens were still quite filthy, and had immediately gone to their respective rooms to bathe. Now alone with his thoughts, Harry mused that Annie had now keyed him twice. Should he try dotting her? Should he wait for her to show more interest? He just didn't know. Part of him wanted to mirror call Remus and Sirius, but he didn't want to deal with the inevitable, though clearly good-natured, teasing that would result from asking those two reprobates about girls. Sighing, he gave it up as a bad job, and decided that he would just play it by ear. After his bath, Harry plunked down onto his bed, and took out a few charms and transfiguration texts that he had bought to supplement his school books. He figured that many of the odd jobs with which Morris would task him would involve the repair of buildings and equipment, so he thought it would be a good idea to brush up on spells that would make his work easier. It was later, around 10:30 p.m., when there was a knock on his door. Harry opened it to see Annie standing in what was likely her sleepwear, or at least what she preferred to wear around her own rooms when it was warm out. His breath caught in his throat as he took in her appearance. She wore only a light blue tank top and a pair of red short shorts. Her clothes were quite form-fitting, and Harry, in his basketball shorts and t-shirt, suddenly felt baggy and ridiculous. Finding his voice after what seemed to be an eternity, he invited her in, looking away from her swaying hips and desperately trying to think of anything calming, and even more desperately trying to forget that he had noticed that she didn't appear to be wearing a cloth under her tank top. Annie stood awkwardly in the center of his room, and after a beat, Harry realized that she probably felt nearly as self-conscious as he did. Finally, she broke the silence. "What's up, Invisible Man?" she asked in a cheery, forced casual voice. Harry smiled gratefully as the tension broke, and they quickly melted back into the easy banter that they had managed all day. He explained that he was doing a bit of studying in anticipation of repair work, and then provided a few demonstrations of the color-changing charm which he would use to paint things and the reparo charm. "What else can you do?" she asked, enjoying the demonstration, but she was clearly not that impressed with what were, though quite useful, admittedly on the level of parlor tricks. Harry grinned, knowing exactly what to show her. "You'll like this," he said. "It's my favorite spell, and it saved me and my godfather from dementors this past school year." He cast a quick silencing charm on the room, flourished his wand, and called out, "Expecto Patronum." The radiant silver-white stag circled the room, trailing motes of glittering light. Annie's eyes were wide with awe. Harry was more than a little pleased that he had managed to impress her. Once it was clear that there was no danger present, the stag walked to the teens, exuding a warm, hopeful aura. Harry reached out a hand, petting the stag on its flank, while it nuzzled Annie's outstretched fingers with its nose. "Hey, Prongs," Harry said quietly. He kept the stag in the room for another minute or so. Both teens just basking in its aura, before allowing it to dissipate. After that show, it was Annie's turn to struggle to find words, as she sat down heavily on the armchair. "That was incredible, Harry," she whispered, her dark eyes shining with awe. It felt so. She trailed off, gesturing helplessly. Yeah, I know, Harry softly. Everyone's Patronus is different. Mine is a stag, like my dad's animagus form. He and my godfather became animagi at school because Remus was a werewolf, and they wanted to keep him company during the full moon. They gave each other nicknames, and his was Prongs, Annie finished quietly. I'm glad you showed me that, Harry. Me too, Harry replied, allowing the conversation to drift into a comfortable silence as the emotions brought to the surface by the Patronus faded. I was feeling a bit worried about the ritual tomorrow, he said after a while. Do you know what we have to do? Yes, it isn't too difficult, but it will be tiring, she said, glad to be talking about something less emotional than the Patronus. Basically, my dad will teach us all a chant to sing, along with a simple dance. We do the dance around the fire outside the wigwam while chanting, then sit around the fire inside the wigwam, which has some special ingredients thrown into it. I don't know what exactly they are, but we'll basically end up having a sort of hallucination as we fall asleep. Our dreams will give us clues about our animal forms. I'm glad I'm doing it this way, Harry noted. It took my dad and Sirius almost 2 years to manage the transformation, and it required hundreds of transfigurations and a lot of studying their animals. This way seems a lot simpler. It makes sense, when you think about it, Annie replied. Animals don't study things, and they don't break things down into processes. If you're trying to merge with your animal, it is much easier to do it in a way that the animal is more comfortable with. The conversation lulled into a silence again, and both teens seemed to be trying to look at anything other than each other. This, of course, failed almost immediately, and after each snuck in a few subtle glances, their eyes met, and both simultaneously burst into laughter. The tension drained again, and Annie got up to leave, preparing to say goodnight. As she put her hand on the doorknob, Harry put his hand on hers, sending a warm thrill through both, and stopping her from opening the door. She turned to face him, cocking her eyebrow. The ball was clearly in his court. Wait, he said quietly. I haven't said goodnight yet. Before his Gryffindor courage, which somehow turned out to be much more useful in fighting basilisks and demons than for dealing with girls, ran out, Harry pressed his lips lightly against hers. Moments later, one of her hands had grabbed his shirt, pulling him closer, while the other slid up to the back of his neck. Harry's hands ended up on her waist, which he felt was a safe place to put them. Good night, they sighed together as they pulled apart. Harry watched as she backed through the door, not taking their eyes off each other. The click of the door shutting snapped Harry out of his reverie, but it took a full minute before he moved from his spot by the door. He stumbled over to the armchair and sat down heavily, noting with pleasure that it still held some of Annie's warmth. After sitting and daydreaming a little more, he saw Gadsden slithering out from under the bed. Hedwig, he knew, was out hunting, but Gadsden might have distracted Annie's attention from him, and he was glad that Gadsden had stayed out of sight. Thanks for not interrupting, Gadsden, he hissed, running his hand through his hair. Girls are difficult enough as it is. I am surprised that you did. Not mate with the female, Gadsden hissed back, clearly not fully understanding the nature of the interaction. You both seem to be mature. Maybe she is preparing to lay an egg for you. Gadsden, at some point, you and I are going to have a very awkward conversation, Harry replied, amused at the snake's straightforward, and both socially and anatomically incorrect, ideas about human mating rituals. But for right now, I'm going to bed. I've got a big day tomorrow. Harry took off his glasses, swept his charms and transfiguration books off his bed, and climbed under the covers. Despite his fatigue, sleep would be a long time coming, as his mind was busy thinking about a dark-haired girl in a tank top. Just before he finally fell asleep, he grinned in anticipation, knowing that whatever his conscious mind could cook up, it would have nothing on his actual dreams. While a messy-haired English boy was dreaming about a sleek-haired American girl in room 301 of the Great White Bear Inn in Kashina, Wisconsin, two exhausted men stalked through a forest in the mountains of northern Albania, at roughly 4 a.m. local time. Having lost the trail of their quarry in Western Europe the previous night, they had come to Albania to investigate the rumors of a cursed village, rumors which had suspiciously began shortly after Voldemort's downfall in 1981, died out around July of 1991, and resumed in June of 1992. It was a few coincidences too many, and Sirius and Remus had concluded that there must be some artifact, relic, or other remnant of dark magic in the area which Voldemort's wraith-like form was using as a home base in between possessions. If Wormtail went looking for his master, they reasoned, he would likely begin here. Silenced and disillusioned, they approached the outskirts of town, constantly checking for traps and wards. They had both fought in the First War, and the several ambushes and fights, sometimes degenerating to brawls, into which Pettigrew had led them had awakened their long-dormant fighting skills. In fact, the fugitive and the outcast had killed, or captured, interrogated, and then killed 5 of Voldemort's former, or not-so-former, as was rapidly becoming apparent, Death Eaters, along with an even dozen other assorted criminals who had had the misfortune to be doing dirty deals and deeds with Death Eaters when the duo came calling. Suddenly, Remus froze, his eyes darting from side to side and his ears straining. His extra-sensitive nose, one of the few benefits of lycanthropy, had smelled something that had tugged at his memories from the First War. "What is it, Moony?" Sirius whispered. He, too, remembered battles from the First War. Remus's superior senses had often alerted the marauders to ambushes, and he had learned to take his friend's nose seriously back in their Hogwarts days. Remus said nothing for almost a minute. Then, a slight breeze blew across the village toward the wizards, and the werewolf's eyes widened and flashed, changing momentarily from their normal light brown to amber. His nose twitched and then instantly wrinkled in what could only be disgust, as his amber eyes narrowed and his lips pulled back to bare his teeth in a feral snarl. In fury, Remus hissed, his voice thick with revulsion and hatred. Remus had once had to endure watching dozens of Inferi tear through a Muggle picnic ground. He had been wounded and disarmed, and dared not to attempt to intervene, but also lacked the immediate means to escape. Since then, he had harbored an intense loathing, even more so than most wizards, which was already a significant amount, of the reanimated, cursed corpses. Of course Voldemort would have an entire village full of Inferi. As they silently and invisibly crept into the village, both men raised their wands, knowing that once they began casting, they would be unable to hold the concentration necessary to maintain their disillusionment charms. If they were discovered, they would have to make their first few salvos of spells count. Soon, they were in the village's central square, and suddenly, both felt what seemed to be cold water running down their spines. In an instant, they knew that, distracted as they were by the threat of the Inferi, they had failed to dispel one of the protections laid over the village, and their disillusionment charms had been disabled. Simultaneously, both men roared out the incantations for their preferred flame-based curses. Sirius went with a relatively simple incendio to mimic the effect of a flamethrower, while Remus fired off a Confringo blasting curse aiming at the hordes of Inferi lurking in the alleys leading off the square. They each cast their same spells several more times, but they knew that they were so heavily outnumbered that they would be forced to flee. Back to the tree line, Sirius shouted. "We can whittle them down in the woods, or burn the forest down if we have to." Not waiting for Remus to either agree or argue, Sirius turned and sprinted the way they had come, torching several of the shoddy wooden buildings. They were, after all, filled with scores of rage zombies along the way. Remus was hot on his tail. Having switched to incendio as well, he took Sirius's scorched earth tactic more literally, alternately transfiguring patches of dirt into pitch and setting them ablaze, to slow the Inferi down. The pair spent the next few hours making hit-and-run attacks at the horde of Inferi, slowly reducing their numbers from hundreds to dozens. Sirius's suggested strategy had proven quite effective, though absolutely exhausting. As the sun rose, the remaining Inferi began retreating to the village. As they hated and feared light and warmth, they instinctively tried to get back to their dark, rotting homes. Remus and Sirius took the opportunity to chase them back, finally destroying the last of the Inferi before even reaching the smoldering remains of the village. "Okay," Remus panted, "we've got to get some rest. How about we each do a few 2-hour shifts, here on the outskirts? I can take the first watch. I'm still feeling pretty strong, since the full moon isn't for another few weeks." "Good plan," commented Sirius, already beginning to cast a series of protective charms in a wide circle. After a few minutes of setting wards and charms, a large black dog curled up next to his only remaining friend, and went to sleep on the charred, blasted earth. A few hours after dawn on July 7th, a young man with untidy hair was roused from his sleep by the warm rays of the sun upon his face. Blinking in the unexpected brightness, he grabbed his glasses and brought them to his face. However, by this point, it had been nearly 2 weeks since he had downed a series of nutritional potions which had been prescribed by one of the preeminent magical medical researchers on the east coast of the United States. Healer Hopkins had, after a brief examination on July 3, predicted that Harry would regain most or all of his lost growth and eyesight. Now, his prediction was realized. For the first time, Harry could see better without his glasses than he could with them. His eyes still were not perfect, but if the potions continued to work, they probably would be within a few more days. Excited, he told the good news to his pets. Though neither shared his enthusiasm, Hedwig had whacked him on the head with her wing as retribution for waking her up, and Gadsden had commented that now he would look a little less ridiculous, but he still had too many limbs. Harry's mood was not dampened. Today was already looking to be a brilliant day. He would get to hang out with Annie, meet the other 2 prospective animagi that Morris would be instructing, and undergo the Native American animagus ritual at sundown. After a shower, Harry looked at his clock. It was just about 10 a.m. It had been roughly a full day since he had eaten, but he had stuffed himself so much then that he still was not feeling any pangs of hunger. Knowing that Annie would probably sleep even later, though he was accustomed to the lack of food during summers, she, as the product of a healthy home life, was not, and he expected her to feel weak and tired this morning. He pulled out his mirror and called Sirius and Remus. "Hey guys, what's happening?" he asked brightly as their faces came into view. Both men looked tired and dirty, but looked happy to hear from him. "Harry, good to see you," Sirius said, grinning. "Not much going on here. Last night we blew up a bunch of zombies, and now we're setting an ambush of our own for the rat." "Zombies?" Harry yelped in shock. "What the hell? How many? Where?" Sirius barked out a laugh as Remus smiled and replied. "It was a few hundred of them, and we had to do hit-and-run attacks all night long, to kill them a few at a time. We're basically in the middle of nowhere in Albania. Voldemort must have transformed the entire village into Inferi at some point. We think that Voldemort's got some sort of base in the area, so we're scouting around and waiting for Wormtail. If he shows up, he's ours," Sirius concluded savagely. "But onto lighter things," Remus cut in, shooting Sirius a significant look. "How is Wisconsin?" "So far, it's great. Morris is treating me really well, and we're doing the animagus ritual tonight at sundown. Hopefully, I'll have some idea about my form by this time tomorrow." Harry deliberately did not mention that Morris was not the only Oshkosh who was treating him really well. He didn't want to jinx anything with Annie by going and blabbing all about her. That, he decided, would stay private for the time being. "You'll do great, lad," Sirius said, a little misty-eyed. "Not that he'd ever admit it. James would be so proud that you're taking after him and becoming an animagus. Moony and I were going to take bets on what you'll be. The thing is, we've both seen you on a broom, and we both think you'll be some kind of bird, like a falcon or something." The thought had certainly crossed Harry's mind. After all, flying was one of the only activities that Harry truly loved doing, though, after the previous evening, dotting girls was certainly moving up on the list, so it would make sense for him to be a bird of some sort. Then again, his father had supposedly been great on a broom as well, and had ended up as a stag, so perhaps talents didn't have much to do with it. "That would be cool, but I don't really know for sure how a form happens," Harry said thoughtfully, not wanting Sirius or Remus to get too invested in something over which he had no real control. "I'll be happy as long as I don't end up as something ridiculous, like a hamster or a snail or something." Remus suddenly tapped Sirius on the shoulder and muttered something too low for Harry to hear. "Looks like we've got to sign off for now," Sirius said. "Moony just smelled a few Inferi that we must have missed last night, so we're going to go blow them up, too. Good luck with the ritual, Harry." "Wait," Harry called as Sirius started to pocket the mirror. The 2 faces came back into clear view. "Be careful, you two. Don't take any risks that you don't have to." "I will, just be careful." "We will, Harry," Remus said soberly. "You take care of yourself, too." After ending the mirror call on such a serious note, Harry was in dire need of cheering up. Luckily for him, he soon found Annie downstairs talking to her father. As he approached, she turned and gave him a shy smile. "Good morning, Invisible Man," she said, her smile widening. "Good morning yourself, Jeep Girl," Harry replied cheerfully. "Okay, you two, remember to be back here by around 4 this afternoon. Morris said, putting a hand on each teen's shoulder. We'll go over the chant you'll need to memorize, and the dance you'll need to do. Don't worry, it isn't complicated. Now, get out of here and find something to do. No books. Harry, you're too pale, you need to spend some time in the sun. Grinning, the two teens shot out into the street, and soon decided, by mutual, unspoken agreement, to simply stroll around the town. As they cleared the outskirts, they found themselves in the same spot where they had parked the Jeep on the previous day. The tire tracks they had left in the then soft ground were still visible. I like this spot, Annie declared, pulling Harry into the shade of a large oak tree. This is our spot now. Harry did not miss the emphasis she placed on "our," and stepped closer, still holding her hand. The next thing he knew, her lips were on his. As the two teens Harry felt something entirely unfamiliar in his stomach. When they separated, Harry instantly missed the feeling, and moved to recapture it. He knew immediately after it began that this one was different, as Annie deepened the key, and was soon pressing his back up against the tree. You know, Harry said, after they came up for air an indeterminate amount of time later. I think I'd be okay with spending a little more time in our spot. Harry and Annie, both hastily cleaned off, as both had grass stains all over their clothing with a few cleaning charms, returned to the inn at 4 p.m. to find Morris talking to two older teens. It soon developed that they were named Andy Ford, no relation to Henry Ford, he immediately pointed out, and Carla Santos, aged 17 and 18 years old, respectively. Both were from families from the surrounding area. Andy was from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Carla was originally from Phoenix, Arizona but had recently moved with her family to Detroit, Michigan, who had been told of Morris's proficiency in teaching the animagus transformation, and both had just checked in at the Great White Bear Inn. Morris made the introductions, and they seemed nice enough. Harry noticed Andy's eyes subtly move down and back up Carla's body, understandable, given that he was a teenage wizard and she was a quite attractive young witch. Morris soon began drilling the four teens on the chant that they would have to perform. At first, the words were foreign in his mouth, as they were spoken in Menominee. However, after repetition, he found himself saying them more and more easily. In fact, as he spoke the words, he could almost feel the correct rhythm for the chant. It was almost as though magic itself was helping to guide him. The same was true of the dance. Simple though it was, Harry had never danced a day in his life. However, he was quick and agile, and soon found himself quite capable of both dancing and chanting for the several-minute-long ritual. By 6 p.m., all of the teens were proficient, though Andy had had some difficulty with the dance as a result of a knee injury recently sustained playing American football, which, though healed, still twinged painfully when moved in certain ways. Nevertheless, Morris deemed it likely that all would succeed, at least in the physical portion of the ritual. He dismissed them to their rooms to change into a set of ceremonial clothing that he had laid out on each of their beds, and told them to be back downstairs by 7 p.m. As it was the middle of summer, sundown was to take place at roughly 7:30 p.m. Harry's confidence soon turned to horror upon seeing the clothing laid out for him. There was a feather headdress, a bit stereotypical, he thought, but whatever, fair enough, a beaded necklace with a large blue stone in the center, and what appeared to be a beaded loincloth, basically a short, all-leather version of Princess Leia's dress. Morris had been very clear that only this clothing was to be worn, no socks, shoes, watches, rings, emergency portkey or otherwise, and, most terrifyingly, no underwear. Shaking his head and mentally ridiculing himself for being able to fight demons but not wear some ritual clothes, he cleared away his self-consciousness, disrobed, and put on the ceremonial garb. Looking at the clock, he saw that it was only 6:05 p.m. Of course, he hadn't had much clothing to put on, so now he had almost an hour to kill. After briefly describing the ritual and its purpose to Hedwig, who didn't seem to understand or care, and Gadsden, who suggested that Harry become a snake, as it was clearly the best possible form, there was a knock at his door. A quick glance at the clock told him that only 5 more minutes had passed. Harry opened the door, and his entire brain short-circuited. There stood Annie in what could only be her requisite ritual clothing. If Harry felt exposed, she must have felt BPD, for she was only covered, in the most technical sense, wearing little more than some tiny leather patches, beads, string, and a coy, though perhaps a bit nervous, smile. You trying to catch flies, invisible man? she asked, her shy smile widening to a grin. Harry's jaw snapped shut with an audible click, and he managed to stammer out a half-gibberish compliment before Annie stepped inside and shut him up the best way she knew how, that is, by dotting him senseless. They tumbled down onto his bed, and continued their previous discussion from under the oak tree, now with about 95% less clothing. After about 30 minutes of wandering hands and tongues, Harry's alarm buzzed, signaling that it was 6:55. The two broke apart, much of their nervous energy spent. After spending a few seconds readjusting their clothing, such as it was, they proceeded downstairs to meet the other two teens. Andy looked even more uncomfortable than Harry had. Perhaps Harry's many stays in the hospital wing had stripped him of some of his modesty, and Carla was a sight to behold. As she was older and curvier than Annie but wearing what appeared to be the same sized patch and string clothing, she might as well have been nude, for all it did to cover her. And Harry had thought that Annie must feel awkward. Thankfully, they were not able to sit around with nothing to do but look at each other uncomfortably for very long. They were soon driven, in the Oshkosh family jeep, to the large wigwam that Morris had constructed outside of town specifically for this purpose. It had a fire pit in the center, and was large enough on the inside to comfortably accommodate the 4 prospective animagi. Several meters away from the wigwam, a large bonfire was being built, around which they would chant and dance. They had arrived within a few minutes of sunset. The chants and dance needed to start as the sun touched the horizon, and it would end once the sun was completely hidden from view. Morris directed the 4 teens to distribute themselves around the bonfire, and pulled out a drum from the back of the jeep. He suddenly began beating a tattoo on the drum, and as the sun was about to touch the horizon, he started to count them off like an aura conductor. 1, 2, 3, 4, go. The drum's beat changed, and as one, the teens began to move and chant. As Harry and Andy leapt, Carla and Annie would crouch. As the girls spun, the boys would slap both palms on the ground. The teens spun, jumped, ran, kicked, and contorted their bodies in just about every way it was possible to contort a body while dancing around a bonfire, chanting all the time. As the sun dipped lower and lower, the chanting grew louder and more insistent, and both the chanting and the dancing increased in tempo and intensity. What previously had been graceful became wild, and what had already been wild became savage. The tension built and built as the dance became chaotic and the chant became deafening, until, in the final instant of the sun's light peeking over the horizon, it broke, and all 4 teens, who had been high in the air for one final leap, crashed down onto the ground on all fours, and the fire flared higher and blazed brighter than the sun at any point during the sunset. As soon as it had flared, the fire was out, and the teens were panting with exhaustion. Morris led them into the wigwam, where the fire, much smaller than the one outside, was already crackling. Once they were arranged around the fire, sitting with their legs crossed beneath their bodies, he tossed a small bag filled with several different herbs into the fire, and stepped outside. From here on out, the rest of the task was for the children to complete individually. Harry's head swam, and he looked across the fire at Annie. Her eyes were shining, her hair was a dark tousled halo around her head, and her barely there loose-fitting clothes had shifted, leaving her East's bare and heaving from the exertion and the primal arousal that was raging through all 4 teens. Harry had never seen a more erotic sight in his, admittedly short, life. The smoke, which had a curious smell and a greenish hue, began to cloud Harry's senses. Within a few moments, he couldn't even see Annie, a fact which a not insignificant portion of his mind lamented deeply. Soon after, all 4 teens collapsed backward, the ingredients in the fire already acting on their minds. Carla felt her hooves pounding as she ran across plains and deserts, and her hunger drove her to the ground. Andy felt his clawed feet pushing through underbrush and trees, and his hunger drove him to a stream. Annie felt her powerful haunches launch her off of rocks and branches, and her hunger drove her to a high-up perch. Harry James Potter felt his wings catch the air, and his hunger made the sky scream. Gasping for breath, Harry sat upright, the smell of ozone still lingering in his nostrils and a final thunderclap ringing in his ears. "Easy, kid," he heard from behind him. Harry twisted around and looked up to see Morris Oshkosh sitting in a folding chair by the entrance to the wigwam. "It's just after dawn. The others are still asleep." Harry's gaze shifted, swept around the room, noticing that each teen was covered in a light sheet. At some point during the night, Morris must have covered them, he realized. It was probably to protect their modesty in the morning. Carla's subconscious, however, had different plans. She had twisted her sheet into a wide rope, and had entwined herself with it like it was her lover, leaving herself quite exposed. Though Harry's was quickly becoming quite fond of Annie, he couldn't find it within himself not to at least take a nice long look at the curvaceous young woman, marveling at the fact that only a year or two ago, he wouldn't have looked twice. Harry was, for the first time, glad that the leather loincloth he was wearing was uncomfortably stiff, as it was keeping his own raging hormones from embarrassing him. Morris grinned at Harry's raised eyebrow. No matter how many times I covered her up, she kept doing that. I was kind of hoping she'd wake up first, so a couple of teenage boys wouldn't end up ogling her, but I suppose it's not to be. Somehow, I think I will be okay with that, Harry said, smirking. Andy is going to have his work cut out for him with her. Maybe not, she was looking at him just as much last night. Reminded me a little of how you and my daughter keep making eyes at each other. Harry, whose gaze had come to rest on Annie's peaceful form, stiffened, suddenly overcome with the sense that he was in dangerous territory. What if Morris didn't approve of him? What if Morris sent Harry away, to keep him from his daughter? He looked up at the tall, powerful man with wide eyes. Don't worry, I know she can handle herself, Morris said lightly, easing Harry's unspoken but obvious concern with a casual wave of his hand. Plus, she'd never forgive me if I got in the way of her business. Anyway, I'd be more worried about her walking all over you. She's mischief on two legs, that one. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief with a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, and glanced around the wigwam again. Seeing the bedraggled state of the others, Harry was suddenly aware that he was quite filthy. He was covered in dirt and soot, which had turned into a sort of muddy paste when combined with a veritable river of sweat. In short, he desperately needed to take a very long bath. You weren't in here all night, were you? He asked Morris, hoping to lighten the mood and get away from the uncomfortable topic of the man's daughter. I imagine we all smell pretty bad. Nah, if I had stayed all night, I probably would have passed out from the fumes you four were putting off, Morris replied, chuckling again. I just came in to check every few hours, to make sure nobody spontaneously transformed. That can happen sometimes, if the animal's will is stronger than the person's. Harry nodded, vaguely understanding. He could dimly recall times in the dream when he felt almost entirely overcome, presumably, that had been his form's will trying to impose itself on him. His ruminations, however, were interrupted by a fierce growl emanating from his stomach. His mind turned to the fact that he had not eaten since breakfast 2 days ago. Morris must have heard, because he got up, and told Harry that he already had breakfast cooking. Harry moved to accompany him, but before he could stand, Morris told him to stay put. I'll bring it out here, he said. Keep an eye on the others, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. If they're not all awake by then, the smell of food will probably wake them right up. Harry nodded, perfectly willing to wait for food if it meant not getting up. He was quite sore, all of his muscles still burned from the dancing the previous night, and he had numerous bumps, bruises, and small cuts from thrashing about in his sleep. His eyes took a slight detour to peek at Carla for a few seconds, before landing back on Annie. Apparently, the talking had started to wake her up, as she began to stir as soon as Morris left. MWWWWAAAAA, she groaned, stretching her limbs out and sitting up. She opened her eyes and blinked several times, before she realized that she wasn't the only one awake. Some night, huh? She asked, meeting Harry's eyes, which flicked down a bit as her sheet gathered at her lap, leaving her bare again. She gave Harry a sly grin, either she had planned that, or she didn't care that Harry saw. She got up and snuck over to sit down by Harry's side, bringing her sheet with her in case her father came in, and proceeding to ogle the mostly naked Carla. He said he'll be back in 15 minutes, Harry whispered. And if you keep staring at her, I might get a bit jealous. Is that so? She murmured, and then sat on Harry's lap, facing him. We'll have to see about that. Harry recovered from his surprise at her actions quickly, and responded accordingly. Their pent-up arousal from the wildness of the previous night and, almost literally, in Harry's case, electrifying dreams combined with the fact that they were two effectively BPD teenagers, and they were soon quite wrapped up in each other. Luckily, Harry heard Morris's jeep pull up in time to disengage himself. Once again, he would be saved, this time probably from a beating, rather than just embarrassment, by the stiff leather of the loincloth, though it required some quick adjustment, as one of Annie's hands had found its way inside. Likewise, Annie hastily returned to her previous resting spot, using the sheet to cover the prints that Harry's hands and mouth had left on her Beast's stomach and inner thigh, which were otherwise quite obvious because of the layer of dirt and dust on her skin. As they did so, they both noticed that the other two teens were performing a similar cover-up, as Carla scrambled over the long dead embers of the fire back to her original sleeping spot, incidentally giving Harry a front-row view beneath her skimpy loincloth as she scurried past. Andy shared a distinctly satisfied grin and wink with Harry, who blushed brightly and grinned back. Neither boy noticed that the girls were apparently having a similar, girl talk, version of their silent conversation. Morris entered the wigwam seconds later, not believing for a second the innocent faces that the teens tried and failed to present. Harry was still blushing, Annie was preening, Andy was smirking, and Carla had angled her sheet creatively towards Andy. Having been young once himself, he merely set down 2 large trays of sausage, bacon, and donuts, and went back to the jeep to get more. As soon as the trays were down, the teens, previous lust shoved aside in the face of such a feast, descended like locusts. By the time Morris returned with a tray of eggs and bagels and several pitchers of water and juice, the first 2 trays were scraped clean, and the teens all had grease covering their hands and mouths. The eggs and bagels were similarly devoured, and the pitchers of water and juice were drained faster than Harry would have otherwise thought possible. It was like having 4 starving Ron Weasleys in one place, he mused, chugging a glass of orange juice. After a few more minutes of shamelessly gorging themselves, the 4 teens piled into the jeep. Since there were only 4 seats and Andy had taken shotgun, the other 3 sat in the back. Annie sat on Harry's lap, and Carla looked a bit put out to have her own seat. Because Morris was driving, and was fully capable of looking in the rearview mirror, they did nothing more than hold hands, though Annie moved her hips provocatively for the entire ride, reminding Harry that she was not wearing anything under her loincloth. The 10-minute ride was filled with a discussion of their dreams and speculation about their forms. Annie had, at some point, caught a glimpse of the tawny fur that coated her wide paws, and combined with the pouncing down from trees and boulders, she was quite certain that she was to be a mountain lion. Harry wasn't familiar with that species, even when she clarified that it had many names, including cougar, puma, and panther. It took her calling it a big-ass cat before he quite got it, leaving her to roll her eyes at the ignorant Brit. Carla was quite excited. She was an avid distance runner, and had seen a vague reflection of her form in a pool of water in her dream. The particular breed was unclear, but she was definitely a horse. Similarly, Andy loved hiking, and had found his form to be practically designed for that activity. He recounted trundling through the underbrush in the mountains, and when he dreamed of using large, heftily clawed paws to climb a tree, he had narrowed it down to an American black bear, as no other bears on the continent could climb trees. Harry remained quiet about his dream, simply asking questions of the others. In their excitement, they failed to notice that he wasn't really describing himself. He was slightly troubled about some of the aspects of his dream, though he was pleased to be, apparently, a large, powerful bird of some sort. The fixation on storms left him worried. The others had dreamed about the sun, and warmth, and pleasant environs, while his dream was full of dark clouds, driving rain, crashing thunder, and great tension that felt like barely restrained destruction. Was the stormy nature of the dream some sort of reflection of his character? Oblivious to his concern, the others went off to shower when the group got back to the inn. Morris, however, asked him to stay back. "Not so fast, kiddo," he said, pulling out a barstool for Harry as he went behind the bar. "Remember, I promised to tell you about that scar. But for me to do that, I need to hear about your dream." Harry nodded and sat down at the bar, staring off into nothing as he recounted his tale. "The first thing I remember from the dream was a flash. It was blue or white, or maybe both, with some gold added in. Then I was flying through clouds on big, broad wings. It was pouring rain, and the wind was incredible, but it didn't matter at all, because it was my rain, my wind, my storm. There was thunder rumbling the whole time," he said, hearing the thunder in his mind as he spoke, like some ancient drumbeat. "And then I felt hungry, like you said we would from the fasting, but it was like I was angry, too. Like I was in charge of everything, so for me to be so hungry, it was like an insult that I couldn't let slide. And then there was another flash, but brighter, and every color, and the loudest thunderclap I've ever heard. Harry shook his head, and his eyes cleared up, as though coming out of a trance. And then I woke up, he concluded, and I could still smell the ozone from the storm, and hear that last thunderclap. Morris, who had listened to Harry's tale with rapt attention and bated breath, exhaled, triumph in his eyes. I knew it, he murmured to himself, before addressing Harry directly. I knew it, the moment I saw that scar, but I had to be sure. Harry looked at him expectantly, and Morris continued. I think that it wasn't your mother's sacrifice that saved your life on Halloween of 1981, Harry. Honestly, she was not the only witch to ever die trying to protect her child, so I don't know how Dumbledore came to believe that it could have been that. What actually protected your life was the same thing that gave you that scar, your animagus form. This flew in the face of everything that Dumbledore had ever told or implied to Harry about that night. Even Remus, after finding out that Harry saw and heard the final moments of his parents' lives when a Dementor was near, was unable to fill in any details. But this new theory, far-fetched though it may have sounded, had the ring of truth, and Harry hung onto Morris's words. I'll diverge a bit, but you'll understand why in a minute, Morris continued. You might be familiar with the phoenix, a kind of firebird, since Dumbledore has one. Powerful creatures, phoenixes. They have a life cycle that allows them to purify their bodies with flame, and be reborn from the ashes. It happens every year or so. They can survive injuries by going through the process early. In fact, that is how Dumbledore beat Grindelwald in their duel. Grindelwald was actually winning, which was not much of a surprise, since he had spent the last few decades fighting and killing people. Before crowning himself Dark Lord and hitching his wagon to Hitler's Nazis, while Dumbledore had spent the last few decades teaching schoolchildren, and only occasionally participating in dueling exhibitions. The thing was, Dumbledore had recently acquired a phoenix, and just as Grindelwald fired the killing curse that would have ended the fight, Dumbledore's phoenix flashed into the path of the spell, distracting Grindelwald long enough for Dumbledore to subdue him. Then, of course, he spun that into a creature of purity coming to aid Light's chosen champion in his fight against evil, and got himself a bunch of titles and accolades. But that's politics, and beside the main point I'm trying to make. The point, Harry, Morris said, is that, just like regular animals, magical creatures evolve. And just like falcons and eagles descend from a common ancestor, so too does the phoenix have a distant, even rarer cousin. The phoenix is powerful, but much of its power is invested in its ability to prolong its own life, through its purification burnings. Its cousin, though, uses its power to protect the life it has, and take the lives of its enemies. So when Voldemort hit you with that killing curse, the Thunderbird deep within you unleashed its power, and saved your life. You were always going to be a Thunderbird animagus, Harry, but this event woke it up, for lack of a better way to put it. That is why your scar has never healed. The Thunderbird has been clawing to get out ever since. I think that it will heal, once you fully achieve the transformation. There is more to tell you about what it means to be the Thunderbird, but I think that should wait until you've had a chance to rest. Maybe over dinner. Harry reeled, knowing that every word Morris said must be true. It all fit, so incredibly well. For once in his life, Harry had a real explanation of why he was alive, when by all rights, he should be dead. He had a real explanation of why his scar was still an angry red slash on his forehead. He still wanted to hear what Morris meant about there being more to tell, but he supposed he should process the information he had first anyway. Well, say something, kid, Morris asked after a minute of silence. Anyone home? Oh, yeah, Harry stammered, shaking himself out of his stupor. That's Morris, that is amazing. Well, thanks. I think I'm going to go take a bath now, and think about this some more. Harry made his way up the stairs, barely noticing where he was going, and more or less ignoring his pets when he came back. After a long, hot bath, Harry stumbled to his bed, and managed to set his alarm to go off at noon before collapsing into an exhausted sleep. Annie walked down the stairs toward Harry's room, after bathing and then napping for a few hours. It was nearing 11 a.m., so she figured Harry would probably be game for an early lunch. As she approached his room and raised a hand to knock, she heard a yelp of surprise and a loud thunk from inside. It had sounded like a body hitting the hardwood floor. "Harry," she called, concerned. It had been a rather loud thunk, after all. "Harry, are you okay?" She was relieved to hear what sounded like a grunt in the affirmative, followed by footsteps moving toward the door. The door opened, revealing Harry, clad in a t-shirt and shorts and rubbing his elbow. "What happened?" Annie asked. Well, I was taking a nap. I'd set my alarm for noon, but I had another animagus dream. It was pretty intense. Something happened, and it surprised me awake, and I fell out of bed. Gadsden wasn't happy that I woke him up, too, but I gave him a mouse and that pretty much got me back on his good side, even though he thought I was making a huge mistake by not being a snake animagus. He doesn't seem to get that I didn't have a choice in the matter, and I didn't have the heart to tell him that if I did, I wouldn't choose to be a snake," Harry finished, rolling his eyes. Annie giggled, which gave Harry a warm feeling in his and a fluttering in his stomach. "Well, now that you're up, want to go grab lunch?" Annie asked, satisfied with the explanation. Though she remained a bit curious about the details, she would wait until he brought it up himself. "I'm practically starving. Breakfast was big, but it was still the only thing we've eaten in 2 days." Harry agreed, and they walked to lunch hand in hand, stopping once for a brief snog and grope session in a small nook on the second floor. Once Annie had rehooked her clothes and Harry had readjusted his shorts, they continued on downstairs, and spied Andy and Carla leaving the inn. Apparently, the two older teens both had part-time jobs, and had to get to work. At their booth in the back, Annie and Harry carefully restrained themselves despite their hunger, not wishing to subject the other patrons to another Ron-like display of savagery like they had perpetrated at breakfast. There wasn't any hurry. Anyway, after eating, their discussion turned inevitably toward their animagus forms. After her bath and nap, Annie had realized that Harry had given only the scarcest details about his form during the Jeep ride. In her excitement about her form, and her preoccupation with trying to satisfy her leftover lust by grinding herself against Harry's lap, she had overlooked the fact that Harry had evaded or deflected most of the questions aimed at him, and now she was overwhelmed with curiosity. Harry saw no need to keep his form from her. His discomfort with the topic earlier had been related to the intensely violent nature of the dream. After all, he had spent most of his second year at Hogwarts being shunned by the students and staff for an aspect of himself that he couldn't help. In that case, his ability to speak to snakes. However, his discussion with Morris had quelled his fears that anyone here would repeat that performance about his violent and destructive animagus form. He related to Annie the contents of his discussion with her father, and she had a similar look of triumph in her eyes. "I kind of hoped, really, that you might be a Thunderbird animagus, ever since my dad told you that he would talk to you about your scar," she said, explaining why she wasn't particularly surprised by his form. "I think this makes you only the second Thunderbird animagus who wasn't from a tribe. It is a great responsibility, to have that kind of power." "Who was the other one?" Harry asked. His lack of knowledge about his own family had given Harry a great interest in any detail about himself that could lead back into the past, and this was already an interesting topic anyway. "Benjamin Franklin. That story they tell kids about him flying a kite in a storm was true, but they leave out the magical reasons for it. He was trying to understand electricity to try to figure out how to cast lightning spells. The only reason he didn't die when the kite conducted the lightning through him was the fact that it woke up his Thunderbird, which protected him. That's why my dad thinks that killing Curse didn't work." "That's awesome," Harry breathed, thinking that Godric Gryffindor might have some serious competition for the title of Harry's favorite historical figure. Then, he began remembering some of the times he had been in danger at Hogwarts, and realized that perhaps the Thunderbird within him had recognized the possessed by Voldemort Quirrell as the foe who had tried to strike him down as an infant, and reacted accordingly. That would be a much more reasonable explanation. For why his touch had roasted Quirrell, the Thunderbird must have been channeling lightning through him. Dumbledore's claim about purity and love driving off the evil wraith had always sounded like a bunch of bullshit to Harry. He suddenly realized that he had been staring off into space and drawing out a pause in the conversation, and hastily continued speaking. "I wonder why they don't have an exhibit about that at the Franklin Institute." I think they normally do, but it's a traveling exhibit, and it's at the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C. right now, Annie explained. My class went on a trip to the Smithsonian at the end of this past year, and we saw it there. The U.S. has a bunch of combined magical and non-magical museums that double as research institutes, the federal government, some of the larger state governments, and a lot of the universities that have magical studies departments partner with them for research projects. They continued to chat for another few hours, before Harry remembered that he had wanted to call Remus and Sirius to tell them about his form. The two teens made plans to get dinner at around 7, and with a quick, chaste key, went their separate ways for the afternoon. Harry went back up to his room, wrote a short letter to Healer Hopkins about his progress with the potions. His sight was now sharper unaided than it had ever been with his glasses, and he had grown another few inches and put on a few more muscular pounds, and sent Hedwig on her way, figuring that it would take her at least 3 or 4 days to make the round trip. Sirius, Remus, you there? He called, holding the mirror. A few moments later, he saw the two wizards come into view, and grinned at the sight of them. What's up, guys? Not much, Harry, Remus said. You're not wearing your glasses, I guess that means those potions are working out. Yeah, I can see much better now, and I've grown a bit, too. Did your ambush work? Yes and no, Sirius said with a scowl. Wormtail sent a few of his old criminal buddies to the village instead of coming himself, the stinking coward. They weren't able to tell us where he is going, but we found out that he already met up with Voldemort's wraith, and is taking him somewhere. We're going to his last known location, in Norway, pretty soon. We were actually just about to leave before you called. He'll have moved on, since his henchmen didn't report back, but maybe we'll be able to pick up his trail again. Well, good luck, and be careful, Harry said, not wanting to hear the details of what had happened to the henchmen, fairly certain that their days of henching were permanently finished. Before you go, let me tell you how the ritual went. Remus and Sirius listened as Harry described the ritual, though he chose not to go into too much detail about the ritual clothing or the lust-fueled snogging afterward. They were flabbergasted to hear that he would be a Thunderbird. Magical animagus forms were rare to begin with, and to have such a powerful magical animagus form almost beggared belief. They were even more interested as Harry described Morris's theory about the Thunderbird saving him from Voldemort, and his own theory about it cooking Quirrell at the end of his first year. This, of course, led to some serious questions about his dangerous adventures at Hogwarts, which Dumbledore had never explained to Remus during the year he worked there. Only you, Harry, Remus said. Of everyone in the world, this is the sort of thing that would only happen to you. Well, this pretty much erases what little credibility Dumbledore had left when it came to your affairs, Sirius said. You and I will have to have a serious godfatherly discussion when you get back to Britain, about how to avoid letting Dumbledore have any more influence over you. Remus and I had no idea how negligent he was being with your safety. A basilisk, honestly. I love a good prank as much as the next guy, but leaving that kind of thing for a student to deal with is nothing to laugh about. I hate to change the subject, but speaking of snakes, I want to introduce you to a new friend of mine, Harry said, suddenly remembering that he hadn't told the two about Gadsden. Come over here, and see my godfather and his friend, Harry hissed. They're nice, you'll like them. Sirius had never been told that Harry was a Parselmouth, so he was very surprised to hear him speaking in Parseltongue, and was even more surprised when the mirror showed the sinister triangular head of a rattlesnake. Hello, friends of my master, Gadsden hissed. If you give me mice, we will have no problems. Harry laughed, and related what the snake had considered a friendly greeting. Knowing that they had to get going, he bid them a fond farewell, and put away the mirror. He had a few hours before he was meeting Annie for dinner, so he decided to kill some time reading. He would have gone flying, but he was still tired and sore from the previous night. The knock at his door a few hours later caught him at the perfect time. He had just finished reading the final page of Crane's on combating the darker forces of this earth and beyond. Coming, he called, opening the door to find Annie standing there. Dinner, she agreed. The two teens went back downstairs, and Morris joined them for the meal. While they ate, the conversation was casual and light, but as they put down their forks, Harry brought up the subject of the animagus transformation. This morning, you mentioned that there was more to being a Thunderbird animagus than just the form, Harry began. Can you tell me what you meant? Sure, Morris answered. Thunderbird animagi were usually leaders on the battlefield during tribal wars and skirmishes. These, Thunder Chiefs, as they were called, were virtually impossible to fight against with bows, and could be brought down by only the most powerful shamans and medicine men channeling a great amount of energy, and even that was a bit iffy. The thing is, the Thunderbird has a responsibility, a duty, to fight the great horned serpents. That was why I was a bit surprised to see that you had a snake companion. Anyway, it's believed that fate will always conspire to throw Thunderbirds against their enemies, and the great horned serpent, or Misikanubik, is foremost among them. Sound familiar? Voldemort, Harry said, nodding. Right, Morris confirmed. I doubt he's an animagus. He has these crazy ideas about magical superiority, so he probably wouldn't want to turn into something less than a wizard, but he is way into the whole snake motif, and he is another Parselmouth. Anyway, the Misikanubik is mostly just a metaphorical archetype, but there are literal examples as well. Yeah, like that basilisk in second year, Harry murmured to himself. At the Oshkosh's stairs, he clarified, giving a brief overview of the events of second year, but leaving out just how large the snake had been. He figured that the story was already barely believable, and telling them that the basilisk had been over 60 feet long would probably be pushing it. So, Morris concluded, it's pretty obvious that there's a running theme between you and snakes, and it'll probably be an ongoing thing, at least until Voldemort and his followers are gone for good. The good news is that lightning works great at killing pretty much anything, so if you find yourself running into any more basilisks, Death Eaters, or Dark Lords, just blast the crap out of them. Well, that's good too. No, Harry said dryly, and all three had a good laugh before Morris had to go attend to the bar. Harry looked at his watch, noting that it was only 8:30 p.m., but due to the events of the last few days, he was already fading. I'm pretty tired, so I think I'm going to head back upstairs and get ready for bed, he said to Annie, who pouted, but didn't object. She was probably just as tired. Okay, she replied. I could come by once I've gotten changed, if you want, she finished shyly. Harry grinned. That'd be brilliant. I'll see you in a few minutes, then. He practically sprinted to his room, and began tidying it up as quickly as he could while he changed into shorts and a t-shirt as he had changed into a pair of jeans for dinner. He had just finished brushing his teeth and telling Gadsden to hide and not interrupt, when there was a knock at his door. Annie stood in his doorway, dressed in her regular sleep attire, which, while being a far cry from the ultra-revealing ritual clothing she had worn the previous night, still left very little to the imagination. In short order, the two teenagers were on the bed, and Harry had shot a silencing charm around the room. Annie and Harry snogged for several minutes before she straddled him, like she had done in the wigwam, and took off her tank top, which immediately became the high point of Harry's day. Several minutes after that, both teenagers had their hands in previously uncharted territory, which certainly made for a new high point of Harry's day, and several minutes later, they were crying out in pleasure and moaning in satisfaction, finally gaining release from the pent-up lust that had held a stranglehold over them since the previous night. Panting and covered in sweat, both teens agreed that that was the high point of their day. Once they caught their breath, they both realized that they were in need of some freshening up, and it became clear that their raging hormone-driven lust had been the only thing keeping them from passing out due to fatigue. Now that it had been satiated, at least for the time being, they both concluded that they needed to get to bed and get some sleep. After some cleaning charms which, slightly embarrassingly, had to be aimed at each teenager's shorts, Annie had her top back on. "Good night, Thunderbird," she said, dotting Harry deeply and letting her hands straight at his bum. If he hadn't been so tired, it would have been difficult, at that moment, to keep his hands off of her. As it was, though, he was practically dead on his feet, and it was taking some effort just to stand there. "Good night, big-ass cat," Harry murmured, sending her on her way with a quick key. And a squeeze of her bum in return. Turnabout was fair play, he reasoned. She giggled at the new nickname, and practically skipped out the door to the stairs. As the door closed behind her, Harry almost couldn't believe what had just happened. It had been something great, that much was certain. "Screw it," he muttered. "I can think about it in the morning." With that final thought, he doused the lights and drifted off to sleep, a satisfied grin on his face. Morris Oshkosh woke up before dawn on July 9th, the morning after the new moon. He figured he should prepare a full breakfast, as all four of the teenagers could wake up ravenous as a result of their intense dreams. As he cooked mostly on autopilot, his mind wandered, and he began to consider his current students. He had helped scores of students achieve the animagus transformation over the years. This year's crop of students was special, though, as it included both his own daughter and a Thunderbird animagus. He was not particularly worried about the former. Most predator forms were somewhat more willful than prey forms, and were accordingly more difficult to merge with, but they were common enough to be no real obstacle, and Annie was extremely willful herself, but the latter was certainly troublesome. Magical animagus forms were rare and difficult to begin with, but a Thunderbird brought perhaps the greatest possible challenge, even more so than a dragon. At least dragons were lazy. All a Thunderbird wanted to do was fight and cause storms. A Thunderbird could not be caged, and it could not be reasoned with. In fact, it was a minor miracle that the boy had managed to keep the beast contained within himself for so long. It was likely that his first transformation would be an extremely stormy night. As the Thunderbird flew free for the first time, Morris would have to come up with some way of keeping the other students safe from him. Harry had probably spent his whole life subconsciously spending most of his energy and focus on keeping the Thunderbird's power under control, once Voldemort's failed killing curse had roused the beast's fury. That level of control, of course, would not last. For the entirety of this lunar cycle, the Thunderbird would increasingly dominate the boy's dreams. Morris had resolved to begin instructing the boy in occlumency, to try to keep the intense visions from spiraling out of control. It wouldn't do to have him accidentally electrocute everyone staying at the inn, after all. Plus, it was a helpful discipline anyway, and the Thunderbird's inevitably violent reaction, most likely rage and a counterattack, to any mental intrusion, now that Harry had begun the process of merging with the creature's spirit, would greatly reduce the amount of work Harry would need to do to master occlumency. An instruction in the fundamentals would probably suffice. Once he had an understanding of how to organize his thoughts, the Thunderbird would provide the raw power necessary to shield his mind. Annie and Andy, both having fairly powerful predator forms, would also find occlumency both helpful and somewhat easier than most people. Carla, with a relatively weak-willed, even tameable, prey form would likely find occlumency unnecessary to help with her transformation, and her form would be less helpful at occluding her mind. A thunderclap startled Morris out of his ruminations. A storm had gathered outside and the unmistakable odor of ozone filled the air, even though the forecast had been clear. He had better get started quickly. A few minutes later, Harry was awakened by a knock on his door. Shaking off the ringing in his ears and the tingle of electricity, he staggered over to the door and pulled it open, ignoring the fairly substantial static discharge as he grabbed the doorknob. "Good morning, sir," Harry croaked, seeing Morris standing there with a serious look on his face. "Sorry to wake you, kiddo, but it was getting a bit stormy outside. Get dressed and come down to breakfast. There's something I'm going to start teaching you all today, and we should start as soon as possible." 10 minutes later, Morris and the 4 teens, all still barely awake and still feeling the last few moments of their vivid, primal dreams, began shoveling breakfast onto their plates, while Morris explained the basics of occlumency and why they should learn it. "I'm not saying it's absolutely necessary for anyone except Harry," he finished, "but it is generally a very useful skill, and it just so happens that it will help you merge with your form more peacefully." "Okay, Dad," Annie said after swallowing a bite of eggs. "What do we need to do?" "At noon, we'll go out to the wigwam," Morris said. "We'll perform another ritual. Don't worry, it's much less tiring than the last one, pretty much just a chant and hallucinogenic fire, though. You'll all have to wear the ceremonial clothes again." He chuckled as the teens groaned, before continuing. "There are a bunch of different ways to teach occlumency. For example, some people enter their students' minds to help build imaginary walls, while others, sadistic idiots, in my opinion, attack their students' minds with increasingly powerful legilimency attacks to try to build up resistance. But, the way we're going to do it is going to take advantage of the animal spirit within you to help fight off intrusion. Carla, you might have some trouble with this, since horses aren't very fighty, but this method will still be possible, and I think it'll be offset by the relative ease with which you'll merge with the horse, compared to the other 3 with their more willful predator forms." Harry suddenly couldn't contain his laughter, and the others, including Morris, stared at him like he was mad. Calming himself, he managed to explain. I just remembered how back in primary school, they were always telling us that drugs are bad, Harry said, still smiling. Now it seems like all of my problems keep getting solved by a hit of the good stuff. Morris grinned, while the others also tittered. Yeah, you'll find out that these kind of hallucinogenic fires and the occasional herbal paste are roughly our traditional equivalent of potions. They're not necessarily better or worse, but each approach has its benefits and drawbacks, and each can produce effects that the other can't match. Originally, the recipes were all passed down verbally, but that proved unreliable, so eventually they were codified, and there are books available. You should pick up some of them. Nobody will know about this kind of magic back in Britain, so you'll always have a bit of an advantage. Plus, piped in Carla, who had a part-time job at a combined potions and chemistry lab. It's always useful to be exposed to another perspective on the same general kind of magic. That's why my lab usually analyzes experimental potions both magically and scientifically. Exactly, Morris said. Anyway, take these, I wrote out the chant phonetically while you were all getting dressed. It'll help you get the sounds down, and we'll fix it to the correct rhythm later. The magic is more mental and less primal than the animagus ritual, so the pronunciation and rhythm won't be as intuitive. Practice while I get started on the breakfast crowd. The teens spent the next 2 hours stumbling through the foreign-sounding words. Annie was not quite fluent in the Menominee language, but knew enough about the sound and structure of the words to help guide them in their pronunciation. It was much more difficult and awkward than the animagus ritual chant, and while the previous chant had been a relatively short and simple phrase, repeated over and over, this one was quite long and complex, and had very few repeating elements. They estimated that it would take about 10 minutes of chanting, and it had to be done correctly and from memory, as the chant would be performed with eyes closed, so they couldn't read off the sheets. Annie didn't think it would be quite as difficult as the others feared, knowing that once they had put it to the correct rhythm, it would flow much more easily. By the time they had the chant memorized, they were beginning to grow quite antsy. They were teenagers, and sitting around practicing a chant was nobody's idea of fun. Noticing this, Morris told them to take a break, but return by 11 a.m. in their ritual clothing to go out to the wigwam and practice getting the rhythm down with the drum accompaniment. As an afterthought, he remembered to tell them to shower before coming down, as physical tidiness would help them delve into their own less than primal minds. Though fearing that he would change his mind, they bolted upstairs to find a use for the next 3 or so hours. Andy and Carla were not very subtle in how they would be spending free time, making a beeline for Andy's room and beginning to unbutton each other's clothing on the way. Harry noted aloud to Annie that for some reason, Andy had also taken a small jar of honey from the kitchen. Blushing and giggling, Annie took Harry's hand and led him to the 4th floor, where the Oshkoshes had their own quarters. After opening a ward-locked door at the top of the stairs by placing her palm in the center, she pulled him over toward a colorfully decorated bedroom door, adorned with a finger-painted sign which read, Annie's room. Annie grinned and pulled Harry through the door. Harry looked around, taking it in. It was very Annie. The walls were a warm, cheery goldenrod, and the carpet was an earthy auburn. Posters, drawings, and photographs of the Oshkoshes covered the walls, and a large white teddy bear sat at the foot of the bed. Her desk was covered in half-completed sketches, and a television sat on the top of her dresser, facing her bed. All in all, it seemed quite comfortable and homey, the exact opposite of the quarters Harry had had at number 4 Privet Drive, though the smallest bedroom had still been a vast improvement over the cupboard under the stairs. His 360 tour completed, Harry turned back to Annie, who was standing by the door, looking surprisingly nervous. "Do you like it?" she asked, biting her lip shyly. "It's brilliant," Harry declared, making sure she knew that he meant it. "Why are you nervous?" "Well, it's my room," she answered, as though that made it obvious. Realizing by the look on Harry's face that he still didn't quite get it, she explained. "Everything in here was put here by me. It's a reflection of Marielle, you could say it is me. Except maybe the bear, that represents my dad in the inn." "Oh," Harry said, suddenly wondering if it worked in reverse, if he was somehow a reflection of the cupboard under the stairs or the smallest bedroom. Realizing that his overlong pause was drawing out a tension which had somehow appeared, Harry hastened to add, with a crooked grin, "Well, like I said, it's brilliant. I guess that means you're brilliant, too." Beaming, Annie led him to the bed, and in short order, they were doing a passable imitation of Andy and Carla, repeating their experimentation from the previous night with enthusiasm. After a brief rest, during which the two cuddled in a not chaste at all manner, they made good use of their teenaged stamina and continued their exploration. Finally, covered in sweat, they had worked off all the lust that they could muster at such an early hour, and spent the remainder of the time until 10 a.m. chatting lightly about things they could do and places they could go over the next month. At 10, Harry went downstairs to his own room to shower and change into his ritual clothing. He killed the remainder of the time until 11 a.m. chatting with Gadsden and trying to get the snake to understand that what he and Annie had been doing was not mating, and she wasn't going to be laying any eggs for him anytime soon. He spent more time than he was proud of awkwardly trying to explain human anatomy to the snake, who eventually ended the discussion by declaring that humans were a primitive species with overly soft skin, weird fur, and entirely too many appendages. Rolling his eyes, Harry proceeded downstairs to meet the others a bit early, and ran into Annie, who had been on her way to his room to collect him. Once again barely covered in her beaded leather and string ceremonial clothes, she proved irresistible to Harry, and he, in his beaded leather loincloth and feather headdress, apparently proved equally appealing to Annie. The two keyed and groped against Harry's door for the next several minutes, until Carla happened by, bouncing distractingly with every step. Blushing but entirely unrepentant, Annie and Harry fixed their clothing, and followed Carla downstairs, where Andy was already waiting and looking quite pleased with himself for having had the foresight to get down first and then have a frontal view of Carla descending the stairs in her tiny attire. Carla simply rolled her eyes and dragged Chief Winnie the Pooh, who grinned and licked his lips lasciviously at the nickname, out to the jeep. It turned out that the drums required for this ritual were larger, and were placed in the front seat, allowing both pairs of teens to double up in the back seats. Harry raised an eyebrow at this, realizing that the bed of the small truck was definitely large enough for the drums, but a twinkle-eyed grin from Morris in the rearview mirror told him that the older man was okay with the teenagers being teenagers. As Annie had predicted, the addition of the drums made the recitation of the ritual much easier. After several dry runs, it was time for the real deal. As Morris's watch struck noon, he tossed an ingredient bag into the fire and the teens, arrayed around the fire pit in the wigwam, began to chant to his drumbeat. This chant was much more sedate and steady than the intense, wild animagus ritual chant, and did not increase in tempo or volume throughout the ritual. As the bright blue smoke from the ingredient bag began to take effect, Harry's eyes began to glaze and cloud over, and his mind became strangely quiet. Still chanting, he allowed his calm, relatively logical consciousness to reach across the jagged gulf in his psyche toward his deeply seated primal subconscious, which writhed tempestuously. His goal as an animagus would be to eventually join those jagged edges together and move his body and mind seamlessly across the divide, but the purpose of this current ritual was to simply build understanding of both parts of his own mind. Once he could consciously know what his subconscious felt, he would be able to detect any encroachment into his mind, and begin to expel the intruder by focusing his willpower on the trespasser's removal. This, of course, was where the raw power of his primal, strong-willed Thunderbird form would come into play. Once Harry had detected an intruder into mind, the Thunderbird would begin its assault with everything it had. As the chant drew to a close, Harry found himself quite relaxed. Despite the Thunderbird's initial rage, it had reacted violently to even Harry's own consciousness breaking into its territory within his subconscious, so he didn't envy an actual intruder. He felt as though his mind had shuffled and straightened itself like a well-organized deck of cards. He seemed to be aware of more of the information filtering through his senses, and he felt more in control of any visceral reactions he might have to the world around him. Finally, at the last drumbeat, he opened his eyes to a world filled with brilliant color, and the last instant of the shadows upon the curved walls of the wigwam as the fire died showed not only 4 human shadows, but so many more, lurking within each shadow, indistinct in form but obvious to everyone within the wigwam. With only the light provided by the still glowing embers, Harry looked across the wigwam to Annie, meeting her dark, glittering eyes and seeing behind them that same vague aura which he had glimpsed beyond and yet within her shadow. Her eyes widened in awe, fear, or some combination of the two at whatever she beheld within the windows to Harry's soul, before each teen, in concert with their own subconscious, sealed away their secrets, leaving, to the outside world, only eyes. While a tall Native American taught 4 teenagers in Wisconsin a series of meditation techniques to help them learn the mental discipline of occlumency, a small, balding man with a pinched face and prominent front teeth scurried back to his Romanian hideout with a frantically squalling infant in his arms. All of the other ingredients were lined up in the small cottage, which he had taken the hard way from a young Muggle couple, though the man had gotten off a shot with a Muggle weapon and had injured Wormtail. He supposed he should have ensured the man was dead before starting on the woman like that, but in his defense, the Muggle really should not have survived so long after a point-blank reducto to the throat. Anyway, the second spell had finished the job, and a few healing spells and potions had repaired the damage caused by the bullet that had glanced off his forearm. He had kept the Muggle woman alive for a few more hours, and then gone off in search of a baby he could use. In retrospect, he mused, he probably should have just imperioused the woman and had her tell him if she knew anyone with a suitable child, but she had been sobbing so loudly and annoyingly that his master had told him to just kill her. His master was weak physically, of course, not magically, never magically, to even think so would be death, and couldn't countenance the irritation, so Wormtail had decapitated her and drained her blood for use in the complex ritual to create a homunculus, then set off to the nearest hospital. After stealing the child, which had of course gone wrong, and he had needed to obligate 2 nurses and murder a young mother, Wormtail returned to the cottage with the spoils of war. Upon entering the cottage, he stripped the baby and unceremoniously dropped it into the cauldron filled with a boiling mixture of blood, snake venom, and powdered vampire fangs. Ignoring the screams, which soon turned to bubbles, the rat-like man cleared his throat and began to chant, eyes a sharply glinting crimson, in a dialect not spoken since the pharaohs ruled in ancient Egypt. Wormtail actually had no idea what he was saying, though he assumed it was nothing particularly nice, as his master was currently speaking through him, having moved from the now dead snake on the floor to his body as soon as he had cleared his throat to begin the chant. As the chant ended, darkness fell upon the cabin. The electrical lights and candles had not gone out, rather, they were simply drowned out by the darkness which pervaded every cubic inch of the small house. As suddenly as it had come, though, the darkness retreated into the cauldron, and a cold, high, unnatural laugh rang out, echoing flatly from within the cauldron. Harry quickly fell into a routine in Wisconsin. Each day, he would wake up, eat breakfast with Annie, Andy, and Carla, do whatever chore or odd job Morris asked him to do. It was usually not very difficult work, and Harry was happy to pitch in, considering Morris's invaluable tutelage. Eat lunch with Annie, practice magic, eat dinner with Annie and Morris, and practice occlumency with the whole group, before saying good night to Annie. His spare time was spent developing his increasingly intimate relationship with Annie, from which both teens derived immense satisfaction and comfort. It was by far the most pleasant circumstance in which Harry had ever found himself. That said, he was an active teenage boy, and was therefore particularly vulnerable to the restlessness of youth. Despite how much he was enjoying his time at the Great White Bear Inn, the town of Kashina was quiet and slow, and Harry found himself missing the busy, bustling chaos into which he had immersed himself in Philadelphia. Therefore, he resolved to take another day trip, this time, not into the woods, but rather into Chicago, which had both a very large magical population, second only to New York City, and its own distinct character, which Harry found oddly intriguing. Sirius and Remus agreed, pleased that Harry would be in a relatively controlled area, rather than some dark, forsaken, demon-infested Petegane, that is. It also helped that he was going in a group. Andy, Carla, and Annie had been excited at the idea, and had agreed to accompany him. The fact that this group regularly practiced magic together, Carla was even tutoring him in potions in exchange for him teaching her the Patronus charm, was icing on the cake. Harry could hardly get into too much trouble with 3 friends, 2 of whom were actually of age adults watching his back. Thus, the group found itself port-keying into Chicago on the morning of Saturday, July 23rd. Their schedule was quite full: a morning comedy show at Second City, an afternoon Chicago Cubs baseball game. Andy was a rabid fan of the perennially unfortunate team, which was apparently the Chudley Cannons of baseball, a spot of shopping, and a late dinner of Chicago-style deep dish pizza. After their whirlwind tour of the city, which had gone off almost without a hitch, save for a brief confrontation with a slightly grabby hag, the fearsome foursome portkeyed back to the inn, held a brief occlumency practice session, and tottered off to bed, teenage stamina defeated by their action-packed day. Harry mused as he slid into bed that since nothing bad had happened on his trip, he was certainly going to collect soon. With interest, he was too much of a trouble magnet for any other outcome. With an amused snort at his own fatalism, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next day, Harry had only some simple repair work to do, which took a few swishes of his wand and muttered repairing charms, and then he was suddenly left with a great deal of free time. He would have gone to hang out with Annie, except that she and Carla had gone on a shopping trip, and Andy was called in to cover a co-worker's shift. With little else to do, he went back to Morris to ask if anything else needed to be done. "Nah, kid, we're all good for now," Morris replied. "It's a slow day today, why don't we work on some channeling magic?" This got Harry's attention, and he readily agreed. The elemental channeling magics favored by Native Americans and some African schools of magic could be quite powerful, though they sometimes lacked the finesse of wanded spells, did not require any wand, which meant he would never truly be disarmed, and were rarely used in Europe, another substantial advantage if he could bring that knowledge back home. The group had been working on channeling every once in a while. Carla and Andy seemed to have little natural ability at channeling, for all their skill at potions and arithmancy, respectively, and while Annie was the most experienced of the four, Harry's talent far outstripped hers. Perhaps it was a side effect of his Thunderbird animagus form, as he seemed to have a great affinity for air and lightning. Morris proceeded to instruct Harry in several techniques for drawing power directly out of the environment, and then focusing it to follow his will. Occlumency was obviously a great help in this type of magic, as it allowed his conscious mind more access to the subtle interactions of the elements in nature which his subconscious would normally filter out. Harry and Morris spent several hours outside, blasting boulders with lightning, whipping up small tornadoes, calling up pillars of stone and earth, and roasting logs and stumps with fireballs. Harry, who had always learned best with this type of hands-on instruction, was rapidly approaching adult-level proficiency, and would probably reach that point by the end of the summer. This type of magic had no set incantations or wand movements, there being no wand involved at all, and depended entirely on the wizard's ability to will the elements to follow his intentions, and Harry had always possessed a great deal of willpower. Suddenly, it was time for lunch, and a late lunch, at that, and Harry realized that he was barely tired at all. Morris explained that since most of the energy was being taken from the environment, with Harry only providing focus and direction, it was barely tiring at all. If he had attempted to perform spells of that magnitude for that long, he would have been generating the magical energy required, and he would have passed out from exhaustion hours ago. This was another reason Harry was able to channel elements so well. While he was quite powerful for his age, he was still far less powerful than an adult wizard, but this magic did not depend on a wizard's personal magic to power spells. In fact, there was no significant difference in power between Harry and Morris's spells, except that Morris's manipulations of earth were stronger, while Harry's ability to manipulate lightning and wind actually exceeded that of his instructor. After lunch, Harry was on his own again, as Morris had some unrelated business. He considered calling Sirius and Remus, but then remembered that the full moon had been the night before last, so both men were probably still exhausted. Plus, he realized, they were probably busy trying to make up whatever ground they had lost as a result of Mooney's furry little problem. While they had been running around in the woods howling at the moon, Wormtail had undoubtedly made even more progress. Not wanting to waste such a great chance to practice, as none of his normal distractions, however enjoyable, were present, Harry apparated back outside. He spent about 4 more hours throwing spells around, sometimes channeling lightning or fire with his non-wand hand while casting curses through his wand, all the while apparating all over the place. Tired and hungry, but quite pleased with the excellent results he was seeing from his constant practice, Harry went in for an early dinner, showered, and settled into the chair in his room to read and chat with Gadsden, who was currently digesting a rabbit, the outline of which was slightly visible halfway down his long body. His perusal of Dumorn's definitive and extremely fascinating Fundamentals of Thaumaturgy and Evocation was interrupted by a familiar quadruple knock on his door. Gadsden, knowing the drill by now, slithered off to wherever it was that he slithered off to, and Harry opened his door to find, as expected, Annie, who had apparently just returned from her shopping trip. "Hey, invisible man," she said, smiling coyly. "Hey, big-ass cat," Harry replied. "What's with the coat? You must be melting in that thing." Annie was standing in his doorway in a long black leather coat which Harry figured was the stylish female version of a trench coat, and black heels. Her coat wasn't buttoned, but was cinched tight by the belt strap. It accentuated her body quite well, especially considering how non-revealing it was, and as his eyes made their way back up to face, Harry noticed a hungry look in her dark eyes. He suspected there was a similar look in his. "I was planning on doing this for your birthday," she said. "But once I started thinking about it, I realized that I couldn't wait that long." "What do you, oh," Harry started, before his throat closed off and his jaw hung down as he watched her untie her belt strap and let the coat fall to the floor. It instantly became quite clear what she had bought on her shopping trip, as she closed the door behind her and sashayed toward Harry, who could not take his eyes off her black lacy underthings. He had seen her in, and out of, for that matter, skimpier outfits. The ceremonial clothing came to mind, but this was different, somehow. Maybe it was her walk, or the set of her jaw, or the slightly translucent nature of the lace. "You like," she purred, using her index finger to close Harry's jaw before dotting him. 4 hands wandered for a few moments, and then it hit Harry exactly what she was talking about. "You mean, yeah," Annie confirmed, a slight tremor in her voice betraying a hint of nervousness that was far surpassed by the pressing desire she displayed in her pose. "That." Wormtail winced as a few drops of Nagini's venom missed the jar, knowing that his master would be displeased at the waste of even that tiny amount of the vital fluid. The potion to maintain the integrity of his master's diminutive homunculus body required absolute precision at every stage of ingredient preparation and brewing. The unicorn blood, thankfully, was not very difficult to obtain. Despite their speed and agility, a barrage of killing curses would usually ensure at least one hit, and a single unicorn could provide enough blood for dozens of doses. The blood of a pure, however, was more difficult to come by, and usually required an interrogation with Veritaserum to be certain. Even then, only 7 drops could be used from any one person, which meant that each dose required a new pure. The bodies were really beginning to pile up. "Too bad old Bertha was always such a tramp," he muttered. "She could have done double duty." Bertha Jerkins had been a veritable goldmine. Despite her general idiocy, she was an inveterate gossip, with a particular eye for useful information. After bumping into her in Albania almost a month ago, her interrogation yielded 3 major pieces of information. First, that the Triwizard Tournament would be held at Hogwarts this year. Second, that Dumbledore had convinced Alistair Moody to come out of retirement and teach defense against the dark arts. Third, and most vitally, that the vaunted Bartemius Crouch was actually keeping his son, a loyal and capable Death Eater thought long dead in Azkaban, captive under the Imperious Curse. His master, in his brilliance, had come up with a plot which would see his return, greater and more terrible than he had ever been. Of course, the interrogation had shattered Bertha's mind, due to the necessity of breaking the powerful memory charm that Crouch had placed on her to keep his secret safe. Wormtail had killed her afterward, and used her body to make his very first Inferi. After depositing her in what the other marauders would later dub Zombieville, he had fled Albania with his master and hired several thugs to let slip some information that would lead Sirius and Remus into the Inferi-filled trap. Wormtail hissed a high, cold voice in the darkness. "Finish this dose, and then prepare to leave. And if you spill another drop of Nagini's venom, you will find yourself licking it off the floor." "Where are we going, my lord?" Wormtail asked, shaking in fear, which scared him even more, as the shaking threatened to spill more venom. "Why, Peter," Voldemort said, laughing mirthlessly. "We're going home." The last day of July had all the makings of the best birthday of Harry Potter's life. He awoke just before 8 a.m. with the gentle rumbling of distant thunder fading from his ears and tousled dark hair beneath his chin. Harry breathed the warm, earthy scent of whatever shampoo Annie used on her hair, and listened to her contented purring, which was literally purring, as she was merging consciousnesses with a mountain lion. He didn't move, not wanting to wake her up and also not wanting to abandon the comfortable spooning position or the warm east beneath his right hand. The previous night had been the first time she had spent the entire night in his room. He instantly concluded that waking up next to a BPD woman was very high on his best things in the world list. It was not to last, though. Annie, perhaps somehow sensing that Harry had awoken, began to stir, and as she did, more of Harry awoke. She noticed this immediately, turning over and facing him with a Cheshire cat grin. "Good morning, invisible man," she whispered, straddling him. "And happy birthday, Harry." Harry and Annie strolled down into the dining area a little after 10 a.m., where several owls waited impatiently at their booth, atop a small mound of gifts. Hedwig was perched right above where Harry sat, and hooted pleasantly at him before going back to glowering at the other owls. Morris, Andy, and Carla all came over to wish him a happy birthday, and the five chatted amiably as they ate breakfast. "So what's on the agenda today?" Harry asked Morris. "I dunno, kiddo, it's your birthday," Morris said with a smile. "No, I mean what do you need me to get done today?" Harry clarified. "Ah, did you miss the part about it being your birthday, Harry?" Andy asked. "I'm pretty sure you've got the day off." "Really?" Harry asked Morris excitedly. After Morris nodded quickly in confirmation, Harry's serene smile broke into a wide grin. "Thanks so much, Morris." Luckily, Harry was distracted by a waitress refilling his plate with several more pancakes, as the other four exchanged a significant look. They had all noticed, and had brief conversations together about details of Harry's life that painted a very troubling picture. For example, he had always been surprised that Morris gave him so little work to do. He was always a little too grateful whenever anyone did anything for him, and now expecting to work on his birthday. Annie had even heard a much abridged tale of his summer before coming to Wisconsin in which Harry had referred to Sirius and Remus, rescuing him from the Dursleys. Morris gave a slight shake of the head. In a previous meeting, it had been decided that there would be a frank discussion with Harry at the end of the summer. Harry, I'm pretty sure there's a big pile of gifts that literally have your name on them," Annie pointed out impatiently, practically bouncing in her seat with anticipation. Harry chuckled and began to unwrap the packages. Sirius and Remus had sent ahead a box containing his parents' journals and diaries. Harry quickly moved on to avoid choking up in front of the others, but he knew it was inevitable once he sat down to read them. Harry's gifts from Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid were predictable. All three knew how the Dursleys treated him, so all three sent large cakes, which Harry immediately offered to share with his companions. This, of course, drew another shared look between the other four. If his friends knew, as the comments in their cards implied, why didn't they do anything? While Harry unwrapped his gift from Carla, a black leather-bound copy of all of her potions notes, up to and including her current research. He thanked her profusely. It was, after all, extremely thoughtful, and opened Andy's gift, which showed that the duo, who were now dating quite seriously, had collaborated, as it turned out to be a brown leather-bound copy of all of his runes and arithmancy notes. Andy had spent considerable time teaching Harry the basics of both subjects, as he intended to enroll in arithmancy and self-study runes, and Harry was again quite grateful. Morris gave Harry a 3-volume set of Benjamin Franklin's journals. Explaining that there was a great deal of information about Thunderbird animagus forms, along with chapters about Franklin's many magical and non-magical experiments and inventions. Annie was the only one who deviated from the academic theme, giving Harry a picture frame charmed to cycle between a few dozen magical photographs. She had pre-loaded it with several photographs of the 5 of them, as well as several showing just her and Harry. "Thank you all so much," Harry said hoarsely, his eyes shining. This is the best birthday I've ever had." The quintet broke up for the rest of the day. Morris had to tend to the kitchen, as the cook had called out sick. Andy and Carla were going to meet Carla's parents, and Annie and Harry soon found themselves walking quietly by the bank of the Wolf River. "I love my present, you know," Harry said, breaking the companionable silence that had stretched for nearly 30 minutes. "I'm glad. There's a hidden feature that Carla helped me add," she said, her eyes suddenly twinkling with mischief. "You just tap the frame with your wand and say my nickname, and it'll switch to the special pictures. I even got Carla in a few. Special like." She grinned, and began stripping off her clothes and running toward the shallow river. "See you in the water, invisible man." Harry looked up to the sky, silently thanking whatever gods might be listening. This really was the best birthday of his life. That night, after sending off a few owls thanking Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid for their gifts, Harry had a short conversation with Remus and Sirius, which was interrupted by the arrival of an owl from Jacob Crane. It bore a copy of the section on the Jersey Devil, to be added to Chapter 13 of the new edition of On Combating the Darker Forces of This Earth and Beyond, which showed him in quite a favorable light, included the photograph of him standing victorious over the fallen demon, and mentioned that the information he had provided had allowed several successful hunts of the foul creatures. Hopefully, they would be eradicated before too much Munger, Harry thought savagely, as he penned a quick response approving the text with only a few minor changes. As the owl winged away into the darkness, his attention was diverted by Annie's familiar quadruple knock, and the remaining hours of Harry's birthday passed in a singularly gratifying fashion. The week following Harry's birthday passed quickly. Aside from a brief trip to the literal ghost town of Pierrot, Wisconsin, where Harry and Annie chatted with some ghosts and explored for a few hours, Harry continued in his previous routine, some light chores, practicing magic, and spending time with Annie. Their trysts had become more frequent and more intense, as the knowledge that Harry's time in Wisconsin was ending soon drove them to make the most of their remaining days together. Though they had avoided becoming overly emotionally attached, the fact remained that this was the closest relationship that either had ever had, and it unfortunately had a built-in expiration date that was rapidly approaching. Finally, it was Sunday, August 7th. One full lunar cycle had passed since the group had performed the Animagus ritual, and the new moon was tonight. After waking from a particularly intense dream, despite his growing skill at occlumency, he had barely contained the Thunderbird, which must have known that freedom was nigh. Harry spent the day fulfilling all of his primal needs. Morris had told the teens that their control over their forms, at least at the beginning of the night, would be tenuous, so it would be important, especially for the predators, to be fully satiated lest they try to eat each other. The four prospective animagi took this as approval to gorge themselves on food and ravish each other all day, so aside from hitting the kitchens extra hard and wearing out the springs in their mattresses, little got done that day. As sunset approached that evening, the teens and Morris stood in a loose circle near the treeline. The teens, having been told that they probably wouldn't be able to transform their clothes on their first try, had all worn their ritual clothing, as it was loose and wouldn't tangle them up as they transformed. They all watched, spellbound, as the sun lowered. Just before it disappeared entirely, Morris gave a few last-minute pointers, and wished them all good luck. "Remember, kids," he said, "try not to eat each other. And Harry, as soon as you transform, try to get as far away from here, or anywhere else that's populated, as you can, because you'll be bringing a huge storm with you." With that, Morris promptly transformed into a massive white bear. Harry almost slapped himself on the forehead. He had been wondering what Morris's form was, but this should have been obvious. The bear stood guard, to make sure that the first moments of their transformation didn't overwhelm them and led them to attack each other. Across the circle, Annie and Carla stripped off their clothes entirely, perhaps having decided to preserve the ritual clothes, or just to give the boys a show. Either way, Harry and Andy definitely appreciated it. Then, the sun disappeared beneath the horizon, and the night of the new moon was upon them. Carla was the first to transform. Her form blurred, and suddenly a large bay horse stood where she had been, before moving off at a gallop. Its muscles rippled beneath its coat, and its very Carla-like black mane flowed in the wind as it ran back towards the clear plain between the trees and the town. Andy was next. His body seemed to bulge, and then a black bear stood on its hind legs in his place. After loosing a seemingly gleeful roar, it dropped down on all fours and barreled through the underbrush, making its way into the forest with all the subtlety of a cannonball. Annie's transformation was instant. One moment she stood, loosely covering her beasts with her hands, as comfortable as she had become with Harry. Her father was standing right there, and giving Harry a saucy wink, and the next moment, a huge tawny mountain lion was sitting on its haunches and licking its paws. Harry only had enough time to form one thought: that really is a big-ass cat, before it sprang off into the trees, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Are you sure you don't want to get out of here before I transform?" Harry said, turning to face the bear that was Morris. Franklin's journals said the first transformation was wild. Harry had read ahead in the journals that Morris had given him for his birthday, to see what Ben Franklin had had to say about being a Thunderbird animagus. Franklin had found his hearing and eyesight vastly improved after completing the transformation. He only wore his famous bifocals for show, and his strength, speed, stamina, and channeling abilities, especially with lightning and air, had also noticeably increased. Perhaps most useful was the unique kind of apparition that the form provided. While a phoenix could apparate in a whooshing blaze of fire, the Thunderbird could do so with a crack of thunder and a flash of lightning. However, Franklin cautioned that the first transformation had been extremely violent, and he had barely maintained control at any point during the night. Harry was afraid that he'd transform and electrocute Morris. The Thunderbird saw all creatures as prey, and a large predator like Morris's bear would provide more of a challenge and therefore, more of an incentive for the Thunderbird to fight. Morris the bear responded with a vague, ruff, and trundled off into the tree line. He didn't go any farther into the woods, though, apparently, he planned to watch from there. Harry closed his eyes. He had been restraining the Thunderbird from coming out for several minutes now, and even though he had actually contained it since he was an infant, it had taken a supreme effort to keep himself from transforming as soon as the sun had gone down. Now, though, he released that control, and as he opened his eyes, everything was clearer and sharper. With a scream that shook the ground, Harry disappeared into the clouds in a bolt of lightning, followed immediately by a huge thunderclap. The Thunderbird was free. Harry would remember every moment of the next several hours for the rest of his life, later likening it to trying to rodeo a rocket. After all, the Thunderbird had been caged for most of his life, and now it was free. At the beginning, the Thunderbird was calling the shots, and Harry was mostly along for the ride, clinging on for dear life. Soon, though, the countless hours of occlumency and the power of the ritual performed a month ago began to complete the merging between the two warring parts of Harry's mind, and he became the Thunderbird. He had always felt comfortable in the air, reveling in the freedom that his broom gave him, but as much as he loved flying on his broom, it simply did not compare to flying as a Thunderbird. When the air currents weren't favorable, he made them favorable. When he wanted to go higher, he would disappear into lightning and thunder, and reappear higher. Harry rocketed across the skies of North America at the head of a vast thunderstorm, screaming out in triumph and daring anyone and everyone to be foolish enough to challenge his dominance. The sky belonged to Harry, and he loved every second of it. As dawn approached, Harry took a moment to figure out where he was, and realized with a shock that he was about 10,000 feet above Lake Superior. Knowing that he didn't have long before he was expected to be back, he and Annie had planned to meet at dawn in their spot. He disappeared with a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder, and reappeared about 1,000 feet above the Great White Bear Inn. From there, it was a short, leisurely flight to the Wolf River, where he got a look at his own reflection for the first time. His animagus form looked much like a giant black eagle, with a wingspan of at least a dozen feet. The details, though, were telling. His eyes shone with the iridescent glow of lightning, and each of his feathers had similarly shiny lightning bolt patterns. The talons and beak were long, razor-sharp, and hooked cruelly. Harry could tell that even without the lightning, his form would be a fierce predator. His sharp eyes picked out the other 4 animagi, who were scattered around the area. Morris was wrestling playfully with Andy, bear to bear. Carla was trotting by a pond about a mile away, and Annie was leaping between tree branches and boulders, and making her way toward their spot. Harry zeroed in on her, and met her there just as the sun began to rise. Annie picked herself up off the ground, standing on human feet for the first time in hours, and looked around for Harry. A soft rustling of feathers caught her attention, and she looked up into the branches of the massive oak tree to see a huge bird weighing down a thick limb. Harry glided down, flared his wings, and landed in front of her. She was shocked at how large it was. Standing on its feet, the bird's head reached her shoulders. As she petted the soft feathers on its head, it suddenly became soft black hair, and Harry stood before her. Both teens were completely BPD. Harry's loincloth and headdress hadn't survived the transformation, likely being roasted to ashes by the first lightning bolt as he had rocketed into the sky, and though both were bone-tired, the excitement of their first transformation combined with their own inclinations at the moment found them tumbling down onto the soft grass, entwined in passion. They made no effort to be quiet, and a few moments after they finished, Carla's wry voice caught their attention. At any other time, they would have been startled apart, but now they were too tired to do more than crane their heads around to look at their friend. "Now I'm jealous," she fake pouted, crossing her arms beneath her easts. "Where the hell is Andy when I need him? Last I saw, he was about a half-mile east, wrestling with Morris," Harry said with a grin, still panting from his exertion with Annie. Carla kept up the fake pout act, putting her hands on her hips and giving her heel a little stomp. The motion caused her beasts to shake tantalizingly, and Annie chuckled from her position on top of Harry. "Come on, Carla," Annie said with a laugh. "You're gonna give Harry here a heart attack if you keep jiggling around like that." They all laughed, and whatever awkwardness that had remained in the situation was diffused in the face of good humor and friendship. They gathered themselves up, and Carla apparated back to the inn. Harry had never sighed along apparated anyone, so he couldn't take Annie back. However, in a rare flash of brilliance the previous afternoon, Harry had had the foresight to put his invisibility cloak and his broom in a small bag in the oak tree's branches, so they simply flew back to the inn, picking up Annie's and Carla's discarded clothing on the way. Wednesday morning, 2 days later, was bittersweet. Carla and Andy had left the previous night, after a tear-filled goodbye dinner, and Harry had just woken up in Annie's bed for the last time. He had already packed all of his things, and would be returning to Philadelphia right after breakfast. After Harry and Annie showered together, they didn't want to pass up this one last opportunity to be together, and ate a subdued breakfast. Harry thanked Morris for all he had done for him, and walked out the front door of the inn. "Wait," Annie called, just as he was about to activate his portkey back to Philadelphia. Harry turned around, and was met with a crushing hug. "Just one more key, to say goodbye." After they broke apart, both teens had tears running down their cheeks. "Goodbye, invisible man," Annie whispered, finally letting go of him. Harry took one last look around. In the month he had been here, the tiny town of Kashina, Wisconsin had become almost as much of a home to him as Hogwarts. Andy, Carla, Morris, and especially Annie had so completely dominated his focus for that month that he almost couldn't conceive of a world in which he had not met them, and if he could, it certainly wasn't a world in which he'd want to live. "Goodbye, Annie," Harry responded hoarsely, and disappeared into thin air. Harry arrived back at 12th and Market with a soreness in his and a hollow feeling in the pit of his stomach, neither of which had anything to do with the portkey. Even though both teens had known that this moment had been coming, that didn't stop it from hurting. For Harry, who had never even truly understood that such a connection was possible, it felt like he was suddenly missing a part of himself. Trudging the suddenly interminable 3 blocks to the Alexander Inn, he mused that he might always feel like he had left something of himself back at the Great White Bear Inn. He would definitely never forget the time he had spent there. At least there was always Post. Plus, there was no reason why he and Annie should not meet sometime in the future. Harry, in no mood to be sociable, mostly just grunted at the innkeeper, whose name he had never bothered to remember, having had so little contact with him compared to Tom at the Leaky Cauldron or Morris at the Great White Bear Inn, and made his way to his new room on the 2nd floor. He wondered when he would stop comparing things to the bear, as he glanced around at his accommodations with distaste. Not that it was unsuitable. In fact, the room was objectively nicer and larger than room 301 had been. However, at this inn, there was no chance of hearing Annie's quadruple knock on the door and opening it to see her sly grin and glinting eyes. Gadsden, of course, was little help. As Harry tried to explain how he was feeling, the snake's advice was mostly of the, "find another mate, and pick me up a mouse on the way," variety. Hedwig gave only a low, mournful hoot and rubbed his shoulder with her head. At least his bird understood. Harry sighed, and unpacked his books. There were several that he wanted to read before he got back to Hogwarts, and he wasn't picking up lessons with Jacob Crane at the Franklin Institute until the next morning. He might as well get a start on reading. It wasn't as though there was a beautiful girl waiting outside his door. "Well, that's pretty much it," Remus observed matter-of-factly, wiping a now-dead Death Eater's blood off his hands. "We are officially out of leads." Sirius spat, summing up with one word all of his feelings on the subject. He punctuated his statement by kicking another Death Eater in the face and breaking his nose. It didn't do much, as the man was already dead, but it did make Sirius feel a little bit better. Maybe they went back to Britain, the werewolf suggested, nodding in agreement with Sirius's frustration. "We both know that the majority of Voldemort's followers were British, and the most useful ones, who bankrolled his operations, were all rich enough to buy pardons from Fudge after the war." "Number 12, then," Sirius asked with a sigh. "We can at least set Creature to cleaning up that shithole. Maybe we can find another house elf, one who isn't a total psychopath, to take his place." "Actually, Padfoot," Remus said thoughtfully. Our little Harry might have an inside line on just such an elf. Remember what he was saying about the whole basilisk affair? Ah, right. We'll have to bring it up the next time we talk to him. And that's as good a place to start as any. We'll have to start looking into Lucius buggering Malfoy. Good, Harry. Jacob called, as Harry dodged a stunner and returned two of his own, knocking out one of his two opponents. Don't be afraid to deflect an enemy's curse back at them, either. Harry had decided to bury the pain of his separation from Annie by throwing himself into training. In early July, Jacob Crane had offered Harry a place in the training rotation of his team, which operated under a division of the FBI focused on hunting down magical criminals and dark creatures. This same team had gone on several hunts for Jersey Devils, and the intelligence Harry had brought them had been vital to their success. Therefore, the team members were all perfectly willing to drill Harry, especially since teaching him provided an opportunity for them to rehash the fundamentals themselves. To Harry, this experience was invaluable. If there was one thing he had learned in his 3 years as a wizard, it was that the world was a dangerous place, especially if your name is Harry Potter. This sort of practical combat training might very well save his life someday, and he relished the opportunity to test his mettle against trained professionals. He was also noticing that either the nutritional potions he had taken in July or the changes wrought by the animagus transformation had significantly impacted both his physical and magical prowess. His senses were sharper, his reflexes were faster, his muscles were stronger and more efficient, and he had more magical power to throw around than pretty much anyone his age. After a week and a half, he was already capable of holding his own against some of the newer team members, all of whom were a decade older than him. It helped that he wasn't easily intimidated. Giant basilisks and Jersey Devils had a way of making most wizards seem tame by comparison. Jacob did have to enervate Harry this time, though, as his opponent returned fire with a wide-area stunner that Harry only partially parried. Afterward, they broke up and showered, then gathered again for dinner. So Harry, Jacob said between bites of his burger, tomorrow's the day, huh? Yeah, Harry responded. I'm port-keying out of Philly International at 9 a.m. I've got to be back in England by 5 p.m. local, but I'd like to take care of some stuff before that. Thanks to a cleverly cast male diversion ward, Sirius and Remus had intercepted an owl from Ron about the Quidditch World Cup, and had woken Harry up at about 4 a.m. to tell him that he needed to be back in Surrey the next day, or else the jig would be up. Harry had dictated a response to them, so it would sound authentic, and held up samples of his handwriting and his signature to the mirror so that Remus and Sirius could make the letter look as though Harry had written it. Remus had paid an impromptu visit to the Dursleys to go over their cover story. In case anyone asked, Harry had been grounded and confined to his room all summer. There, he had found the official invitation letter from Molly Weasley, and made sure that Harry knew what to expect when the Weasleys came calling. Harry was a little bit sad that he wouldn't get to see Sirius again before going back to Hogwarts, but they had all agreed that mirror calls would be sufficient for the time being. Well, Jacob said, interrupting Harry's mental trip planning, you should probably get back to your room at the inn and grab some shut-eye. I know I'm always tired after a long-distance portkey. Yeah, maybe I will, Harry murmured noncommittally. In reality, he planned to go flying one last time. It was a safe bet that once he got to England, he wouldn't be able to really let loose, so he wanted one last chance to go full thunderstorm crazy. Plus, that would help tire him out for tomorrow, which would otherwise be a short day due to the time difference, so his sleep schedule might have a chance at staying intact. After leaving the Institute's cafeteria and bidding a fond farewell to Jacob, who promised to send a signed copy of the newest edition of his book for Christmas, Harry did just as he had planned, tearing through the skies from Philadelphia down to northern Florida and then back again, spearheading an epic thunderstorm the whole time. He didn't end up apparating back into his room at the Alexander Inn until well past 1 a.m., and simply passed out as soon as he staggered to his bed. The Portkey Departure Terminal Philadelphia International Airport was not very busy, since it was a Saturday morning, so Harry didn't have to wait long before it was his turn. Would it be possible to set my portkey for Surrey? He asked the attendant. I'd rather not have to arrange transportation from Heathrow. Sure, as long as you've never been convicted of a felony in the United Kingdom and you're a British citizen, you can bypass customs there. Ah, here we go. Nothing but a warning about underage magic, so yeah, that's possible. It's an extra galleon, though. That's fine with me, Harry said, relieved. It's worth the convenience. He didn't add that he was actually doing it for secrecy. If he ended up at a check-in desk staffed by a wizard, it would be a matter of hours or even minutes before Dumbledore or the Daily Prophet got a hold of the information, and then he'd inevitably be subjected to an interrogation about where he had been all summer. His portkey took him to the Surrey bus station, and after regaining his equilibrium, he apparated to the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, where Remus and a large black dog were waiting to greet him. After a brief explanation of the plan, namely, that the Weasleys would be around at 5 p.m., less than 2 hours from when he had arrived at number 4, to pick him up, Remus gave Harry a rundown on their last few days. "And how is Dobby working out?" Harry asked. Almost 2 weeks ago, he had told Remus and Sirius about the crazed elf, and they had immediately called upon Dobby to take over as the head elf for number 12 Grimmauld Place. Remus said, "But he's a huge upgrade from Creature. We've got Creature contained to maintaining the cellars, while Dobby does pretty much everything else. He was even able to dispel the permanent sticking charm on Walburga's portrait, and we let Creature take that to whatever hole he sleeps in." "Good," Harry said. It wouldn't do for Dobby to have ended up working for another family like the Malfoys. He was abused there, badly. "Too right, we'll make sure to treat him better," Remus assured Harry. "Oh, I just remembered, did you ever get your school supplies?" "Yeah, I got my letter a few weeks ago, and I'll ordered everything. I already sent McGonagall notice that I'm taking arithmancy instead of divination. I got the runes book, too, so I can study that in my free time." The trio descended to remind the Dursleys about the plan. If asked, they were to assert that Harry had been mostly confined to his room all summer, except for meals, chores, the restroom, and a few errands of his own, freakish, and otherwise. Once the Dursleys were sorted out, Remus and Sirius left, and it became simply a matter of waiting for the Weasleys to arrive. Harry had demonstrated to the Dursleys that he could now do magic outside of school, ensuring their compliance with the story that Remus had cooked up, though he made no mention that it was only due to his new wands, of which he now had 5, his Phoenix Feather Wand, 2 Dragon Heartstring Wands from the Black Family Armory, and the 2 he had purchased earlier that week in Philadelphia. While he waited, he recalled the wand shop, which had been, like many consumer services in America, arguably more professional and impressive than what could be found in Diagon Alley, undoubtedly a result of increased competition for business. The wand shop had been located adjacent to Washington Square, and was predictably named the Washington Square Armament and Wand Company. Here, there were racks of wands and other assorted weapons much like at Ollivander's store, but these, off-the-rack, wands were relatively inexpensive, and less powerful than a bespoke wand. Harry had had the idea that perhaps a wand using a Thunderbird feather core from his Animagus form might be a superior match to his Phoenix Feather Wand, and had asked the wandmaker, George Biddle, if it would be possible. The wandmaker had been enthusiastic, saying that magical Animagus forms yielded the best possible matches, and perhaps even better, would not function properly when used against the person from whom the core material had been taken. Harry commissioned 2 wands, and provided a wing feather and a tail feather from his Animagus form. Biddle took the feathers to a line of wand wood blanks, and simply dropped them. As each feather fell, it was drawn to a specific wood. The tail feather had gravitated to a piece of oak wood, putting Harry in mind of the mighty oak at his and Annie's spot by the forest, and the wing feather had fallen onto a piece of elder wood. Biddle had taken some measurements and had Harry wave around a few practice wands, then disappeared into the store's small machine shop, using a regular non-magical wood lathe to shape the blanks into wands. Harry returned several hours later, having requested, at truly enormous expense, and causing a significant increase in the time necessary to manufacture the wands, that runes be carved into the inside of the wand shell to prevent physical damage or snapping. Such workmanship was only possible using non-magical computer-controlled machines, which was why this service was not to be found on Diagon Alley, and it did not run cheap. However, Harry had the cash to spare, and he didn't want the wands to be snapped and have his feathers accessible to a potential foe, who could use them for all manner of thaumaturgic spells and rituals. Poorer by over 100 galleons, extremely expensive, considering the fact that his wand from Ollivander had cost only 7 galleons, but richer by 2 masterfully shaped, ideally matched 13 inches wands. Harry had left the shop quite satisfied, and had been even more satisfied when he tried out his new wands. They were superior in every way to his holly wand and the wands he had picked up from the Black family armory. Even better, since Harry had told Biddle that he was going back to Britain in a few days, Biddle hadn't bothered to register the wands with the American version of the trace, and he didn't have the authority to register them with the British Ministry of Magic trace system either. Basically, these wands would let Harry do underage magic wherever he wanted, not that he couldn't do so already with his ebony and cedar wands. His ruminations were interrupted at precisely 5 p.m. by a knock on the door. Thankfully, Remus had pointed out in the response to Ron's letter that the fireplace at number 4 was not connected to the flow network, so the Weasleys should apparate or take a portkey. Upon reflection, Harry was certain that some minor disaster, probably including the destruction of much of the living room, had been averted. Harry answered the door, and invited in Arthur, Fred, George, and Ron. "Harry, my boy, you've grown this summer," Arthur exclaimed, looking around the exceedingly muggle home with great interest. "Ah, and you must be Harry's aunt and uncle. So very nice to meet you." Petunia and Vernon stood stiffly, ignoring Arthur's outstretched hand. Dudley slowly backed out of the room, and then the thunderous sound of the large boy ascending the stairs echoed through the house. "Yes," Vernon said. "Yes, I'm sure it is very nice to meet us. I take it you'll be leaving soon." We'll depart presently. I thought I'd let you take a moment to say goodbye to your nephew." Vernon and Petunia stared at Arthur as though he had just grown another head, then turned slowly toward Harry. Stone-faced, Vernon grated out an extremely reluctant, "Goodbye, Potter." "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon. I'll see you next summer." "Yes, until then," Petunia practically spat. Somewhat put out by the coldness that the Dursleys had shown him and Harry, Arthur directed his attention to his sons, who were gathering up Harry's things. Harry had thought ahead, and in order to facilitate a quick and clean getaway, had brought all of his luggage downstairs already. Fred and George picked up the trunk, inside which Gadsden was already coiled up and sleeping off a particularly large meal of the neighbor's formerly yappy little chihuahua. Ron got Hedwig's cage, and all 5 wizards stepped out onto the front patio, having nothing else to say to the Dursleys. "Here, boys," Arthur said, taking out a long rope. "This is a portkey, Harry. It's kind of like a portable flow, without the fire. Grab on, and make sure you hold on to the luggage tightly." Despite Arthur's rather inexpertly made portkey, Harry had now been on enough portkey rides to keep his feet when they landed at the burrow. After some fussing by Molly Weasley, the twins disappeared to go do whatever it was that they did in their free time, and Ron, Harry, and Hermione, who had joined the group in the kitchen, retreated upstairs, with a furiously blushing Ginny close behind. "So out with it, mate," Ron said once they were behind a closed door. "Out with what?" Harry asked, feigning confusion. "Out with how you grew almost a foot, gained at least 2 stone of muscle, and aren't wearing glasses anymore," Hermione commanded insistently, practically vibrating with interest. This was it, Harry realized. This was the moment he had known was coming, when he would either tell his friends what he had done all summer, or when he would lie to them. He thought briefly about everything he had done: cheating the trace with black wands, Philadelphia, nutritional potions, the Jersey Devil, Wisconsin, the Animagus ritual, channeling magic, the training with Jacob Crane, and Annie. That last fleeting thought brought back the soreness in his heart, and he made his decision. "Well, it's nothing special," Harry said. Lies it would be. This summer had been for him, and Annie was his to remember. "I let the Dursleys know that someone would be dogging them about my health, so they actually fed me this summer. The glasses. Well, have you ever heard of laser eye surgery?" "No, what's that?" Ginny asked, blushing. That fangirl crush of hers reminded Harry of how much he missed walking around in America and having nobody think twice about a kid with a lightning bolt scar. Having gotten used to that, being back in magical Britain was going to be infuriating. Hermione's long-winded explanation, somehow delivered in one breath, told everyone present everything they had never really cared to know about laser eye surgery. Harry was almost surprised that everyone had bought his lies. He had expected that someone would realize how unlikely it was that he would get in such good shape, and a tan, no less. Sitting around in the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive all summer, but apparently they were so used to accepting what people said at face value that nobody blinked an eye. Classic magical Britain mentality, Harry mused wryly. Frankly, Harry thought it was almost embarrassing how easily he had fooled everyone, even the ever-sensible Hermione, who really should have known better, had believed his explanation without any reservations. The discussion soon turned to what everyone else had done all summer, the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, and the inevitable challenge to a chess game which Harry intentionally lost as quickly as possible, having no inclination to drag the game out. Finally, it was dinner time, and Harry got to meet Charlie and Bill, the extremely cool oldest Weasley boys. Charlie explained that he worked at a dragon preserve in Romania, and Bill spoke about the exciting life of a Gringotts cursebreaker. Percy, not to be outdone, began preaching pompously about the ministry, Cauldron Bottoms, how great his boss Mr. Crouch was, and probably something else, but not a single person was paying him any attention by then. Molly, though, had been slightly put out that Harry had already purchased his school things, as her offer to buy them for him the next day was politely refused. Harry was once again glad of his foresight. He would not have wanted to put the key to his practically overflowing vault in Molly's impoverished hands. Not that he thought she would ever actually steal from him, he just didn't really fancy the idea of her looking at all of his wealth and then feeling bad about her own lack thereof. Harry was glad that he had spent so much effort tiring himself out the previous night, as the adults were determined to send the children off to bed early so that everyone would be awake at dawn for the portkey to the World Cup campsite. Even so, he had some difficulty falling asleep. Ron snored something awful, and he had grown accustomed to sleeping in larger, more comfortable beds at the Great White Bear and the Alexander. He was also acutely missing the feeling of a warm body next to him, and he was already becoming a little bit frustrated at the sudden lack of say, though he wasn't really ready to look for an emotional connection. The summer fling with Annie had clearly become more than that, and he wasn't ready to move forward quite yet. He decided that by the time he got back to Hogwarts, he would at least look for a partner. Maybe, he thought as he began to drift off, he could put together one of those arrangements. Harry was the only one able to drag himself out of bed at dawn without being hollered at by Molly Weasley. With thunder ringing in his ears, having dreamed about the full throttle flight he had made during his last night in America, Harry quickly dressed and gathered all of his things. He asked Gadsden if he wanted to be let out, but Gadsden was fine with hanging out in Harry's trunk for the time being. Once the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione were awake, the whole troop set off down the road to meet up with the Amos and Cedric Diggory, an awkward experience for all, as Amos insisted on effectively proclaiming that his son was better than everyone else, especially Harry, and then the whole group gathered around the old boot and portkeyed into the huge mess that was the Quidditch World Cup campsite. It was a slightly subdued group that returned to the Burrow on the morning of August 26. Percy was particularly miserable, having had a public dressing down by his boss after his wand had been found to have cast the dark mark. In fact, it was only an impromptu interrogation under Veritaserum that kept him from being charged with any number of serious crimes. He had, however, been luckier than Winky the house elf. While Percy kept his job, Winky had been dismissed on the spot, despite her pathetic begging and insistence that she was innocent. Afterward, Harry had suggested to Arthur that he take on the despondent elf, as it would certainly decrease Molly's workload around the Burrow, but Arthur declined, saying that they had passed up opportunities like this before because Molly preferred to do things herself. Later, Harry had summoned the elf and bonded her himself, then ordered her to go help Dobby at number 12 Grimmauld Place. One simply did not let pass such opportunities, as elves who had been dismissed rarely stayed available for long. If they didn't find work quickly, they often committed suicide. The rest of the week passed uneventfully. The group played several backyard Quidditch games, lots of chess, and, at least Harry and Hermione, began to read ahead in some of their texts. Though Harry was already far ahead in Charms, Transfiguration, and Defense Against the Dark Arts, he still had some catching up to do in arithmancy. Harry introduced the group to Gadsden, and only Ron and Molly had any real objection. However, they believed Harry's assurance that he was harmless. Ron and Hermione initially didn't like the idea of Harry embracing his nature as a Parselmouth, but Harry was adamant. It was part of who he was, and if it was something he had taken from Voldemort, then he had won it fair and square. That small argument more or less resolved. To Harry's satisfaction, the only real excitement remaining of the holiday occurred on the morning of September 1st. Amos Diggory Fire called Arthur, having heard that a mutual friend had landed himself in hot water with the Muggle police. Arthur went to go sort it out, probably through judicious use of memory charms, while the rest of the group made their way to King's Cross. Harry didn't spend much more time thinking about the plight of the apparently legendary Dark Wizard Hunter. He figured that he'd hear all about it soon enough. A protracted round of goodbyes later, the Hogwarts Express pulled out of the station and began to chug its way to Scotland. As Harry looked out the window, he felt a distinct pang. For the first time since he had started at Hogwarts, he wished that summer hadn't ended. On the night of August 31st, or perhaps more accurately, in the early morning hours of September 1st, a small, rat-like man crept through the mist rising off the wet ground, and laid a basket reverently upon the doorstep of a well-to-do London townhouse. He almost snickered to himself at the obvious symmetry. Over a decade ago, Dumbledore himself had placed a baby on a doorstep, and the people who opened the door had their lives irrevocably changed. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, there would be plenty of time for that later, and his master would surely make him beg for death if this plan failed on his account. Wormtail gave several sharp knocks on the door, then melted into the shadows, aiming his wand carefully. Less than a minute later, the door opened, revealing an impeccably groomed, even at this time of night, man with a ridiculous toothbrush mustache. Even Wormtail knew about Hitler. How could such a highly placed ministry official wear that look? No wonder only his sycophantic personal aide took him seriously. As the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation looked left and right with a searchlight like Lumos, a high, cold voice hissed out in a low whisper that nevertheless carried through the humid air. So typical, for a wizard to search left and right, but neglect to look up or down. Imperio, the Dark Lord said. While some wizards merely cast spells, the Dark Lord commanded them. Bartemius Crouch was a strong-willed man, who had extensive experience with the Imperious Curse, but the Dark Lord was not the Dark Lord for nothing. Nobody had ever resisted his will once he imposed it with the Imperious Curse, and Crouch was no different, despite Voldemort's diminished form. Minutes later, the Dark Lord's army had doubled in size. Proving his devotion, Bartemius Crouch, Jr. turned his wand upon his own father, leaving Bartemius Crouch, Sr. so badly brain damaged that his own will no longer existed, and further resistance to the Imperious Curse was rendered impossible. He would remain in Voldemort's thrall for the rest of his life. Wormtail, the Crouches, and the Dark Lord apparated away to begin the most dangerous phase of the night's activities. An hour later, a man who looked a great deal like Alistair Moody enervated Wormtail. After shaking off the lingering effects of the powerful stunner, Wormtail picked up his master and apparated to safety, followed closely by Crouch, Sr., who, claiming to have apprehended Wormtail, had proven to be excellent bait. The man who looked like Alistair Moody got his game face on. He had always enjoyed the theater, and now he had the chance to deliver the performance of a lifetime. Immediately after the welcome feast, Professor McGonagall had told him that the headmaster wished to see him in his office. Realizing that Dumbledore may suspect that Harry had been away for the summer, as the old man was neither blind nor stupid, Harry's tan didn't exactly scream, England. And his increase in height and muscle and the lack of his glasses suggested some healing. Harry began to go over his plan for this confrontation, which Remus and Sirius had predicted. The three had put together a general scheme: evade Dumbledore's questions, and go on the offensive to demand some answers of his own. If he was lucky, Dumbledore would be thrown off balance enough to dismiss him and cease the interrogation. After all, they felt that Dumbledore had a great deal to answer for when it came to Harry. As he entered the office, his attention was drawn to Fawkes, who met Harry's eyes and chirped cheerfully, "Hey, hello," of sorts, to a kindred spirit, as the flames flickering in Fawkes's eyes discovered the lightning hidden behind Harry's. Beneath the Phoenix's perch, Harry noted that several of the instruments on Dumbledore's desk were no longer as shiny or active as they had been during Harry's last visit to Dumbledore's office, and most were completely silent. "Hi, Fawkes," Harry said pleasantly, returning the Phoenix's greeting before turning to address Dumbledore. "Good evening, Headmaster." Dumbledore, who had been somewhat surprised that Harry had greeted the bird, and so familiarly, too. Before his headmaster, sat back in his chair behind tented fingers, before leaning forward to address Harry. "Harry, my boy, welcome back to Hogwarts. I'm glad to notice that you are looking quite healthy. May I ask how your holidays were?" Harry noted the veiled interest beneath the seemingly casual question. Dumbledore had studied alchemy at the foot of Nicholas Flamel, so it was impossible that he had not by now realized that Harry's newfound health was the result of a course of nutrient potions. And unless Harry was much mistaken, he suspected that at least some of the instruments, about half of which were now apparently dead, on Dumbledore's desk were used to monitor his Holly wand. After all, Fawkes had supplied the feather, and Dumbledore could easily use thaumaturgy to track its use and possibly the premises of Number 4 Privet Drive, if not perform direct surveillance on Harry himself. It was clear that Dumbledore knew that Harry had left Number 4, and was trying, not very subtly, to find out where he had been, and what he had done. "My holidays were satisfactory, Headmaster," Harry replied after a very slight pause, sufficient to indicate to Dumbledore that he knew very well that the headmaster's interest was nothing but casual. "And yours?" "Busy, my boy, very busy," Dumbledore said genially, pretending not to notice or understand the pause. "Organizing the Triwizard Tournament is no mean feat, I can assure you. The negotiations alone," he paused, very slightly, as though to consider whether explaining would be worth his time, before waving a hand and shaking his head. "But I'm certain you don't really want to hear those boring details," he said, dismissing the topic. Harry decided that it was time to go on the offensive, better to strike first, before Dumbledore managed to get him talking about the health potions, which would lead to Sirius and Remus, which would lead to America, which would lead to Harry disobeying Dumbledore's order to remain at Number 4 Privet Drive. Despite Dumbledore's utter lack of authority to order him around on his holidays, Harry figured that Dumbledore would not quite see it that way, and Harry did have to spend 4 more years here, and he was hoping to spend those years without Dumbledore trying to get him back under his thumb. "Yes, sir. I imagine that you must have been quite busy in your posts as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, as well," Harry said lightly, before his eyes hardened and his tone became more serious. "You know, what with the return to activity of a terrorist organization in Britain, and in no less public a fashion than at the Quidditch World Cup, right before the eyes of the international magical community. I imagine the eyes of the world are fixed on our island, awaiting our government's response, and I sincerely doubt that the minor spectacle of endangering schoolchildren for entertainment will distract them. Seeing as how you are a major part of this government, I was hoping you'd let me know what the plan is, moving forward." Dumbledore's eyes widened almost comically. Harry was sure that the man must have been expecting at least some resistance. After all, he knew that Harry had a habit of concealing some of his schemes at school, but it was clear that he had not even considered the possibility of Harry challenging him so directly. "Come now, Harry, I'm quite certain that the Ministry of Magic is investigating the events of—" "Don't give me that, sir," Harry snapped, interrupting him. Harry knew that if he let Dumbledore start working that silver tongue of his, he'd worm his way around the issue and end up painting Harry as unreasonable. "You have the power and the duty to influence events at a national level, but you are doing no such thing. I've read the Daily Prophet all summer." A lie, of course, but Remus and Sirius had filled him in on the general happenings in magical Britain, and Dumbledore had spent the vast majority of the summer negotiating for the Triwizard Tournament. "You haven't even moved against Fudge's key on site order on Sirius. You are the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and it is your job to see justice done. I'm starting to think you have some ulterior motive for keeping Sirius from taking care of me." Remus had suggested this particular line. Dumbledore had a good idea of how much Sirius meant to Harry, and if Harry called him on his failure to address the issue, he was essentially delivering an ultimatum. Harry's loyalty was no longer blind and unconditional, and Dumbledore would have to earn it from now on, beginning with clearing Sirius Black of all charges. It even held a bit of a threat. If Dumbledore wouldn't see to Sirius's freedom, then Harry would find someone who would, and if it came out that Dumbledore had known of Sirius's innocence but done nothing, his opponents in the Ministry and Wizengamot would have all the ammunition they needed to have him dismissed from his governmental posts. Internally, Dumbledore reeled. He had called this meeting to find out how the blood protections around Number 4 Privet Drive had collapsed, not to be called to account for his own activities. He had never considered that Harry's loyalty might be called into question, but here it was, as plain as day. He should have known better. Harry had told him at the end of his second year that the Sorting Hat's first choice for him had been Slytherin. Harry's continued loyalty would be essential if the worst should happen, which meant that all of a sudden, it was Dumbledore who would be working to serve Harry's interests, rather than the other way around. Recognizing that the balance had shifted, Dumbledore immediately moved to appease Harry. Harry Dumbledore began with a tired sigh, the twinkle in his eye long gone and the lines on his face deepening. Please forgive the pace of an aging man. I do have a plan in the works, but it may take some time to enact. Sirius will be cleared, I promise you. Thank you, sir, Harry said, standing up. It's been a long day, and I'd like to catch up with my friends. If there's nothing else, may I be excused? Yes, of course. Just remember, Harry, if there is ever anything you wish to tell me, my door is open. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry replied formally, repressing a snort, before giving in to his baser natures and firing off a parting shot. And sir, if there is ever anything you wish to tell me, I will be glad to hear it. Harry's first potions lesson of the term was the next afternoon, immediately after lunch. Harry had learned enough occlumency to know that Dumbledore had not attempted legilimency on him the previous night, that virtually ensured that Snape would function as Dumbledore's trigger man. Harry had begun to suspect that Dumbledore kept Snape around as a sort of fixer. That was the only possible explanation for keeping such a reprehensible creature near children. Sirius and Remus had agreed, noting that Snape must be deeply beholden to Dumbledore, who had pulled strings to keep the supposedly repentant Death Eater out of Azkaban, and now played key roles in many of Dumbledore's less than savory and often illegal schemes. In truth, a skilled, powerful wizard utterly bereft of morals, as Snape must be, probably made for an extremely useful henchman. While Harry carefully dissected his horned toad, as several of its body parts were to be used in the potion to be brewed on that Friday's double potions lesson, and mentally prepared for the inevitable confrontation, that selfsame henchman suddenly loomed over his desk. "Ah, Potter," Snape whispered softly, his voice nevertheless carrying through the silent classroom. "I heard you had a chat with the headmaster last night. Breaking rules already, are we?" "No, sir," Harry said stiffly, determined not to rise to the bait. "The headmaster only wished to welcome me back to school. Demanding special treatment, Snape sneered. "Just like your misbegotten mangy mutt of a godfather and your cretin of a father. Look at me when I speak to you, Potter." The whole class jumped slightly at the Snape's harsh command. Harry, though, simply closed his eyes for a brief second, took a breath, and then looked into Snape's eyes. Witnesses never really agreed on the details of what happened next. The simple fact was that very few of the fourth-year students had ever heard of occlumency and legilimency, and fewer still would recognize their use between others. What everyone did agree on, though, was that something passed between Harry Potter and Severus Snape, and whatever it was of sufficient magnitude that their curiosity was crushed beneath their collective sense of self-preservation. Harry and Snape, though, were quite aware of what was happening. As Snape shoved his consciousness into Harry's mind with a tough thrust of legilimency, he was surprised to find nothing at first, that is. Within seconds, though, something stirred, and Snape suddenly felt as though he was caught in a vast storm. Tension built and built, with Snape's intrusive mind bending under the mounting pressure, as the professor became aware of absolute fury. In the back of his mind, he recalled the official motto of Hogwarts, before shaking off the stray thought and renewing his assault. Harry grinned inwardly. Snape, in his arrogance, had allowed his legilimency probe to expose too much of himself. After all, what fourth year was a powerful enough occlumens to be able to get anything out of him? And the Thunderbird raging within his subconscious had become aware of the dark mark tainting the professor's soul. Now, all he had to do was sit back and watch the fireworks. The thunderclap would have shattered eardrums and glass alike, had it existed outside of the two wizards' heads. As it was, power rolled off of Harry, arcing between his fingers, and Snape was expelled from Harry's mind with such force that he physically staggered back, only managing to remain on his feet by grabbing onto Crabbe's conveniently located neck. Ears ringing from the massive explosion of the mental thunderbolt, he stared at Harry with wide eyes, literally shocked that the whelp had swatted aside his legilimency probe with such ease and such power. Snape was an arrogant man, but he was also intelligent enough to realize that whatever Potter had been up to over the summer, it had changed him, and, as much as he hated to admit it, though his own sense of self-preservation, carefully honed by service to the Dark Lord, demanded that he do so. Potter was no longer a mere child to be taken lightly. Harry, for his part, presented a face of absolute innocence, and met Snape's astonished eyes without an ounce of fear. "Was there something you wanted, sir?" he asked sweetly, as though he had not just repelled an attack, and one that any court would call dark arts, and convict accordingly, with such ease. Snape glanced around the room, noting that every single eye was upon him. 20 points from Gryffindor for your insolence, you arrogant brat, he hissed, before turning his ire upon the rest of the class. Get back to work, you imbeciles. At the end of the period, Harry left the dungeons as quickly as possible, fully expecting retaliation from Snape. However, it never came. Harry reasoned that Snape was probably worried that Harry would go to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement if pushed, and using legilimency against a minor was a serious offense. It was nice, Harry thought, to have some actual blackmail material on his least favorite person in the world. His musings were interrupted, though, by those he could not escape, his friends. "Harry, wait up," Hermione called, with Ron in tow, gasping for breath as she caught up. "What did you do to Professor Snape? You can't just go around doing whatever it was you did to professors." "I dunno, Hermione," Ron opined. "Whatever it was bloody brilliant. Totally worth a few points. I can't believe you didn't get detention." Harry smiled and nodded, continuing toward Gryffindor Tower. In his exultation, Ron didn't appear to notice that Harry had not actually provided an explanation for what had just occurred, and as he chattered animatedly at Seamus and Dean, Hermione proved that she, at least, would not let it go so easily. "Harry, I know you're hiding something," she whispered furiously. "First that ridiculous lie about your vacation, honestly, how the others were fooled is beyond me, and now throwing a professor around the classroom with your brain. What has gotten into you? What did you do all summer?" Harry stopped and turned to face her, his expression suddenly unreadable, but his eyes betraying his irritation, while internally, his mind whirred. Of course Hermione hadn't actually believed his story about a bit of extra food and hanging out in his bedroom. "Hermione, what did you do all summer? You went home, where you wanted to go, to see your parents who loved you. What would you do if the headmaster told you that you couldn't go home, and instead you had to go where you knew you were hated, and wouldn't give you any good reason why?" "What?" Hermione said, put off balance by Harry's sudden anger. "What does that have to do with it?" Harry's gaze bore into Hermione's eyes, and for the first time in 3 years of friendship, Hermione was suddenly uncomfortable near Harry. "It has everything to do with it," Harry hissed, before he turned on his heel and strode away. Taken aback, Hermione didn't come up with any way to continue the argument until after Harry had disappeared up the stairs to the boys' dormitories. As Harry jumped onto his bed, he realized that he probably shouldn't have gone off on Hermione. Technically, he was lying to her, and she was understandably upset. He had always had a bit of a temper, perhaps getting the Thunderbird all pumped for a fight, and then not really. Letting it out had exacerbated the tendency. Well, the solution was simple: go let off some steam. Harry donned his invisibility cloak, unshrunk his broom, and shot out of his window, closing it behind him. He knew he couldn't transform here, it was broad daylight, and even if he just flew around without causing a storm, someone was bound to see the massive bird and start asking questions. However, he did have his broom, and spent the next few hours rocketing around the skies, taking advantage of and manipulating the air currents to go faster and higher than he ever had on his broom. It was a much calmed Harry Potter that walked into the Great Hall for dinner, and after a brief apology to Hermione for his outburst, and citing the stress of his confrontation with Snape, Professor Snape, Harry, is the cause. She accepted his apology, though he knew that she, and to a lesser extent, Ron, would soon resume asking questions that he didn't want to answer. "Harry, who is that letter from? Hey mate, I saw some photos in your trunk when I was looking for the map last night, who are they? Harry, who are you writing to? Hey mate, wouldn't you rather play some chess than read? That looks pretty boring. Why take arithmancy when you could go for the easy O in divination? Harry, you're doing quite well in classes so far, without even asking for my help. What have you been reading? And where have you been practicing all your spellwork? Hey mate, I thought your wand was a bit shorter than that. And what's with the knife?" The azure flames of the goblet of fire turned crimson for the 4th time, and Harry knew that his hopes for a normal year had been shattered. He was vaguely aware of a sort of clamping feeling, not really in his, more like beyond it. Had he imagined it, or was he Of course he hadn't imagined it. Dumbledore broke the long silence, clearing his throat. After another pause, he spoke. Harry Potter. This time, the silence was deafening. And judging by the suspicious look on Hermione's face and Ron's angrily set jaw, Harry was finally collecting, with interest, whatever bad luck he had earned with his uneventful Chicago trip and generally excellent summer. The next several days were extremely unpleasant for Harry Potter. The entire student population of Hogwarts, with the possible exception of Fred and George Weasley, who viewed Harry's entry into the tournament as a successful prank, was shunning him, and even the professors had basically given him the cold shoulder. While the last 2 months had seen many of his professors praising his much-improved classroom performance, now they barely spoke to him. Snape, of course, had taken the opportunity to be even more cruel than usual. As a result, Gryffindor had 0 points, and the rest of the Lions blamed Harry for that, too, which was likely Snape's intention. It's like second year all over again, Harry hissed bitterly to Gadsden. What will it take for these idiots to give me the benefit of the doubt? Harry had just had another argument with Hermione, after which she finally threw in her lot with Ron and the rest of the school, all having decided that they couldn't trust Harry's word that he hadn't entered the tournament. It's just another example of you lying to us, Harry, she had said, almost apologetically, as though her words were hurting her as much as they hurt Harry. First you come back with a snake, and you won't tell anyone what you did last summer, and you're doing so much better in classes you've been pulling away from everyone all term, and now you broke the rules to get into the tournament. Fine, Harry had spat, barely keeping himself from drawing his wand. Forget all about the troll, and the stone, and the chamber. Forget all the times I've put my neck out for everyone here. Cast your lot in with the rest of them, follow the herd, yeah. There's that Gryffindor courage. With that, he had stomped up to his dorm, leaving Hermione in tears and Ron crowing savagely. Harry had always known that Ron was jealous of his wealth and fame, both of which Harry disliked, but now he was taking it much further than Harry had ever thought possible. It was like he wanted Harry to be cast down, like it gave him some sort of boost. Hermione was hurt by the break, but Ron was practically taking pleasure in it, even going so far as to try to use Gadsden's presence to convince people of Harry's sneaky, dishonest nature. You should go from here, Gadsden said, a note of concern in his sibilant hiss. I've seen the other humans poking around in your things. I think they will try to sabotage you. Harry suspected that Gadsden was overreacting. People were likely scouting his belongings for future pranks. However, he did not intend to let people walk all over him again. In second year, he had been afraid to stand up for himself, but that was before he'd killed a basilisk, fought off 100 Dementors, and stabbed a demon to death. Most importantly, that had been before the changes wrought by his animagus transformation. You're right, Harry replied, cold determination washing over him. I'm done here. We're moving into the chamber. Harry had explored much more of the Chamber of Secrets this term. It was the perfect place to practice spells that he had learned over the summer, which he wouldn't want to have to explain to Hermione. Also, it went below the anti-apparition wards laid over the Hogwarts grounds, so he could even practice apparition. In his exploration, he had found several rooms. One looked to have once been a library, though that had long since turned to a mildewy mess, another was some sort of study, and another was a bedroom. It was actually very similar in decor to the Slytherin common room that Harry had seen in his second year, but somewhat nicer, as one might expect, considering that this was likely where Salazar Slytherin had slept. It had only taken Winky a few days to get the whole place livable again, including removing all of the remains of the basilisk. Within days, of course, people noticed that Harry was nowhere to be found any time he wasn't in class. He didn't even go to the Great Hall for meals. Why bother, when he had his own house elf? Therefore, it was not entirely unexpected when Professor McGonagall held him back after class on the second Thursday of November, almost a week after he moved into the chamber. Mr. Potter, she said sternly. You have skipped a number of detentions assigned by your professors, your whereabouts are never known, and Gryffindor House has remained at 0 points for several days. Explain yourself. With all due respect, Professor, Harry replied, sarcasm dripping from his words like venom from fangs. I really don't see why I should. McGonagall's eyes flashed with righteous anger. I am not accustomed to such disrespect, Mr. Potter, she snapped. I am the deputy headmistress of this school, and you will address me with the respect I am due, or you will face the consequences. That's right, you are the deputy headmistress of this school, Harry hissed. McGonagall almost jumped back at the cold rage in his voice. So why have you allowed the entirety of the student body, and most of the professors, to treat me like dirt for the past 2 weeks? Are those the consequences for being foolish enough to entrust my safety to you and the headmaster? It's second year all over again, and I'm sick of it. Mr. Potter, she began, but Harry cut her off. Consider this my resignation from Gryffindor House, Professor, he growled, tearing the house patch off of his robe and throwing his color and gold tie onto her desk. I've moved out of Gryffindor Tower. I will attend classes for the rest of the year because the tuition has already come out of my trust vault, but I will have nothing else to do with this school. If I survive this farce of a tournament, I'll be looking into alternative options for my education. Harry skipped the rest of his classes that day, knowing that McGonagall would immediately report his tirade to the headmaster, who would inevitably attempt to meddle at the first opportunity. Instead, he spent the remainder of the day blowing things up in the chamber. That night, a mild storm swept over the school. It was the perfect chance for Harry to go flying for real, and actually let off some steam. Thus, what had begun as a mild storm turned into a raging tempest, with thunderclaps that shook the school and bolts of lightning that turned wide patches of ground into smoking, charred glass. As Harry flew over the Forbidden Forest, he saw 4 dragons thrashing against their chains, with dozens of handlers trying to regain control. One was at least half again the size of the next largest, and nearly twice the size of the smallest. Obviously agitated by the storm, it swung its massive spiked tail, crushing and impaling a particularly unlucky handler. So that's the first task, Harry thought. Dragons. I wonder if that handler was the first life this tournament will cost. Colin Creevey, who had thankfully jumped on the Potter Stinks bandwagon, and thus had stopped pestering Harry for photos and autographs, was a most unlikely savior, Harry mused as he beat a hasty retreat from Snape's class. He would have bet all the gold in Gringotts that Snape had planned to test the antidotes on him. Of course, nothing was without cost. The price for escaping Snape's clutches was to walk into some sort of meet the press event for the tournament, thinly veiled as some assurance that each champion had a working wand. He walked as slowly as possible, examining every portrait along the way as though he had never seen them before, to Colin's obvious discomfort and thus his own intense amusement. Finally, they reached the classroom, just in time for Harry to overhear Fleur admitting that she was part Veela. "Ah, there's our 4th champion," Ludo Bagman practically shouted. Didn't that man have an inside voice? He clapped Harry on the shoulder and maneuvered him over to the other champions. "I hope you don't mind that we got started without you. I guess old Snape didn't want to let you loose, lad." The other occupants of the small classroom stared at Harry. Cedric couldn't take his eyes off Harry's unadorned robe and plain black tie, so apparently the fact that Harry had abandoned Gryffindor had not yet made it into the rumor mill, though, of course, it would now. A reporter dressed in gaudy magenta robes and clutching a crocodile skin handbag was staring at Harry like he was a particularly juicy steak. Albus Dumbledore's expression was unreadable, but Harry got the impression that he was not pleased to see that McGonagall's report was true. Ollivander examined and tested Cedric's and Crumb's wands, and then it was Harry's turn. Harry handed Ollivander his Holly and Phoenix feather wand. There was nothing in the rules stating that the wand examined at the weighing had to be the wand used in the contest, and Harry knew that Ollivander had some connection to Dumbledore. It was surely no coincidence that Tom Riddle and Harry both had a wand made with fox's feathers, so he wasn't about to let the man see him with a wand made in America. "Ah, yes," Ollivander murmured, stroking it. Harry suddenly pictured Sirius pantomiming that same action. As part of a joke he had told that summer, and only barely contained his laughter. He finally shot a stream of wine from the wand, humming in satisfaction as he did so, causing Harry to snort in amusement, and then handed the wand back to Harry. To Harry's surprise, the old man met his eyes and winked. Harry was given the distinct impression that Ollivander knew that the wand was no longer the best match for Harry, and he might even have an idea why. After a few photos, Harry tried to make it to the door, but found his path blocked by the headmaster. "Mr. Potter," he said gravely, "I believe we need to have a discussion." "Mr. Dumbledore," Harry replied, obviously mocking the headmaster's severe tone. I believe I've already had this discussion with your deputy. If the result was not to your satisfaction, perhaps you should consider different strategies for the next orphan you try to manipulate. Allowing the entire student body and your professors to shun and abuse me for your failures doesn't seem to be working out for you. Makes me wonder what exactly you tried with Riddle. We all know how well that turned out. Those still in the room stared in fascination at the tense confrontation. The reporter, who had been introduced as Rita Skeeter, muckraker extraordinaire, was writing frantically. Voldemort's true identity was not well known, but Harry was certain that was about to change, because Rita Skeeter was on the case, and she smelled blood. Also, practically everyone in magical Britain had always been under the impression that Harry Potter was the headmaster's protégé, and Dumbledore had always subtly encouraged that notion, owing much of his post-war reputation to the fact that he was supposedly watching carefully over their precious savior. This confrontation, though, was direct evidence to the contrary. It was clearly of the, "I've got a bone to pick with you" variety, and the tone alone, to say nothing of the words themselves, spoke volumes about the ever-widening gulf between Harry and Dumbledore. "Harry, surely whatever problems you are having can be worked out to the satisfaction of all. There is no need to put aside your classmates and friends." "Yes there is, you know as well as I do that they put me aside first. They made their decisions, and I have made mine. This discussion is over, Headmaster. Please, Harry, I truly believe that we have you acted on the topic of our discussion from after the welcome feast?" Harry cut in, already tired of Dumbledore's act. Harry paused for a few seconds, but Dumbledore remained silent. "I didn't think so. Until then, there's precious little you can say that I care to hear, and even less for me to say to you. Now get out of my way." The headmaster's shoulders slumped as Harry pushed past him and strode through the door. Harry managed to conceal the savage grin on his face until he was back in the chamber. As unpleasant as having the entire school set against him was, it did have the benefit of allowing him to tell people off. Plus, now he had planted the seed in the public consciousness that Dumbledore was holding something back from Harry, and he would bet his firebolt that every reporter in magical Britain would want to know what it was. Once he got public opinion behind the idea of Sirius's innocence, his freedom was all but guaranteed. "Dragons!" Remus and Sirius shouted at once. Harry had not had a chance to mirror call them after his exertions the previous night. The storm had been strong enough to scar the Forbidden Forest, swamp part of the Hogwarts grounds, and warrant a mention on the second page of that morning's Daily Prophet, though today's confrontation with Dumbledore would certainly be front-page news tomorrow, and had done so after dinner. He told them, first about his confrontations with McGonagall and Dumbledore, and then moved on to the real issue, surviving the first task. "Dragons," Harry confirmed. "I don't really know much about them, except that they're big and powerful. I even watched one of them kill one of the handlers." Harry didn't mention that the dragon had been thrashing about in agitation from his storm. He didn't really feel too bad about the man's death, considering the fact that Harry had been thrown into this tournament, and that handler's idea of fun was apparently to force a child to fight a dragon. "Well, you've got that right," Remus said, getting over his shock about the dragons. "Their scales are almost completely resistant to magic, their breath is a giant magical flamethrower, and they are much faster and more agile than their size would suggest. Maybe go for the eyes," Sirius suggested, not fully confident in his idea. "That might convince it you're enough of a threat not to be worth the effort." "I dunno," Harry said. "The basilisk was still able to fight by hearing and scent once it was blind. I got a lucky stab into the roof of its mouth, but then again, it bit me and I almost died, and a dragon would be roasting me with fire." "Wait," Remus mused, the wheels clearly turning in his mind. "That channeling magic you were telling us about, you said that can take energy from the environment." "Yeah," Harry replied, suddenly understanding what Remus was getting at. "You think it might be possible too?" "I think so," Remus replied. After a brief explanation, Sirius wasn't quite as fast on the uptake. The three wizards began to plan the prank of the century. Their mark, a dragon. Though Harry had avoided taking meals at the Great Hall for the last few weeks, he didn't want to miss the general reaction to Rita Skeeter's inevitable hatchet job. Clad in his invisibility cloak and peeking down from the rafters, he had flown up on his firebolt before anyone else arrived. He watched as the morning post arrived, and chaos began to unfold. It started, predictably, at the staff and Ravenclaw tables, followed closely by the rest of the students. At first, it was a low buzz, a murmur of discontent, but it soon grew into a cacophony of outrage. The best part was that it was mostly directed at Dumbledore. They weren't about to blame Harry's estrangement on themselves, after all. Dumbledore soon beat a hasty retreat, with Snape and McGonagall at his heels. Harry waited for the bedlam to die down, and stealthily made his way back to the chamber once the rest of the crowd had left the Great Hall. Winky had procured a copy of the article for him, and as he began to read, his smile grew. Rita Skeeter certainly hadn't disappointed. The headline alone practically called for Dumbledore's head. Boy who lived mistreated at Hogwarts by students and staff, driven from Gryffindor House. Will Dumbledore's scheming give us another Dark Lord? Grinning, it was only a matter of time before the owls started coming in to beg for his side of the story. Harry put down the paper and got to work. After all, he had a dragon to slay. Harry continued attending classes the next week, and quickly noticed that Rita's article had had a significant chilling effect on the students and staff. Most wouldn't even look at him, let alone insult him to his face, and the whispers and ridicule behind his back were also dramatically reduced. Perhaps everyone was finally feeling a little guilty, he thought, before snorting to himself. More like they don't want to look bad, in case I end up proving that I'm not responsible for all this, he thought. Outside of class, he continued to train for the dragon. He briefly felt guilty that he hadn't told Cedric about the first task, but reasoned that the older boy had 3 extra years of schooling, and if he was as great as everyone had been saying, he'd do fine anyway. Plus, he hadn't objected to the whole Potter Stinks support Cedric Diggory fashion line, which had grown from badges to hats, t-shirts, and, oddly enough, capes. So as far as Harry was concerned, the Super Hufflepuff was on his own. He took a brief break from training the following Saturday, November 21st. It was a Hogsmeade weekend, which he planned to use to meet Rita Skeeter, about whose tactics Remus had given Harry a full briefing, and discuss an article about Sirius Black's innocence. Harry was fed up with waiting for Dumbledore to do anything. Several sessions of the Wizengamot had come and gone since the welcome feast, with Dumbledore presiding, without any mention of Sirius's case. As he left the chamber, though, he was greeted by a surprise that had his wand in his hand before his mind even caught up. Standing in Ning Myrtle's bathroom was Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin in Harry's year. They had never spoken, but Harry had often gotten the impression that she didn't really care much for, well, anybody. She was about his height, with deep blue eyes and long nut-colored hair. Her current clothing, the mostly shapeless Hogwarts school robes, concealed her figure, but Harry knew that she was quite fit, having seen her in a swimsuit down by the lake earlier in the term, on one of the last days before autumn turned cool. "Whoa there, Potter," she said placatingly, holding her empty hands up. "I'm just here to talk." "You've got a lot of nerve, coming to talk to me wearing that," Harry said coldly, aiming his wand at the Potter Stinks badge pinned to her robe. "Come on, now," she said dismissively, tossing her hair back over her shoulder. "You're a 4th year, you must know by now how things work around here. People think that Hufflepuff is the house of the sheep, but it's got nothing on Slytherin. It can be dangerous to go against the crowd in the dungeons. Right now, that means at least pretending to agree with Snape and Malfoy. They may be twats, but they're in charge. Fine, then. Talk, and be fast. I've got an important appointment in Hogsmeade." "Hot date, Potter?" Daphne asked. Seeing that he was not amused, and suspecting that his meeting was more along the lines of actual business, given the hints Rita Skeeter's article had laid out, she cut the comedy and moved on. "All right, then, I'll get to the point. You probably don't know this about me, but I like the outdoors. When it's warm enough, I go swimming. When it isn't, I like to hike. And this concerns me." "How, exactly?" Harry asked flatly. "I'm getting to that. I don't usually incriminate myself, but somehow I think that you of all people won't tell Dumbledore or McGonagall about a little rule breaking. When I go hiking, I go into the Forbidden Forest." Daphne paused, expecting another snide comment from Harry, but he remained silent. Harry had a sneaking suspicion that he knew where this was going, and if he was right, he might have a new ally. "Anyway," she continued, "I was out hiking yesterday afternoon when I heard some roaring. I was going to run, but I heard human voices, so I went to investigate. I reached a clearing, and there were dragons." Harry merely raised an eyebrow. Surprised by his lack of reaction, she elaborated. 4 of them. 4 dragons. 4 champions. And the first task is coming up. Do I have to spell it out for you? Harry smiled. Finally, someone was on his side. No, but thanks, I've actually known about the dragons for over a week, ever since the night of that big storm. I actually watched one of the dragons kill one of the handlers, and I've been training ever since. Do the other champions know? She asked. You didn't do something absurd, like go and tell them to be fair, did you? Harry snorted in response. Of course I didn't, I'm done falling on my sword for these people. I expect that Karkaroff told Crumb. He was a Death Eater, so I can't quite imagine him caring about cheating in a tournament, and Maxime might have told Fleur. I don't know if Cedric knows. If he does, good for him, and if he doesn't, then that's his problem. If he's so bloody great, he should be able to deal with it. Harry turned and hissed in Parseltongue, closing the entrance to the chamber. Daphne looked very interested to hear him speak Parseltongue, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. How did you know to find me here? He asked. I thought nobody else knew where the chamber entrance was. I never heard its location in any of the rumors. True, Daphne replied, but last year I had to hide from Filch and here, and Myrtle mentioned you. I put 2 and 2 together. And that was actually the only time I've ever heard Parseltongue, except for that one time in Lockhart's dueling club. Were you really trying to save that Hufflepuff? Yeah, he replied, moving toward the door. After all, he did have someplace to be. And he promptly repaid me by telling the whole school that I was a dark wizard trying to kill him. Some thanks, right? And Dumbledore and the rest of the staff let it happen, she finished softly. I get the feeling that last week's article was just the tip of the iceberg. Are you meeting Skeeter today? You are a clever one, aren't you? Harry teased, before a sudden impulse struck him. If he hadn't spent the last 3 weeks so alone, he probably would have never considered it. But as it was, he had finally found someone to take his side, and he didn't want to leave her behind. Plus, if he let her in on more secrets, there was every chance that she might become an actual friend. Yeah, I'm meeting Skeeter, for another article. It's a big one. Come with me, and you'll get to find out before anyone else why Albus Dumbledore is about to lose his seat as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Harry left the back room of the Three Broomsticks feeling exhausted. He had just spent nearly 3 hours telling Rita Skeeter everything that might discredit Dumbledore, from abandoning an infant Harry on a freezing doorstep, to his use of the stone as bait for a Voldemort-possessed Quirrell, to his inaction in the face of the Basilisk and Lucius Malfoy's manipulations, to the coup de grace, failing in his duty as Chief Warlock to ensure a trial for Sirius Black, allowing an innocent man to spend 12 years in Azkaban. Worse, Harry lamented, was that even when Dumbledore knew Sirius that was innocent, he swept it under the rug instead of pushing Sirius's case in front of the Wizengamot. Daphne had also been in the room. Harry had included her, as a witness, to ensure that the story is written truthfully, and Rita hadn't seemed to mind. Daphne had worn Harry's invisibility cloak down into Hogsmeade. It wouldn't do for them to be seen together, and Rita swore to keep Daphne's name out of her story. She had been suitably shocked about everything, especially Sirius's innocence. That alone, she had said, would be enough to shatter Dumbledore's hold over the Wizengamot, and would virtually guarantee that Sirius's name would be cleared. What now, Harry? Asked Daphne from somewhere to his left. She was wearing his cloak again as they left the building. Well, I guess I go back to training for the dragon, and we wait for Rita's story to break, Harry responded. I've got my plan pretty much worked out, but it can't hurt to get in a few more days of practice, especially since I'm going to take Tuesday off. I don't want to be too tired for the task the next day. Can too mean, do you want any help practicing? She asked tentatively. I've been curious about the Chamber of Secrets, and I'm sure I could help out. Sure, why not? Harry replied, warmth spreading in his. It really did feel great having someone back on his side. The rest of that weekend was spent in the chamber. Harry mostly practiced his spellwork, and Daphne provided a surprisingly able assistant. Granted, she wasn't quite a dragon, but she was definitely helpful, and Harry was certain that her help might give him a better chance of getting through the first task unscathed. For her part, Daphne had been shocked at how much Harry had improved his spellcasting, especially when compared to their classmates. He was easily at an OWL, if not Newt level, though she didn't realize it. He had broadened his spell repertoire considerably over the summer, and he could always draw from the Thunderbird for more raw power, and his month of incessantly practicing in isolation had boosted his skills even further. It was clear that he had been holding back in classes, only doing what he needed to complete the assignment as quickly as possible and then leave. Even in arithmancy, which he had just started this term. She wouldn't be surprised if he was holding back even now, to keep her from knowing the full extent of his abilities. After all, that's what she would do. She was also quite impressed with the Chamber of Secrets. Winky had cleaned up the place. It was now a far cry from the slimy, dank pit that Harry had endured in second year. Winky had also removed the basilisk's remains, selling the parts off to various apothecaries and potions masters with the exception of the venom and skin, which Harry had kept for himself. But the damage that the basilisk had caused, including a vast bite mark on a solid stone pillar, remained as a testament to its size and ferocity. If Harry could kill that with a sword at age 12, then of any student, he would be the one who might stand a chance against a fully grown dragon. They didn't speak or meet again on Monday. Harry merely attended his classes and then disappeared to the chamber to continue to train, largely ignoring the pandemonium that gripped the castle in the wake of Rita's article. However, after dinner on Tuesday, Daphne, knowing that Harry was taking the night off training, went to Myrtle's bathroom and knocked on the snake-engraved tap. It was the signal that they had worked out. If she knocked, Winky would pop up and take her down into the chamber. Harry was sitting in the study, finishing up a mirror call with Remus and Sirius, both of whom were hopeful about the fallout from Rita's front-page article proclaiming Sirius's innocence. Just as he put the mirror down, Winky popped into the study, holding Daphne's hand. "Master Harry, sir, Miss Daphne is here," Winky announced. "Hey Daphne," Harry said, a small smile curving his lips. "Winky, thank you very much. That'll be all for now." Winky curtsied and disappeared with a slight pop, leaving the two teens alone in the study. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" Daphne asked. "Yes, I think so. At least, as ready as I'm ever going to be. I suppose we'll find out either way tomorrow." Harry and Daphne spent the next few hours alternating between companionable silence and quiet conversation. Once it was time for bed, Harry had a big day tomorrow. After all, people to see, dragons to fight. Harry called Winky to take Daphne back to her dorm. As she prepared to leave, though, Daphne turned and gave Harry a quick hug and a light kiss on his cheek. "Good night, Harry," she said softly. "And good luck tomorrow." An instant later, she was gone, leaving Harry to his thoughts. As he rubbed his cheek, he remembered another goodnight kiss in early July, and what that had become. "I guess I've got one more reason to survive tomorrow, then," he murmured, before lying down in his bed and falling asleep. A sense of foreboding washed over Harry as he put his hand into the bag, knowing full well that only the vicious, man-killing Hungarian horntail remained. As expected, his hand came out of the bag holding a small, animated model of the dragon, which bared its fangs and tried to bite his thumb. A tag with the number 4 hung around its neck. Harry was to go last, and would be facing a more powerful and dangerous dragon than the other three combined. "Well, that's bloody fair," he muttered darkly. Harry spent the next hour or so enduring the stares of the other champions, and listening to the roars of the crowd as first Crumb, then Fleur, then Cedric faced their dragons. Finally, after Cedric's scores were posted, the crowd quieted, and the whistle blew. Harry stood, barely noticing as he pushed aside the fabric of the tent, and walked down the path through the trees and into the dragon enclosure. Thousands of people stared at him from the stands that had been erected around the makeshift arena. Harry could pick out Remus, sitting with a large black dog, and Daphne over in the Slytherin students section. His eyes moved over to the judge's booth. Dumbledore looked particularly worn, though the Wizengamot had not met yet to cast him out. It was more or less a done deal, and Fudge had already stripped him of his ICW position. Finally, a hissing scream that turned into an ear-splitting roar drew his attention across the enclosure. There lurked the Hungarian horntail, huge and serpentine, crouching protectively in front of its nest. Her leathery wings unfurled, showing their vast span. "It's trying to intimidate me," Harry thought, and her spiked tail whipped back and forth, tearing long, wide gashes in the dirt. The huge, curved talons clenched into the ground, ripping up rocks as though practicing for Harry's flesh. Its bright acid yellow cat-like eyes narrowed in fury, and the monstrous beast let loose another howling roar from its huge, fanged maw. Harry's wand was in his hand. He had eschewed his Holly and Phoenix feather wand in favor of his Oak and Thunderbird feather wand. He needed every edge he could get, and for whatever reason, the Oak wand rather than the Elder and Thunderbird feather wand felt right for this fight. Though channeling magics didn't require a wand, using one could help, especially for this. His wand was a tangible link to his inner Thunderbird, which was central to his plan. With another deafening roar and a huge blast of flame, the battle was on. Harry stood tall, holding his wand out in front of him. He didn't try to dodge, and he didn't cast any spell to defend himself. The crowd let out a collective cry for him to do something, anything, but it was too late. Harry was engulfed in a swirling torrent of dragonfire hot enough to melt steel. He surely had no chance. Hundreds of spectators screamed in terror, and scores, including Molly Weasley, the elder Weasleys had never really jumped on the anti-Harry bandwagon, fainted. Had Harry Potter really just allowed himself to be immolated? Was the boy who live-edited? Minerva McGonagall, for all the trouble the boy had put her through this term, was sobbing. Hagrid was moving his lips in voiceless horror, and Albus Dumbledore hoarsely whispered, "No, no," over and over. Even Snape had no words. For all his cruelty toward the boy, for all his hatred of Sirius Black and James Potter, he had never wanted this. Most wizards didn't fully understand what energy actually is. They cast their spells, and never really worry about the mechanics. However, the channeling magics that Morris Oshkosh had taught Harry over the summer required at least a basic understanding of the fundamentals of the topic, and Remus, who had once worked as an electrician, of all things, had refined his general understanding into something he could put into use. When the stream of dragonflame rushed toward him, Harry channeled as he had never channeled before. He took the energy from the air, almost entirely heat, and shoved it through to his inner Thunderbird, leaving only the magic inherent in dragonflame to splash about harmlessly, though it looked as though he was being engulfed in fire. The Thunderbird was acting as a huge magical capacitor, soaking up the energy from the flames and storing it as electricity. The only question was whether the Horntail could output more energy than Harry could channel at once, or more energy than the Thunderbird could store in total. Harry was already straining. If the flames grew more intense, or if the stream of dragonflame went on longer than the Thunderbird could pack in the energy, he would be burned to death. This was a very all-or-nothing gambit. Finally, the dragon ceased its attack, having run out of breath or simply deciding that nothing could have survived the inferno. However, the flames continued to swirl around the spot where Harry had stood, as though caught in a small tornado. Of course, that was exactly what had happened. Harry had been unable to keep up with the dragon, but instead of giving up and burning to death, he had whipped the air around him into a cyclone. While he stood in the center, he was protected from the flames, and had more time to siphon away the energy of the dragon's attack. As the flames finally died away, the spectators gasped. Somehow, impossibly, Harry Potter still stood alive and unburned. His verdant eyes blazed, crackling with barely contained energy, and power rolled off of him in waves. He aimed his wand at the extremely surprised dragon. It was entirely beyond the beast's experience for anything to survive its flames, and released. As Harry understood capacitors, in this case, his inner Thunderbird, they functioned much like clouds in a thunderstorm. They stored up electrical energy, and when they reached their maximum capacity, they discharged, and the result was lightning. This was no different. All of the energy that Harry had collected and shoved into the Thunderbird blasted from the tip of his wand in a huge, crackling, blue-white bolt of lightning. The bolt tore through the air, loosing a massive crash of thunder whose shockwave blew over several trees surrounding the enclosure and almost toppled the stands full of spectators, and struck the dragon directly in right over its heart. The raging thunderbolt continued streaming from Harry's wand for several seconds, not as long as the dragon's breath, but much more intense, and the dragon screeched in pain, its wings twisting, its limbs and tail thrashing around, and its eyes rolling around in their sockets. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Harry vaguely considered cutting off the blast to save the dragon, but he immediately dismissed the thought. He might only get one chance at this after all. This trick, it wouldn't save him from the dragon's teeth, claws, or tail, and pulling his only punch to try to knock out the dragon instead of killing it might get him killed instead. No. As unfortunate as it was, the dragon had to die. In fairness, though, this tactic was only possible because it had tried to kill him first. The Thunderbird within screamed in approval, and Harry intensified his attack, moving in for the kill. Finally, Harry's massive counterattack was finished, almost as suddenly as it had begun. The dragon convulsed one last time, then pitched over on its side, still twitching slightly. Vitas Revelio, he incanted, panting for breath. The dragon's body did not emit a brief glowing aura, it was definitely dead. Harry walked across the enclosure, ignoring the roars of the crowd, and picked up the golden egg. Finally, he looked up to see Remus dancing with a dog, and all 5 judges sitting with their mouths open in shock. The dragon keepers rushed out to try to revive their horntail, but Harry knew that it was a lost cause. The dragon's entire was practically charcoal, and its roasted heart was clearly visible. Harry found himself dragged off to the medical tent by Madame Pomfrey, who began to frantically examine him for injuries. He stopped her when she tried to pull off all of his clothes. That was going too far. I'm quite sure I'm unhurt, Madame Pomfrey, Harry said. Your other patients are all in much worse shape than I am. It was true, he could see the occupants of the other beds. Cedric had bandages covering the burns on his face and right arm, and Fleur's left leg was covered in a sort of paste that Harry assumed was to treat whatever injury she had suffered. Crumb didn't appear injured, but he did look a bit dazed, maybe he was in shock or something. Finally getting the point that Harry didn't need her hovering over him, Pomfrey bustled off to harass the other champions. Moments later, Ron and Hermione darted into the tent, their eyes lighting up when they saw him. Hermione looked as though she had been crying, and Ron was practically glowing with excitement. Harry, Hermione Ned. I can't believe you had to fight a dragon. We were all so scared. We thought you died. Yeah, mate, Ron said. You were ruddy brilliant, though, the best champion by far. It was so awesome when you, didn't die. We were behind you 100% the whole time, you know that, right? Everyone believes you now. After Hermione had spoken, Harry had almost forgiven them. She seemed like she had been genuinely concerned. But then Ron went and did what Ron had always done best. He said exactly the wrong thing. The warmth that had begun to spread through Harry's at Hermione's words froze at Ron's, and any hope of reconciliation shattered. Is that so? Harry hissed coldly. Even though literally nothing has changed that would prove one way or the other, you bloody people believe me now. Or maybe you're all just cowards trying to get back on my good side now that you've seen what I can do. Come on, mate, Ron began, but Harry cut him off. You both nagged me for months about my summer, the one thing that have ever I asked you to leave alone, the one thing I've ever wanted to keep to myself, Harry said. But I guess that was too much for you too, because you tossed me aside like I was garbage once the rest of the school turned on me. Even after all we've been through together, despite all I've done, you both turned traitor. Get the hell out of my sight. White-faced and with tears running down Hermione's cheeks, Harry's 2 former friends fled in fear. Both had seen a dangerous, predatory glint in Harry's narrowed eyes. Harry had changed. The once mild-mannered teen had transformed when they had been looking elsewhere, and whatever he had become, it could not grant forgiveness for their transgressions against him. Well said, Harry, Daphne said from behind him as they left the tent. And I've gotta say, this cloak of yours is incredibly useful. Thanks. It belonged to my father. He and his friends used to get into all sorts of trouble with it. I guess I've kind of followed in his footsteps, except while he usually just pulled pranks, I always seemed to get stuck saving the school from monsters and dark wizards. Well, let's go get your scores, Daphne replied. And make sure you have a good explanation for killing the dragon. I don't think the judges are going to like that. Don't worry, Harry replied lightly. I upgraded my research team. They told me everything I need to know about the rules. I'll be fine. Ludo Bagman's voice suddenly boomed out. Wellway have conferred, and are prepared to award Mr. Potter's scores. It has been decided that since Mr. Potter killed his dragon, he did not truly complete the task. Therefore, he will receive the minimum score of 1 point from each judge, for a total of 5 points. The crowd, which had been silent for Bagman's speech, buzzed wildly. This was not entirely unanticipated. Remus had coached Harry on what to do if this happened. He put his wand to his throat, cast a quick sonorous, and spoke. In accordance with Rule 18, Paragraph 2A of the Regulations section of the Triwizard Tournament contract, I would like to appeal this ruling. In the event that a contestant believes that he has been judged unfairly due to differing interpretations of the task's objectives, the Goblet of Fire will determine that contestant's score. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said tiredly. The goblet has gone out. You will accept your. Actually, Crouch cut in. Apparently he did know the rules backwards and forwards. That is not true. In this case, the champion's memory will be dropped into the goblet, and the goblet will determine the score appropriately. While the Goblet of Fire is retrieved, I'd like to address the issue of the Hungarian horntail. Harry spoke up again. Oh, that dragon that you killed. Karkaroff snarked. The dragon which was procured for this tournament at enormous expense. The Triwizard Tournament Committee takes cash and personal checks. I suggest you get out your pocketbook. Well, actually, that won't be necessary, Harry replied, his lips turning up into a slight smirk. Per Rule 81, Paragraph 7, any creatures killed by a contestant are to be disposed of per the prevailing law of the land. In Britain, that would be the Magical Creature Hunting and Poaching Law of 1698. As our esteemed Chief Warlock, the crowd laughed, and Dumbledore's face colored, is surely aware, Section 4 of that law states that any magical creature which endangers or takes the life of a wizard or witch shall be exterminated by the Ministry of Magic. Failing that, any wizard or witch who exterminates said dangerous creature is entitled to its carcass and any and all proceeds consequent from the sale or use thereof. No exceptions exist, not even for ridiculous interscholastic tournaments. That dragon is mine, but surely Z's boy cannot be allowed to keep Z-Dragon. Maxime shouted. It's an outrage. Z-Dragon should be sold, and the proceeds split between Z schools. A dragon carcass of that size is worth a fortune. Too bloody bad, Harry said flatly. That dragon belongs to Method is, unless anyone wants to duel me for it. Of course, they'd have to put up equivalent stakes. Anyone willing to bet their life and their fortune on a duel with a guy who just killed a dragon with one spell? Absolute silence greeted Harry's challenge. Didn't think so. My staff will deal with the carcass by sundown. Ah, there's the goblet now. Crouch showed Harry how to extract a copy of his memory of the fight. When Harry placed the silvery memory strand into the goblet, a huge argent flame shot up. Moments later, the flame turned blood red, and a ghostly number appeared in the air above the goblet. And it appears that the Goblet of Fire has determined that our youngest champion's approach to the task warranted full marks. Bagman shouted out, surprise tinting every syllable. I guess that puts Mr. Potter in the lead, with 50 points. Harry gave a short bow, and strode out of the enclosure. With the still invisible Daphne close behind. Moments later, he was engulfed in a strong hug from a tearful Remus. Oh Harry, I was terrified. Even though I knew your plan, when that fire hit you. It's okay, Moony, I'm all right, Harry replied, touched by the man's obviously deep concern. How did Padfoot hold up? Badly, Remus said with a snort. I'm pretty sure he didn't actually watch any of it, he just shoved his head under his paws and waited for it to be over. Ah, well, I'm sure we'll be able to show it to him in a pensieve at some point. Is he still around? No, I made him apparate back home already. I was afraid he'd lose control and transform in front of everyone, Remus explained. That article did us a lot of good, but he's not been proclaimed innocent quite yet. You'll have to call us later to reassure him that you're still in one piece. I will, Remus, Harry said seriously. Sirius was still suffering the lingering effects of his imprisonment at Azkaban. It wouldn't do to have him fall apart with worry over nothing. I'll call tonight. In the meantime, I'd like to get back to the chamber. I'm sure people are going to be looking for me to get back on my good side, and I don't feel like dealing with them right now. Ron and Hermione. I've already dealt with them, Harry said, his eyes flashing angrily just from the memory. I actually almost forgave them, but then I pulled my head out of my ass and sent them packing. Whatever works for you, Harry, Sirius and I will always have your back. And I'll send Dobby to help Winky with that dragon carcass. Maxime was right, that thing is huge, it's going to be worth a fortune. Thanks, Remus, Harry said, giving his kind of uncle a hug. I'll call tonight, I promise. As they walked back up to the school, with Harry making sure to dodge or scare off any potential conversations, Daphne told Harry what the other champions had tried. She was of the impression that Harry had been by far the most spectacular, going toe-to-toe with a dragon and coming out on top. Even more, unscathed, was difficult to beat. I didn't realize you were that close with Professor Lupin, she said thoughtfully as they approached Myrtle's bathroom. I mean, he was a really good teacher, but I never hear anything about you spending extra time with him. He was a really close friend of my parents, and he's also really close to my godfather, Harry explained. He's kind of like a god uncle or something. I didn't know him until last year, but he taught me the Patronus charm when he saw how badly I was affected by Dementors, and we've been close ever since. I'm glad. Then, it'd be a shame if I was the only person on your side all this time. I guess that means that Remus and Sirius are that research team you were talking about before. Yeah, Harry said with a grin. It's like having Hermione, but with a lot more knowledge and some sense to back up her brain. Without them, I'd be dragon dung right about now. Well, I'm glad you're not, Daphne said, taking off the invisibility cloak as they finished their descent into the chamber. Fertilizing plants in Sprout's greenhouse would be such a waste of a wizard like you. A wizard like me, huh? Harry asked, a teasing note in his voice as he preened a bit, doing his best Malfoy impression as he sat down in his favorite armchair in the study. Oh shut up, you prat, Daphne huffed, though her grin belied her pout. Harry sat back, a satisfied smile growing across his face. He'd survived the first task, and now he got to live a little. The evening after the first task, Harry did not attend dinner in the Great Hall. After defeating the Hungarian Horntail so spectacularly and violently, he knew that Dumbledore and McGonagall would jump at the first chance to interrogate him about what magic he had used, and the headmaster would probably try something underhanded to get him to relinquish the dragon's carcass. That, Harry could not allow, as he planned to use it immediately. Dobby and Winky had proven once again that house elves are much more powerful than most witches and wizards realized, by having the carcass waiting for him in the chamber by the time he sent Daphne away, shortly before dinner was to be served in the Great Hall. As much as he had begun to enjoy her company, particularly this afternoon, which mostly consisted of typical teenage snogging, as few things get the heart pumping quite like battling a dragon, and both teens had needed a bit of release, and was looking forward to spending more time with her, he needed the rest of the evening alone. Plus, both knew that they had to be careful with how often they were missing, at the same time. It wouldn't do to have the knowledge of their association spreading. Harry needed to be alone for the rest of the night in order to prepare for a powerful ritual that he had read about in Shamanism, by Tenskwatawa, which he had picked up in a Chicago bookstore incidentally, just moments before a hag had tried to pull him into a side alley, along with several other texts on some of the different branches of magic he had heard about outside of Hogwarts. As described by Tenskwatawa, many Native American rituals centered on drawing on the energy from an animal, and the exaltation of the conquering hunter was no different. The ritual had only two requirements, and Harry's battle with the Horntail had satisfied them both. First, the wizard had to be in mortal danger. The magical beast in question had to be trying to kill him, rather than simply escape, or scare him off. Second, the wizard had to use magic rather than a weapon, magical or otherwise, therefore, the basilisk and the Jersey Devil couldn't be used for this ritual to kill the beast. That was it, really. The ritual was rarely performed only because of the legal and practical difficulties involved in hunting down and killing a magical beast that was simultaneously dangerous enough to satisfy the requirements and powerful enough to grant a useful benefit. The ritual had to start at sundown on the day he killed the beast, so he had to do it tonight, or not at all. Harry would have to start a ritual fire, and toss in the dragon's heart, bathed in his own blood, at exactly sundown. The fact that the heart had been mostly destroyed by lightning in the battle was actually helpful for the ritual, as it made for another link between the magic of the hunter, Harry, and the hunted, the dragon. The rest of the ritual was simple. Harry would drink a ram's horn of the dragon's blood, and then spend the rest of the night sitting in front of the ritual fire, high as a kite. The best part of this particular ritual was that the only sacrifice Harry would have to make would be the blood he'd used to cover the dragon's heart. The rest of the power was supplied by the death of the dragon. Thus, when he awoke in the morning, it would be an aspect related to the dragon's death that would flow through Harry's veins. He suspected that it would be an increased affinity for channeling fire, as it had been the dragon's own flames that had powered his devastating attack that dealt the Horntail a mortal blow. So, with Gadsden and Hedwig looking on, Harry set up a campfire in the middle of a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, which he surrounded with a series of simple but increasingly dangerous perimeter wards. After he lit the campfire, he cut open his palm, dripped blood onto the dragon's charred heart which Winky had helpfully removed from the horntail's ruined cavity and used a small paintbrush to ensure that every bit of the heart's surface was fully covered. At the moment that the sun disappeared beneath the horizon, Harry dropped the bloody heart into the campfire, which promptly flared a brilliant blue-white, the precise hue of the lightning that had taken the horntail's life. As an orange-red tint, the precise shade of the horntail's flame, began to creep into the blazing fire, Harry drank deeply from a ram's horn full of blood which Dobby had squeezed from the dragon's heart right after Winky removed it from the dragon. Harry finished his drink, and felt the dragon's blood practically burn its way down his throat. The ritual was complete. His inner Thunderbird screamed in triumph, celebrating that it had destroyed a powerful foe and was taking its rightful spoils, its prey's own power, as the victorious hunter. Thunder rumbled around the grounds of Hogwarts, and over a mile away, the 3 surviving dragons laid their heads against the ground in submission. A man who looked very much like Alistair Moody drummed his fingers against his hip flask before taking a thoughtful swig, ensuring that he would continue to look very much like Alistair Moody for another hour. He was having disturbing thoughts about the events of the first task, specifically, how Harry Potter had brushed off his advice about trying to outfly the dragon, instead opting to destroy the beast in what might have been the most dramatic manner possible. The magic the boy had used had been immensely powerful, and he hadn't even seemed tired afterward. Assassinating Potter as an infant had been the right decision in 1981, even if a stroke of bad luck had prevented the mission's success. Such foresight about the potential power of a future adversary was even more proof of his master's omniscience, though the result of that night proved that he was still at least partly vulnerable to the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, and what outrageous fortune it had been. Barty Crouch, Jr. shook himself from his thoughts, scanning the tables in the great hall with Moody's magical eye. He was surprised that the boy had not chosen this night, the night of his great triumph in defiance of all expectations, to return to visibility among the school. It would have sent a powerful message to those who had doubted him, and Crouch, who knew firsthand that the boy had not actually entered himself into the tournament, knew that as a boy, he himself would have taken the opportunity to gleefully shove such a spectacular victory in his detractors' faces. As powerful as Potter was magically, he clearly did not understand what it was to gain power over others. Crouch allowed himself a smug internal grin, knowing that the Dark Lord would be able to crush Potter like an insect, and his own loyal service would make it all possible. Harry awoke the next morning at dawn, feeling quite well rested, especially compared to the other campfire rituals he had performed back in Wisconsin. As he began his morning routine mostly with his wand, as there were neither sinks nor showers in the Forbidden Forest, he noticed that his movements were stronger, surer, and more precise. Was that a side effect of the ritual? Suddenly worried about other possible effects, he stripped BPD and checked his body from head to toe in a hastily conjured mirror. After all, it would be just his luck to have started growing scales or a tail. Thankfully, though, there were no outward signs of change, except perhaps a slight increase in height and greater muscle tone. It was possible, then, that he had merely gained in physical prowess, a subtle but potentially extremely useful benefit. Between the nutrient potions from that summer, the effects of the Thunderbird transformation, and now the Hunter ritual, Harry was quickly becoming quite a specimen. Harry had never been particularly vain, but he was rather pleased with his new appearance, and it certainly didn't hurt that Daphne seemed to like it, if her wandering hands the previous afternoon were any judge. Moments later, Harry realized that he should have known he was wrong the instant he thought of the word subtle. Nothing in his life had ever been subtle, and it certainly wasn't going to start now. As he went to pick up his clothes, in his brief panic, he had tossed his clothing everywhere. He stumbled over the remains of the campfire, falling into the embers. The still glowing embers. The embers that should be melting his exposed skin, but which felt merely pleasantly warm. Well, that's new. Hogwarts was still buzzing about the first task the previous day, when a sudden hush fell over the Great Hall. Harry Potter had just entered the room. Seemingly ignoring the stares of the staff and students, Harry walked nonchalantly to the intersection between all 4 house tables and glanced around, looking for an acceptable place to sit. The Gryffindor and Slytherin tables were obviously out, both houses having been far too unfriendly to him over the last several weeks, and Ravenclaw was already full. That left Hufflepuff, which would have been good if a seat next to Cedric had been open. Harry figured it would be good for his PR image if he could be observed chatting amiably with his fellow champion, but it was not to be. He allowed himself a brief frown, took out his wand, and gave it a casual wave. Students and staff alike gasped in surprise as the central intersection was suddenly occupied by a large, sturdy booth which looked as though it had been taken directly out of a 1950s-style American diner, but which in reality was an exact replica of his and Annie's booth from the back corner of the Great White Bear Inn. He sat down, snorting in amusement at their collective reaction. After all, they had seen him blow away a dragon with one spell, and now they were surprised by a little bit of transfiguration. Though in fairness, he considered, he had transfigured the air into the booth, so it looked like had performed conjuration, a much more difficult feat. Food appeared on a plate in front of him and he set about eating his breakfast, making a mental note to thank Winky for remembering to give him orange juice. He had had enough pumpkin juice to last a bloody lifetime, and coffee. Students generally were not served coffee at Hogwarts, and several nearby upperclassmen were shooting envious looks at his steaming mug. The Morning Post arrived in a flurry of feathers and beaks. Hedwig arrived bearing a letter sent to Grimmauld Place via the USPPS, United States Portkey Postage Service, and forwarded to Hogwarts by owl from Annie, and several owls arrived from the various periodicals available in magical Britain, all asking for interviews. Finally, the Daily Prophet arrived, and Harry put aside his letters for Winky to secure back at the chamber. He glanced down at the front page, and grinned. After the first task, he and Daphne had put together a few quick quotes for Rita Skeeter, and sent them via Hedwig. Apparently, she had decided to paint him favorably, and Dumbledore somewhat less so. Dragonslayer Potter. Boy who lived crushes first task and unfair judges, quotes Lotta Lawmaker, and schools the headmasters. The full-color photo, rare, in Wizarding Britain, and only used for special occasions, showed Harry enveloped in flames, then cut to him blasting the dragon with lightning. Harry skimmed the article, before moving on to what he considered much more important news, on the second page. Dumbledore to answer to Wizengamot tomorrow, dismissal likely. Who will be new Chief Warlock? This article was merely the latest in Rita's ongoing series. Since her first article after the wand weighing, she had continued to hound Dumbledore, chipping away at the mystique with which he had surrounded himself. Before the first task, Fudge had used the verified contents of her articles to strip Dumbledore of his seat in the ICW. Now, the Wizengamot would be meeting in a full session to determine whether Dumbledore would remain their leader. With public opinion overwhelmingly against him, Rita was right. His ejection from the Wizengamot was virtually guaranteed, and it would take a great deal of effort to keep himself from ending up on trial. Even better, Rita speculated that the next Chief Warlock would be the venerable and fearsome Augusta Longbottom. She would have seniority in the Wizengamot once Dumbledore was ousted, and her no-nonsense approach and pureblood status made her an acceptable compromise to all factions. Plus, she was quite old, and the general feeling, which of course went unsaid, was that if she was unsatisfactory, she'd probably die in a few years anyway, so they wouldn't be stuck with her for long. Harry didn't care about that, rather, he only really cared that she had already spoken out, at length, against Dumbledore for failing to secure Sirius a trial, and had stated that if he was given a trial and found innocent, the Ministry and Dumbledore would both be personally held liable to compensate him for his years in Azkaban and as a fugitive. The dull roar of conversation in the Great Hall suddenly died down again, right as Harry finished reading. He looked up to see Dumbledore and McGonagall standing next to his booth. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said quietly. He looked even more worn down than he had at the first task. Apparently, he had already read Rita's article. "I'm glad to see you in the Great Hall again. Well, it was getting a bit too quiet where I have been taking my meals, and as much as I enjoy his company and conversation, my snake is not the best dining companion," Harry said casually, before gesturing to the booth across the table. "Would you care to take a seat, professors?" McGonagall looked suspiciously at the booth, but sat down resignedly after Dumbledore slid into the center without hesitation. It was a good thing that Harry had invited them. If they had just sat down, they would have been shocked and ejected from the booth. Harry decided to leave that tidbit for some jealous students to find out the hard way. "I must say, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, "this is very impressive. Conjuration is a fourth year. Have you been holding back in your classes?" "Ah, that," Harry replied, grinning, before continuing in a conspiratorial whisper. "It was actually just transfiguration. The whole conjuration thing was just a bit of theater. I still have a bit of trouble with conjurations of this size and complexity. It's something I'd like to work on, but much of my time has been spent preparing for the tournament." At the mention of the tournament, Dumbledore's face appeared to tighten, and he didn't call Harry out on not actually answering McGonagall's question. Apparently, he was still smarting over the verbal beatdown Harry had delivered after taking down the dragon. "Speaking of the tournament," the headmaster said lightly, "the magic you employed in the first task was impressive. In fact, nobody, myself included, can quite work out what exactly you did or how you did it. You've got a lot of people very curious." "Well, Professor, I don't see much point in trying to explain it," Harry replied. "Because this year, nobody seems to be interested in believing anything I say. More than a few students and staff members, including Dumbledore and McGonagall, winced at this. Their collective cruelty toward Harry over the goblet incident would hang over them for a long time, and the rumors of his confrontation with Ron and Hermione in the medical tent made it clear that Harry was not in a very forgiving mood. "Harry, I see that you've read Rita's other article already," Dumbledore said slowly. Harry merely raised an eyebrow, wondering where this was going, so Dumbledore continued. "I was hoping to talk to you about that issue." There it was. Harry had gotten the ball rolling on Dumbledore's fall from grace, and now the headmaster wanted him to stop it again. "Ah, I see," Harry said scornfully, sitting back and folding his arms across his. "You want me to save you. Harry, is all of this truly necessary? I know that you are feeling hurt and abandoned, but taking it out on me will not bring you closure. Please, stop all this. A word from you would keep me in the Wizengamot, and I can keep working for the greater good. If you just trust me, I can get Sirius his trial." Harry laughed harshly, and the sound echoing thunderously throughout the otherwise silent Great Hall reminded him that hundreds of people were hanging on every word. He didn't care. Dumbledore had just handed him an opportunity on a silver platter, and he was going to swing for the fences. McGonagall saw the look in Harry's eyes and braced herself. The last time she'd seen that look, Harry had thrown her arguments back in her face and resigned from Gryffindor. She suddenly looked as though she'd rather be anywhere else. "Headmaster, you continue to astound me," Harry said. His voice was low, but everyone in the Great Hall heard every word. "Every time I think that you can't possibly be more arrogant and self-righteous, you manage to up the ante. But what about, our old friend Tom Riddle? Tell me, what use have you ever been against him? You sat in your school and sent your brainwashed teenagers off to fight and die, but what did you actually do? With all your power, all your skill, did you ever even take the field? Hell, Professor, you practically did everything you could to make Riddle into Voldemort, and then you tried again with me. I needed to protect Hogwarts, Harry. You know as well as I do, better than I do, what this school meant to him. And there's my question, evaded. You claim to be a supporter of Muggle-born rights, but with all your power and influence, the Ministry still screws them, and you do nothing. You claim to be against dark wizards, but you don't fight them unless it's convenient, and then you go and hire them. Your pet Death Eater abuses and legitimizes students, especially me, every bloody day, and you do nothing, but then you're surprised when I don't just fall into line. And you want me to just trust you, because you promise you'll get around to giving my godfather a trial, which you should have done 13 bloody years ago." Harry's voice had been steadily rising, and he was now practically shouting in Dumbledore's face, which was rapidly paling. McGonagall had shrunk back and sunk down in the booth, desperately hoping that Harry wouldn't turn his anger toward her. She, too, had her failings, particularly when it came to supporting Dumbledore against Harry's best interests, and Harry's resignation from Gryffindor had already dealt her reputation a sharp blow. Thankfully, his attention remained on the headmaster, and his tone suddenly dropped to a cold, venomous hiss. "The worst part is that you still think that this is just about Sirius, and if you suddenly deliver, then I'll go back to being your little pet savior. You have failed and betrayed our society in general and me personally, over and over again, for years, and you would have kept doing it. All I did was pull back the curtain, sir." Once the rest of Magical Britain saw what was behind it, they realized for themselves that you need to go. You can twinkle your bloody eyes all you want, or look at me like a sad, disappointed grandpa, but I can't save you, and even if I could, I wouldn't, because you don't deserve it. If there's any justice in this bloody country, you'll end up in Azkaban where you belong." Harry stood abruptly, finally noticing the stares of the rest of the school, and finding that he didn't care in the slightest. "Professor McGonagall, I'll see you in Transfiguration. Professor Dumbledore, I suggest that you enjoy your time in office, because you won't be Chief Warlock by the weekend. And tell Snape that the next time he tries to break into my mind, my reply will make what I did to the Horntail look tame by comparison." During the course of their conversation, Harry had detected and deflected several legilimency probes against his mind, looking for a way in. The probes had a familiar greasiness that meant they could only have come from Snape. Harry saw Susan Bones writing furiously. It was of course illegal to use legilimency on people, especially minors, and Harry had referenced it twice. Susan's aunt, who was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, would undoubtedly want to hear about it, and Harry would get the satisfaction of putting Snape in hot water with the law. He could also see Karkaroff and Maxime at the staff table shooting sly grins at each other. As much as they didn't appreciate Harry's impertinence after the first task, they were always happy to see Dumbledore taken down a few notches. Concerning himself no further, Harry strode from the Great Hall. After all, it wouldn't do to be late for Transfiguration. Shortly before going to bed that night, Harry rolled up the scroll and turned off the mirror. That was that. The Yule Ball was not mentioned as part of the binding magical contract, and Remus had turned up numerous examples of past champions skipping it, so Harry had no intention of going, regardless of how much McGonagall insisted. She had intended to announce the Yule Ball in 2 weeks, but instead had done so in her Transfiguration classes that day, to ensure that everyone had time to find a date. In light of the clue from the golden egg, he figured that the judges would probably use whoever he took as his date as the thing he'd sorely miss, and he would rather not make things easy for them. The only person he would want to take to the ball would be Daphne, but they were still keeping their association a secret, and he didn't want to get her shanghaied into the tournament. Granted, he had no intention of telling anyone but Daphne that he wasn't going to the Yule Ball. Much better to have it be an unpleasant surprise, just as the nature of the second task had been only hours before. Harry had not taken long to figure out the riddle of the golden egg. Once he took a few minutes to examine it after classes that afternoon, he noticed traces of elemental magic on it. Thanks to Morris's lessons, he was able to identify that water was practically written all over the egg. With a shrug, he had tossed it into the chamber's bathtub, dunked his head, and opened the egg. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." It was obvious to him that the it would be a person. Harry expected that in the absence of a Yule Ball date to kidnap, Dumbledore would pick Ron or Hermione, or perhaps Ginny, as Harry had risked his life to save hers back. 2 years ago, he had nearly 3 months before the second task to figure out a plan, and ideas were already swirling around in his head. He was certain that between Sirius, Remus, and Daphne, he would cruise through the task with no major problems. The remaining days of term came and went with little fanfare, with the exception of Dumbledore's tribulations with the Wizengamot. After his expulsion on Friday, November 27, Harry had Flo called Augusta Longbottom, the new chief warlock, about securing his godfather's freedom. His tone had conveyed the urgency of his request, and his assurance of continued friendship between the Potters and Longbottoms contained just enough of a threat of unfriendliness, such as the kind that had seen Dumbledore fall from grace so spectacularly that she immediately arranged for Sirius to be questioned by Amelia Bones, the head of the DMLE. A few questions with Veritaserum under Remus's watchful eye. Later, he was a free man by the end of the day. Amelia immediately dropped all charges, and began printing, "Wanted, dead or alive, wizarding justice" was often unambiguously biblical, posters for Peter, Wormtail, Pettigrew. Remus and Sirius had thrown a party that very night, and Harry had managed to make an appearance. During the pandemonium at Hogwarts following the Wizarding Wireless News's announcement of Dumbledore's expulsion from the Wizengamot and Sirius Black's subsequent clearing of all charges, Harry had snuck out through the Shrieking Shack, then apparated back to Grimmauld Place. After recovering from a tear and prank-filled night, Harry dragged himself back to Hogwarts the next afternoon, and Daphne was pleased to see that he couldn't get the smile off his face for the rest of the day. As the end of term approached, Harry was asked to the Yule Ball by several girls, including Ginny Weasley, Susan Bones, Padma Patil, and Katie Bell. However, he politely declined each advance, without giving any indication as to who he would be escorting. Thus, Harry's date to the dance became the new hot topic for the Hogwarts rumor mill. Apparently, once Dumbledore had been ejected from the Wizengamot, all the juicy gossip about him had dried up, and the twittering witches had moved back to their old standby, Harry Potter. "It's like they have no grasp on reality," Daphne commented, closing the latest issue of Teen Witch Weekly, which maintained that Harry would be attending the Yule Ball with the entire Vila mascot squad from the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. And why do they even care so much? Because they are idiots, Harry grunted between spells. He was practicing channeling fire and lightning at the same time, and it took a great deal of concentration. Harry had noticed that after the hunter ritual, he could channel fire nearly as well as he could channel lightning, which was an extremely useful development. He had more or less let Daphne in on most of his secrets, with the exception of his animagus form and his relationship with Annie Oshkosh. She was actually much easier to talk to than Ron or Hermione, since she would actually let him finish speaking without interrupting indignantly or with incessant questions. She had been extremely interested in learning how to channel environmental magic, and Harry had been slowly instructing her. True to her loving of the outdoors, she proved to be quite adept at manipulating earth, water, and plants, arguably even more so than Harry, after only a few attempts. With the help of Remus, Sirius, and Daphne, Harry had worked out several different possible approaches to the second task. He had even procured gillyweed via owl order, and scouted the lake. It was clear from his brief but informative conversations with the merpeople that the 4 hostages would be tied to a large mermaid statue in the center of their village, and Dumbledore had negotiated with them to keep the hostages safe from any of the dangers in the lake. The 1-hour time limit, then, was simply to lend a sense of urgency. He was assured that the merpeople had been instructed to bring the hostages back to the surface after that limit was exceeded. Remus's suggestion was straightforward: use gillyweed again, and simply swim to the village, untie his hostage, and swim back, and just kill anything that got in the way. It didn't have much pizzazz, but it would be an excellent fallback. Sirius's plan was to use a bubblehead charm and make use of his Thunderbird's inherent apparition abilities to flash to the village, untie his hostage, and flash back. Of course, this would have the side effect of exposing him as having a Thunderbird animagus form. After all, anyone could do a bit of research, so it was definitely his last resort. In fact, he decided that he would rather lose the task than expose his animagus form. Daphne wanted him to cast a strong compulsion charm on the giant squid, and have it grab his hostage and deposit it on the shore. It was functional, but Harry was worried that the only charm he could cast powerfully enough to control such a large magical creature would be the Imperious Curse, and he wanted to avoid looking too much like a dark wizard. Harry hadn't told the others about his own scheme, because it was still in the planning stages. If he could get it working, it would be spectacular, and have the side effect of making the other champions look completely inadequate. Vanishing the rubble from several exploded target dummies which Winky was making by the dozens these days, Harry flopped down on the sofa which Winky had helpfully put into the main part of the chamber next to Daphne. In an instant, a cold glass of water appeared next to his hand. Winky really was an excellent house elf, Harry thought as he drank the water. Barty Crouch, Sr. must have been insane to dismiss her. "Who are you going to the ball with?" he asked. He felt more than a little jealous. After all, he and Daphne had been snogging since the first task, and their encounters had slowly been becoming increasingly daring and intimate. Both teens were rapidly becoming quite fond of each other, and were regretting the necessity of keeping their burgeoning relationship hidden. Not that they cared what the public would think. Rather, Harry wanted to keep Daphne out of the tournament, so they would need to remain incognito until at least the second task had passed, as doing so significantly cut down on the amount of time they could spend together. "Anthony Goldstein," she said with a shrug. "He's all right, I guess. At least I know he won't try to get fresh with me, since I'm pretty sure he really would rather go to the dance with Terry Boot." Harry blinked in surprise. He had heard of those preferences, but he had never really put much thought toward the possibility. Such a thing was rare enough in the Muggle world, but in magical Britain, it was almost unheard of. "Huh, really?" "Yep, Daphne confirmed. And you should hear what those boys say about you. Power is an aphrodisiac, you know, and you put on quite a display with that dragon. Harry's jaw dropped open, and after a beat, he clapped his hands over his ears. Nope. Too much information. You stop that. Daphne laughed. Her laugh, Harry noted distractedly, was high and clear, like the ringing of a bell. He suddenly had the urge to get fresh with her, himself. Thankfully, Daphne shared his enthusiasm. At breakfast on the last day of term, Harry received a large, book-shaped package. Slightly irritated at himself for forgetting to tell Winky to take delivery of all of his packages he had told her to route his mail to him at breakfast, he opened it to find a large, leather-bound book and note from Jacob Crane. Dear Harry, I've been keeping up with you in the press well, as much as the Daily Prophet counts as actual press, and I must say that I'm quite impressed by your takedown of that dragon. It's a rare wizard who can go toe-to-toe with a beast like that and walk away alive, let alone without a scratch. Anyway, you should find enclosed a first-run printing of the newest edition of my family's text, on combating the darker forces of this earth and beyond. It's a family tradition that any outside contributor is entitled to a signed copy of the text and a small percentage of the book's sales, which will be deposited directly into your Gringotts account. The updated Chapter 13 has already gotten fantastic reviews, and several law enforcement organizations have benefited from your contribution and the memory you provided. If you ever find yourself back in the States and need a way to spend your time, stop by the Franklin Institute, I'm sure we'll be able to find a place for you there. Wishing you a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year. Jacob Crane. Harry smiled, quite pleased with the gift, and flipped through the book briefly to take note of which sections had been updated. Apparently, all of them had. He had long since realized that once his name was in print, someone would eventually get word to Dumbledore, so he was no longer particularly concerned about concealing his summer activities. Several students at the adjacent tables took note of the title of the book that Harry was apparently quite happy to have received, and Harry knew that the jig would be up by the end of the holiday. He steadfastly ignored Hermione's piercing stare, the one she got when she was trying to figure something out, and knew that she would make it her mission to find out before the Yule Ball. Not that it mattered, he would be spending the holiday far away from Hogwarts with Remus and Sirius. Since very few students of 4th year and above were actually going home for the holiday, there would be a relatively large contingent at Hogwarts, and nobody seemed to have any real idea of how to pass the time between the end of term and Christmas. Victor Crumb, of course, had an idea that the Weasley twins seized upon immediately. Quidditch! Quidditch, Harry! Fred and George practically shouted as they slid to a halt in front of his booth in the Great Hall. Harry slipped the book and note into his bag, gestured invitingly to the seats. The other students, and hilariously, Professor Trelawney, had learned very quickly not to sit in Harry's booth without an invitation, and the twins sat down, panting from their sprint from wherever they had been. Crumb wants to play a pickup tournament tomorrow, one twin said breathlessly. And the best part is that each champion will be captain of their own team. Interrupted the other, pointing at Harry. What do you say, Harry? Both cried out, putting on their best pleading puppy dog faces. Harry, who had been watching the twins' antics with a bemused look on his face, sat quietly for a moment, letting them, and the entire Great Hall, which was watching with bated breath, dangle. Finally, he gave a long-suffering sigh. Fine, I'm in. The next morning, Harry found himself standing on the Quidditch pitch with the other 3 champions, and a line of about 30 prospective players. Most of the remaining students and staff were watching from the stands. In a scene uncomfortably reminiscent of the first task, Madame Hooch had the captains choose a folded piece of parchment with a number written on it, to determine who got the first draft pick. In a stunning reversal of his typical fortune, Harry's piece had a bold number 1 written on it. Fred Weasley, Harry chose immediately. He knew that Cedric actually quite disliked George after an incident the previous year. Both had gone after the same girl, and at one point nearly came to blows. George still hounded Cedric with pranks mercilessly almost a year later, and the foreign champions wouldn't realize how well the twins worked together, so he was virtually guaranteed to get both. And so he did. A few minutes later, Harry sat in the stands with his team, Fred and George as beaters, Angelina, Katie, and Alicia as chasers, and Tracy Davis as keeper. He had been fortunate to grab the Gryffindor chasers, who were extremely good, and Daphne had given him an inside tip about her friend Tracy. Apparently she was a Quidditch fanatic on the level of Oliver Wood, but the Slytherin team didn't allow girls. Ron had had the gall to be put out at not being chosen as Harry's keeper. In fact, he had shouted, red-faced, at how Harry was mental to break up what would have been an all-Gryffindor team in favor of a slimy Slytherin, conveniently forgetting that Harry himself was no longer a Gryffindor before stomping off to the stands, completely ignorant of the many snickers and rolled eyes that accompanied his departure. As Harry had anticipated, Cedric filled his team with Hufflepuffs, and Cho Chang, Cedric's girlfriend and date to the Yule Ball. Victor chose several of his friends from Durmstrang, and Fleur packed her team with Beauxbaton's students and Roger Davies, who would apparently accompany her to the Yule Ball. The first match would be between Fleur and Victor, then Cedric and Harry would play, and the winners of the two games would play each other for the final. Victor led his team into the air, followed immediately by Fleur and her team. Already, Harry knew that Victor's victory was practically a foregone conclusion. Fleur and her friends from Beauxbaton's didn't play organized Quidditch, instead only having scrimmage matches every once in a while, and the French students were also clearly having problems in the cold. Warming charms were, of course, prohibited in Standard Plate, being much more accustomed to the relative warmth of the south of France. The Durmstrang students, though, were perfectly at home in the cold. Scottish winters were practically balmy compared to those in Scandinavia, and Krum was an international level seeker. His friends obviously weren't at his level, but they were quite good, and simply having Krum in the air clearly had huge effects, both practically and psychologically. Victor was a very active seeker, constantly swooping down to disrupt the French chasers, which helped his own chasers take possession and inevitably score. Fleur, though, was still a fairly good flyer, and managed to rally her other chasers to score a few goals on Victor's keeper. However, it was quickly becoming clear that chaser play would not save the French, and Victor Krum was literally out of Roger Davies's league. After only about 15 minutes of play, the score stood 80-30. Krum casually snagged the snitch, ending the game and knocking Fleur's team out of the running. After a brief break, during which the Hogwarts house elves ran through the stands frantically handing out hot cocoa, it was time for the next match. Harry didn't bother giving his team a pep talk. Rather, he had simply stared at them and growled at them to win. The "or else" was left unsaid, but was nevertheless heard loud and clear. After a slight pause, the Weasley twins cracked up, and the team had bustled onto the pitch and into the air. Harry and Cedric shook hands, and flew up themselves. Harry hadn't been on a broom in several weeks. He had been going out to fly at night as a Thunderbird and working on controlling his impulses, that is, flying around without causing storms, and compared to that, a broom, even one as fantastic as a firebolt, was something of a letdown. Nevertheless, he rocketed around the pitch as fast as ever, scanning for the snitch, feinting around Cho. Cedric had bowed to his girlfriend's wishes and put her as seeker. A poor choice, Harry thought, as Cedric was much better than Cho and diving into chaser formations. He didn't even need to manipulate the air currents, he could feel them, and instinctively took advantage of every thermal, every gust of wind, and even every bit of turbulence. Cho simply couldn't keep up. Fred and George happily blasted bludger after bludger at the entire Huffleclaw squad. Combined with Harry's constant harassment, Cedric's chasers were rendered almost entirely ineffective, and Angelina, Katie, and Alicia practically ran the pitch, taking advantage of the teamwork and chemistry built over several seasons of playing together. Cedric was a skilled flyer, and he had a good build for a keeper, but his relative inexperience at the position was costing him dearly, with Harry's experienced chasers racking up goal after goal. With Fred and George monopolizing the bludgers, Cedric's beaters were virtually powerless to help defend against Harry's chasers. Soon, the score was a whopping 110-10. An errant bludger had caused Tracy to miss a quaffle. Her subsequent fury had scared Fred and George into upping their defensive game even further, and Harry spotted the snitch hovering a few feet above the snow-covered ground, directly under Tracy's hoops. He shot off toward it, blasting past Cho, who had been looking in the wrong direction, and caught the snitch in his left hand as it tried to dodge upward. Cedric was as gracious in defeat as he had been in victory the previous year when Harry had been knocked out of the air by swarming Dementors, and after a few good game handshakes, the teams and spectators all took a break for lunch. "That was brilliant," Tracy squealed, bouncing in her seat as she bit into her sandwich. "Oh, I wish stupid Flint would let me on the Slytherin team. Playing for real is so much fun." Harry nodded. "You did really well. Flint is an idiot for not putting you on the team. Then again, he's an idiot for a lot of other reasons, too. I don't see why Snape doesn't take a heavier hand in the squad. It's obvious he wants to win." It was true, since Harry's first year, it had become clear to him that the fabled Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry had been extended to Quidditch for a long time, but McGonagall and Snape took it to a whole new level, politely, sniping at each other over every captured snitch and dropped quaffle. "Because he's an idiot too," Tracy huffed. "I agree," said a deep, heavily accented voice from behind them. They turned to see Krum standing there, hunched awkwardly. He really was less impressive on the ground than in the air, Harry thought. "You all played very well. I look forward to flying against your team. Especially you, Harry Potter. You fly better than Lynch. And I never got to say you did very well in first task." Very well. Harry was startled by the praise. Sure, Lynch hadn't had his best game at the Quidditch World Cup, but he was still an international level seeker, and arguably one of the top 5 flyers in the world. Plus, Krum hadn't seemed too friendly before the task. Maybe blowing up a dragon is one way to get his attention. "Thanks, Victor," Harry replied. "I'm looking forward to it, too." After lunch, the spectators and teams assembled back at the Quidditch pitch. Harry also noticed a slew of reporters. He hadn't seen them before, but he had been focused on the games, so maybe they had been there the whole time. "Great," he muttered. "Now the whole world will see Krum stomp me." But when he and Krum shook hands in front of Madame Hooch, the Thunderbird within Harry's soul stirred in a familiar way. The beast recognized that a great challenge lay before it, and resolve shot through Harry like current through a wire. There was no way he was going to back down. This game was in the sky, and the sky belonged to him. Seconds later, the game began. The Durmstrang players were strong and fast, and matched Harry's team, bludger for bludger, pass for pass, and shot for shot. Harry and Krum disrupted plays, dodged bludgers, and kicked quaffles, all while feinting, diving, and scanning for the snitch. For the spectators and reporters, it was like watching a fencing duel between two generals in the middle of a larger battle. It was Quidditch like Harry had never played. Everything was faster, and it was almost as though strength and speed flowed from Harry and Krum to the rest of the players. Lee Jordan could barely keep up with the commentary, and for once McGonagall didn't have to yell at him for editorializing. There just wasn't enough time for him to get the words out. After nearly an hour, the score was dead even at 50-50 despite the collective fantastic play of the chasers. The keepers and beaters were all putting up excellent defenses, and the snitch had been found and lost twice by Harry and Krum. Each time one had been about to catch it, the other had swooped in to cut off the attempt. Suddenly, Krum dove down. Harry instantly followed in his wake. He remembered Krum's repeated use of the Wronski feint at the World Cup, but it was possible that he had seen the snitch, so Harry had no choice but to follow, and hope to be able to pull up in time if it was a feint. The two seekers dropped straight down from over 500 feet in the air. By the time they approached the ground, neck and neck, both were going much faster than the official maximum speed of their firebolts. Then, a glint of gold drew Harry's eye upward. The snitch was across the pitch. Krum was feinting. Harry and Krum pulled up at the same instant, using every ounce of strength in their bodies to wrestle their brooms away from the ground. Earlier, Krum had said that Harry was a better flyer than Aidan Lynch. Now, Harry proved him right. While Lynch had slammed into the ground after Krum's Wronski feints, Harry was able to pull out in time, with the tips of his trainers carving grooves in the top layer of snow. Harry rocketed toward the snitch, leaving a blast of white powder in his wake. Krum saw where Harry was going, but he was already off course. He was not a professional seeker for nothing, though, and gave chase anyway. Such was Krum's skill that he was neck and neck with Harry within seconds. Every eye turned to the race. Even the other players stopped paying attention to the quaffle and bludgers, knowing that the snitch was about to be caught, one way or the other. A hush fell over the stands as both seekers reached out a hand. Harry raised his fist, with the still fluttering wings of the golden snitch sticking out the side, and the assembled crowd erupted. For all the differences between Harry Potter and the rest of Hogwarts, he was still one of theirs, and he had just captained a Hogwarts Quidditch team to victory against the best player in the world. Only seconds later, the rest of his team slammed into him, slowly sinking to the ground in one large pile. The rest of the day was spent in celebration. The Great Hall had been turned into a giant buffet, and the students and numerous guests, which had included at least a dozen scouts for professional Quidditch teams, as Harry found out later, milled about. Eating, drinking, and generally being merry. Even Harry was having a good time, a rarity for him this year, as he had felt almost obligated to be unpleasant in large groups since the goblet incident, and Remus and Sirius were present, the former trying to keep the latter from making a fool of himself, and largely failing. In between pranks and hugs, they told him that Sirius, in his capacity as Harry's godfather and legal guardian, had already been approached by several scouts who wanted to know if Harry wanted to go professional. The general consensus was that every player from that last match had played well above a typical school level. For whatever reason, the stars had aligned, magic had been in the air, and that had been the best Quidditch match ever played at Hogwarts. The surprise of the night came when Tracy Davis cornered Harry to thank him for picking her for the team. "And I guess I should thank Daphne, too," Tracy finished. At Harry's shocked look, she continued, "Come on, it's not that hard to figure out, even though Pansy and Millicent are too stupid to see it. Harry Potter is gone all the time, Daphne disappears sometimes, Daphne knows I love Quidditch, and then somehow Harry knows I love Quidditch. Don't say anything to anyone," Harry pleaded. It was her turn to be surprised. Harry actually seemed worried about it. "I won't," she promised. "But why do you seem so scared about it? I'm sure she would have gone to the ball with you if you had asked." After he explained his and Daphne's suspicions about the second task, she understood, and promised to keep her mouth shut, though she would make no such promise about girl talking to Daphne about him. After she skipped away, still buoyed by the thrill of victory, Harry watched her grab Daphne's arm and drag her over to a corner, presumably to girl talk about him. Finally, near midnight, the party died down and most of the guests left, though some were too drunk to apparate or even flow, and were led to the guest quarters by house elves. Remus and Sirius had thought ahead and made portkeys, to avoid that very issue, as both could barely stand, let alone pronounce, number 12 Grimmauld Place, into a fire. Both disappeared after slurring and hiccuping their way through the activation phrases. Harry had packed his things the night before, and would be meeting them at number 12 the next morning. He needed to put in an appearance at breakfast, to make sure Dumbledore didn't think that he had left with or been taken by any of the guests from the party. As Harry prepared for bed down in the chamber bedroom, Winky appeared. "Master Harry, Miss Daphne be wanting to come down," she squeaked. "Should I goes to gets her?" "Yes, please, Winky," Harry replied, pulling on a t-shirt. "Show her to the bedroom door, and I'll take it from there." Seconds later, there was a rapid triple knock on the door. Harry smiled to himself. Both Annie and Daphne were creatures of habit. Just as he had learned to pick out Annie's footsteps and door knock, he had learned to do the same with Daphne. He walked to the door, wondering if that was something that all men did with the women they cared about, or if it was just another thing that made him weird. He pulled open the door, and was again struck by how familiar this picture was. Harry looking baggy and absurd in a doorway, and a beautiful girl standing expectantly, this time wearing a very thin, very sheer silk robe. In the dim, flickering light, he couldn't tell exactly what shade it was, but he knew just from knowing Daphne that it would the same exact deep blue of her eyes. Daphne raised one perfect eyebrow. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Smiling, Harry stood aside, and Daphne walked inside. By the time he closed the door and turned back around to face her, her robe hung loosely around her body, supported more by her east than by her mostly bare shoulders. The chill of winter did not reach the chamber, especially within Salazar Slytherin's bedroom, and Daphne's arousal was obvious. Harry's eyes tracked back up to Daphne's. He raised an eyebrow and tilted his head a few degrees to the side, and Daphne gave a slight nod. To further punctuate the answer to his unasked, or, at least, non-verbal, question, she allowed her robe to slide all the way off as she closed the remaining distance between them. That night, the few inhabitants of the castle who were still awake, mostly house elves, were treated to a few hours of low, deep, rumbling thunder from the dark, cloudless sky. The high hiss cut through the dusty air of Riddle Manor, and the echoes of that cold, flat voice were immediately drowned in screams. The curse was lifted quickly. The Dark Lord needed his attendant to continue to serve him, of course, but he was the Dark Lord, and the strength of Voldemort's Cruciatus curse was such that Wormtail would undoubtedly be twitching in pain for several days. Mass stare, Wormtail half gasped, half wailed, crying out in agony. What td do you wish of me? Get out of my sight, fool, Voldemort's voice hissed. Wormtail had forgotten, not for the first time, and probably not for the last, a cardinal rule of serving the Dark Lord: make sure someone else brings the bad news. Voldemort was infamous for shooting the messenger. Crouch had sent word to Wormtail that he was almost entirely certain that Severus Snape was a traitor. Dumbledore had expended his own power and influence to keep Snape out of Azkaban far too many times, and now Crouch had overheard Snape and McGonagall discussing Snape's actions to protect Harry Potter against the Dark Lord's own jinx during the boys' first Quidditch game. Apparently, what had begun as McGonagall's gloating about her lions beating Krum had turned into a reminiscence of Harry's past Quidditch games, including his first. Foolishly, Wormtail had immediately scurried to his master to bring the news. Crouch was probably laughing himself to tears now, knowing that he had doomed Wormtail to such pain. Losing Snape would be a significant blow, Wormtail mused after choking down several remarkably ineffective pain potions which were notoriously inadequate for treatment of the aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse. Snape was a powerful wizard, a skilled fighter, an excellent potion brewer, and already within the enemy's camp. As Voldemort was infamous for his temper, Dumbledore was infamous for his foolish trust, and a Death Eater poised as an Order of the Phoenix member would have been invaluable. It was likely that the Dark Lord would allow Snape back into the fold, if for no other reason than his potions expertise, and use him to pass misinformation back to Dumbledore, until such a time as his usefulness ended, at which point, the unfortunate man would become an abject lesson in loyalty for the rest of the Dark Lord's followers. Better him than me, Wormtail muttered. Harry awoke a little after 8 a.m., and slow becoming aware of his own body and Daphne's presence in the bed beside him. First, he noticed a nest of soft nut hair underneath his chin. Then, he noticed his left hand, which crossed Daphne's body to cup her right east, and his right hand, which was splayed out just below her navel. Finally, he noticed her BPD bum wiggling distractingly against his thighs. Clearly, Daphne had woken up before him. She hummed brightly. I see you're up. Harry got out of bed a little after 10 a.m. Where the bloody hell was that boy? Potter had been in the Great Hall for brunch 2 days before. After how late the party had gone the previous night, there was no way anyone was waking up for an early breakfast, but he had since disappeared, and nobody seemed to know where he was. The problem was that the students and staff at Hogwarts had become so accustomed to Potter being out of pocket that they weren't worried, which meant that he couldn't shake down too many people without someone starting to wonder why the infamously paranoid and questionably sane Alastor Moody needed to find Harry Potter so badly. Blast that little toe rag. The one bright spot, though, was that Crouch's thoughts kept turning toward Severus Snape. Crouch had exposed him for a traitor, and the best part was that Wormtail, that simpering, cowardly fool, had been forced to deliver the bad news. The weakling would probably still be aching from the Dark Lord's displeasure until the new year. Crouch spotted the little Malfoy brat Draco, a ridiculous name for a ridiculous child, and stumped over curse this bloody wooden leg. If anyone knew where Potter was, it would be Malfoy, who seemed to have an absurd fixation on Potter. Malfoy apparently thought that he was Potter's dark arch-nemesis or something, somehow not realizing how much more powerful and talented Potter was. Crouch had heard that Potter had swatted Malfoy like an insect in every single confrontation the two had ever had, and only Snape's blatant favoritism had ever kept Malfoy from total defeat. Malfoy, however, turned even more pale at the sight of his defense professor, and fled behind Snape's skirts almost literally. He was still peeking out from behind a corner in the corridor, keeping Snape between him and Crouch. The boy had been skittish around him ever since the ferret incident. Snape, Crouch growled, not having to pretend to be moody to put hate into his voice. The traitor deserved whatever punishment the Dark Lord saw fit to inflict, and Crouch desperately hoped to bear witness. Moody, Snape sneered back. The traitor's hand twitched toward his wand. It had done that every time he had seen Moody, but even someone foolish enough to turn traitor on the Dark Lord was not quite foolish enough to try to outdraw Alastor Moody, who had capped his career with the single-handed, literally, as a piercing hex had shattered his wand-arm quadruple capture of the three Lestranges and Bartemius Crouch, Jr. The battle had demolished a fair portion of the Longbottom estate, but in the end, Moody had stunned and bound 4 of Voldemort's most loyal Death Eaters, despite wounds that might have killed a lesser man. Snape was right to fear Moody's wand. Even the Dark Lord had made certain to assign a full squad to counter Moody at any battle he was expected to attend. The fact that it was Crouch, rather than Moody, did not factor into Snape's calculation, thanks to the wonders of Polyjuice Potion. "Where the bloody hell is Potter, Snape?" Crouch snarled. "I've got to talk to him about the investigation into who put his name into the goblet." "You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, Death Eater?" For a brief moment, absolute fury burned in Snape's onyx eyes, before his expression flicked back to its typical blankness. Though he was obviously itching to draw his wand, Snape controlled his rage, spun on his heel, and strode down the corridor and out of sight, his cloak billowing behind him as though trying to catch up. "Blast," Crouch muttered. At that precise moment, Harry Potter was laying on Balandra Beach in La Paz, Mexico. After dragging himself out of the chamber, he had actually lacked the willpower to do so, until Daphne literally kicked him out of bed. In making an appearance in the Great Hall for brunch, he had gathered his things, snuck off the Hogwarts grounds, and apparated back to number 12 Grimmauld Place. From there, he and the remaining marauders had taken an international portkey to Mexico City, and then another portkey to La Paz. Thanks to the time difference, they had been able to finish sleeping off the previous night's party, and had immediately commenced a proper holiday. The plan for the next several days was for Sirius, Remus, and Harry to relax on the beach, practice their spellwork, and, for Harry, at least, work on the plan for the second task. Harry had picked up some of Dumorn's more advanced books on thaumaturgy, fundamentals of thaumaturgy and evocation, while an excellent beginner's text didn't quite reach the level of complexity his plan required, and was grinding his way through them as quickly as possible, reaching almost Hermione-esque levels of obsession. Everything would hinge on how effectively he could exploit this relatively obscure, but unbelievably fascinating and widely useful, branch of magic. He was currently about 4/5 through Dumorn's excellent thaumaturgy in combat, construction, and everything in between, and after a brief glance at the waves crashing onto the shore, shot upright in excitement when he remembered the words from the previous chapter that would be the key. Remembering how he had almost become aware of the Jersey Devil, if only he had finished the book he had then been reading, Harry resisted the urge to go finish his plan, buckled down, and kept reading. Daphne Greengrass was doing her best to keep from laughing aloud, but it was extremely difficult. The entire staff of Hogwarts was running around in a blind panic, desperately searching for Harry Potter. Dumbledore was a particularly ridiculous sight, looking torn between blazing fury and frozen despair. Rita Skeeter could be seen in a corner, cackling gleefully as she dictated to her quick quotes quill, alternately looking around at the chaos and down at a letter which Daphne knew came from Harry and contained quotes for her use in the Yule Ball coverage. "Come on, Anthony," she called to the handsome Ravenclaw, who was talking quietly with his very close friend Terry Boot. "You know," Anthony said quietly a few hours later as they danced, "he really was an excellent dancer," she thought distractedly, though she'd rather be dancing with Harry. This wasn't too bad a compromise. "I wonder how long it'll take for them to check the holiday list. I checked earlier, and he never signed it. And clever, too," Daphne mused with a wry grin. "Probably not until the beginning of term, when Harry points it out to them while they're telling him off. They really have been making it so easy for him to embarrass them." "Too true," Anthony replied pleasantly, before looking over her shoulder and wrinkling his nose. "And speaking of embarrassing, take a look over there. Weasley is being himself again," he said, rolling his eyes. "And it was such a nice night." Daphne's laugh rang out, high and clear like a chiming bell. Anthony had a good sense of humor, too. She sighed. "Too bad he isn't Harry, plus, there's that whole other issue." Suddenly, she couldn't wait for the start of term. Harry sighed, torn between his desire to be back at Hogwarts. Unsurprisingly, he had been missing Daphne, and his desire to stay with Remus and Sirius in the warm, comfortable, stress-free La Paz. Remus and Sirius, no longer needing to capture Wormtail to prove Sirius's innocence, would be taking a few months to travel, or, in Sirius's words, go wenching round the world, and would return to Britain in time for the second task. Harry would be taking an international portkey straight to Hogsmeade, entirely skipping the Hogwarts Express. He saw no real reason why he should ever again waste an entire day on that train. He was glad that the time difference was going to be in his favor. He had a feeling that he'd need the extra stamina to weather the storm of self-righteous indignation that Dumbledore and McGonagall would inevitably stir up once he returned, having missed the Yule Ball. Unfortunately, his feeling proved correct. As soon as he entered the Great Hall for dinner, what would be his lunch, having skipped forward 6 hours, the students began buzzing, and Harry had scarcely retransfigured his booth before McGonagall descended upon him. "Mr. Potter," she demanded sternly. In her rage, her eyes flashed and her native Scottish brogue leaked into her normally precise and cultured pronunciation. "Where hae ye been? We turned de bloody school upside down lookin' fair ye. Ye missed the Yule Ball." She continued in this vein for some time, though Harry largely tuned her out, catching only words like tradition, embarrassment, disrespect, discipline, and detention, as he dug into the hearty meal. Finally, she either wore herself out or realized that he wasn't paying her the slightest bit of attention, and her tirade ceased. She stood, shoulders and heaving, with her mouth pressed into a thin line, her eyebrow raised, her arms crossed, and her foot tapping. She was obviously awaiting Harry's apology. Harry was not inclined to supply her with one. "I think you'll find, Deputy Headmistress," Harry said calmly, "that in my absence from Hogwarts, I was in full compliance of both the school's stated holiday policy and the tournament's contractual requirements. If you care to look at the list of students who agreed to stay at Hogwarts over the break, you will see that I did not sign it." Anthony Goldstein's poorly stifled snort of amusement greeted this statement, and several coins changed hands around the Great Hall, and the Yule Ball is not mentioned in the tournament's contract. In fact, historically, roughly half of all Triwizard Tournament champions didn't attend the Yule Ball, and in some tournaments, the ball wasn't even held. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster and I." "Deputy Headmistress," Harry cut in, not interested in continuing the conversation. "What I do on my time, away from this school, is my business, and my business alone. If the headmaster has questions or concerns related to my academic standing, attendance at this school, or the investigation into who he allowed to enter my name for the Triwizard Tournament, he can bring them to me himself." The Great Hall fell absolutely silent. After nearly a minute of McGonagall staring at him, speechless, the silence was broken by Professor Dumbledore's tired voice. "Mr. Potter, please finish your meal, and please report to my office at 9 o'clock this evening." At precisely 9 p.m., Harry Potter waited in front of the stone gargoyle that led to Dumbledore's office. "Move aside," Harry told the gargoyle. The gargoyle, of course, did not move aside. "The headmaster requested my presence, and he did not give me the password. Move aside, or I will move you, and you'll never move again." The gargoyle still did not move. Harry drew his Elder and Thunderbird feather wand. There was a spell Harry had read about in Earp's offensive magic for defensive mages that he had been meaning to try. It was a modified form of a drilling and tunneling spell focused on a much smaller cross-section and was perfect for blasting apart stationary defenses composed of stone or earth. He was halfway through the wand motion and was opening his mouth to perform the incantation when Dumbledore's voice called out to him. "You're late, Headmaster," Harry said flatly. "You have been so quick to violence of late," Dumbledore observed sadly. "That gargoyle has stood watch over this office for over 1,000 years. Harry, and the arts and knowledge that crafted it are lost to us now. Would you truly have destroyed it?" "Yes, I would have," Harry replied. "If that's what it took to get you to realize that I'm tired of your little games and tests, I would have blasted it to pebbles, and then done the same to your office for good measure. You summoned me to your office. Are we going up, or will we hold our conversation in the corridor?" In answer, Dumbledore led Harry up the revolving stairs. The gargoyle had stepped aside as the headmaster approached. Harry took a seat in front of Dumbledore's desk, and Dumbledore sat down heavily. "Fawkes is out flying tonight," Dumbledore supplied, seeing that Harry had noticed that the phoenix was not at his perch. "Good to know, Headmaster," Harry said, rolling his eyes. "What did you need to discuss with me?" "You left Hogwarts during this holiday break," Dumbledore stated, a note of accusation in his voice. "Why would you do that, when you knew you were expected to attend the Yule Ball?" "You mean to tell me that you really don't already know?" Harry asked, truly surprised. It seemed so blindingly obvious. I would not have asked if I did, Dumbledore replied stiffly. Harry blinked, and continued. Because for the first time in my entire life, I had people, Remus and Sirius, who loved me and who wanted to show me a real Christmas. If you thought for even 1 second that I was going to give that up for a dance party celebrating a tournament that someone entered me in as an assassination attempt, and for which everyone in this castle has treated me like garbage for 2 months, then you are even more insane than everyone already thinks. This was not the answer Dumbledore was expecting. Apparently, his surprise was evident on his face. What, did you think that I did it to spite you? Harry asked. Dumbledore remained silent, but he may as well have shouted in the affirmative. Harry snorted. What, you thought I was turning into a dark wizard, and the way I chose to show it was to skip a party. I'm not turning dark, Headmaster, I'm just trying to survive all the things you keep throwing at me. If you didn't check the sign-up sheet for my name just because you assumed that I'd show up, that was your stupid mistake, not mine. With a sigh, Dumbledore sat back in his chair, and drew a book from his desk. Ms. Granger recommended a most interesting book for me to read over the holiday break, Mr. Potter, he said slowly. Harry noted the cover, it was Crane's book. So he knows that much, Harry thought. I wonder if he was able to find out about Wisconsin. I'm surprised you were able to get a copy delivered so quickly, Harry said lightly. I'm told that they're practically flying off the shelves, and few copies were available in this country to begin with. Yes, but despite your efforts last term, I do still have some connections available to me, Dumbledore said casually, though there was a definite tightness in his voice. The librarian of the largest school of magic in Europe need only ask, and a copy of virtually any text is usually reserved. Handy, Harry said dryly. Have you read it yet? If not, you can skip directly to chapter 13, though the acknowledgements on the inside of the cover might also interest you. I have read it, Harry, Dumbledore said. I was surprised, to say the least. Why did you go to the Pine Barrens? It is known the world over as the home of that particular species of demon. Is it? Harry asked, feigning surprise. Well, that's good to know. It's a good thing I didn't spend a decade of my formative years in my Muggle aunt's cupboard under the stairs, otherwise, I might have missed out on a vast amount of background knowledge that would prove invaluable to my future. As a wizard. Oh, wait. Dumbledore's jaw dropped, and what little remained of his trademark twinkle disappeared completely. Harry, do you truly blame me for all that? You must know that I had only your best interests in mind when I left you with your relatives. We're not having this conversation, Headmaster, Harry said sternly. The conversation we're going to have is about how my life is my life, and I will live it as I see fit, without any further interference from you. You meddled with my life too many times, and you never once let my best interests get in the way of using me for your schemes. I breathed free air this summer, Headmaster, and I liked it, and I will never accept being someone else's tool, ever again. The sooner you accept that, the sooner I can stop helping you drag your name through the mud. I'm not doing it for fun, you know, I'm just trying to get you off my back. The more you tighten your grip, the more I'll slip through your fingers. Dumbledore obviously hadn't seen Star Wars. If he had, he would have realized that he was being compared to the villain, holding Vader's leash, and he would have been much more offended. Still, though, the headmaster said nothing, fearing that any words he might have would only drive Harry further away. Harry stood, and moved toward the door. Opening it, he turned to address the headmaster once more. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it, shook his head and walked out of the room. Dumbledore's eyes lost even more of their brightness. Well, that went well. The next morning saw several of the professors and staff of Hogwarts seated around a large table. It was fairly early, before breakfast, and they were obviously irritated to have been summoned for a staff meeting. Dumbledore entered the room a few minutes after the last. Alistair Moody had seated himself, and the quiet chatter died down immediately. The headmaster sat down heavily, and, as was his custom at such meetings, called the staff meeting to order. His blue eyes were not twinkling, there appeared to be extra lines on his face, and he looked tired. Madame Pomfrey almost asked him if he was feeling well, but stopped herself. The headmaster knew his business, after all. It is probably obvious to you all why you were called here this morning, considering the events at dinner last night, Dumbledore said. If any had been doubting that this meeting was to be about Harry Potter, that doubt was now washed away. I met with Mr. Potter last night, and found him to be. The headmaster's voice trailed off, as he tried to put words to the confrontation. Failing, he sighed, shrugged, and fell silent. The silence stretched for several long seconds, and just as McGonagall was opening her mouth to try to pick up the thread of conversation, Dumbledore continued. Mr. Potter made it very explicitly clear to me last night, as he has apparently been trying to do implicitly all year, with varying degrees of success, that he would be looking out for himself from now on. Considering our collective failure to protect him at Hogwarts for a fourth consecutive year, I cannot say that I blame him. Therefore, the faculty and staff of Hogwarts will turn over a new leaf regarding Mr. Potter's treatment. Dumbledore stopped speaking and looked directly into Snape's eyes, as though daring the man to lodge his customary petulant objections to any special treatment for Harry Potter. The rest of the professors flinched, expecting Snape to explode, but Snape merely clenched his jaw and nodded his head curtly. The other professors breathed a sigh of relief as Dumbledore continued, taking Snape's silence as consent. I am glad to see that we are all in agreement. Simply put, this institution, and to be frank, my continued stewardship of it as headmaster, cannot survive any more legal or public relations disasters this year, which would surely be the result if we continue to attempt to bring Mr. Potter to heel. If possible, Dumbledore's eyes developed a sort of anti-twinkle, and he suddenly looked even older and more tired than ever before. My attempts to subdue him have been clumsy, and he has consistently outmaneuvered me. He has won, and I have lost, and I must concede the game before any more damage is done to this school's reputation. Mr. Potter has proven that he will go to extraordinary lengths to protect his newfound independence, and thus has proven that he deserves to keep it, and any further action on my part will only serve to drive us further apart. Minerva, would you please finish up here? I have other duties to attend to before breakfast. Young Percival Weasley is holding yet another conference for the tournament judges. With that, Dumbledore rose and strode from the room. McGonagall stood, smoothed her robes, and began, shooting a pointed look at Snape as she spoke. Well, I suppose we shall begin with how to address and interact with Mr. Potter, and then we'll move toward conducting ourselves with professional detachment in his presence. Severus Snape blanched. The changes in the way the professors dealt with Harry were not missed by the rest of the students. By the end of the week, it was clear to everyone that Harry had won his confrontation with Dumbledore, and the result was vastly reduced pressure from the professors, and finally a bit of common courtesy from Snape. Daphne in particular was impressed. A Slytherin always appreciates when a plot comes together, and was greatly enjoying the side benefits, namely, without professors going out of their way to confront Harry, she was able to spend more time with him down in the chamber. Between working on assignments, training for the second task, learning extra magic, and their increasingly satisfying say-Ul relationship, their schedule was quite full, and they were always looking for extra time together. There was one student, though, who did not take the hint to leave Harry alone. On the contrary, Hermione Granger had begun seeking him out at every opportunity, trying to interrogate him about his activities over the summer in the United States. While the break in their friendship before the first task had stopped her inquiries, reading Crane's book, which she had recommended to Dumbledore on the correct suspicion that it involved Harry, over the Christmas holidays had given her a taste of information, and now she was back on the case. Things came to a head on the final Friday of January, just after double potions. As Harry sat down for dinner in his booth in the center of the Great Hall, Hermione followed him, and hovered next to the seats on the other side of the booth. After a few long minutes of eating his beef stew and steadily ignoring her presence, and possibly her very existence, Harry heard Hermione clear her throat expectantly. No longer able to pretend not to notice Hermione, Harry looked up from his food. The two teens stared at each other for almost a minute before Hermione spoke, no longer able to stand the silence. "Harry, aren't you going to invite me to sit?" she said timidly. Apparently, her isolation, after the trio had broken down, Ron had proven to be ill-suited to a friendship with just Hermione, and had begun to spend time with Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, and nobody else seemed interested in being friends with her, had sapped her of some of her previous confidence. "Hermione, aren't you going to ask?" Harry said, raising his eyebrow. "It seems strange. How do you expect to interrogate me, if you can't even get up the guts to ask if you can sit down?" He had spoken slightly lower than his normal volume, but students sitting near the central corner of their house tables had heard his words. Hermione flushed and scowled at the light titters of laughter, and asked if she could sit. Harry grunted out a yes, and Hermione slid gingerly into the booth. Fully aware that the eyes and ears of the entire Great Hall were now upon them, she asked Harry if he would mind if she cast a privacy charm. Why bother? Harry asked evenly. I don't care what anyone here thinks. Well, I would prefer it, she responded stiffly. I haven't exactly been the most popular girl in the school recently. That was an understatement, Harry knew. Hermione had been subjected to almost universal scorn in Hogwarts ever since people had started feeling guilty about turning on Harry, so, roughly since Rita had started publishing anti-Dumbledore articles after the wand weighing, because Hermione had been so close to Harry, the rabble reasoned that her betrayal had been worse than theirs, so they had turned on her. It was much easier, after all, than looking inward at themselves, and had the advantage of holding someone else to blame for Harry's estrangement from Hogwarts. Harry shrugged, and Hermione took his apparent apathy as consent. She waved her wand in a precise circle, muttered a few words in Latin, and suddenly the sounds of the Great Hall died down. Harry didn't recognize the exact spell, but it seemed very similar to a charm that Daphne had taught him. Protecting secrets was, after all, a Slytherin specialty. I read that book, she began, and then her voice began to rise in volume and intensity, taking on an accusing tone. The one you got just before Christmas. The one that you were in and helped write. Is that so? Harry drawled. Did you find it an exciting read? Well, yes, actually, she said, blinking and switching to Hermione book discussion mode. I was particularly interested in Hermione, Harry said, cutting her off before she could really get going. 3.5 years of experience told him that once that train got rolling, it would be hard to stop. This isn't a book club, and I know you didn't actually come over here to talk about a book, not with me. What do you really want to talk to me about? Hermione stiffened, and wrung her hands together, clearly working through some sort of inner dilemma. The silence dragged on for nearly a minute. Just as Harry opened his mouth to tell Hermione, not in so many words, to stop wasting his time, she finally cried out, giving voice to her real question. Why? Hermione blurted out, reaching her hands out toward Harry as though pleading for an answer. Why did you disobey the headmaster and leave your relatives? Why did you go to America this summer? Why did you get the headmaster removed from the Wizengamot and the ICW? Harry, please just tell me why you are doing all this. Harry stared at the girl who had once been his best friend. Hermione stared back at him with unshed tears brimming in her eyes. The students and professors in the Great Hall stared at them both, trying in vain to figure out what was being said. Even Dumbledore could not penetrate Hermione's privacy spell without overtly casting a counterspell, and he knew that he wouldn't get away with that. Remember back in September, after the first potions class of the year? Harry asked quietly. Despite his tone, there was an intensity in his eyes which, in previous years, would have been unfamiliar. This year, however, had seen that look in Harry's eyes all too often for anyone to mistake its meaning. Remember when I asked you about your summer, and you didn't understand what the question had to do with anything? She nodded mutely. Hermione Granger was many things. But, forgetful, had never been and was not now one of them, and that argument, the first time she had ever seen Harry truly angry at her, would stand in her memory for a long time to come. Well, you've had a few months to think about it, Harry said softly. Do you understand it now? Hermione jerked her head up and down in a nod. The movement shook the tears from her burning eyes, and they made twin streaks down her cheeks. She didn't wipe her tears off, instead letting them run down her jaw and drip onto her robes. Wiping the tears away wouldn't dull the ache in her. Yes, I think you do understand it now, Harry mused aloud. I did what I always do, when I'm all alone and my back is up against a wall. That happens to me a lot at Hogwarts, you know. You did what you needed to do to survive, Hermione murmured. I'm sorry for my part in all this, Harry. Really, I am. Harry nodded. I believe you, Hermione. I think you really are sorry. But that doesn't change what has already happened this year, and it doesn't change the fact that I'm still all alone with my back up against a wall. Can you forgive me? She asked. Harry sat in silence for a long moment, thinking, really thinking about whether he had it in him. He looked at Hermione's reddened eyes, and the tear tracks on her cheeks. She still hadn't wiped the tears from her face. Maybe. Hermione nodded again, and the movement jolted fresh tears down her cheeks. The streaks were even more obvious now. Okay, she whispered. Harry waved his wand. Hermione almost jumped. She hadn't even seen him take it out, and suddenly the sound of the Great Hall flooded back into their ears as Hermione's privacy spell was broken. Hermione Granger got up and left the Great Hall for her sanctuary, the library. Harry Potter got up and left the Great Hall for his sanctuary, the Chamber of Secrets. The students and professors of Hogwarts collectively internally huffed in disappointment at not being able to eavesdrop on what had appeared to be a very juicy conversation. Dinner went on. Later that night, Daphne Greengrass snuck down to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry having loaned her his invisibility cloak for just such occasions. The cloak, combined with Tracy covering for her, was once again sufficient to deflect any questions from Pansy and Millicent. Luckily, both girls were so unbelievably uninquisitive and, frankly, unintelligent that by now they didn't even really bother pressing for details anyway. Winky brought her down into the main area of the chamber, where Harry was pacing, obviously agitated. Anxiety was rolling off him in waves. His power was such that his mood was almost palpable even several meters away. "Harry, are you okay?" Daphne asked. Talking to Granger had obviously rattled him. He looked like he was about to whip out his wand and start blowing things up. Harry stopped, turned, and looked at Daphne. "No, I'm not," he said. "I need to blow off some steam, and you need to promise me that you won't tell anyone what you're about to see." "Of course, Harry, but what are you talking about? You know that I went to America and learned a bit of magic," he started. "But I never told you the real reason I went in the first place." "Well, I know that, and I figured you'd tell me eventually," she said, raising an eyebrow. "And it seems the time has come. Spit it out. Stand back, and stay in the chamber. Don't go outside, there's going to be a very large storm." With that, Harry disappeared, and in his place stood a massive bird, a giant black eagle or falcon. Some part of Daphne's mind vaguely pointed out as she gasped in surprise and jumped back several feet. The huge bird stared into Daphne's eyes, and then, with a flash of lightning and crash of thunder, the bird was gone, its high shriek still echoing around the Chamber of Secrets. "Well, that's new," Daphne commented matter-of-factly. Winky, ever helpful, brought her a cup of hot cocoa without needing to be asked. Of course, Winky really was a first-rate elf. Then Daphne sat down, the better to ponder this new development. That night, a colossal thunderstorm shook Hogwarts. The wind howled like a wild beast, and melon-sized hailstones smashed against the battlements. Snow and sleet whipped through the air, freezing doors and windows shut. Lightning blasted trees into burning splinters and boulders into molten pebbles, and thunder rang through the castle like a giant bell. Nobody, not even Hagrid, was foolish enough to tempt fate by going outside, instead huddling beneath blankets and trying to ignore the raging tempest. Even Daphne could hear and feel the storm from inside the Chamber of Secrets, deep beneath the school. Hours later, well after midnight, the storm finally calmed. One last ringing thunderclap echoed across the Hogwarts grounds, and in that same instant, Harry the Thunderbird appeared in the main cave of the Chamber of Secrets in a flash of blazing light and an explosion of thunder. Moments later, Harry the boy staggered toward Daphne, who had dozed off over an hour before, but had just been startled awake, and embraced her tightly. Harry started talking, and didn't stop. He told Daphne everything, from his treatment at Privet Drive, to killing Quirrell, the Basilisk, and the Jersey Devil, to what he saw and heard when Dementors were near, to how the majority of his magical power had just that summer been freed from the burden of containing his Thunderbird animagus form. He talked until just before dawn, when, still mumbling incoherently, his mental, emotional, physical, and magical exhaustion finally all caught up with him at the same time, and he passed out in Daphne's arms. Sunday, February 14th was Street Valentine's Day. Hogwarts was, as usual, decked out in pink, red, and purple. Many students traditionally eschewed the Great Hall on this particular holiday, instead taking their meals in more intimate settings with their boyfriends, girlfriends, and miscellaneous paramours. Nobody noticed that Daphne and Harry were nowhere to be found for the entire weekend. 10 days later, Harry Potter awoke on the morning of the second task. The moment that Harry awoke in the chamber bedroom on Wednesday, February 24th, he jumped, literally, out of his bed over to his desk, and snatched up the Marauder's map. He had left it open the previous night, anticipating this very moment, and within seconds, his eyes had located the Slytherin dorms. Daphne Greengrass. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief and slumped down into his desk chair, the tension draining out of his body. All their secrecy had not gone to waste. Then, if Daphne had not been taken by now, she wasn't going to be involved in the second task at all. A sudden fear gripped him. Who would the judges kidnap to use as his hostage? He and Daphne had discussed it several times, and had never really come to any conclusion. Harry racked his brain, and focused back on the map. His eyes skipped around, alighting by chance upon the library, which was empty save for Madame Pants, rummaging around back in the stacks. The library. The library didn't have any students in it. His eyes flicked up to the Gryffindor girls' dorms. Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, that was it. No, they wouldn't. Surely Dumbledore and McGonagall had noticed that Harry and Hermione hadn't even looked at each other since that evening in the Great Hall. Harry groaned in sudden comprehension. Of course they had noticed. Dumbledore probably wanted him to make up with his old friends, and thought that kidnapping Hermione and forcing Harry to save her would be a good way to subtly push them together. That old man truly was a nutcase. He shook those thoughts, and the attendant irritation, out of his head. The second task would begin in an hour. He had to get focused. As Harry entered the Great Hall and began to walk toward his booth, his eyes found Daphne. However, instead of the relaxed smile he expected to see, Daphne's face was set in fear. Their eyes met, and Daphne held a piece of parchment under the table. An instant later, Harry felt an invisible hand place something in his pocket. They never really seemed to run out of uses for Winky. What an incredible elf. He nonchalantly sat down, and drew several items from his pockets, making it look as though he was inspecting his tools and equipment for the upcoming task. He glanced down and read the single word on the parchment. Tracy. The realization hit him like a train. The pickup Quidditch tournament. Tracy Davis had been a surprise pick, and they must have been seen speaking together at the afterparty, and watched her giddily skip off to go, girl talk, with Daphne. He and Daphne had told Tracy their suspicions about the nature of the second task. There was no way she would have willingly allowed herself to be pressed into the Triwizard tournament. She was far too savvy for that. No, she must have literally been kidnapped. Infuriated, Harry turned the parchment over, took out a small Muggle ballpoint pen, and wrote a short note for Daphne. Flo parents. The instant his hand went beneath the table, the note was snatched out of his fingers. Seconds later, Daphne nodded resolutely and strode from the Great Hall. Harry made a mental note to reward Winky with a new mop or something. Daphne had once mentioned, as part of an amusing anecdote about Malfoy tattling to his father about something, that Snape allowed Slytherin students to make Flo calls to their parents. His fireplace was charmed to prevent students from calling anyone else from his office. Daphne's parents, close friends of Tracy's parents, would immediately inform the Davises and the DMLE. It didn't even really matter if Tracy had agreed to be used as a hostage. Hogwarts students weren't even allowed into Hogsmeade without written permission from their parents, so there was no way Hogwarts could get away with putting them into the tournament without parental consent. There was no doubt about it. Trouble was brewing, and it was going to be big. Harry turned his eyes toward the staff table. Most of the professors had already left for the lake, presumably to finalize preparations and greet parents and spectators, as they had done for the first task in November. However, Professor Flitwick was still there, and he was not particularly surprised to see rage practically radiating off of Harry. If Flitwick had been closer or had a werewolf's nose, he would have smelled the sharp tang of ozone from Harry's turbulent magic. Flitwick and a few of the more sensible professors, including Snape, to the rest of the staff's surprise, had warned Dumbledore and the other judges that forcing students into the tournament as hostages was a bad idea. What hadn't crossed their minds until this very moment, Flitwick realized, was that kidnapping Harry Potter's friend, or possibly girlfriend, depending on how much one read into his public interactions with Tracy Davis, was an absolutely terrible idea. Flitwick met Harry's gaze, and began to move toward him, but Harry had no interest in hearing whatever excuses and platitudes the diminutive charms professor had to offer, and stormed out of the Great Hall and onto the grounds, striding toward the lake as fast as he could without running. By the time he reached the shore, where the spectator stands and a judge's table had been erected, he had wrestled his anger into a much more helpful steely resolve. It was a good thing that he knew that the hostages were in relatively little real danger, otherwise, he probably would have rescued them immediately, without waiting for the task to officially begin. As it was, he simply stood on the pier, concentrating on his plan of attack and glaring at the judges. He noted idly that Percy Weasley, of all people, appeared to have taken Barty Crouch's place. Cedric paced anxiously, Fleur fidgeted with anxiety, and Krum leveled his customary scowl at the judges. Apparently, all of the champions held a similarly dim view of the nature of the second task. Harry was sure they would be pleased when he made it his mission after the task to ensure that the DMLE arrested whoever was responsible for kidnapping Tracy and presumably the other hostages. Finally, Ludo Bagman cleared his throat, cast a quick sonorous, and addressed the stands, which were completely filled with students, reporters, and members of the wizarding public. Harry could pick out Sirius and Remus, who, as his designated family, had seats with the Delacours, who were glaring daggers at the judges' table, the Crums, and Cedric's father. Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. They have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. On the count of 3, then. On est trois, 3. At the shrill blast of Bagman's whistle, Fleur and Cedric both immediately applied bubble head charms and dove into the lake, while Krum transfigured himself into some sort of reverse merman shark thing and sped beneath the surface. Harry, however, calmly took off his trainers and socks, walked to the water's edge, and stood with one foot in the water and one foot on land. He vaguely heard the crowd's catcalls and jeers and Bagman's inane commentary, "I wonder what Potter is doing. I guess we'll have to wait and see," and ignored everything, concentrating instead on the task that lay before him. "Accio," he muttered, giving his Elder and Thunderbird feather wand a token wave. About a second later, a shard of granite plunked out of the water and into his left hand. This was no random shard of granite, however. After Harry had returned to Hogwarts in January, he had used more gillyweed to make another trip to the village of the Merpeople. There, he had confirmed with the Merchieftainess that the hostages would be tied to the large, crudely hewn statue of a merman at the village center, and chipped off a shard of granite from the statue's tail. Then, he had hidden the piece of rock in the water beneath the pier. While the other champions descended into the water, Harry swiftly transfigured the rock into an exact-to-scale likeness of the statue from which it was taken. He had spent over an hour examining the statue, memorizing its dimensions and proportions, and had incessantly practiced turning things into replicas of the statue for over a month. By now, he could practically do it in his sleep. This was a crucial part of his plan for the second task. Thaumaturgy was a complex branch of magic, but it could be very powerful. Some wizards, particularly in Africa, the Caribbean, and a few places in America, could use a form of thaumaturgy to cast spells on people from very far away, using a doll and a tangible link like hair or blood. This was popularly known as voodoo, and its uses were usually harmful, and often identified as dark magic. However, there was no reason why the broader field of thaumaturgy couldn't be useful for more mundane things, as Harry planned to prove. Like voodoo, it was helpful to have a likeness and a link, and with his new mini-statue, Harry now had both. All that remained was to establish the link, and he would be all set. He closed his eyes, gripped the statue tightly, brought to mind every detail of the stone merman statue which sat in the center of the village at the bottom of the lake, and began muttering under his breath. Idolum ligaveris, Harry intoned, building an imaginary chain between the two objects. Idolum ligaveris, idolum ligaveris, idolum ligaveris, idolum ligaveris, idolum ligaveris, idolum ligaveris. As he spoke, he could feel the stone in his hand grow cold as though it was sitting at the bottom of a freezing cold lake in the middle of February. Finally, on the 7th repetition of the spell, he felt the link snap into place, as though a heavy steel padlock had clicked shut on 2 different lengths of chain. Harry had done it, the link had been forged. Harry carefully placed the small statue into the water, ensuring that it was completely submerged. Still ignoring the sounds of the crowd and Bagman's dull comments, it was quickly becoming clear that the tournament organizers had not thought this task through. It was very boring for the spectators, As 3 of the champions were not even visible, and the 4th wasn't blowing anything up, Harry pointed his wand into the water and cast a modified form of a powerful freezing charm. Glacio Maxima Orbis. A translucent sphere of ice began to form around the small replica, and it quickly began to harden and thicken. Within seconds, the walls of the sphere were even thicker than the hollow space in the center which held the statue. At the same time, a proportionally larger sphere of ice formed around the massive statue and at the bottom of the lake. Soon, the ice was so thick that the buoyancy it provided, after all, ice was less dense than water, countered and overcame the weight of the statue, hostages, and water that remained in the hollow space. Physics took over, and as the small statue began to rise to the surface, so too did its big brother. A few minutes after the spheres began to rise, they both broke the surface of the lake. The crowd gasped in shock, and Bagman continued to sound stupid, oh ho ho. I wonder how that just happened. We'll just have to wait and see. Remus and Sirius whooped and clapped, and began subtly shooting prank spells at the other spectators, taking Harry's cue and making a mockery of the contest. Fred and George Weasley, of course, took notice of their heroes, and joined in on the fun. It was likely that by the end of the task, half the spectators in the stands would have itching powder in their pants and look like clowns. Harry chuckled softly, knowing that the other 3 champions probably hadn't traveled even half of the distance to the village. Swimming was slow, tiring work, except perhaps for Crumb the semi-shark, and Harry hadn't even broken a sweat. Now, though, came the somewhat more difficult part. Harry was not as naturally adept at manipulating water as Morris or Daphne. Honestly, he'd probably never quite reach their level of finesse. However, he did have enough skill to be able to stick his foot in the water and gather energy from the lake. Not thermal energy, for the lake was far too cold for that to be efficient at all, but kinetic energy. After all, the lake had tides and waves. Even though the wave action was much less impressive than one would see in an ocean, there was still a huge amount of water moving around, and more importantly, it was doing so in a predictable way that Harry could easily conceptualize and perceive. Therefore, he could exploit it. As with the dragon's flame, Harry took in as much energy as he could. A few discerning observers in the audience noticed that the small waves lapping at the shoreline were steadily reduced in frequency and amplitude, and then appeared to stop entirely. What Harry lacked in finesse with water, he planned to make up in brute force, and having a Thunderbird full of energy was a great way to start. With a wordless yell, he pumped all of the energy that he had gathered back out into the lake. Rather than simply blasting water outward as he had done in the first task with lightning, however, he willed a fast-moving wavefront into existence directly behind the huge floating ball of ice. Again, this time, actually a bit winded, due to the relative difficulty of storing the lake's kinetic energy as pure magic and then releasing it back as kinetic energy again, but halfway across the lake, Harry took a break and allowed physics to take over, and watched as what appeared to be the world's largest snow globe surfed to shore atop the crest of the large wave. As he watched the incredible surfing giant ice ball, he heard several people yelling at the judges. Harry turned to see 2 middle-aged couples, presumably the Greengrasses and the Davises, and 6 crimson-robed Aurors surrounding the judges' table. One of the Aurors, clearly the leader, a tough-looking woman with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle, slammed her hand on the table to interrupt everyone else. Her monocle fell off her face from the force of the palm strike, and dangled by a chain hooked to her collar. "Enough!" she roared, with such authority that the entire crowd was silenced, and even Harry blinked. "Enough of this. Albus Dumbledore, you and the other judges will make yourselves available for questioning once this task is complete, and I swear that if you lack an acceptable and reasonable explanation, I will set you all before the Wizengamot on the charges of kidnapping and gross negligence." Dumbledore, though a longtime politician, did not seem to understand the value of keeping his mouth shut, and tried to placate the enraged Auror. "My dear Amelia, that is Director Bones to you," the woman snarled. Harry connected the dots. This was Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, known as one of the most politically and magically powerful people in magical Britain. The fact that she was coming down so hard on Dumbledore, a former political ally of hers, was a sure sign that Dumbledore had well and truly used up all of his remaining political goodwill. If he didn't have an incredibly good explanation or a convenient scapegoat, this latest scandal, crime, might very well ruin him once and for all. "This is what will happen," she continued, her words hitting with the literal force of law. After this task is complete, you judges, yes, that includes you, Weasley, will all meet me up at the castle, and by Merlin I will get to the bottom of this. Have I made myself clear? The judges all nodded silently. Maxime and Karkaroff looked unconcerned, and Dumbledore looked as though he was trying to look unconcerned. Bagman and Weasley both looked like they were about to be sick. The Aurors sneered, and kept their wands in their hands, and the Davises and Greengrasses walked back to the stands together and sat with Daphne. Harry's attention was suddenly drawn back to the task when the much smaller ball of ice which, incidentally, was actually the size of a regular snow globe bumped into Harry's ankle, just as its big brother beached itself on the rocky shore several meters away. The wave had plenty of strength left, and was still high enough that it reached Harry's elbows. Only lightning-fast shielding kept Harry, the Aurors, Maxime, Karkaroff, and Dumbledore as the judges' table was right at the water's edge from being drenched by the wave. Ludo Bagman and Percy Weasley, though, were much less competent and very rattled from Director Bones's tirade and were soaked through to the bone. The audience in the stands laughed their way out of their Director Bones-induced shocked silence as Bagman and Weasley were knocked out of their seats by the freezing cold water. As the water from Harry's wave receded back into the lake, Harry turned his attention to the large ball of ice. It was surprisingly transparent. Apparently, the spherical shape had prevented any severe stress from concentrating on any one area, which would have caused thick white cracks, so the hostages were clearly visible. Harry saw Cho Chang, which made sense because she was Cedric's girlfriend, Tracy Davis, a small own girl who shared Fleur's features, and Hermione, who, by process of elimination, must have been Krumm's hostage. Why she had been chosen for that role, Harry had no idea. With a careful mobilis, the sphere was aligned vertically, then, it was just a matter of opening it up to release the hostages. Harry turned his wand back to the small orb, and prepared to cast a strong spell to break through the ice. A simple finite wouldn't work, as the ice had been true-formed, rather than merely conjured. Thus, the Norwegian icebreaker, which had been developed to break open ice to allow ships to pass through narrow frozen fjords, back in the days before apparition and float travel, caused deep cracks to radiate down from the top of the small globe. The deed done, Harry turned to view the spell's effect on the large sphere. Aided by the weight of the statue, the cracks made it all the way through the ice, and the orb broke apart with a loud groaning and creaking sound. The ice beneath the statue shattered outward, and the statue sunk into the ground a few inches, remaining upright as the water that had been trapped inside spilled out and carried away huge chunks of ice from the shell. The four hostages, no longer supported by water, hung uncomfortably from ropes around their wrists. None were tall enough for their feet to touch the ground, and, evidently because they were no longer submerged in water, began to wake up from their enchanted slumber, helpfully saving Harry the trouble of casting 4 enervates. 4 quick diffindos severed the thick ropes that bound the hostages to the statue, and all 4 girls landed on their feet on the ground, while Harry discreetly cast a silent finite on the replica statue, turning it back into a regular shard of granite with no bond to the large statue. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Harry suddenly found himself at the center of a 5-way hug. The owned girl was speaking at him in rapid-fire French, while Cho, Hermione, and Tracy all thanked him for getting them out of the water. Harry noticed that their wet clothes were clinging distractingly to the older girls' apparently cold bodies. Tracy clearly wasn't wearing a bra. Somewhat understandable, given that she was in her pajamas and those bodies were clinging distractingly to him. Harry snapped out of his idle musings and abruptly cast several warming and drying charms on the girls before he embarrassed himself, and then disentangled himself from the 4 former hostages. The small French girl immediately grabbed him around the waist again, but fell silent as Harry turned his intense gaze toward Tracy. "Tracy," Harry said urgently, for knew they would only get a few minutes before the judges, the Aurors, or Tracy's parents came over. "Tell me what happened, quickly. Your parents summoned the Aurors on suspicion of your kidnapping and coercion into this tournament. Did you agree to be a hostage willingly?" "Hell no," Tracy said, scowling. "One of the prefects told me to report to McGonagall's office last night around 9, and when I got there, McGonagall told me that I was going to have a minor supporting role in the second task. I told her that I wanted nothing to do with it, and she told me that I didn't have a choice because the judges had chosen me. I told her that my answer was no, and then I left. I hung out in the Slytherin common room for a while, and then I got tired and went to bed. I woke up wet, freezing, hanging from that damn rock, and looking down at your ridiculous hair." "Wow," Harry breathed. "I can't believe that Dumbledore and the judges would be that stupid. I don't think there's any way out of this for them. Go tell your parents and the Aurors what you just told me." Tracy nodded, and ran off to her parents, followed closely by Madame Bones, who clearly wanted to get Tracy's statement before any Hogwarts professors could coerce her into changing her story. Cho and Hermione watched her go, and turned back to Harry. "Thanks, Harry," Cho said. Harry couldn't help but notice that Cho's clothes, too, were extremely form-fitting, perhaps having been shrunken by his powerful drying charm after being submerged in such cold water, and that she wasn't bothering to cover herself. Maybe it was her way of thanking him. If so, he approved. "Cedric is going to be a bit annoyed that he didn't get to pull the knight in shining armor routine, but I'm just glad to be out of the water. I agreed to be a hostage when they asked me, because I believed them when they told me that I'd be safe. But I won't make that mistake again. If they're willing to kidnap a student from her bed, nobody can trust a single word they say." "Damn, Harry though, it's too bad Rita isn't here. That quote alone would have put Dumbledore in front of the Wizengamot." Cho's dark, pretty eyes locked onto Harry's. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry for how you've been treated this year, and I wish I could say I was never part of it, but I can't, and I'm sorry for that, too." Harry nodded, and Cho walked away. Hermione didn't meet his eyes. Looking down, she noticed that parts of her were obviously still cold, so she folded her arms across her and blushed. Harry gave a small snort of amusement, drawing a brief scowl from Hermione. Hermione opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the arrival of what could only be Fleur's and the small French girl's parents. "Gabrielle, the angelic bee," Onwitch cried out with a heavy French accent. Tears of relief ran down her face, and Harry realized that they might not have been consulted about their younger daughter's involvement, either. "Maman," the little girl who was apparently Gabrielle squealed, and rushed into her mother's arms. As the beautiful mother comforted her daughter, who alternated between crying from fear and chattering in excitement, her husband, a short, plump man with a dark, pointed beard, stopped an arm's length away from Harry. He had the look of a man accustomed to laughter, but his countenance was deadly serious at the moment. Hermione used the distraction of Monsieur Delacour's approach to withdraw, and avoid having to come up with something to say to Harry. Harry merely watched as she walked over to the stands, and turned his full attention to the approaching Frenchman. "Monsieur Potter," he said, his accent thick, but not enough to disguise the formality of his tone. "It seems that I owe you a debt of gratitude, for rescuing my daughter." The Harry of another time would have downplayed his actions, but this Harry had been lectured on etiquette by his pure-blooded girlfriend, and knew that it would only be an insult to the man. "You are most welcome, Monsieur Delacour," Harry replied. "If you do not mind my asking, were you and your wife informed about Gabrielle's involvement in the tournament?" Monsieur Delacour's eyes flashed in dark anger, and Harry had his answer before the man spoke. "Non, we were not," he growled. "I will find the person or persons responsible, and I will destroy them." "No," Harry said, and the man's eyes flashed again, and Harry's lips curled up in a not at all friendly way as he continued. "We will destroy them." Monsieur Delacour's glinting eyes and unpleasant smirk matched Harry's as they shook hands. If any more was to be said, though, they would not find out, because their attention was drawn to Fleur Delacour's panicked yelling. "Gabrielle! Gabrielle! Is she alive? Is she hurt?" Fleur, still soaking wet, with her one-piece swimsuit shredded well beyond halfway to indecency, sprinted to her mother and sister, and embraced them both tightly. The three Delacour women exchanged words almost as rapidly as Monsieur Delacour could translate for Harry, but he got the gist of what had happened. As a Veela, Fleur had a great affinity for fire magic, and her powers had been weakened somewhat by submersion in the freezing cold water, to the point that a pack of Grindylows minor water demons had been able to ambush her, get the better of her, and force her to retreat. She had feared that her failure had actually doomed her little sister to a watery grave, and had barely held it together until she got out of the water and saw Gabrielle with Harry and her parents. "And you?" Fleur exclaimed, spinning around to face Harry, as Monsieur Delacour left Harry's side to go speak quietly to his wife. "You saved, she said, breathing heavily. Her deep breaths were causing her upper body to move hypnotically. Despite the cuts on her face and arms, she looked more gorgeous than ever, and the long, wide tears up the front and right side of her swimsuit revealed much of the side and underside of her breasts. Even though she was not your hostage. Well, anything Harry might have said was cut off in surprise as Fleur embraced him tightly. He was acutely aware of her soft pressing up against his body, and nearly fell to her Vila allure moments later when she kissed at him twice on each cheek. Harry couldn't take his eyes off her backside as she sauntered away, swaying her hips with each step. "Okay there, settle down, loverboy," a familiar voice said dryly. Harry turned, half expecting to see Daphne standing with a hand on her hip, a raised eyebrow, and a wry smile, but knowing that, even though that was almost certainly the posture she had taken, it being the quintessential Daphne pose, he wouldn't see anything at all, since Daphne would undoubtedly be wearing his invisibility cloak. "Didn't anyone ever tell you that you ought to look girls in the eyes? Geez, if you ogled them any harder, they would have burst into flame. You know, I think that I might actually be a little bit jealous." "Well, we can't have that, now can we?" Harry asked, grinning cheekily at the empty space in front of him. He could tell by the footprints in the sand that she was standing exactly as he had expected. "I guess I'll have to make it up to you tonight in the chamber." "Or," Daphne replied, her voice lowered to a sultry, husky whisper as she pressed her invisible body against Harry, "we could get down there as soon as you get your score, and I'll remind you why you ought to stick around." "Ladies and gentlemen," Bagman's voice cut in. Apparently Cedric and Victor had returned empty-handed, of course from the lake, while Harry had been speaking to Tracy, Cho, and the Delacours. "The judges have reached their decision regarding scoring." "Oh, thank God," Harry muttered, causing Daphne to giggle. Bagman continued speaking, at length. He was probably hoping that if he took long enough, the oars might go away, and Harry tuned him out, only waiting to hear his own name and score. Finally, after Fleur had been awarded 25 points, and Cedric and Crumb had each been awarded 30 points, Bagman mentioned Harry's name. "Finally, Harry Potter used remind me again what exactly he did, Igor." "Right, thaumaturgy, thanks old chap. Thaumaturgy," Percy Weasley yelled, before adopting a righteous, pompous air. He was probably trying to emulate Barty Crouch Sr.'s well-known disdain for the dark arts. "Nobody mentioned that before. I just thought he used a really strong freezing charm and summoning charm. Thaumaturgy is borderline dark magic. First he gets away with murdering and stealing the tournament's dragon, and now he's using dark magic. He should be taken in for questioning by the Aurors, and he shouldn't get any points at all." Karkaroff and Maxime chuckled, while Dumbledore and Bagman both facepalmed. This was not the kind of debate that would cast a good light on the judges, and since it was Percy bringing it up, it would look bad for the British ministry, too. Smirking, Harry cast a quiet sonorous and addressed the judges. He had wondered whether any of the judges would object to his methodology, but he had thought, especially considering the Aurors' involvement over the kidnapping of hostages, that they would let it slide. "Borderline dark magic, what does that even mean?" Harry said sarcastically. "I happen to know thaumaturgy is perfectly legal in Britain unless it's used to break any existing laws. That's just because the Wizengamot never got around to banning it." Percy cut in harshly. His face was beginning to turn a bright shade of red. He was probably realizing that he had made a huge mistake by bringing this up, but his only option at this point was to ride it out. "Just like they never got around to banning, I don't know, kidnapping children." "Oh, wait, how silly of me, that's exactly why those Aurors and the director of the DMLE are here waiting to interrogate you all." Percy's face reddened further at the crowd's jeers. "Meanwhile, I saved 4 children from a watery grave, and you've got a problem with how I did it. Just think of what the papers will say. Tournament judges kidnap children, ministry official accuses Harry Potter of dark magic for rescuing them. Personally, I can't wait to see tomorrow's Daily Prophet. How about you, Weatherby?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and Daphne was by now giggling uncontrollably and invisibly behind him. From the corner of his eye, Harry could see Rita Skeeter scrawling frantically with a malicious grin on her face, and her photographer was taking shot after shot of Percy's ever-reddening face. "Please continue, Mr. Bagman, I believe you were about to say how I did." Right, Bagman murmured, wiping sweat from his brow and wishing fervently that someone else was in the spotlight. As I was about to say, Harry Potter cleverly used a rare and powerful branch of magic known as thaumaturgy to great effect, rescuing all 4 hostages. Therefore, it is only appropriate that we once again award him full marks. Harry Potter remains in the lead going into the 3rd task. Still sneering condescendingly, Harry was just trying to imitate how Malfoy would look. Say what you wanted about the little ferret, but it couldn't be denied that he could sneer with the best of them. Harry gave a deep, clearly ironic bow toward the judge's table, and strode off toward the crowd to talk to Sirius and Remus, who were positively howling with laughter. "Harry!" Sirius cried out, clapping him on the shoulders. "That was brilliant, lad." Remus, still chortling, agreed. "I can't believe they actually let Weasley open his mouth. I almost feel bad for Arthur. He's going to be the butt of even more jokes around the ministry after this." "And that Fleur," Sirius said proudly. "Great work. Now that is a mighty fine-looking piece." "Ahem," Daphne's voice cut in before Sirius could get any dirtier. "You might be interested to know that Harry's girlfriend is standing right here, listening to you all talk about that brainless French tart. Harry, care to introduce me?" Harry blinked. They had never really talked about what to call their relationship, and immediately filled Sirius and Remus's stunned silence with a brief introduction. "Padfoot, Moony, meet Daphne Greengrass," Harry said hastily. "Daphne, this is my godfather, Sirius Black, and my god-uncle, Remus Lupin." "Charmed," Daphne said dryly, and Harry rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, Remus's eyes were getting suspiciously watery. He was clearly quite touched that Harry had so matter-of-factly, as though it had been perfectly obvious, included him in his little family. "Daphne's under the cloak right now. We've been keeping it quiet, since we didn't want to get her involved in the tournament. Plus, her housemates might make problems for her." Remus hummed, knowing that Daphne was a Slytherin. Last year, she had been one of the highest-scoring students in his 3rd-year classes, and she had seemed to keep herself separated from most of the others in her house. He briefly feared that Sirius would make a big deal over her being a Slytherin, a fear that Harry clearly shared, based on the apprehension clearly visible on his face, but his fears were soon put to rest. Sirius said thoughtfully. "Is she as good-looking as her mother? I remember back in 6th year we had a detention together, and she did this thing with her." "Yes, Sirius, thank you very much, we don't want to hear about it." Harry yelped, covering his ears as Daphne cried out, "Too much information, please stop talking." Remus and Sirius laughed, and after a few more minutes of jokes and comfortable small talk, Harry and Daphne promised to mirror call the Marauders soon, and Remus and Sirius moved off to go chat up a pair of bee-owned witches that Sirius had sniffed out. Harry and Daphne took the opportunity to escape from the crowd of people milling about, and practically ran back to the school. After all, they had their own little victory party to attend. Wormtail screamed in pain, tearing his skin and flesh on nails protruding from the rickety old hardwood floor, and neither noticing nor caring. Compared to the Dark Lord's Cruciatus curse, such injuries of the flesh were negligible. "It's like déjà vu all over again," he thought dimly as the curse ceased. It was a Muggle phrase that Lily had often said when the Marauders pulled a prank or did something equally ridiculous that reminded her just who she was dealing with. Apparently some sort of bear had said it, or something. Lily had tried to explain it a dozen times, but the pure-blooded Marauders had never quite understood. Wormtail had once again been forced to deliver bad news to his master. On a routine mission to kidnap a few more pure. As for the Dark Lord's potion, to Wormtail's delight, one of the Muggle teens had not turned out to be a pure. So he had been free to use her as he wished. She hadn't even begged at first, perhaps hoping that he might be gentle. Of course, her hope was in vain, and she had died screaming in pain and misery. He had had the misfortune to pick up a daily profit from the previous day. Apparently, Harry Potter had made quite an impression during the 2nd task. Wormtail had hoped that his master would be pleased. After all, he reasoned, if Potter were truly capable of such powerful magic, surely the Dark Lord could only gain from using the boy in his plan. Unfortunately, Wormtail had forgotten that the Dark Lord's moods were unpredictable, and Wormtail's delivery of the news had been a bit too descriptive of, and perhaps a little too impressed with, Potter's skills. The Dark Lord had taken it as praise for his greatest foe, and now Wormtail was choking on his own bile and wallowing in his own filth, all while shaking from head to toe from the residual pain of the Cruciatus curse. "Get out of my sight!" The Dark Lord roared. Somehow, That high, cold, flat voice managed a terrifying roar, though one might think it much better suited for softer, quieter threats of dire harm. Wormtail instantly obeyed, dragging himself, as his legs could not yet support his weight, out of the room. Maybe he'd work on his imperious curse and go find a cure of his own, he mused, anything to take his mind off his pain. If someone else suffered for it, well, that wasn't really his problem, was it? Harry was surprised, on Friday morning, 2 days after the second task, to see Albus Dumbledore, looking very much not like a prisoner of Azkaban, sitting at breakfast. The headmaster had not been seen by staff or students since he and the other judges had disappeared into the DMLE's custody. It seemed that he had somehow managed to keep himself out of prison. Even more incredibly, he still held onto his office as headmaster of Hogwarts. The flurry of owls bearing issues of the Daily Prophet, though, cleared up at least that last issue. Though the first page was entirely dedicated to Harry's victory in the second task, hilariously, Rita Skeeter had used Harry's sarcastic jibe at Percy Weasley as the title of her article. Tournament judges kidnap children, ministry official accuses Harry Potter of dark magic for rescuing them. The second page described Albus Dumbledore's crimes in detail. Harry was interested to see that, aside from clearly throwing Percy Weasley under the bus, he was exceedingly unlikely to remain employed at the ministry. Rita had shown a great deal of mercy to the ministry in general. Some backroom accord must have been reached, in which poor Weatherby had been sacrificed in the name of public relations, and Rita focused her article on Dumbledore. Karkaroff and Maxime, after all, had some measure of diplomatic immunity, so it would do little good to have the public up in arms against them, and Bagman was a British Ministry of Magic department head, and thus was presumably shielded by the deal that had been struck with the Daily Prophet. Reading between the lines, it was clear to anyone with half a brain that a second deal had been struck, this time between Albus Dumbledore and the minister himself. Knowing how the minister operated, Harry assumed that a massive amount of gold must have changed hands, and Dumbledore had probably been forced to make other concessions as well. In addition, Dumbledore had been forced to pay an undisclosed sum to the Grangers, the Davises, the Delacours, and the Changs. Despite the fact that Hermione and Cho had agreed to be hostages, they were not of age, and their parents had never been consulted. Even more notably, and worse for Dumbledore, the Hogwarts Board of Governors would convene over the weekend and hold their own trial for Albus Dumbledore, not for his life or freedom, but for his position as the headmaster of Hogwarts. Rita predicted that by the beginning of the next week, Hogwarts would be under new management. Harry could only hope. Harry Potter. Harry looked up, startled by the gruff, accented voice that had said his name. Victor Crumb, who had spoken, was flanked by Fleur Delacour and Cedric Diggory, and the three champions were standing next to the opposite bench of the booth. "May we seat at Z's booth?" Fleur asked. "Feel free," Harry responded. Cedric and Victor sat down across from Harry, and Fleur slid into the space next to him, snuggling up somewhat closer than was strictly necessary. Harry raised an eyebrow expectantly. Cedric opened his mouth to begin speaking, but Victor held up a hand, silencing the Hufflepuff, and took out his wand. A few privacy spells later, the four champions knew that anything said at the booth would not be heard, and would barely be seen, by any of the hundreds of suddenly extremely interested onlookers and would-be eavesdroppers. Victor nodded at Cedric to continue. "So Harry, the real Hogwarts champion, began, it's becoming very clear to the three of us that this tournament it's not exactly as glorious as we had originally been led to believe. Fleur continued throatily. Z's competition has become a joke, even more than it was when ET began. Z question is not what will Z champions do, but what crime will Z judges commit. They wanted to thank you, Crumb rumbled, for making it clear to us that is important. You saved all four hostages. You rescued Monsieur, Fleur breathed. She had begun to press her against Harry's side, and he was extremely glad that he was seated, as her thanks would be making him very obvious if he had been standing. You already have a girlfriend, he chanted to himself internally, desperately trying to ignore the way her soft curves seemed to mold perfectly to his body. He was especially glad for the privacy charms that Victor had cast. If Daphne had been able to see what was happening, she'd blast Fleur's head off, and his likely wouldn't be far behind. As it was, her Vila allure was leaking beyond the borders of the privacy charm, turning several boys in the vicinity into drooling idiots. Terribly unfair, considering that they were unable to at least earn it by gawking at her. Cedric cleared his throat, and continued. The bottom line, Harry, is that there's clearly something dark at work here, and we all know it, even if we didn't want to believe it at first. When it comes to us and the Judge Swell, we're of the opinion that the champions should stand together. If nothing else, we can watch each other's backs. What do you say? Harry considered the offer, such as it was. Basically, the other 3 champions were offering their goodwill and tentative friendship, and asking nothing that he wouldn't give them for free, that is, sticking it to the tournament judges. Despite the lingering irritation he still felt about how the other champions had reacted during and after the goblet incident, it was still an easy decision. He grinned, and stuck out his hand. Cedric and Victor put their wand hands on top of his, and Fleur did the same, sighing as her hand, which had been sliding up Harry's trouser-clad inner thigh, left the warmth of Harry's body. As Harry internally sighed in relief, he wasn't certain what would have happened if it had reached its original destination. I'm in, Cedric said, grinning. And I, Victor rumbled. Moi aussi, Fleur sighed, already feeling tired from pumping out so much of her aura. It was truly amazing to be sitting with 3 strong, virile young men who were more or less immune to it. We're all in this thing together, Harry intoned. The least we can do is make sure we all make it out. The headmaster's office was silent. Fawkes made no sound, the whirring, puffing, and blooping instruments had been put away, and the human occupants of the room were engaged in a staring contest. Albus Dumbledore stared at Harry Potter, and Harry Potter stared right back. Minerva McGonagall and Phileas Flitwick stared at the scene before them. Never in their years at Hogwarts had any student sat so fearlessly before Dumbledore's gaze. Harry showed no sign of wavering, and, to the absolute shock of the 2 professors, Dumbledore broke first. It is good of you to come see me, Harry, the ancient wizard said, attempting to adopt his normal jovial tone. But do you really think it necessary to have an audience? Of course, I mean no offense, Phileas, Minerva. The 2 professors inclined their heads. No offense was taken, as they had practically jumped at the opportunity to see Harry and the headmaster interact behind closed doors. Harry raised an eyebrow. It seemed prudent to have witnesses present, Harry drawled. Flitwick and McGonagall blinked, wondering if somehow Severus Snape was speaking out of the boy's mouth. After all, you've recently developed a bit of a reputation. Granted, I'm not currently asleep in my bed, but one can never be too careful. Dumbledore had to stop himself from wincing, but there was a distinct tightening of his jaw. His normally bright blue eyes dimmed a little bit. Before he could respond, Harry continued. I was pretty surprised to be summoned here, actually, he said. His tone was casual, but the sharp glint in his eyes betrayed more than a little anger. I was certain that you would have been fired. Ah, well, can't have everything, I guess. How exactly did you manage to stay out of Azkaban, by the way? Bribery, of course, Dumbledore said flatly, his eyes dimming even more. McGonagall gasped. She had never really thought things had gone that far, but Flitwick was unsurprised. Fawkes crooned mournfully. Much of the Dumbledore family fortune now lines Cornelius Fudge's personal vault, and most of the remainder sits with the families of the hostages. Still, I imagine it was difficult to make that deal. What did Lucius Malfoy have to say about it? Dumbledore's jaw tightened, and anger flared in his eyes briefly. Lucius was the reason it was so costly. He engaged in a bidding war, of sorts, driving up the cost of the bribe. He knew that I would pay anything and everything to make this go away, so Lucius made sure that doing so took the bulk of my wealth. The minister, of course, approved wholeheartedly, and happily took home much more money than he had anticipated. And how did you keep your job? Harry asked, his tone still light despite the subject matter. I can't imagine the Hogwarts Board of Governors would be bribed, with the safety of their children and grandchildren on the line. Dumbledore's eyes dulled considerably. Effectively, I did not keep my position. All major decisions are remanded to the board, and I had to agree to resign at the end of this term. Even more, Professor McGonagall may very well be denied the position next year, simply because she was my chosen successor. This, at least, was not news to McGonagall. She carefully kept her expression blank, while Flitwick, to whom it clearly was news, had to bite back a cry of outrage. So let me summarize this incident, Harry said cheerfully. Maxime and Karkaroff are pretty much diplomatically immune, And international politics makes up the difference. Percy takes the bullet for making the ministry look bad for accusing me of dark magic, and Bagman is too high ranked to be saddled with any guilt, or else Fudge's administration looks bad. That leaves you holding the bag, and it has cost you Hogwarts and all of your gold. How could you have failed to see this coming? I mean, you kidnapped and endangered children. Are you so accustomed to centering your plots on orphans that you forgot that other children actually have people looking out for them? McGonagall choked, and Flitwick stiffened. This was unbelievable. Sure, Harry Potter was Harry Potter, but Albus Dumbledore was Albus Dumbledore, and nobody talked to Albus Dumbledore like that. It just wasn't done. Dumbledore, though, was clearly in no mood to defend himself. He looked deflated, as though someone had simply beaked all of the life out of him. The headmaster slumped in his chair, and Fawkes gave another low, sad caw. Now that we've got that pleasant bit of business out of the way, Harry continued, his voice finally taking on the dark sarcasm that had been shining in his eyes, why, precisely, did you summon me to your office this time? It can't just have been to make sure we were all on the same page about you betting everything you had on a meaningless task in meaningless tournament, for no real reason, and losing. Harry had finally gone too far. McGonagall opened her mouth to scold him, but Harry continued unabated, his tone downshifting into an accusation. You called me up here because you want to try to pull some information out of me, so for once, why don't you make this quick and just ask your questions, and we can all go our separate ways. I'm already missing herbology. As Harry stopped speaking, Dumbledore held up a hand in McGonagall's direction, keeping her from flying off the handle at Harry. Despite his sudden excellence in all of his classes, the boy had been trying her patience and tolerance all year, and she was finally ready to give him a piece of her mind, and addressed Harry. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said softly, you are right, in saying that I have made many mistakes this year, and this most recent one was far beyond what I should have expected to commit without consequences. However, I have been doing these things to try to help you. Your estrangement from your peers in the wizarding community, the change in your personality from previous years, the magics you are wielding, do not think that your use of blood ritual magic has gone unnoticed. The signs are obvious. You have told me that you are not becoming a dark wizard, and I believe that you believe that, but these are all signposts lining a dark path. I would not see you take that path. I cannot think of a world where the son of Lily and James Potter becomes a Dark Lord. Harry was stunned. On the one hand, it was further evidence that, for all his scheming, vast bias toward inaction, and general bumbling idiocy, Albus Dumbledore was generally a good guy. On the other, it showed Dumbledore's absolutely staggering arrogance. Just because he was Albus Dumbledore, self-proclaimed paragon of the light, he thought he had the right to try to control any and every aspect of Harry's life that he could get his hands on. Harry had to physically shake his head to clear his thoughts, and stood up to leave. I've told you, time and again, what I want with my life. Harry's voice was almost a whisper, but in the deathly silent office, he may as well have been shouting. The headmaster and the two professors could hear the barely restrained fury anyway. They all noticed the sharp tang of ozone saturating the air. In his anger, Harry was allowing the Thunderbird to make its displeasure known. All I've ever wanted was to be normal, and have a normal life, with people who care about me. And here I thought you had finally gotten the picture. I don't understand why you think you have the right to dictate my life to me, when you're nothing but a schoolmaster, and not a very good one at that. If I had known that this meeting was just going to be more of you trying to justify your crimes to me, then I wouldn't have bothered to come. Have a nice day, professors. I'm going to class. The heavy oaken door slammed shut behind Harry as he disappeared down the revolving staircase, and the scent of ozone began to dissipate in the wake of his departure. Flitwick was the first to find words after the long silence. Really, Albus, I thought you were turning over a new leaf. McGonagall followed the diminutive charms professor out of the office, leaving Albus Dumbledore to his thoughts. Fawkes crooned softly, and Dumbledore looked at the phoenix. The aging headmaster strode to the bookcase that he used for biographies, and pulled down a slender text about an old American. I wonder. An unexpected visitor graced Harry's booth that afternoon at lunch. As was now the norm when someone approached the booth, the great hall fell silent, even the small corner of the Gryffindor table where several redheads were celebrating Ron Weasley's birthday by pranking him mercilessly. This visitor, though, was almost unthinkable. Draco Malfoy asked for permission to sit. Harry Potter nodded. The two stared at each other silently for a few moments. Under the table, Harry had his Elder and Thunderbird feather wand pointed directly between Malfoy's legs, ready to end the Malfoy line at the slightest provocation. The two had had almost no interactions this year. After Moody had transfigured Malfoy into a ferret, the only words they had spoken had been about the Potter stinks badges, and even that hadn't gone very far. Since Harry had blown away the Horntail, Malfoy had kept his distance, too intimidated to risk provoking him again. Maybe Malfoy was just saving it all up for right now. The Great Hall collectively held its breath. Tracy Davis, Malfoy said casually. What is the nature of your relationship with Tracy Davis? Or maybe not. The Great Hall released its breath. I barely know her, Harry responded simply. Inwardly, he was marveling at Malfoy's cordial tone. It lacked all of his customary pretentiousness and condescension. Where was this going? In fact, the only times I've ever spoken to her were at the pickup Quidditch tournament, the party afterward, and after I pulled her out of the lake. Malfoy blinked in surprise, and quickly brought his expression back under control. Potter's voice practically rang with veracity. Over the years, Malfoy had sparred verbally and otherwise enough with him to know the sound of Harry Potter stating the truth. So you are not together? No, Malfoy, we are not together. In all honesty, I don't see why you care one way or the other. You must know that she's not the type who would want anything to do with you. Malfoy paused, stifling a remark about Tracy's inferior status as a half-blood, and spoke again, carefully keeping his tone light. Not that Harry bought that for a second. Are you not concerned what people will think of her? Surely you know that if people believed her to be connected to you, it makes her a target. Especially in Slytherin, where you can't reach her. I'm not too worried, Harry said with a casual shrug, but his eyes hardened and narrowed, and Malfoy could suddenly half-smell half-taste ozone. Harry's amiable tone was further belied by his next words. You know, since if anything happened to anyone on account of their alleged connection to me, well, that would get my attention. Lately, people who have drawn my attention haven't done so well. Harry's eyes flicked up to the head table, and the gesture was not missed. Draco Malfoy was a fool, but he had learned at the foot of his father, who was a capable politician and wizard. Draco nodded, and stood to leave. And Draco, Harry called softly. Malfoy blinked. Potter rarely used his first name, except to make fun of it, and turned back. You might be surprised just how far my reach really goes. Malfoy turned and walked away, his footsteps the only sound echoing through the Great Hall. He hadn't liked the look in Potter's eyes, just then. He would have to make sure everyone understood that Tracy Davis was to be left alone, except for the normal insults about her being a half-blood. Of course Potter might be bluffing, but it didn't hurt to be cautious, and it might really hurt if it turned out he wasn't bluffing. After all, everyone had thought that the bottom of the lake had been out of Potter's reach, too. Once the school settled down in the wake of the second task and its attendant drama, the months of March and April remained fairly uneventful, with only a few major exceptions. The first event of note fell on the first Friday of March, just as the chaos over the second task had begun to die down. About halfway through the double potions lesson with Snape, Igor Karkaroff visited the class. Though Snape clearly wanted to avoid the conversation, Karkaroff was equally persistent, and lurked near Snape's desk for the remainder of the class. Harry winked and mouthed, "Chamber," at Daphne as she and the rest of the class bustled out at the end of the period, and she, accidentally, kicked a doorstop into the door's path, keeping it halfway open. Once the hallway was clear, Harry slipped back into the classroom beneath his invisibility cloak, while Daphne called Winky to transport her to the Chamber's study. Only a few minutes later, a disturbed Harry met her in the study, and described the scene that he had just left. Karkaroff showed Snape something on his left arm, Harry said. He said something about it not being so clear in a long time. Karkaroff kept going on about how his hand had been forced the last time, and that he would have nowhere to turn. Snape told him that they had already talked about this at the Yule Ball, and that he would cover for Karkaroff if he decided to flee. Daphne's eyes grew wider and wider as Harry recounted the brief tale. "Harry, you know that they were both Death Eaters in the First War, right?" "Yeah," Harry said. "What's that got to do?" "Remember the dark mark, his mark, at the Quidditch World Cup? Every Death Eater had it tattooed on their left arm. Just from being in Slytherin, I've heard that they faded almost completely after the Dark Lord's defeat in 1981. Karkaroff must have meant that his dark mark is coming back. It didn't take long for Harry to start putting things together. Wormtail on the run, Dumbledore taking Moody out of retirement, Bertha Jerkins gone missing in Albania, Albanate's first year all over again, Voldemort is working on getting his body back. We need to call Sirius and Remus. As it turned out, Sirius and Remus had already reached essentially the same conclusions as Harry, but the dark marks getting clearer on the former Death Eaters was a recent development even for them. Even during their hunt for Wormtail over the summer, the Death Eaters they had encountered and killed still had mostly dormant dark marks. They promised to forward the information to Director Bones and Chief Warlock Longbottom. Though Augusta was in fact a witch, the title remained Warlock. As far as the Marauders were concerned, they were currently just private citizens enjoying some well-deserved vacation time, and had no real intention of doing the Aurors' jobs for them. The hunt for Wormtail had only been to clear Sirius's name, and that had been accomplished without finding him anyway. Though both deeply desired vengeance for the deaths of James and Lily Potter, they both recalled how their choices in 1981 had led to Harry living with the Dursleys, and decided that they would sit this war out as long as possible to remain available to Harry. Plus, Sirius and Remus, fresh from their Wenchin' Round the World tour, wanted to go on a second Wenchin' Round the World tour. In their, or at least Sirius's words, there was no such thing as too much wenchin', Harry, and we've got to make up for lost time. Less than a week later, on the second Thursday of March, Harry had an unpleasant surprise. About halfway through Transfiguration, while the entire class was busy attempting the spells that McGonagall had demonstrated, and thus nobody was paying any attention to Harry, Harry felt a brief warming sensation, and, for less than a second, gave off a soft blue-white glow. Cursing himself for letting his guard down, whatever happened to constant vigilance? You idiot, he realized immediately that it had been some form of revealing charm, similar to the one he had used at the end of the first task to determine whether the dragon had survived his attack. He could cross off Vita's Revelio and Hominum Revelio right off the bat, since nobody would bother casting either of those spells on him when he was already obviously alive and obviously a human. Then he considered where he was, and who was in the room. McGonagall was Master of Transfiguration. McGonagall was also an animagus. If anyone knew a spell to reveal animagi, it would be McGonagall. Everyone in magical Britain now knew, as it had been part of Sirius's testimony under Veritaserum, that James Potter, Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius Black were animagi. Therefore, the one student at Hogwarts most likely to have outside knowledge of the animagus transformation was Harry. Shit. The remainder of the class dragged on, and Harry spent most of that time glaring at McGonagall, who, to her credit, at least had the decency to look apologetic. It was probably bound to happen sooner or later, Harry thought. While the Marauders had never been discovered while they were at Hogwarts, they had never been subjected to the same levels of prolonged or intense scrutiny that Harry had to deal with. He resigned himself to a tense conversation with McGonagall, though he suspected that Dumbledore would stay out of it, in the wake of the second task, and spent the rest of the class glaring stubbornly at McGonagall. As the rest of the students left Transfiguration to go to lunch and perhaps work on hex deflection, Moody having previously announced his intention to test the fourth years that afternoon, Harry, of course, was already roughly as prepared for that test as the average Auror trainee. Harry remained at his desk. McGonagall's cheeks colored slightly, and she looked even guiltier. Mr. Potter. Professor, Harry interrupted, his voice flat, if you were hoping that casting that spell against my person would endear you and the headmaster to me, I think you'll be sadly disappointed. Mr. Potter, I think you will find that as the Hogwarts Professor of Transfiguration, and as the Deputy Headmistress of this school, I am both within my rights and entirely justified, particularly in light of your lack of self-control in the headmaster's office last week, in performing that spell on, not against, your person. Harry considered this. She actually had a point, as he reasoned that the professors had probably thought that Harry had come dangerously close to letting loose in the headmaster's office. He had been in total control of himself, but it had probably not seemed that way to Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick, and they might reasonably fear for the safety of the other students. There's a first time for everything, I suppose, Harry mused bitterly. Fair enough, he allowed, and stood to leave. Mr. Potter, surely you are aware that you must register your animagus form with the proper authorities. I can assist you with that process. Simply transform for me, and I will be able to provide my seal on the documentation. Thank you for your kind offer, Professor, but as it happens, I am already registered, Harry responded. His cordial tone was not quite reflected by the look in his eyes, and it was clear that he not interested in revealing any of his abilities to her. I'm running late for lunch, and I've got a tiring test in defense against the dark arts this afternoon, so I should get going. You can always request an official copy of my registration, if you're interested. Good day, Professor. Harry strode from the room, torn between immense irritation at having been discovered for an animagus, and mirth at the thought of McGonagall and Dumbledore spending a small fortune on postage and office fees requesting records from every possible animagus registration authority under the ICW, only to find that those records would only be released to law enforcement personnel or solicitors for use as evidence in court. Anyway, he highly doubted that he'd be publicly outed as an animagus. As much damage as Harry had heaped onto Dumbledore's political career and reputation, he couldn't see the man taking away a potential surprise advantage against a resurgent Voldemort just out of spite. Reassured that his secret would remain safe, or, at least, would not spread much further than it already had, Harry shrugged, and went to lunch. Only minutes later, while the students ate lunch, Dumbledore and McGonagall met in the headmaster's office to discuss this latest development regarding Harry Potter. You were right, Albus, McGonagall said firmly. He's definitely an animagus. Were you able to ascertain his form? Dumbledore asked, his eyes bright with interest. Did he transform for you? McGonagall sighed. No, and no, he didn't transform. He was displeased, to say the least, that I had cast that revealing spell on him. He told me that he was already registered, and that I could always request a copy of his registration. A pointless exercise, Dumbledore said, frowning. Considering my low standing with the DMLE these days, we'd be hard-pressed to get an investigation started, and we'd look even worse if it turned out that Harry was in fact registered properly. On top of all that, he's most likely not registered in Britain, so we'd just be wasting our time and resources on a wild goose chase. Anyway, it wouldn't do to have word of his ability spread, though I do not believe that the animagus transformation is the power Tom knows not. It is still a useful advantage, all the more useful for not being known, which I would not wish to remove from the side of the light in the coming war. And yes, Dumbledore said, holding up a hand to forestall McGonagall's unasked question, despite his differences with me, I firmly believe that Harry will oppose Tom. You must at least have a theory, Albus, McGonagall said after a pause. There was a reason her animagus form was a cat, after all. Once a puzzle piqued her curiosity, she was always tenacious in uncovering the truth. You wouldn't have had me check otherwise. What are you thinking? Ah, Minerva, you know me too well, Dumbledore said fondly. I would have liked confirmation, but I do indeed possess what I believe to be a fairly good guess. Dumbledore handed her a book, which she looked at with keen interest. It was a biography of one Benjamin Franklin. The name rang a bell, but she couldn't quite place it. McGonagall brought her eyes back to Dumbledore's face, raising an eyebrow expectantly. My dear Minerva, Dumbledore began, I think I know why this has been such a stormy year. After his encounter with McGonagall, which had exposed him as an animagus, and Harry had noted that both she and the headmaster were absent from lunch, so Dumbledore probably also knew by now, Harry was definitely in the mood to hex something. Thankfully, Moody was testing the fourth-year Gryffindors, and Harry, whose schedule remained the same as when he had been a member of that house, on hex deflection that afternoon. Moody began class with a typical short lecture, randomly interspersed with exclamations of constant vigilance, and then tested each student. Harry was greatly amused too. Watch both Ron and Hermione go down after blocking only 1 and 2 stunners, respectively. Apparently, without Harry's help in practicing for the wanded classes, particularly charms and defense against the dark arts, Hermione's wandwork had been suffering somewhat, and without Hermione to force Ron to study at all, his wandwork had steadily degraded to roughly equal to that of a fairly average third-year student. Most of the rest of the class was able to block or deflect between 2 and 4 stunners, and only Lavender Brown had done worse than Ron, having been knocked out by the first spell. Finally, it was Harry's turn. Moody had long since taken to having Harry go last for demonstrations and practical examinations, because it had rapidly become quite clear that he was significantly more skilled at combat-oriented spellwork than all of his classmates. Constant training for the Triwizard Tournament, deliberate physical conditioning, rare for wizards, the reflexes and speed from the Thunderbird and the Hunter ritual, and a large, non-standard spell repertoire made Harry a better fighter than most Hogwarts students, regardless of year. "Yay, ready, Potter," Moody growled, a terrifying smile on his face. "Hit me with your best shot, Professor," Harry called from his side of the room. The class watched in growing amazement as Harry blocked, deflected, or dodged spell after spell. After protecting himself from well over a dozen stunners and obviously passing the test, Harry winked at the professor, adjusted his stance to the one that Moody had suggested for the rest of the class. It happened to be particularly well suited for spell deflection, and flicked his eyes toward the side of the room where the fourth-year Gryffindors had gathered to watch the examinations. Moody's crooked grin widened, and he cast one final stunner as powerfully as he could. An astute and knowledgeable observer would have noticed that he was aiming directly where Harry was maintaining his deflector shield, and Harry was carefully adjusting the angle such that it would bounce the color spell toward the other students. However, the fourth-year Gryffindors were still shaking off the lingering wooziness of their own tests, and only Hermione, who was currently taking notes on the stance that Harry had just adopted, would have been observant enough to notice it anyway. Ron Weasley, though, had his head turned, and was busy snickering at one of Seamus Finnegan's undoubtedly lewd jokes. "Stupefy," Moody roared. "Constant vigilance," Harry bellowed as he deflected the brilliant crimson blast of energy. Harry had just enough time to grin savagely as Ron Weasley turned toward the sound, his mouth forming an "oh" of surprise, just in time for the stunner to strike him directly between the eyes. The class erupted in laughter, and Harry allowed himself a swell of vindictive pleasure. Ron had proved himself to be a fair-weather friend at best, and Harry had no qualms about making him look like a fool. "Nice work, Potter," Moody growled, his scarred face contorting into a twisted grin. "Full credit. You, Granger. Wake that idiot up. What don't you fools understand about constant bloody vigilance?" Harry strolled out of the class to wait for Daphne down in the chamber, feeling much more relaxed than he had since his chat with McGonagall. Barty Crouch Jr. sat in the office of the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Considering his true purpose at Hogwarts, it was ironic that he was likely the best defense professor that the school had seen in decades. He was thinking hard about his mission, and how he would accomplish it, when he was briefly distracted by thoughts of Harry Potter. To his shame, he had originally been doubtful of the Dark Lord's plan, surely. He had thought, Albus Dumbledore or Alastor Moody, or really any number of skilled, powerful witches or wizards who had opposed the Dark Lord in the First War would be more useful than a mere boy. However, Potter's brilliant showing in the Triwizard Tournament so far, his casting down of Albus Dumbledore in this, the boy had already served the Dark Lord's cause more perfectly than all of the Death Eaters combined, and even his performance in class Crouch was beginning to see his master's wisdom. The boy was powerful and cunning, and truly only a lack of experience kept him from being a legitimate threat. Experience was meaningless, though, in matters of blood, and that was why it had to be Potter. Crouch chuckled, and continued to plot. The other major event that took place in the early months of spring was Easter break. Once again, Harry did not sign up to stay at Hogwarts over the break despite McGonagall's not-so-subtle suggestions that he should. On the morning of Sunday, April 11th, Harry kissed Daphne goodbye and repeated his Christmas break stealth escape from Hogwarts. Easter would be the following Sunday, and all of the students going home for break were leaving on the Hogwarts Express after breakfast, and would not return until Sunday, April 25th. Less than an hour later, Harry walked through the front door of number 12 Grimmauld Place, and was immediately bowled over by a large, shaggy dog. Harry quickly lost the impromptu wrestling match, but felt that he had won the moral victory, having charmed the dogs for a brilliant, eye-watering lime green. "Harry, we didn't expect you for another hour or so," Sirius exclaimed. "Ah yeah, I wanted to escape before breakfast," Harry replied. "Daphne sends her best. When exactly are we going to meet this mysterious Daphne?" Remus said, poking his head into the corridor. A moment later, he got a good look at Sirius and promptly burst into laughter. When he had transformed back from his dog form, the color change charm had had an interesting effect, keeping his hair and eyebrows lime green, and, for some reason, turning his face bright pink. "What? Sirius asked, looking around. I don't get it. Thus began the best Easter holiday of Harry's life. Shortly after Harry arrived at number 12, the three wizards arranged a portkey to Italy, and spent the next 2 weeks hopping from city to city and touring the local magical and non-magical attractions. The trio always kept separate hotel rooms, and Harry was unsurprised to see a steady stream of gorgeous women leaving Sirius's and even Remus's room each morning. Hedwig got in a fair amount of exercise, flying back and forth between Italy and Spain, where Daphne's family was spending the Easter holiday, and Harry, Sirius, and Remus found ample time to practice dueling and spellwork. Without any of the stress associated with Hogwarts, such as classes, homework, and dodging Dumbledore's prying eyes, Harry's skills progressed even faster than ever before. By the end of the holiday, he had reached the point where he could regularly defeat Sirius and Remus, and could roughly match them together, without resorting to any of the high-impact or lethal spells which were obviously unsuited for practice duels. After a prolonged series of fond farewells and pranks, Harry departed from number 12 Grimmauld Place. The trio had returned to London after a late lunch in Naples on the afternoon of April 25. He planned to get back to Hogsmeade at the same time as the Hogwarts Express, and was pleased to find that his timing had been perfect. Harry simply blended in with the crowd, and made his way back to Hogwarts with the rest of the returning students. Later that night, Harry and Daphne curled up in the bed down in the Chamber of Secrets, and Harry let out a contented sigh. It's good to be home. Could this bloody thing be any heavier? Wormtail muttered to himself, dragging a massive cauldron up the hill to the Riddle mansion. Of course the Dark Lord would want a cauldron which could not be levitated, he thought bitterly, rubbing his shoulders to try to get the painful knots out. Peter Pettigrew had never been large or strong, even in the prime of his youth, and spending a dozen years as a rat had certainly done nothing to help. I'm going to be sore for bloody weeks. And then I've got to go and drag this bloody thing back down to the cemetery. A better, or at least more thoughtful, henchman would have realized that even if the cauldron couldn't be levitated, something beneath it could, or he could skip transporting it at all by just putting it under Muggle repelling and notice me not charms and leaving it in the cemetery. However, Wormtail, while very capable of initiative, cleverness, and foresight when engaged in self-preservation, could not do much better than Crabbe or Goyle in most other non-life or death situations. Even as a marauder, he had usually been relegated to being the lookout or providing an alibi. Thus, he would be dragging this huge, heavy cauldron up a large hill by hand, and then a few months later, he'd be bringing it back down again. I wonder what the Dark Lord needs a blood iron cauldron for, anyway, Wormtail mused. They were heavily regulated or outright banned by most magical governments, since their creation required that they be quenched in freshly spilled human blood immediately after the iron was cast. Therefore, one of this size must have required the deaths of scores of people, and Wormtail figured that it was likely one of the largest blood iron cauldrons that had ever been made. The ancient Aztecs and Egyptians, who had taken sacrificial blood magic to depths never seen before or since, had lacked easy and reliable access to iron, and were stuck making do with blood ceramics and blood bronze, and thus none of their larger cauldrons had survived the millennia since their creation. Needless to say, the artifact had been extremely difficult to find and acquire, and Wormtail had been required to enlist the efforts of Caractacus Burke, of Borgin and Burkes, and therefore an expert in the field of dark artifacts to locate the cauldron's now former owner, one Wulfric Nicolaus Stein, whose nom de guerre had been the rather unimaginative, but, in its day, terror-inspiring, Wolfenstein, who had been hiding in South America since fleeing from his infamous castle after Grindelwald's fall back in 1945. Of course, once they had located Stein, they had realized instantly that if anyone had a big enough blood iron cauldron, it would be him. Stein's modern public persona had been that of a Muggle physician, an unsurprising yet still chilling disguise for the man who had been Grindelwald's chief liaison to the maddest of Adolf Hitler's many mad doctors. Given his former occupation, it had not been a surprise to find numerous dark artifacts in his possession, and the blood iron cauldron had been the largest and most valuable. Though several of the mercenaries they had hired to help had fallen victim to the old Germans' gruesome traps and curses, Wormtail and Burke eventually managed to successfully murder Stein and steal his impressive collection of dark artifacts. Wormtail had taken only the cauldron and some gold, while Burke had made off with the rest, assuring Wormtail that the Dark Lord would get his due share of the proceeds from the sales. After divvying up the spoils, Burke had helped him murder the surviving mercenaries. After all, their services were much cheaper if they weren't alive to collect the bill, and the Dark Lord didn't want news of the Blood Iron Cauldron's theft to get out. In fact, had Burke not already been a loyal and marked Death Eater, he would have met the same fate. For a few mercenaries who had been hit by Stein's spells, it was more of a mercy killing anyway. Wormtail was desperately thankful that Stein had refused Burke's offer to join the Death Eaters. Some of the experiments they had come across in his dungeons had been horrifyingly twisted, even compared to the things Wormtail had seen in the Dark Lord's service. The worst, most chilling part had been finding Stein's experimental notes and observations. They were shockingly sedate and sane, except for the subject matter, of course, which was somehow much more disturbing than if they had been the ravings of a madman. At least madness would have provided a simple explanation for the horrors they had come across. It was no small wonder that the name, Wolfenstein, had inspired so much fear during Grindelwald's reign. As much as Wormtail was driven by self-preservation, he knew that if this mission had gone the other way, he would have rather died in the fight despite Stein's refusal to use spells as quick, clean, and painless as the killing curse than to have fallen into Stein's hands as a prisoner and test subject. Wormtail swallowed to keep bile from rising in his throat, and shook his head to clear away, at least temporarily, until his inevitable nightmares, the thoughts of what he had seen in Stein's dungeons. After all, he was only halfway up the hill, and he had work of his own to do. Classes resumed without much fanfare after the Easter holidays. Harry figured that McGonagall and Dumbledore must have spoken to the other professors about laying off Harry even more in the wake of finding out about his animagus form. They probably realized that they had finally used up all of their remaining goodwill when McGonagall cast that revealing charm on him. Even Snape managed to keep a mostly civil tongue when dealing with Harry, though it obviously pained him to do so. Having had a fairly good week, Harry decided to cap it off with a nice, leisurely Thunderbird flight around the grounds that Saturday night. Thus, Harry found himself a few thousand feet above the Hogwarts grounds on the 1st of May, and within a few minutes of flying around, his laser-accurate raptor eyes detected a strange pattern of shifting lines on the Quidditch pitch. After flying in for a closer look, he quickly realized that it was the beginnings of a hedge maze, with hedge walls only a few inches tall so far, in which most of the internal walls shifted randomly. However, he also noticed that the entrance and the center of the maze remained stationary. Obviously, the third task of the Triwizard Tournament would require the champions to make their way through the maze to the center, maybe to grab some prize or defeat some monster. Shouldn't be too tough, Harry thought to himself as he winged his way back toward the school. Ideas were already coming to him, and he was certain that his team of Daphne, Sirius, and Remus would have plenty more. On the last Thursday of May, McGonagall held Harry back after Transfiguration, and informed him, stiffly and formally, as though trying to ensure that none of her words could be construed as offensive. Harry briefly felt a pang of sadness that it had come to this, but hardened himself and kept his expression blank that Ludo Bagman would be telling the champions about the third task that night at the Quidditch pitch. That night, Harry flew down to the pitch on his broom, having little interest in wasting time walking back and forth between the castle and the Quidditch pitch. It turned out that the third task was exactly as Harry had expected. Bagman told the 4 champions that they would enter the maze in order of their tournament standing. Thus, Harry would go first, Victor would go second, Cedric would go third, and Fleur would go last. Make their way through the various obstacles, traps, riddles, and creatures, and the first champion to reach the Triwizard Cup in the center of the maze would be declared the winner. All in all, it seemed fairly straightforward, and Harry had the advantage of nearly an extra month of prior knowledge, planning, and preparation for the task. Really, Harry mused as he flew back to the castle, he didn't see how he could lose. While Ludo Bagman explained the third task to the 4 Triwizard champions, Bartemius Crouch Sr. was stumbling through the Forbidden Forest, desperately trying to make his way to Hogwarts. If only he could make it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore had to know, he had to be told. Up ahead, beyond the trees, he could see someone shoot into the sky upon a broomstick, and a somewhat portly man leading 3 teens back toward the castle. Maybe he could alert one of them. He opened his mouth to call out. Bartemius Crouch Jr. lowered his smoking wand, and watched as his father's body slumped soundlessly to the ground. It was a good thing that Moody's magical eye could see so well in the dark. It had been a difficult shot, firing through branches and brush, and it would have been made impossible had darkness been thrown into the mix. The cutting curse wasn't his preferred killing spell, but it worked well enough when cast silently, and it had bitten deeply enough into his father's neck that he couldn't even gurgle, let alone shout, as he died. Moments later, the corpse had been transfigured into a bone, and Crouch disillusioned himself and buried it in the freshly dug earth near Hagrid's cabin, where the half-giant students had been fooling about with nifflers. He didn't know how his father had managed to throw off the Imperious curse, probably because the Dark Lord had delegated the responsibility for maintaining the curse to Wormtail, that incompetent, sniveling weakling, but in the end, it didn't matter. Crouch Sr. was dead, the Dark Lord's plan was safe, and Crouch Jr. had finally fulfilled a lifelong dream. All told, it had been a good night. Harry, mate, old buddy, old pal. Won't you please give us a break here? An arm, a leg, either, both. What the hell are you two talking about? Harry asked, surprised. Of all the people who might suggest that, it would be the Weasley twins, but Harry still couldn't quite see what they were getting at. Luckily, he had remembered to cast a silencing spell around his booth as soon as the twins had sat down, otherwise, people would be giving him even stranger looks than they already were. Nobody is taking odds against you. Everyone just thinks you'll blast your way through the maze without any trouble. You need a handicap. We can't make any easy money off of you if you're this heavily favored. Within a few weeks of Bagman showing the champions the maze, the word had gotten out. Honestly, the tournament organizers couldn't have been so foolish as to think it wouldn't, considering the improving weather. Did they think that nobody would go down to the Quidditch pitch before the third task? Now, with less than a week before the third task, students were regularly going to the pitch to draw maps of the maze, try to figure out the wall movement pattern. It had been obvious to Harry within a few minutes of watching that there was no pattern at all, but that didn't stop the masses from trying, and to generally just hang out. It was, after all, the beginning of summer, and the Quidditch pitch had always been a popular place to relax before end-of-term exams. Sorry, Gred, Forge, Harry responded. With a grin. I like my limbs the way they are, thank you very much. The twins had already made a shockingly large amount of money this year by betting on his performance during the Triwizard Tournament, and the pick-up Quidditch games, and his confrontations with the professors, and just about anything and everything that they could get people to take odds on. In fact, their gambling record was so good that some Muggleborns and Half-Bloods suspected that the twins might have somehow acquired, or, more likely, stolen, a time-turner, and were back to the future-ing all of their bets. The twins looked a bit dejected at Harry's clearly unreasonable refusal to cripple himself for them, so he decided to throw them a bone. If nobody will take your bets, maybe you should just take it as a compliment. Or, just take bets from all the spectators from abroad right before the task, as they won't know any better. Harry, you're a genius. Fred and George cried out simultaneously, and Key at him on the cheeks before running out of the Great Hall, presumably to make mischief of some sort. The rest of the students and staff in the Great Hall gave a collective shudder. They hadn't heard most of the conversation, but they had watched the Weasley twins get excited, Key, Harry Potter, and rush off to do who knows what. Even more worryingly, they could see Harry still chuckling about it. Whatever they were up to, it certainly couldn't be good. As Harry left the Great Hall after breakfast on the day of the third task, McGonagall caught up to him and informed him that the champions were to report to the antechamber attached to the Great Hall. Apparently, their families were there to wish them luck before the third task. Despite Harry's initial surprise, what the hell were the Dursleys doing here? He followed Fleur, Cedric, and Victor to the antechamber while the rest of the students went off to take exams. When he entered the room, he almost smacked himself in the forehead. Sirius and Remus were there. He should have known that those two would have jumped at the chance to see him before the third task. The two marauders engulfed Harry in a tight but still manly, of course, hug, which Sirius used as a cover to subtly transfigure Amos Diggory's pants into a pink skirt. Apparently, Sirius had been irritated by Amos's incessant boasting about Cedric's Quidditch victory over Harry from the previous year. Sirius, Remus, Harry cried out, laughing already. I'm so glad you could make it. Ah, we wouldn't miss it for all the wenches in the world, Harry, Sirius said fondly. It's true, Remus supplied. He was on a pretty impressive winning streak before we left our little tour. I'm so very touched, Harry said somberly, before breaking into laughter again. So, Remus said as they calmed down. Let's get serious. I already am, Sirius cut in, grinning. Harry and Remus rolled their eyes, and everyone else within earshot groaned. As I was saying, Remus continued, we should go over your plan for the third task once more, to make sure we've covered all the bases. Do you have all your equipment? Wands, knives, invisibility cloak, broom, emergency portkeys, mirror, map, medical gear, potions. Yeah, I've got my kit all sorted, Harry answered. In fact, he and Daphne had gone on a major potion brewing spree in the time since he had found out about the nature of the third task. Daphne had been rummaging through his trunk, looking for his potions textbook, when she had come across his expansion charmed jar of water from the Blue Hole, from his ill-fated jaunt through the New Jersey Pine Barrens. Harry had quite forgotten about that little souvenir, but Daphne had looked up the properties of the uncannily blue and obviously magical fluid, and had quickly found out that it could be used as a base for potions, and that it made for particularly effective healing and restorative potions. Even Gadsden had joined in on the brewing effort. Somewhat ashamed of his lack of success in his long-term intelligence-gathering mission to find out who had entered Harry in the tournament, Gadsden was quick to donate venom and scales, both of which were somewhat difficult to find in Britain, though not quite rare, for Harry's general-purpose antitoxins and antidotes. Given his supply of potions and all of the training, which included many different healing spells, that he had done, Harry was confident that he could heal himself of, or at least stabilize, virtually any injury that didn't incapacitate or kill him outright. Daphne had even found in Carla's potions notes the recipe for an experimental potion that could regrow lost limbs. Harry had made enough for several doses, and figured he'd give one to Professor Moody after the third task. That, at least, had impressed Remus enough to stop him from badgering Harry any further. Harry's visit with Remus and Sirius was interrupted by Gabrielle Delacour, who practically tackled him, clinging to his waist and chattering happily, and admittedly, quite adorably, at him in incomprehensible French. Harry, unable to get Gabrielle off without possibly hurting her, had to be rescued by Fleur, whose parents quickly struck up a conversation with Sirius and Remus. Monsieur Delacour, still feeling vengeful about the kidnapping of his younger daughter for the second task, wanted to collaborate with the Marauders to cause even more mayhem. In his eyes, the Ministry officials hadn't suffered enough. Knowing that Fudge was corrupt and deep in Lucius Malfoy's pockets, they readily accepted. Remus had a particularly predatory look in his eyes, as Fudge and Malfoy had been steadily making things harder for werewolves in Britain. Soon enough, the families broke off and went their separate ways. Harry spent the rest of the morning taking Sirius and Remus on a tour of the Chamber of Secrets. They were both suitably impressed, and after lunch, the three spent several hours laying prank traps in the offices of several professors, especially Snape, and at the entrance to the Slytherin dorms. At dinner, Harry, Sirius, and Remus sat in Harry's booth, ignoring the stares and whispered conversations of the students and guests around them. Their quiet dinner was only interrupted by the Weasley twins, who gave Harry an update on their scheme to scam the international guests out of their galleons. It was moving along nicely, and they had already taken dozens of bets. Finally, dusk fell, and Dumbledore informed everyone that the third task was about to begin. Harry and the other champions got up, amidst a chorus of, "Good luck," and, "Be careful," from their families and friends, and followed Ludo Bagman down to the Quidditch pitch. After a short briefing, the champions were left to wait. Bagman spoke to the spectators. "Just like we talked about?" Harry quietly asked the other three champions, who responded with nods. The four champions had held a meeting the previous week to discuss strategies for the task. The consensus had been that since the maze walls shifted, there would be no way that they'd all be able to stay together, so the best they could do was watch each other's backs if they met up inside. Also, having decided that their safety was more important than the task, they all agreed to bail out at the first sign of serious trouble or injury. "Good. I'll see you all on the other side, then." A few moments later, Bagman finally shut up and blew the whistle. Harry squared his shoulders, raised his oak and Thunderbird feather wand, and strode into the dark, foggy maze. "Everything is prepared for tonight, Master," Wormtail panted, still out of breath. Hauling that giant cauldron down from the manor to the graveyard had been terribly tiring. It had kept trying to roll down on its own, so he had needed to get in front of it to slow it down, like some inverted parody of Sisyphus. Good, good, the high voice hissed. And as I'm certain that you're now aware, there is one more service your lord requires of you, and if you succeed, you will be hailed as a hero of the New World Order. Wormtail gulped. Yes, my master, I understand what is required of me. It will be done. Ensure that it is, and that you do not lose your nerve, when the time comes, the Dark Lord commanded. Do not fail me in this, Wormtail. If you do, there will be legends told of your suffering. Wormtail looked down at his hands, resigning himself to this course, though he knew that in a way, his fate had been decided over a decade ago, when he first took his master's mark. He clenched his four-fingered right hand into a lopsided fist. I will not fail, master. Harry lit his wand as soon as he entered the maze, and found himself enveloped by the silence. Perhaps it was a side effect of the high hedges, or another spell, but the sound of the crowd was entirely muted, providing an uncomfortable reminder of the unnaturally silent Pine Barrens. Just as Harry turned left at the first fork in the path, roughly 50 yards into the maze, he heard Bagman's whistle blow again in the distance. Harry turned around just in time to watch the walls shift, blocking Victor from meeting up with him. Seeing nothing ahead, but not trusting his eyes, Harry began casting detection charms every few seconds. A few minutes after Crumb entered the maze, Harry turned right at another fork, and heard another whistle heralding Cedric's entrance into the maze. Maybe it was a charm embedded into the labyrinth, or perhaps just the fact that the sun was dipping ever lower on the horizon, but the maze appeared to darken with every step Harry took. By the time he reached the next fork, the whistle blew a fourth time, and Harry knew that all four champions were within the maze. Barty Crouch Jr. stomped around outside the eastern edge of the hedge maze, his mind whirring as fast as Moody's magical eye. His plan had originally called for the use of the Imperious Curse on Crumb, to attack Diggory and Delacour, but the additional ores hanging around, at Amelia Bones's order, in the wake of the trouble from the second task would make that impossible. He'd have to settle for observing the maze from the outside. At least with the magical eye, he could keep track of what was happening. Despite his nervousness at not being able to influence the task, Crouch was confident that Potter would win. He had proven himself to be both powerful and cunning, and it was virtually guaranteed that he was more prepared than the other champions considering how effectively he had planned for the first two tasks. As a precaution, Crouch had prepared a second portkey, in the form of a silver medallion with the dark mark etched into the surface, to allow it to pass through the Dark Lord's wards surrounding the Little Hangleton graveyard. If Potter happened to lose, Crouch would simply give him the medallion and send him off to meet his fate anyway. Granted, that would blow his cover, which was why the Triwizard Cup was the first choice, but getting Potter to the Dark Lord was more important than maintaining his position in Dumbledore's camp, especially considering the declining health of Alistair Moody. He would almost certainly die soon, at which point his body would no longer be able to provide ingredients for Polyjuice. Crouch grinned as Harry came up to his first obstacle, one of the few but most clever ways he had managed to stack the deck against the boy. After all, only Potter's living body was required, and it was well known how badly these creatures affected him. If this worked out, the rest of Crouch's mission would be vastly simplified. Harry was growing increasingly anxious. He had been in the maze for nearly 10 minutes, and still had not come across any obstacles. It was as though the maze itself was trying to lull him into a false sense of security. The worst part of it, though, was that he felt like someone or something was watching him. At one point, Harry heard the familiar, and extremely unwelcome, blast of one of Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots, but he could tell that it was on a different path, at least for the time being. He hurried forward, lest the walls change and put him face to face with the Scroot, and turned a corner. As Harry turned the corner, he felt a sickly, feverish chill wash over him, as though he had been doused in ice water. He looked up, and reeled backwards at what he saw, a massive, 12-foot-tall Dementor, chained to the ground with a cold iron manacle, with just enough slack to be able to play goalkeeper for the entire width of the path. The wall closed off behind him, and Harry knew that the only way was forward, and the Dementor knew it, too, spreading its rotting, skeletal arms wide to keep Harry from simply running past. Despair clouded Harry's thoughts, and screams from the distant past began to fill his mind. Steeling himself, he thought of spending the summer with Remus and Sirius in the much more cheerful now that Dobby had replaced creature number 12 Grimmauld Place, and cried out, Expecto Patronum. As with the Jersey Devil, his wand arm bucked as though it had fired off a cannon. This time, though, Harry was surprised by what came out. Instead of the stag to which Harry had become accustomed, a huge, silver-white thunderbird erupted from his wand and slammed into the Dementor. With a blinding flash and a concussion that shook the ground, the Dementor was knocked backwards. The chain arrested its movement, though, keeping the Dementor from being blasted through the hedge wall, but the foul creature was knocked to the ground, where it lay, clearly stunned. Shaking off the concussion, Harry drew the long, cold iron dagger that he had used to kill the Jersey Devil. Before the Dementor could gather itself up from the ground, Harry lunged forward and flipped up the Dementor's hood. The horror beneath, combined with the overwhelming sense of despair from being that close to the Dementor, staggered Harry and forced him to take a step backward. Harry's jaw dropped open as he took in the rotten countenance of the Dementor. Its void-like gaping maw was made all the worse by its lack of anything resembling eyes or a nose. Harry balked for a moment before coming back to his senses, and slammed the dagger into the Dementor's black mouth, angling the blade up into the Dementor's skull. Thick, black, freezing cold ichor gushed out, coating Harry's hands and forearms as he buried the dagger up to the hilt, while the Dementor thrashed and bucked like the electrocuted Hungarian horntail. A high, thin, howling shriek pierced the night, and even the spectators in the stands had to cover their ears. Harry, at the epicenter, was dimly aware of thick, warm liquid running from his ears and nose, and he could taste blood at the back of his throat. Somehow, even though his eardrums were clearly shattered, Harry could still hear the Dementor's banshee-like wail. Desperately, Harry twisted the blade, and after shrieking even higher for a few more moments, the Dementor ceased thrashing, and, with one final twitch, finally fell. Silent. Blast, Crouch muttered. Oh well, he thought. This just makes it more likely that he'll get the cup. The plan is still going to work. Dumbledore, Amelia Bones snarled, her eyes glinting dangerously. What precisely the bloody hell did you put in that maze? Over Amelia's shoulder, Dumbledore could see Sirius Black and Remus Lupin stalking toward the judge's table. Monsieur Delacour was not far behind. All three men had their wands in their hands, and they did not look pleased. Blast, he muttered. And here I thought that things couldn't get any worse. Harry wiped the freezing, fetid ichor off his hands and forearms as best he could. It was almost like liquid tar, clinging to his skin and the blade of his knife stubbornly. Once his fingers warmed up enough to wield a wand, though, the Dementor blood quickly succumbed to a series of cleaning charms. What the hell were they thinking, putting a bloody Dementor in here? Every time I think they can't be more irresponsible, they go and dig themselves a deeper hole. Harry shuddered involuntarily, took a dose of a general-purpose healing potion, cast an episky at each of his eardrums, ate a piece of chocolate from his medical kit, and moved forward, keeping his eyes on the path ahead. He wasn't certain he'd be able to keep from vomiting if he looked back at the Dementor's corpse. 4 turns, 2 dead ends, and 3 uses of the 4-point spell later, Harry found himself standing in front of a patch of glimmering golden mist. A slew of diagnostic charms revealed no particularly harmful magic. In fact, it appeared to be a sort of perception filter that would affect the eyes. Harry grinned, thinking that it was quite clever. It would almost certainly cause conflict in the brain between what a person saw and what their inner ears indicated, so they would be off balance and disoriented. Harry decided that he would have to see if he could replicate the effect without the glowing golden mist. If he could, it'd be a great prank for Snape's office. Harry closed his eyes and strode through the mist without any problems, and continued forward. Still casting detection charms, constant vigilance. Several times per minute, Harry did his best to ignore the nagging feeling that he was being watched. After several dead ends and wrong turns, once actually stumbling across the dead Dementor again, Harry suddenly heard a familiar sizzling hiss, and cranked his head back in time to see red sparks flying into the air from a few dozen yards away, in the direction that his current path was taking him. Wondering which champion had forfeited the game, and what had caused them to do so, Harry moved forward cautiously. Less than a minute later, one of Harry's questions was answered, when he heard a familiar and entirely unwelcome sort of chitinous skittering around the corner ahead, and knew that he was about to face the dreaded blast-ended Scroot. Harry thought back to the spell he had almost used against the gargoyle guarding the staircase to Dumbledore's office. Earp's offensive magic for defensive mages had suggested using it for blowing apart earthen or stone defenses, or against heavily armored creatures and wizards. Having seen Hagrid's blast-ended scroots recently during care of magical creatures, Harry was certain that he'd need something as powerful as the modified tunneling spell to even make a dent. He practiced the wand motion a few times, just to make sure he had it right, and then flung himself around the corner. Harry's eyes had only a brief moment to pick out the scroot in the darkness, but that was enough time to see more detail than he really cared to. The scroot was enormous, well over 10 feet long. It looked like a rhinoceros-sized mutant scorpion. Its gray armor glinted dully in the azure light of Harry's wand, and the stinger at the end of its tail swiftly cocked back like the hammer of a revolver. The scroot hissed like a giant snake from its segmented mandibles, and the huge pincers, large enough to snip a man in half, clacked loudly in anticipation. That was the only warning it provided. A split second later, a blast of fire from its other end propelled it forward at a frighteningly high speed, while its pincers opened wide and its tail-mounted stinger snapped forward. Harry's wand was mostly through the required motions, though, and he was already screaming the incantation. Terebras Petra. Harry roared. The drilled tunneling curse had the same incantation as the original mining version of the spell, but had tighter, more precise wand motions which helped to focus the energy over a much smaller cross-sectional area. Harry hadn't used the spell before, but he knew what to expect, and he was not disappointed in the slightest. After all, the spell had been meant for blasting through walls and bunkers, and what it did to flesh and blood was nothing short of impressive. An incandescent crimson beam of energy erupted from Harry's wand and lanced directly into the open, hissing maw of the scroot when it was less than a dozen feet away from ripping Harry to pieces. Instantly, the blast-ended scroot simply exploded. Only a hasty shield kept Harry from being showered in blood, gore, and razor-sharp shrapnel from the scroot's chitinous exoskeleton. Bloody Hagrid is a bloody menace, Harry thought savagely. If Harry had been an instant slower, or if he hadn't used a spell that was so overpowered, he would have just been torn apart by that monstrous scroot. I swear I'm going to kill that bloody idiot if I run into Aragog in here. Harry hadn't seen much of Hagrid outside of classes this year. The half-giant had been rather put off by what he saw as Harry's betrayal of Dumbledore. Harry was increasingly becoming convinced that it was a good thing that Hagrid had been expelled from Hogwarts. Even though he hadn't been guilty of opening the Chamber of Secrets and killing Myrtle, it had certainly only been a matter of time before Aragog had killed any students. Expelling Hagrid had technically been wrong, but it had certainly saved lives, though now Hagrid was apparently trying to make up for lost time with his bloody scroots. His anger blooming, Harry stalked forward. A 4-point spell told him that the cup was just ahead, likely around the next corner, and as he turned, he came face to face with a creature he had only ever read about in his monster book of monsters. The Sphinx took the form of a giant lion, roughly the size of a small car, with the head and beasts of a woman. Harry tore his eyes away from the Sphinx's staggeringly large and surprisingly well-formed beasts, blushing furiously. The Sphinx's long, almond-shaped eyes met Harry's as she paced across the path, and her deep, seductive, purring voice caressed his ears. You are very near your goal, dragon-blooded bird of thunder. The quickest way, in your current form, is past me. Harry wasn't surprised that she knew about his animagus form. The ancient Egyptians had used sphinxes to guard their treasures and tombs because sphinxes were uncommonly intelligent and perceptive. What do I need to do to pass? Harry asked, undaunted. I suggest that you avoid attacking me. It didn't work for the Dementor, and it didn't work for the blast-ended scroot. I'd hate to have to kill you too, over this bloody stupid tournament. The Sphinx sniffed the air, and her eyes widened in surprise. The Dementor, you smell of demon's blood. You truly killed it. I did, Harry said, nodding. He figured that the Sphinx likely had a way of sensing veracity, and she probably would have attacked him if he were merely boasting. He was right. Indeed, you did, the Sphinx murmured. Pass, then, Demon Slayer. You have already proven your worth this night. Pleased that he wouldn't have to splatter the Sphinx, after all, he had a certain fondness for topless women. Harry moved past the creature, keeping his back to the hedge wall. Once he made it past, he walked quickly around the next corner, and the path behind him closed off. Knowing that the central clearing was close, Harry broke into a jog. Harry met another fork ahead, and the 4-point spell directed him down the right-hand path. Harry saw light ahead and increased his speed to a flat-out run. The Triwizard Cup sat upon a plinth nearly 100 yards away. Harry couldn't tell if the cup itself was gleaming brightly, or if there was some light being cast upon it, but either way, it illuminated the entire clearing. It was thanks to this light that Harry noticed the final threat in time. Harry was halfway to the cup when his peripheral vision picked up a huge black shape crawling over the hedge wall and into the clearing. Nearly twice the size of the Scroot, the gigantic Acromantula skittered toward him as fast as it could upon its 8 long legs, clearly intending to intercept him on the way to the cup. Harry came to a stop, to give himself a little more time to deal with the vast spider, and quickly came to a decision. Harry had read about this particular spell over the summer, but its use required the caster to first drink a particular potion containing dragon's blood, and even then, it could only be used once before another dose of the potion, that is. At the time, he hadn't had any dragon's blood sitting around, and had simply filed away the information for a rainy day. Now, however, Harry had dragon's blood coursing through his own veins courtesy of the ritual he had performed with the carcass of the Hungarian horntail from the first task, so he was confident that he would be able to make it work. He'd have to, because at the speed the Acromantula was running, he'd only get one shot before it was upon him. Harry planted his feet securely, knowing that this spell might knock him over if he wasn't careful. He swung his wand around his head in a wide circle, and then slashed it downward in the direction of the Acromantula. Ignis Infernus Draconis Maximus, Harry bellowed. The Acromantula was bearing down on Harry, and was within 20 feet, close enough for Harry to count its 8 shiny black eyes, when a vast gout of red-gold fire erupted from Harry's wand. The blazing torrent of the dragon's breath curse flowed through the air, scorching the earth beneath it, before slamming into the Acromantula like a wrecking ball. The Acromantula didn't explode like the blast-ended Scroot had when it had been hit by the drilled tunneling curse, but it was blasted backwards over a dozen yards, and several of its long, hairy legs were sheared off solely by the force of the impact. By the time the spell ended and dragonfire stopped pumping from Harry's wand, the Acromantula had already been completely immolated. What hadn't been vaporized or turned to ash had been melted. In fact, there was precious little left to identify the remains as being those of an Acromantula. The still burning pile of Acromantula ash and goo cast a red-gold flickering light over the clearing, outshining even the luminescent Triwizard Cup. Holy shite, Harry, what the bloody buggering hell was that? Harry turned to see Fleur and Cedric standing at another entrance to the clearing. He grinned in response, and the dancing shadows on his face made him look almost demonic. Gee, Cedric, want to try that again? I don't think you sounded quite British enough just then. EET was Z-Dragon's breath curse, wasn't EET? Fleur gasped. Her heaved outward, and Harry's raptor vision could see her nipples straining against the fabric of her robes. Of course she gets all hot and bothered from guys who blow shit up. Vila love fire. Casting EET requires Z-consumption of dragon's blood, Z-Horntail, non. Yep, Harry said cheerfully, going back to chanting you already have a girlfriend in his head. Let it never be said that I don't come prepared. I guess the fact that you're both here means that it was Victor who bailed out. Yeah, Cedric said. No surprise, really, he did say that this tournament wasn't important enough to risk taking an injury that would impact his Quidditch career. He probably took one look at the Scroot and called it quits. Can't say I blame him, really. So what happens now, since there are 3 of us standing here and the cup is right there? Harry asked idly. Well, in Z tournaments past, Z champions would duel for Z Cup, Fleur said. But I think it's fairly obvious who would win. You should take Z Cup, Ari. I agree, Cedric chimed in. You've clearly earned it. Go ahead. Harry shrugged, and turned to grab the gleaming Triwizard Cup. A moment before he touched it, though, his hand froze, less than an inch from the cup's surface. Harry had felt a hint of familiar hook behind the navel sensation, and had stopped his hand just in time. What's the matter? Cedric asked. Take it, and we can get the hell out of here. The cup is enchanted as a portkey, Harry murmured, rubbing his face. Was this part of the task? No, not given the range. Even weirder, it's enchanted as a portkey twice. One of the charms would take it about 200 yards, probably to the podium by the judge's table, but the other charm, layered on top so it activates first, has a much longer range. Something like a few hundred miles. But, Ari, how can you tell? Fleur asked. I've used a bunch of portkeys this past year, and I started practicing making them recently, Harry responded. You get a feel for them pretty quickly. I bet this long-range one is a trap, probably set by the same person who entered me into this tournament. Well, it's a good thing you agreed to take the cup, then, Cedric said, clearly impressed and relieved. If Fleur or I did it, we would have been taken wherever that portkey goes. Now what? In answer, Harry raised his left hand and clenched it into a fist. He wasn't nearly at Morris's level with earth and stone channeling, but he could do something simple like this, especially given all the thermal energy he could use from the burning acromantula remains. The stone plinth supporting the cup flowed up like liquid, surrounding the cup, and then solidified into a large sphere. Harry made a motion with his wand, and the ball was animated to roll in front of him. Clever, Cedric commented. But how do we get out of here? Easy, Harry said, grinning. We burn our way out. 10 minutes later, the champions emerged through a smoking hole in the west outer wall of the maze. They had come across several obstacles along the way, but the combined efforts of the three champions had reduced each trap or creature to ash and smoke. Most of the time, the trio didn't even need to stop and think, simply blasting their way through everything that got in their way, including a hinky punk, 2 red caps, and a large patch of devil's snare. Professor Flitwick, who had been patrolling that side of the maze, ran over to the three champions with surprise written all over his face. What are you three doing? If you wanted to leave, you could have just sent up red sparks. Professor, Cedric said. By unspoken agreement, it had been decided that the universally well-liked Cedric would do all the talking. Harry already won the task. The cup is in that ball of stone. He didn't want to touch it because he noticed that it's enchanted with an extra portkey spell. Flitwick's eyes widened in shock. Realizing that this was a chance to improve Harry's opinion of him, and perhaps give Hogwarts a chance at enticing the boy who lived to stay, rather than attending a different school next year, Flitwick accepted the explanation without reservation, and escorted the three champions to the judges' table. Viktor Krum was also nearby, speaking quietly with his parents and Igor Karkaroff. Igor didn't look pleased, but Viktor's parents clearly approved of his decision to escape the maze at the first sign of trouble. Ignoring the buzzing of the confused spectators, Flitwick rapidly and quietly briefed the judges, finally turning to Harry for confirmation. The crowd fell silent as Flitwick spoke. Can you dispel this rock ball? Flitwick asked. The judges have agreed that if the cup is inside, you will have won the tournament. With a wave of his hand, the rock crumbled to sand, leaving the somewhat dirty but still recognizable cup sitting on the ground. The crowd roared in approval, while Ludo Bagman made the official announcement. And the winner of this year's Triwizard Tournament is Harry Potter. Congratulations, Harry, come on up here and get your reward. Grinning, Harry walked to the podium, where Ludo Bagman held a comically oversized Gringotts draft for 1,000 galleons. Just as he reached the podium, though, Professor Moody called his name, and Harry turned around. Good work, Potter. Hold on a sec, I got summit for ya. Moody dug into his pocket, withdrawing a silver medallion a few inches in diameter. Catch. Moody tossed the medallion to Harry. His seeker reflexes kicked in, and he reached out his left hand to catch it. Just before his fingers closed around the medallion, Harry's eyes widened in realization, and time seemed to slow down. Harry took in the manic glint in Moody's remaining normal eye, and the twisted grin on his face. Harry dimly noted the skull and snake design etched into the surface of the medallion. Harry watched Moody raise his wand to the sky and begin an incantation. Harry felt a familiar twinge behind his navel. Harry raised his wand, already knowing that it was far too late. The portkey deposited Harry roughly onto hard, rocky dirt. Only the enhanced strength and reflexes granted by his animagus form in the hunter ritual allowed him to keep his feet. However, he immediately hurled himself sideways, rolling away from the drop zone in case the enemy had prepared an ambush. His half-cast stunner had luckily fizzled to nothing. It would have been problematic if a brilliant flash of spellfire had announced his arrival. Since Harry appeared to have been granted a bit of time, he whipped out his invisibility cloak and put it on. He hunkered down beside a headstone, apparently, he was in a graveyard, and took out his mirror. Sirius, answer now, he whispered urgently. Harry was rewarded immediately, as Sirius's face came into focus on his mirror. Clearly, there was a lot of activity back at Hogwarts. Harry could hear Dumbledore and Amelia Bones threatening Moody, and Remus was cursing aloud about being betrayed again. Harry, thank God you're okay. Sirius practically shouted. Where are you? And why can't I see you? I'm under the cloak, Sirius, Harry replied, and then took a look around to try to answer the other question. He was in an old, overgrown graveyard, with thick, steamy mist rising ominously off the ground. About 100 yards away to Harry's right, a small chapel was dwarfed by a large yew tree. About a quarter of a mile away on Harry's left, an old manor house topped a large hill that began to rise just beyond the cemetery's gate. Some old graveyard, Harry said lamely. No clue, really. There's a little church here, and a big old house on a hill. Well, apparate home, or use the portkey to get back, Sirius said. No telling what's waiting around for you there. Harry looked down at the medallion, which he had dropped to hold the mirror. It no longer resembled a medallion, now, it was more like a pile of silvery sand. No can do on the portkey, it's broken apart, Harry whispered. Let me try apparating. Even as he focused his will to apparate, he knew it wouldn't work. There was the same feeling of being weighed down that Harry knew from Hogwarts. Clearly, some ward or spell had been laid over the place, and the dark marks spelled into the medallion had gotten him inside. Thunderbird apparition might work, but then, it might not, and it would sure as hell draw attention. Harry briefly considered calling Winky to transport him back, but he dismissed the idea when it occurred to him that whatever ward was blocking him might very well kill an unauthorized house elf. Sorry Sirius, Harry said. Something's blocking me. What happened back at Hogwarts? After Moody sent you away, Dumbledore, Bones, Remus, and I all stunned him. Right now he's being interrogated. Turns out it's not Moody at all, but Barty Crouch Jr., who was supposed to have died a decade ago. He's been keeping Moody prisoner and using polyjuice all year, and he killed his father in the Forbidden Forest. Harry nodded, unsurprised. In the moments before he mirror-called Sirius, he had wondered about what could have made Moody attack him. It couldn't have been the Imperious Curse. Alistair Moody had literally written the book, or, at least, the Auror Field Manual, on resisting it, and he had no living family to threaten. Really, Harry couldn't think of anything that would cause the man to betray his sworn cause so deeply, and the only real possibility that had remained was that it wasn't Alistair Moody at all. Harry, Sirius's voice called, suddenly alarmed. You're glowing. Someone's cast a revealing charm, and knows you're there. Harry dove to the side just in time to avoid a stunner. Shrugging off his cloak, now that he was visible, it could only trip him up anyway. He fired a reducto at a dark figure about 50 yards away, and then began to weave between the gravestones, leaving the mist curling apart in his wake. The figure dodged Harry's spell, and put down some sort of bundle before giving chase. Come on, Harry, shouted a familiar voice. You can't escape. Just come over and we can finish this. Harry knew that voice. A memory flashed through his mind, of Peter Pettigrew begging for his life in the shrieking shack right before attacking at the first opportunity. Wormtail was out there. Harry snarled savagely, and turned his flight into a guerrilla war. The two wizards hunted each other through the graveyard, taking pot shots at each other before hiding behind headstones. Neither managed to land any significant hits on the other, though not for lack of trying. Spells flashed, blasting chips off of headstones, and Harry quickly realized that Wormtail was trying to take him alive. Harry's lethal combat curses were only being answered by stunners, immobilizers, and other means of subduing an opponent. Suddenly, Wormtail unleashed a fairly strong, and unexpected, explosion hex, not against Harry, but against a statue several feet to his left. Harry didn't manage to shield himself in time, and was blasted off his feet. He wasn't badly hurt, but he wasn't unscathed, either. A large, sharp piece of shrapnel had sliced across his left forearm, splattering a not insignificant amount of blood onto the headstone that had been his cover. Cursing, Harry took off at a run, and threw himself behind a small mausoleum about 50 yards from where the explosion had been. Harry quickly drank a dose of healing potion and closed the wound with a spell before it tore open further, and then prepared to blast Wormtail's head off if it appeared nearby. However, Wormtail did not pursue him. When Harry poked his head past the edge of the stone mausoleum, he was able to watch Wormtail using his wand to siphon Harry's blood off of the headstone and into a small glass vial. What the hell? What does Wormtail want with my blood? Curious, Harry stealthily followed Wormtail at a distance, putting his cloak back on. The revealing charm had worn off, and there was no sense in not regaining the advantage of invisibility. Wormtail led Harry back to where he had put down the bundle, next to a huge cauldron near the chapel and the yew tree that Harry had previously been too distracted to notice. Now, though, the cauldron was impossible to miss, as thick steam was rising from the top and the entire surface of the liquid within seemed to be blazing white with sparks. Nearby, a snake lay coiled up in the grass, though its head was poking up, allowing it to watch the proceedings. "I have it, Master," Harry heard Wormtail say. "We can begin." "Excellent," a high, cold voice hissed. "Begin." Harry's breath froze in his at the sound of that voice. It could only be one thing: Voldemort. Voldemort was here, and he had a body, and now he had some of Harry's blood. This was not good. "Sirius," Harry whispered, drawing out his mirror again. "You still there?" "Harry." Sirius and Remus were crowded around the mirror. "What's going on? Were you attacked?" "Wormtail attacked me, we fought for a bit," Harry began. "He managed to spill some of my blood, and then stopped attacking. I followed him back to this." Harry pointed the mirror at the scene before him, just as Wormtail dumped whatever had been in the bundle, Voldemort's creepy little body, into the cauldron. "Drown, drown, drown, drown." Harry could hear Remus and Sirius muttering the same thing. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." As Wormtail spoke the words of the spell, Harry could see dust swirl up from the grave nearest to the cauldron, next to a large marble headstone marked Tom Riddle, and sprinkle onto the potion's surface. The white potion and sparks transformed to an unnaturally bright blue. Harry heard Dumbledore say something about an old ritual, old magic, before Amelia Bones's voice cut him off. Wormtail's terrified chanting now turned to sobs, as he drew a long, silver dagger from somewhere within his cloak. Harry was struck by its resemblance to the dagger he had relied on in the Pine Barrens the previous summer, and in the third task earlier that very night. "Flesh off of the Esser servant, W willingly given, you will revive your master." Wormtail held out his right arm, and raised the dagger in his left. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and swung the dagger down as hard as he could. Harry was almost surprised to see the blade strike true, considering the fact that Wormtail's eyes were closed. The dagger must have been enchanted, for it parted flesh and bone like water. Harry flinched as Wormtail's scream of agony pierced the night, and watched as Wormtail, panting and moaning in pain, bent down, picked up the severed hand, and threw it into the cauldron with a splash. The potion turned a sickening blood red, and shone like a beacon. As much pain as Wormtail was clearly in, and as much blood as he was losing, Wormtail looked almost relieved. The hard part must be over, Harry mused. And Wormtail resumed his chant. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." So that's why they needed the blood, Harry realized. He raised his wand, but it was too late. Wormtail had already poured the vial of blood into the cauldron. The potion immediately turned a blinding white, issuing a vast cloud of steam. Wormtail slumped to the ground, sobbing and clutching his bloody stump. The snake hissed wordlessly, but Harry could tell it was pleased. "Please let this have gone wrong. Please, 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 please." Amid the bright white light and billowing steam, though, Harry could see the dark silhouette of a beast, abnormally tall, rising above the brim of the cauldron. The creature stepped down from the cauldron, and Harry only barely contained his gasp, though the spectators on the other side of the mirror call could not. At least 7 feet tall, the beast had pale, almost completely white scales covering its body. It had powerful arms with large hands, each finger ended in a long, sharp talon. Its legs were much the same, and its feet were similarly clawed. Its face was generally man-shaped, but there the human resemblance ended. Its powerful triangular jaw, prominent brow ridge, and oddly flattened nose were more reminiscent of a snake, and no true human had ever had the likes of those blazing color eyes. Wormtail hastened to cover his master with robes that he had apparently brought along for that purpose, and then fell back to the ground, moaning piteously. The creature threw its head back and laughed, a high, cold, chilling laugh that shot despair through Harry's heart. Lord Voldemort had risen again. Daphne paced anxiously around her dorm room. Tracy watched, not really sure what to say, while Pansy nattered at Millicent about how Harry was surely dead by now. Luckily Daphne was too deep in thought to notice, or else the room would have erupted into a very one-sided duel. Everyone had seen Professor Moody throw a portkey to Harry, and then cast the dark mark. About a second later, he had been hit by half a dozen stunning hexes from Remus, Sirius, Director Bones, and a few of the nearby professors. Then, the students had all been sent back to their dorms while the professors and the Aurors figured things out. The question on everyone's mind bounced through hers as well. Where was Harry Potter, and would he be okay? Voldemort held his wand, practically caressing it, and took no notice of the sobbing Wormtail, nor the large snake that was slithering around the cauldron. Suddenly, he whirled around and pointed the wand at Wormtail, who was thrown through the air. Wormtail hit Tom Riddle's headstone with a satisfying crunch, and he lay there, still sobbing. Voldemort gave no sign that he even noticed, let alone cared about, Wormtail's pain, laughing mirthlessly. "Oh Harry, I know you're out there somewhere," Voldemort called casually. "You can't escape this graveyard. The ward I've cast will prevent anyone going in or out that I don't approve of. Nobody can come to save you, Harry. There's nobody to die in your place, this time." Harry's blood froze. He had been hoping that Sirius, Remus, Dumbledore, and the Aurors would be preparing to mount a rescue operation, but if that was impossible, then he was well and truly alone. My Lord Wormtail Ned, having gotten up and prostrated himself at Voldemort's feet. "My lord, please. Hold out your arm," Voldemort commanded. Wormtail held out his bloody stump, no doubt thinking that his master would heal him. One would think he'd have learned by now. Voldemort laughed. "The other arm, Wormtail." "Master, please," Wormtail sobbed. "Please." Voldemort waved his wand, and Wormtail's left sleeve pulled back past his elbow. Harry could see the red brand of the dark mark upon Wormtail's skin. Voldemort peered closely at it, murmuring to himself. "It is back," he mused, "and they will all have noticed it. We shall see, we shall know." Abruptly, he pressed a long, pale finger to Wormtail's tattoo, not caring that his sharp talons sliced painfully into his Death Eater's flesh. Wormtail howled in pain, and as Voldemort stepped back, Harry could see that the dark mark had turned jet black. Voldemort turned his eyes up to the starry sky, and continued speaking aloud. "Who will be brave enough, loyal enough, to return, when they feel the burn? How many will be cowardly and foolish enough to run?" Wormtail's weakening sobs were his only answer, as Harry desperately began coming up with a plan. If Voldemort had called his Death Eaters, then his situation was only going to get bleaker unless this was going to be risky. "Behold, Harry," Voldemort called out into the night, several minutes later. "The Death Eaters of Lord Voldemort return." A long series of pops, like popcorn in a microwave, Harry mused. Nearly 24 black-robed, white-masked figures apparated into the graveyard, milling about briefly before arranging themselves into a large circle with several gaps. Assigned seating, how cute. Voldemort addressed his followers, but Harry wasn't paying any attention, though he briefly took notice when Voldemort conjured a new silver hand for Wormtail. His mind was whirring, ideas were being thought up and discarded just as quickly. There was nothing for it, Harry concluded. He needed a Death Eater. "Igor has fled," Albus, Severus Snape reported, sweeping into the room with his cloak billowing imposingly behind him. "He fled the moment it burned black." Dumbledore and Director Bones, who had both been watching the projection that had been set up using Sirius's mirror, turned to address the spy. "Is it true, about the wards?" Bones asked. Snape nodded curtly. "During the war, all of the inner circle meetings were heavily warded, only marked Death Eaters could enter at will, and none could leave without the Dark Lord manipulating the wards. To attempt to mount a rescue would be an exercise in suicidal futility." F.K. Sirius swore, kicking a chair across the room, where it hit the demorphed and heavily spelt Barty Crouch Jr. "We need to do something. I do not believe that there is anything that we can do," Dumbledore sighed tiredly. "It seems that Mr. Potter is all alone." Wearing his invisibility cloak, Harry moved quietly among the headstones. Voldemort was still near the cauldron, stroking his snake, literally, and talking to Lucius about something. Probably schemes to bribe the ludicrously corrupt Minister of Magic, Harry thought bitterly, but the rest of the Death Eaters had been commanded to find Harry and bring him before Voldemort. This was simultaneously good and bad for Harry. On the plus side, it vastly simplified his plan to capture a Death Eater without the others noticing. On the other hand, it meant that nearly 24 hardened murderers were stalking him. Finally, Harry had a stroke of luck. Wormtail was shuffling about, trying to look as though he was actually looking for Harry, but he clearly did not intend to put himself at risk again tonight by actually finding the boy. Even better, Wormtail looked exhausted, he wasn't in very good shape to begin with, and their earlier running duel and the dark ritual to resurrect Voldemort had clearly taken a significant toll on him. Perfect. A silent full-body bind, Petrificus Totalis, had been a handy spell ever since first year. Harry mused, froze Wormtail in place. His, albeit slight, forward momentum pitched him over, and a quick silencing charm kept anyone from hearing the meaty thump of Wormtail hitting the ground. Harry rapidly followed up with several other silencing and binding spells. Wormtail had a talent for wriggling his way out of things, and Harry intended to ensure that the rat could do nothing of the sort here. Harry cast a Notice Me Not spell and over a dozen other stealth wards around his position. Daphne had actually been a great resource for that sort of spell. She already knew plenty, and had a knack for quickly learning more. Since they practiced together so often, it was only natural that Harry would pick up a thing or two. Granted the three things he needed for his plan to work: time, space, and a captive Death Eater, Harry began examining Wormtail's dark mark more closely, casting diagnostic charm after diagnostic charm. As Harry had expected, the dark mark fulfilled several functions, but two were the most relevant for Harry's plan. First, the dark mark was a method of communication, a modified protean charm. Basically, a very limited, simplified version of thaumaturgy connected each Death Eater's dark mark to every other dark mark. Thus, Voldemort could use one, as he had used Wormtail's, to call the others. Second, the dark mark appeared to be the way Voldemort's spirit, or shade, ghost, wraith, soul, whatever, had managed to stay alive for over a decade. Only a wizard with a background in thaumaturgy would realize this, but to Harry, it was quite clear, there was some sort of one-way link between Voldemort and each of his Death Eaters. As long as a living creature had a dark mark, Voldemort would never truly die. "Sirius, you still there?" Harry whispered, taking the mirror out of his pocket. "Look who I found." "The rat," Sirius hissed, enraged by the very sight of his former friend. "Kill him, Harry. Whatever you do tonight, make sure Wormtail dies. In the name of James and Lily, kill that King traitor." "Oh, don't worry, the traitor is going to die," Harry promised, and deep within his mind, the Thunderbird screamed in harsh approval. "He's just going to die being useful. Is Dumbledore still there?" "Yeah, there's me, Remus, Dumbledore, Bones, Flitwick, McGonagall, and Snape. Oh, and Barty crouches over there in the corner. The real Alistair Moody is in the hospital wing. He said to tell you that he's impressed so far, and also, constant vigilance." That's a direct quote. He was in pretty bad shape, but Pomfrey says he'll be fine in a week or so. "I'm glad he's okay," Harry replied with a grin. "At least something good would come of tonight. Tell Dumbledore that if he's got any Death Eaters he wants to keep alive, he'll have to chop off their left arm. He should use a blade, rather than magic, if he wants to be able to regrow the limb." "What?" Snape roared in the background. Sirius let out a harsh, bark-like laugh, almost immediately understanding where Harry was going with this. Harry smiled grimly. "Or not. I never liked that greasy git anyway. Either way, he's got about 5 minutes to decide, because after that he's going to die very painfully." "You insolent, arrogant," Snape was cut off by the sound of a fist striking a jaw. Harry couldn't hear the background conversation, but he assumed that Snape was not finding it pleasant. "Good hit, Moony," Sirius said happily. Aside from Harry being in terrible danger, this was really shaping up to be a great night, based solely on Snape's increasing misery and the traitor being captured. "Okay, Sirius," Harry said absently, not really paying attention to the conversation anymore. The job at hand was taking most of his concentration. "I'm going to get started. Tell Snape to cut off his arm or die, I don't care which." "Where the bloody hell is that boy?" Walden McNair muttered, looking around the graveyard and casting a wide, sweeping revealing charm to no avail. As much as he had probably lost his edge in the 13 years of peace, McNair had always been a fairly good tracker. He had learned to hunt the most dangerous game, after all. Yes, he was rusty, but he should have found the Potter whelp by now. Where the hell was that boy? As far as Harry was concerned, Voldemort had been extremely foolish to use his blood in the resurrection spell. Being able to bypass the blood wards at Privet Drive was worthless, since Harry would never set foot there again, and more importantly, Voldemort had to know by now that Harry was arguably the best, if not the only, serious thaumaturge in the British Isles. Using Harry's blood to construct his own body had basically given Harry a direct line right to his greatest enemy's heart among other things. Connecting himself to Harry via blood also made it much easier to do what Harry was currently planning on doing to Wormtail. After all, the Dark Mark connected each Death Eater, and Voldemort could access it, and now Harry could, too. "This is going to hurt, traitor," Harry whispered to Wormtail as he finger-painted his own blood onto Wormtail's arm, covering the Dark Mark entirely. "But don't worry, it won't hurt for very long. Your road ends here, tonight." Wormtail said nothing. He couldn't, bound as he was, but Harry could practically smell the fear radiating off of the man. If he had more time to stop and appreciate the moment, or if he were a more vindictive person, he'd probably take more pleasure in Wormtail's terror, but it was only a matter of time before one of the Death Eaters managed to penetrate Harry's wards. Harry closed his eyes, ignoring Snape's scream of pain from the mirror, and willed himself to connect to the link that already existed between the Death Eaters. Since the link to Voldemort was one way, as Voldemort would never care to use his magic, or soul, or whatever to keep his followers alive, he couldn't strike directly at Voldemort, but he could worry about that later. For now, he was dealing with the Death Eaters. Harry felt something give, and he knew that he was in. It had been easier than he had expected. He technically hadn't strictly needed to use his own blood like that, but it made visualizing the connection between himself and Voldemort easier, apparently, much easier. Now, Harry had full access to the Dark Mark, and he planned to make it count. As much as he didn't want to let more people know about his animagus form, Harry knew that he'd need the extra power, since anything he did would be spread out over the entire network. He resigned himself to explaining his form to Director Bones, and figured that he could probably blackmail or threaten Snape to keep quiet, while Flitwick probably wouldn't need any prompting. Best get to it, then. The Death Eaters were fools, but they were dangerous fools, and Harry couldn't stay hidden forever. Grrraaaaahhhhhh. Snape's scream of pain was barely muted by the leather strap clenched between his jaws. An elf had provided a large meat cleaver from the kitchen. Its size had raised some eyebrows. Actually, how did the tiny elves manage to wield such a large axe? And Remus, as the resident werewolf, he had the most upper body strength, since Hagrid was still out in the maze, collecting the remaining creatures, had been elected to use it. The cleaver slammed down into the table with a thunk and a splash of blood, having met almost no resistance from Snape's pale, spindly arm, which flopped onto the floor, severed just below the elbow. Snape himself followed, slumping down onto the floor and shaking with pain and grabbing at his stump, which, while bloody, was pumping out a surprisingly small amount of blood due to the makeshift tourniquet cinched just above the cut. In that room, only Albus felt any pity for the man, and that extended only as far as casting a few spells to keep him from going into shock. Privately, Remus wondered why they hadn't knocked Snape out first, but he didn't mind Snape having to deal with the pain. Despite his outwardly mild-mannered appearance, Remus was still quite bitter about Snape ensuring that Remus would lose his job at the end of the previous year. Remus had loved teaching at Hogwarts, and Snape had taken that from him in a fit of petty, childish revenge. Even more, Snape was owed a great deal of pain and suffering for his blatant mistreatment of Harry for the last few years, and Remus intended to make sure that Snape collected, with interest. Remus grinned savagely at Sirius, who wore a similar expression of feral pleasure at Snape's pain. Chopping off Snape's arm had been even more satisfying than punching him in the face, only a few minutes before. Yes, the Marauders owed Snape for his treatment of their friend's son, and they would pay their debts, one way or the other. Apparently, the amputation hadn't come a minute too soon. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Bones gasped in surprise, and no small amount of impressed delight, as Harry transformed into a huge black bird. Without wasting another moment, Harry the bird gripped Wormtail's blood-coated Dark Mark with one of his clawed feet. The wickedly curved talons bit deeply into Wormtail's flesh, and Sirius and Remus grinned at each other. "Time for the fireworks," Sirius proclaimed, as though introducing the next act onto the stage. "Everyone pay close attention, because I think this is going to be a good show." Harry felt his razor-sharp talons punch into Wormtail's left arm, and barely resisted the almost overwhelming urge to pluck out Wormtail's eyes with his beak. Instead, Harry satisfied the Thunderbird's lust for violence by exploding. It had occurred to Harry that it was likely that the effects of any spells he performed across the dark mark network of Death Eaters would be diluted by the sheer number of people bearing the mark. Therefore, he'd need to pump a vast amount of energy into the spell, to ensure that every marked Death Eater was killed, otherwise, Voldemort would never truly die. The best way to do this, as far as Harry knew, was to turn into his Thunderbird Animagus form, and hit the mark with everything he had. As Harry transformed and gripped Wormtail's bloody arm, he allowed himself to remember who Wormtail truly was, Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, who had stood by his father's side all throughout Hogwarts. Peter Pettigrew, who had held and played with Harry as an infant. Peter Pettigrew, who had been entrusted with the very lives of his greatest friends. Peter Pettigrew, who had betrayed James and Lily Potter to Voldemort. At that thought, Harry let the Thunderbird's righteous fury rise to heights he had never before imagined. Harry's rage fueled a blast of lightning that made what he had done to the Horntail look like a Christmas cracker. McNair's eyes slid past a large headstone, and he immediately recognized the signs of stealth wards. He smiled grimly, his lord would reward him greatly for bringing in Harry Potter, and raised his wand. As he opened his mouth to begin casting counterspells, McNair felt a sharp, blazing pain in his left arm. He looked at his mark, surprised was his lord calling him. The next shock of pain put him down on the ground as electricity coursed through his body. This was nearly as bad as the Dark Lord's Cruciatus curse. Everything disappeared, McNair couldn't think, couldn't see, couldn't even breathe. Unable to even scream in pain, McNair convulsed violently as his body began to smoke. Within a few seconds, McNair's arm had blackened, not that it mattered. Because his internal organs, including his brain and heart, had ceased to function. Walden McNair was dead. Everyone watching on Sirius's mirror had their attention brought back a little closer to home when Barty Crouch Jr., sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, began to smoke, and then caught on fire. The flames dancing upon the twitching Death Eater were immediately extinguished by a blast of water from Flitwick, but that didn't stop the vast current from flowing through his body and cooking him from the inside. He was dead in moments. Snape, already a pale man, and made even more so by blood loss, blanched even further as he watched his severed arm roast itself into a shriveled log of bloody charcoal. Apparently the brat had been telling the truth. Sirius grinned triumphantly at Snape. Snape remembered that look from his school days. If possible, this day had gotten even worse now he owed Harry Potter for saving his life. Tom Riddle was not a man who could be easily surprised. Delving as deeply as he had into dark magic, he had seen and done things that would drive an average wizard to madness merely to contemplate. He reveled in all the things that would disgust or repulse ordinary wizards, because if there was one thing he was not, never ever ever, it was ordinary. He was the Dark Lord Voldemort, and nothing surprised him anymore. He was surprised, then, to find himself surprised as his old Lieutenant Lucius Malfoy fell to the ground. He was surprised to find himself surprised by the convulsions of Malfoy's skeletal muscles, and by the smoke beginning to rise off of Malfoy's rapidly dying body. He was even more surprised to find himself surprised by the fact that none of the 17 spells that he cast within the first 3 seconds of Malfoy's apparent seizure had any effect on the situation. He was treated to a final surprise when he tried to reach out to the Dark Mark network to summon someone to deal with Malfoy's blackened corpse and found nothing. There were no Death Eaters to call. Avery, not, Mulciber, McNair, Crabbe Goyle, he couldn't feel any of them, not the ones entombed in Azkaban, nor even Karkaroff and Snape, whom he had been certain had been traitors to his cause. It must have been the Dark Mark, he realized, looking down at Nagini's corpse. Malfoy's death had drawn his attention, but now he had just noticed that Nagini had also perished, and in the same ghastly manner. He had taken to mind-controlling, rather than simply ordering around, the snake with compulsion charms. The Imperious Curse wasn't necessary for a mere animal, and had found that marking it had made it easier to impose his will upon the creature. Somehow, he realized with shock, Potter must have managed to break into the Dark Mark network, and used it to kill all of its bearers. No, Tom Riddle was not a man accustomed to being surprised. The last time he had been surprised had been when his killing curse failed against an infant Harry Potter and he had ended up spending 13 years as a wraith. It did not surprise him, he concluded, to find that Harry Potter was at the root of this most recent unpleasant and surprising revelation. Lord Voldemort was mortal again. Potter. Voldemort screamed, unable to keep the blinding rage out of his high, cold voice. Come out and die like a man. In the blink of an eye, Harry the bird became Harry the boy. As he regained his equilibrium, the Thunderbird form was so physically different from his own that it often took several seconds to refamiliarize himself with his own body. Harry took a brief moment to acknowledge Wormtail's roasted corpse. The effects of putting that much current through the dark mark were both obvious and messy. Wormtail had been burned to a crisp, and at some point, Harry found himself hoping it was post-mortem. Despite all of his hatred for the man, his eyes and all of his teeth had exploded, and his shiny, new silver hand had melted into Wormtail's flesh. Harry shook his head and looked away, knowing that this image would stay with him for a long time. He had killed before, and thought little enough about it. Quirrell in his first year, Lockhart, effectively, as everything that had made the man who he was had been erased in his second year, and indirectly a dragon handler this past year, but those occasions had all been either self-defense or sufficiently removed that he had not been very deeply affected. However, this probably crossed the line into premeditated murder, and it wasn't just Wormtail. Through the link of the dark mark, he had felt as the lives of dozens of people ended, from the graveyard to Azkaban, and all of them had probably died as horribly as Wormtail had. It was a gruesome thought, and Harry had no doubt he'd be having nightmares about it. Then again, Voldemort's followers had brought Harry to this graveyard, and forced him into this situation. Thus, the war had never really ended. It wouldn't take much rationalizing to go from oh my god I just murdered dozens of people in cold blood to I was put on the defensive until I counterattacked and defeated my enemy. That was an interpretation of the night's events that he could probably live with, that is, if he survived long enough to do so. At that thought, Harry ceased his introspection, just in time to hear Voldemort screaming for him to come out and die like a man. Harry shrugged, and turned to face the mirror which he had left propped against a nearby headstone, so that the group back at Hogwarts could see what was happening. Don't even think it, Harry, Sirius said urgently. He was almost pleading. Wormtail's dead, the traitor's dead, we can still call tonight a win, just figure out how to come home. Voldemort chose that moment to sonorous and call out to Harry that the only way past the wards would be through him. Harry sighed, made a face, and pointed back over his shoulder with his thumb. Sirius, I've clearly got to deal with this. Unless you guys have come up with a different way to get me out of here. The stricken look on Sirius's face was more than enough to tell Harry that he was still all alone. Shit. Well, the charms and wards I put up aren't going to last much longer. He's steadily bringing them down just by throwing magic around the graveyard. So I'm going on the offensive again, Harry said, resigning himself to the coming fight. He's probably still weak from the resurrection ritual. This might be the best shot I ever get. Harry, please, Sirius begged, looking more and more like the haunted, hollowed-out shell that he had been when he had first broken out of Azkaban. Don't worry, Padfoot, Harry said, faking as much cheer as he could, though truly, he was already bone-tired and terrified despite the fact that he could feel his wards and spells degrading. At this rate, Voldemort would find him within about a minute or so. I'll be fine. Just if I'm not, then you and Moony need to take care of each other. Thank you for being there this past year. I love you both. And tell Daphne the same. Your parents would be proud, Harry, Remus said, poking his face into view. Tears were rolling down his face. We both love you too. Now go get that bastard. Inwardly, Minerva McGonagall cursed. She owed Filius 10 galleons. The Weasley twins had set up a complicated series of betting pools about, well, everything, and even the professors had gotten in on the action, purely for fun, of course. She and Filius had overheard some students chatting about the results of the second task and what it meant for the pool on Harry's dating life, and Filius had discreetly placed 10 galleons on Daphne Greengrass, citing several coincidences when she and Potter had both been unaccounted for at the same time. Minerva had pinned her hopes on Tracy Davis, remembering Harry's fury during the second task and the lengths he had gone to punish Albus for dragging her into the tournament. Neither had really seen anything particularly surprising about Harry dating a Slytherin, especially in light of how damnably sneaky he had been this past year. She caught the brief flicker of a smug grin on Filius's face before dismay set back in, as it became clear that a teenager was about to go wand to wand against a more monstrous than ever Lord Voldemort. Remus was right, though, she reflected idly, turning her full attention back to the projection. Lily and James would be proud. As Harry drew his oak and Thunderbird feather wand and prepared for his charms to fall, he was suddenly reminded of why he had gone to so much expense in its manufacture. He had paid a vast sum to have runes for durability engraved on the inside of the wand shells, having been worried that a snapped wand would expose Thunderbird feathers that could be used to attack him with thaumaturgy. An idea struck him, and he grinned. After all, Ollivander had been convinced that his Holly and Phoenix feather wand would be used for great things. Harry quickly drew the Holly wand, recut his forearm, having healed himself with an episky after finger painting with his blood on Wormtail's dark mark, and coated the wand in his blood. After all, the Holly and Phoenix feather wand was connected to Voldemort's Yew and Phoenix feather wand, in more ways than one. First, their cores were both from the same creature, Fawkes, and second, they had both been crafted by the same man, wielding the same magic. Those connections had power, and Harry knew that he could use them. Plus, Harry's blood strengthened the link between himself and Voldemort, and thus their wands, as Ollivander was annoyingly and overly fond of saying, the wand chooses the wizard, so a link between two wizards would facilitate a link between their wands. And once that link was forged, whatever happened to one wand would happen to the other. It's a good thing Phoenixes are immortal. Fawkes is definitely going to take some collateral damage. It would have to be very quick, Harry decided. Voldemort was probably adept at wandless magic, and the element of surprise would be lost after only a few seconds. Hopefully, that would be all he would need. Harry's preparations were barely complete when the charms and wards, which had kept him hidden from the Death Eaters and Voldemort for nearly 30 minutes now, and had given him the time he needed to kill all of Voldemort's followers, fell, finally overwhelmed by the wide area detection and ward-breaking spells that Voldemort had been casting over the entire graveyard since Lucius Malfoy had died right in front of him. About 50 yards separated the two wizards, but even in the darkness Harry could feel anger and hatred rolling off of Voldemort in waves as the creature, having recently seen Voldemort beat as he climbed from that huge cauldron, Harry couldn't really call him a man or even a him, really, stalked closer. So he knows that he's mortal. 40 yards. 30 yards. Voldemort stopped a mere 20 yards away, putting Harry in the mind of two Old West gunslingers meeting at high noon. He'd watched some westerns with Annie back in Wisconsin. The massive dark mark floating in the sky, which Harry was somehow just now noticing, cast eerie, sickly green light upon the whole scene. "Are you prepared to die, Potter?" Voldemort hissed coldly. Harry, still partly behind a headstone, mostly to keep Voldemort from noticing that he was holding two wands, shrugged casually. "I'm just as mortal now as I was 10 minutes ago, Tom. Can you say the same?" Voldemort's color eyes blazed with rage and madness, reminding Harry of the Jersey Devil. "Right before I ambushed it and put a knife through its heart." It wasn't an altogether different situation. "I have underestimated you, Potter," Voldemort continued. "I thought the reports I received from my agents were merely the overblown results of propaganda. I can see now that you are worthy of the magic you wield, and I will not make that mistake again. A pity, then, that I will be killing you tonight." "Not going to offer me a place by your side?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. As he spoke, he subtly pointed his oak and Thunderbird feather wand held in his right hand, at the Holly and Phoenix feather wand held in his left hand. "I mean, as long as you're monologuing like a comic book villain, you might as well stick to the script. The world will know their new lord has come, when I present them with the corpse of their beloved Harry Potter, the boy who lived," Voldemort continued. "Which means you have to die. I'd say it's nothing personal, but we both know that would be a lie. I'll enjoy watching the life drain from your eyes." "You sound pretty confident," Harry said, preparing himself. Voldemort was raising his wand. He had to do it now. It was now or never, but I don't think you've really considered what it would mean, trapping me here. Confusion, and a bit of uncertainty, made a brief appearance on Voldemort's face, before the expression was replaced by Voldemort's more typical fangs. "When the hell did he grow fangs?" Sneer. "What the hell are you?" Time seemed to freeze, and several things happened very quickly. Voldemort was cut off when his wand, which was already pointing in Harry's general direction, suddenly burst into flames in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Harry dropped the burning Holly and Phoenix feather wand. He had been fire-resistant ever since the hunter ritual with the dragon's blood, but holding onto a flaming stick would probably be pretty distracting, and raised his oak wand, aiming carefully and already casting a spell before the burning remnants of his first wand even hit the ground. Knowing that Voldemort had been resurrected with Harry's blood, which contained traces of basilisk venom, phoenix tears, and dragon blood, Harry assumed that Voldemort would be practically immune to poison and corrosive substances, would heal quickly, and would be effectively fireproof. However, Harry remembered what Morris had said when he had told Harry about the story of the Thunderbird and the Great Horned Serpent. As Morris had said, lightning works great at killing pretty much anything, so if you find yourself running into any more basilisks, Death Eaters, or Dark Lords, just blast the crap out of them. Harry intended to do just that. Barack! Harry roared. Few wizards ever used lightning generation spells, preferring the simpler and more controllable element of fire and the easier conjuration method. Thus, Incendio conjured flames that acted the way the caster believed they should act, rather than producing authentic fire that would act as real-world physics dictated, and spells like Fulmin and Fulminous would conjure plasma that looked like lightning, and acted the way the caster thought lightning worked, but didn't really have the power or speed of true lightning. In this particular case, generating true lightning was extremely difficult for most wizards because it took a great deal of activation energy to ionize the air between one's wand and one's target. In fact, the energy requirements increased exponentially, rather than linearly, with distance. Fortunately, Harry's extreme affinity for that particular element allowed him to skip that very wasteful catalyzing step, and go straight to the lightning. Thus, when Harry cast an obscure true lightning generation spell that hadn't been used in combat since the late 3rd century, Voldemort did not expect it to be particularly effective. Yes, the boy was powerful, but the activation energy for such a spell, particularly at this range, as most wizards would be hard-pressed to cast the spell at a target a few inches from their wand, let alone 20 yards, meant that it would almost certainly fizzle out immediately. Not for the first time that night, though, Voldemort was surprised. Ironically, he had just said that he would stop underestimating Harry Potter. Less than a second after Harry screamed out the incantation, the night was lit up with a brilliant blue-white flash of lightning. Harry had narrowed his eyes to a squint as he cast the spell, so his vision was not whited out, and he was able to discern the massive, thick bolt of lightning that briefly flared into existence between the tip of his wand and Voldemort's forehead. For an instant, some part of the back of his mind idly wondered if that was fitting, ironic, or both, and then all thought was wiped away as Harry was blown backwards by the shockwave of what was the most powerful thunderclap he had ever heard. The blast that had nearly knocked over the stands at the first task had nothing on this. The thunder echoed off the nearby hill and rumbled on for several seconds before fading away. Harry blinked in the sudden darkness, still seeing the outline of that lightning bolt in his eyes, and realized that there was no longer that creepy green light everywhere. The dark mark was gone. Harry looked around for a moment, noticing that the dust from that thunderclap still hadn't settled, before he remembered what had just happened, and realized that he had just hit Voldemort, hard. Suddenly alert, Harry picked himself up off the ground, his wand at the ready. Harry lit his wand with a silent lumos, and looked back to where Voldemort had been standing. At first, he thought that the ground was charred badly, but then he realized that the rocky ground had been turned to a patch of dirty glass. That spell had been powerful. He tracked his eyes up, knowing that if he had been blown backwards, Voldemort must have been tossed like a ragdoll. Harry's search led him to the large cauldron, from which Voldemort had climbed less than an hour before. The steam and mist still hadn't stopped flowing out of the huge vessel, but now it was also coming out of a large crack that ran from the lip all the way to the bottom. Nearby, the large yew tree, which had been stripped of most of its leaves by the shockwave, was smoldering, and Harry realized that Voldemort's wand, which was mostly just smoking ashes by now, must have come from this very tree. Somewhere out there, a holly tree was probably on fire, and Fawkes probably had an early burning day. Finally, Harry found what was left of Voldemort's body. It had slammed into the headstone marked Tom Riddle, breaking the grave marker in half. Again, Harry couldn't really decide whether that was fitting, ironic, or both. The impact alone would have killed a normal wizard, but Harry was fairly certain that Voldemort had already been dead from the lightning. His forehead was badly melted, and it appeared that all of his blood had burned its way out of a large hole in his where his heart had been. Harry sighed in relief, and sagged in exhaustion. Lord Voldemort was no more. Well, now what? Harry was forcibly reminded of the moments following the death of the Jersey Devil, At the time, he had thought it was sort of anticlimactic. A few cheap shots and a dead monster, he remembered, snorting in amusement. An accurate summary if ever there was one. Cheap shots, indeed, he had slaughtered all of the Death Eaters and one snake, apparently in one fell swoop by taking advantage of Voldemort's foolish mistake of using Harry's blood to help build his new body. He had followed up that massive cheap shot with yet another, surprising Voldemort by sneak attacking his wand made possible by the intersection of fate, coincidence, and Ollivander, and then blasting him in the face with a huge bolt of lightning before he recovered. Despite the nerve-wracking, mind-numbing terror of those moments, Harry felt almost as though the circumstances had aligned themselves such that everything had more or less fallen neatly into place. Now that Voldemort was dead, the nigh impenetrable wards he had erected had fallen, and there was little left for Harry to do but gather his things and make his way back to Hogwarts. When Harry went back to the headstone where he had left his invisibility cloak, his mirror, and Wormtail's corpse, he found that the mirror had somehow been shorted out by the blast of lightning. It occurred to him that Remus and Sirius were probably frantic with worry, so he resolved to return as quickly as possible. A tap of his wand transfigured Wormtail's corpse into a bleached white rat skull, and Harry repeated the effort on Voldemort's remains, turning the pale, scaly carcass into a snake skull. "Well, I guess that's about it," Harry said, looking around. He could always just send the Aurors here later to collect the rest of the corpses. He considered taking advantage of his Thunderbird apparition to flash back to Hogwarts, but decided that it would be better to keep that capability under wraps for now. He could probably apparate to Hogsmeade and walk back up to the school, but he was so exhausted that he'd probably splinch himself, and he didn't want to risk making a portkey now, either. That left one easy way to get back, and once again, Harry was glad of his foresight back at the Quidditch World Cup. "Winky," Harry called out. Before he had even finished calling her name, the elf appeared with a muted pop, reminding Harry what a great house elf Winky was. "Master Harry," the tiny elf squealed, hugging him around the knees. "You is alive." Master Harry's Siri and Remy and Daphne is also worried. "Yeah, I'm okay," Harry said, not bothering to pry her off. "Can you take me back to Sir?" With a somewhat louder pop, Harry and Winky disappeared. "Yous and Remus," Harry finished asking, right after he appeared in between Sirius and Remus in the command center that Director Bones had set up in the small Hogwarts classroom. "Harry," both marauders shouted tearfully, engulfing Harry in a tight hug. Winky, though slightly squished, maintained her death grip on Harry's knees. Over the next few moments, the small group managed to generate a surprising amount of yelling. Finally, Director Bones took charge. "Quiet," the stern, intimidating witch roared. "Mr. Potter, I am glad to see that you are alive, but you will explain what happened in that graveyard." Harry nodded, and turned to Winky. "Winky, go stay with Daphne. Tell her that I'm okay, and that I'll explain everything later. Follow her commands. If she asks, or if you think she's in danger, take her to the study." Winky nodded, and disappeared with a slight pop. Harry turned his attention back to the group. Sirius, Remus, Director Bones, and Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Dumbledore were staring at him. Madame Pomfrey, who must have arrived fairly recently, was tending to Snape. Snape was slumped in a chair, the stump of his left arm wrapped tightly in red-stained gauze, but his black, expressionless eyes were fixed on Harry's face. Harry took a deep breath, and began to speak. "Don't worry, Daph," Tracy said quietly. Pansy and Millicent had gone out to the common room, leaving Daphne and Tracy alone in their dorm, so they could finally talk. "He's Harry Potter, I'm sure he'll be fine." I know, Daphne groaned, rubbing her face with the palms of her hands. "But I'm still so worried, because, Winky. What are you doing here? Is Harry okay?" Winky had just appeared pop between the two girls, smiling happily. "Yes, Miss Daphne, Master Harry is being back at Hogwarts. He is being talking to his Siri and Remy about what happened, but he is being okay." "Oh, thank Merlin," Daphne Mo.Ned, slumping down into a nearby armchair. Tension drained out of her, and she felt like she could finally breathe again. "Thank you, Winky, for telling me. I've been going mad with worry." "She was, you know," Tracy said helpfully. "I'm guessing you're Harry's elf." "Yes, miss," Winky replied primly, smoothing her uniform and letting her happy grin fade. Winky is helping Master Harry ever since Master Barty dismissed her. Winky is proud to be serving Master Harry. Well, clearly Harry is lucky to have you, Tracy said, smiling kindly to try to get past what was obviously a sensitive subject for Winky. Mollified, Winky returned Tracy's smile. Miss Daphne, Master Harry be saying that he is being explaining everything to you later. He also be telling Winky to stay with Miss Daphne, and make sure that you is staying safe. Tracy was right, Winky, Daphne said. Harry really is lucky to have you. Take a seat, and tell us what you can. So, the long and short of it is that Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort, is dead, Harry concluded, having already explained the nature of the Dark Mark and why all of Voldemort's followers had to die. And this time, he's dead for good. Harry took a snake skull and a rat skull out of his pocket, and placed both on the floor. A quick finite cancelled the transfigurations, and suddenly the two skulls turned back into Wormtails and Voldemort's mutilated corpses. McGonagall and Pomfrey gasped in shock, while the rest of the occupants of the room gazed intensely at the two bodies. Remus sniffed the air and nodded, quietly confirming Pettigrew's identity. Voldemort's resurrected form was somewhat more monstrous than the pale, skeletal body he had worn toward the end of the First War, but it was still clearly him even though most of his face had been melted off by a lightning bolt, in an ironic reversal of fortune. And so it ends, Dumbledore murmured softly. Mr. Potter, you have done a great and terrible thing, this night. I wonder now, how we should proceed regarding the lives you have taken. Everyone in the room turned sharply toward Dumbledore. Sirius opened his mouth to begin giving Dumbledore a piece of his mind, but Director Bones beat him to the punch. Albus, this was clearly a case of self-defense, she snapped. Considering the fact that Mr. Potter would never have been placed in that situation if Voldemort and the Death Eaters were not hunting him. Don't you dare go all self-righteous on us now, remember that you are no longer the chief warlock, and you have no say in how this investigation is to be run. There is no we here, it will be my decision as director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement whether to press charges, and I'm leaning toward cutting a document granting Mr. Potter full immunity from prosecution for his actions tonight. Plus, Sirius said cheerfully, the only reason Harry even ended up in that graveyard to begin with was your failure to realize that one of your so-called oldest friends was being impersonated for nearly a year. You were responsible for the way tonight's events unfolded, Dumbledore. Dumbledore held up his hands, surrendering. Obviously, I do not mean that Mr. Potter should face any legal consequences for what happened tonight. I was just wondering how the public should be informed, and what steps need to be taken to keep this from sparking yet another war. Harry shrugged casually. I suggest holding a press conference tomorrow. We can give the bare minimum details on what happened, and tell everyone that the nearly 24 well-respected purebloods who died were killed during the ritual to restore Voldemort's body. That will at least give people something to think about the next time a Dark Lord asks for followers. Leave the official report for the Aurors and the Unspeakables. And what about your animagus abilities, and your use of thaumaturgy to kill those Death Eaters? Director Bones asked lightly. Am I correct in assuming that you would prefer to keep that information under wraps as well? You are. In fact, I was planning on bringing up that very issue, Harry replied sternly. Snape, he said, ignoring the chorus of, Professor Snape, from McGonagall and Dumbledore, I have a proposition for you. Yes, Potter. Snape asked, too weak to sneer or act condescending. You will make an unbreakable vow to never disclose the details of my animagus form or how Voldemort and his Death Eaters were killed, and in return, I will give you this. Harry took out his shrunken medical kit, and held up a dose of limb regeneration potion. It'll regrow your arm, without the unfortunate tattoo. The formula is proprietary, and I only have it because I am friends with a talented brewer who works at an experimental potions laboratory. This particular batch was brewed using water from the Blue Hole as a base. The bottom line is that you will not be able to brew this potion yourself, and even if you could, it wouldn't be as good as the dose I'm prepared to give you. Do we have a deal? Snape stared at Harry, shock etched all over his normally expressionless face. Everyone in the room could practically see the wheels turning in Snape's head as he weighed his hatred for all things Potter against the possibility of regaining full functionality of his amputated limb. Finally, Snape responded. Fine, Potter, you have a deal. Albus, would you act as the binder? After a few minutes of haggling over the wording of the vow, Dumbledore bound Snape to a vow of silence, and Harry gave Pomfrey the potion to administer to Snape, along with another dose to offer to the real Alistair Moody, though it wouldn't repair his eyes were simply too complex in both structure and function for this potion. It was, after all, still experimental. It would regenerate his missing leg. With that finished, he turned back to the others. That pretty much goes for the rest of you, though I would like to think that I don't need vows, bribery, or blackmail to convince you all to keep quiet and stick to the official story, Harry said. Dumbledore, Bones, Flitwick, Pomfrey, and McGonagall nodded, and Sirius and Remus were already a given. Good, I'm glad you're all willing to cooperate, Harry concluded, before turning a questioning eye to Sirius and Remus. Now, I've been wondering, why weren't you guys able to mount a rescue by using the Triwizard Cup? I assume the portkey on it was set for the graveyard, and capable of getting through the wards. Blame Crispy over there, Sirius said, hooking his thumb over his shoulder at Barty Crouch Jr.'s blackened husk of a body. Instead of trying to defend himself against our spells, he cast a finite on the cup, probably to make sure we couldn't use it to save you. I guess he figured that once his cover was blown, there was nothing he could do to save himself anyway, so he would delay us as long as possible. Kind of brave, in a psychopathic sort of way. Harry nodded. At least there was a good reason. He would have been quite put out if they had simply forgotten about the cup, considering the fact that he had explicitly pointed it out to them. Fair enough, Harry replied, before stifling a yawn. If you all don't mind, I'd like to get to bed now. I've had a rather tiring night, and I've still got to explain everything to my girlfriend's satisfaction, or else I'll be wearing my guts for a hat. Director Bones, can you set up the press conference to take place tomorrow morning? By then, your people should have the full accounting of Death Eaters, and you should probably look into how a bloody Dementor ended up in that maze. I'm pretty sure that whoever authorized its transfer from Azkaban was working with the imposter Moody, since it's common knowledge how badly I'm affected by Dementors, and if it had key, and me, my blood would still have been usable for the ritual. She responded with a curt nod, and jotted down a quick note in her statement book. Good. Sirius, Remus, get back home and get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Winky. Yes, Master Harry. Winky asked, appearing with a pop. Could you please take me down to the study, and then bring Daphne? Harry asked. Winky nodded, grabbed his left hand, and before any of the other occupants of the room could object or ask Harry any more questions, Harry and Winky disappeared with a pop. Well, everyone, Sirius said grandly, breaking up the silence that stretched out in the wake of Harry's abrupt departure. It's been lovely sharing this crisis with you all, but Moony and I really should be going, because I desperately need to get very drunk. Ta. With that, he and Remus strode to the fireplace, tossed in some flow powder, and disappeared to parts unknown, most likely a bar. Director Bones glanced around the room, frowning in distaste as her eyes passed the corpses of Voldemort, Wormtail, and Crouch Jr. Back to work, then. Now, I know the revelations of this evening have been explosive, she began sternly, but I must insist that you all keep your knowledge of these events to yourselves until the press conference tomorrow morning. Failure to do so will constitute obstruction of an active Auror investigation, and I promise that if you try me, I will have you clapped in irons. All of you, go back to your quarters. Yes, Dumbledore, that includes you. You're just a headmaster now, and I won't abide your meddling, and keep your bloody mouths shut until tomorrow morning. Dumbledore looked as though he was about to object, but Director Bones narrowed her eyes and jutted out her chin, and he decided that discretion was truly the better part of valor. Head bowed, Dumbledore followed his fellow professors out of the room. Finally alone, except for the three corpses, Director Bones sighed and took out some flow powder to fire call Auror headquarters. It was going to be a long night. I only have one question, Daphne declared thoughtfully after Harry finished relating the night's events. Really? Harry asked, surprised. Only one. Well, for now, anyway, give me a break. It's been a long night, Daphne replied with a smile. Why in the world didn't you intervene while Pettigrew was performing the ritual? It seems to me like you had plenty of time to stop him. Ah, Harry said. He had actually been anticipating that question, knowing that Daphne was not quite as well read as he was with regards to how magical energy moves around during spells and rituals. The adults had understood without any further explanation, but then again, they all had a full war's worth of experience in such Matters. Well, after that explosion hex, I retreated to heal the injury from the shrapnel, Harry explained. Then, by the time I healed myself, realized that Wormtail wasn't chasing me, and caught back up to him, he had already started the ritual. The thing about rituals, especially those as powerful as the one Wormtail performed, is that they consume huge amounts of energy. If I had interrupted the ritual once it had begun, all that energy would have had to go somewhere, and it probably would have turned the whole graveyard into a smoking crater. I see how that could be a bad thing, what with you being in the blast radius and all, Daphne said wryly. Actually, now I do have another question, why the hell didn't anyone know about the true properties of the Dark Mark? If someone in the Ministry, an Unspeakable, or the Aurors, or even Dumbledore's little vigilante group had ever really investigated it, they would have known that the Dark Marks were keeping Riddle alive over a decade ago. That one is even easier, Harry responded bitterly. The Ministry was already compromised, because Cornelius Fudge was in charge of the post-war investigations after Crouch was marginalized by the incarceration of his son. It's easy to imagine that Lucius Malfoy and the rest of the Death Eaters who received Imperious Curse pardons would increase their bribes to keep anyone from looking too hard at the actual properties of the Dark Mark. If they even knew about it, which is doubtful anyway, I can't see Riddle trusting any of his followers with the truth about his plans for immortality. Fair point, Daphne said, nodding. But what about Dumbledore? Dumbledore probably did inspect Snape's Dark Mark, but he considers thaumaturgy to be dark magic, Harry replied, rolling his eyes. The only reason he didn't raise any objection during the second task was because he knew how bad it would look for him, as Percy Weasley proved. Since thaumaturgy is too dark for Dumbledore to study, he wouldn't have had the background knowledge necessary to figure out exactly what the Dark Mark could do. Plus, it was already pretty much common knowledge that the Dark Mark was a communication system, so he could have just assumed that was all there was to it. Daphne murmured, catching on and coming up with another idea. You know, it's also entirely possible that Dumbledore, the Aurors, and the Unspeakables actually did investigate the Dark Mark, but weren't able to find anything, and that it was only the blood connection between you and Riddle allowed you to break into the Dark Mark network. I'll bet it was probably some combination of all of those things, the Ministry's corruption, Dumbledore's lack of thaumaturgy knowledge, and the blood connection giving you an advantage. Full marks, Miss Greengrass, Harry said, grinning, he hadn't considered that angle. Top of the class. Is that so? Daphne asked coyly, raising an eyebrow. Well then, why don't you show me what I've won? Harry's grin widened, and he opened the door connecting the study to the bedroom. He was tired, after such an eventful night, but he wasn't that tired. He followed Daphne into the bedroom, already starting to shed his robes. It had been an eventful night. Harry had won the Triwizard Tournament, he had destroyed his sworn enemy, and now he was fully prepared to receive his reward. Boo, Harry groaned into his pillow. Dunwah, G.E., up. I said get up, you lazy idiot. Daphne repeated, poking him in the side with her surprisingly sharp forefinger. The press conference is in 30 minutes, and you need to get ready. Now get up, or I'll have Winky come down here and get you out of bed. Still groaning, Harry dragged himself out of bed and staggered to the bathroom. The previous night had been a very long night. Harry had won the Triwizard Tournament, killed Voldemort and his Death Eaters, explained himself to the ever-so-helpful adults and Daphne, and then spent the next few hours burning off all of his remaining adrenaline with Daphne before simply passing out. In short, he was exhausted but not so exhausted that he was willing to face Winky's wrath. The last time she had been involved in getting him out of bed, Harry had found himself teleported into a bath filled with freezing cold water. Scrub extra hard, you stink and you look like you were smacked by a troll, Daphne called from the bedroom, already finishing her own preparations. Not having been in a fight for her life the previous night, she was fairly well rested. I'll get your outfit together. I can't have you looking like a ragamuffin in front of the press. Nearly 30 minutes later, Harry was showered and fully dressed, without any hope of making it to the press conference on time. Winky, he called, can you take me to Amelia Bones, and then take Daphne to the Great Hall? With a slight pop, Winky appeared and grabbed his hand. Is yous being ready, Master Harry? She asked, though she was looking at Daphne. Good luck, Harry, Daphne said quietly, before grabbing his shoulders and dotting him. Winky grinned happily, seeing that Master had found a miss with some sense. With another, louder pop, Harry and Winky disappeared. "You're going to need it," Daphne murmured. Moments later, Winky reappeared, and took her hand. Daphne put her game face on. "Okay, Winky," she said. "Let's go." Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, looked down from the small stage that had been erected in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. She would have preferred to hold this press conference at the Ministry, but there was so much Auror activity, and a heightened security level, at the Ministry that it would have been impractical. Crowding in front of the student tables, which were filled with students mostly concerned with getting breakfast, was a veritable sea of reporters. Auror Tonks, who had been assigned to quietly gather the press, had used her mother's and cousin's black family name to lend weight to the vague promise of a big story. Rita Skeeter, with her faithful photographer, stood at the front of the crowd, looking smug. Perhaps Potter had tipped her off again. Amelia decided that she'd have to tiptoe carefully around Harry Potter and Rita Skeeter once she took over as minister. Those two, and she had no illusions that they weren't in cahoots, had managed to completely ruin Albus Dumbledore, and she wanted no part of that sort of intrigue. Minister Bones, she mused. It had a nice ring to it. Everyone in the DMLE who looked at the casualty list and the official, that is, heavily sanitized, statement collected from Harry Potter knew that Cornelius Fudge could never hope to remain in charge after so many of his trusted, respected pureblood advisors, many of whom he had personally pardoned for their actions in the war, were found dead after trying to resurrect their not-quite-fallen master. If she could manage to bring the dead Death Eater's finances into the investigation, she would certainly uncover evidence of massive corruption on Fudge's part, and she'd get the immense pleasure of throwing him into Azkaban. And practically all she had to do to coast into the minister's office was wrap this investigation up with a nice little bow, stick to the official story. Harry's qualms about information security notwithstanding, she agreed that all the technical details were best kept from the public, lest they be used again in the future, and her eyes flicked to the exhausted-looking, deflated, disgraced Albus. Dumbledore, above all, keep Harry Potter happy. Or, at the very least, keep him angry at someone else. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden appearance of Harry Potter. He appeared with a slight pop. Apparently, he didn't think much of Hogwarts's infamous anti-apparition wards, and a buzz of conversation instantly rose from the gathered reporters and students. He did look impressive, Amelia observed, especially for a 14-year-old. He was wearing simple but elegant black and green robes, which brought out his startlingly green, were they glowing, eyes, and his boots and belt were obviously made of dragon hide, likely from the Hungarian horntail he had blown away back in November, she realized. Altogether, it made for a fairly good first impression. Perhaps they'd pull this off after all. "Good morning, everyone," Harry's voice thundered, startling Amelia out of her observations. She hadn't seen or heard him cast the sonorous charm, and it was clear by the scores of flinches and jump starts in the crowd that nobody else had, either another point for his first impression. "Yes, I am indeed still alive. As you might have guessed, you're all here to learn about the events that took place after the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament last night. So let's get started." Harry was nervous when Winky first took him into the Great Hall to stand before Director Bones. Worse, Winky had turned herself invisible. She was still accustomed to moving unseen in public, claiming on many occasions that a good house elf is being not seen and not heard. "Master Harry, sir." So it looked as though he had just made a mockery of Hogwarts's anti-apparition wards. In fact, he could see Hermione reaching into her bag for her well-used copy of Hogwarts, a history. Every eye in the Great Hall was upon him, and he scanned the crowd for familiar faces. Cedric, Fleur, and Victor were all sitting with their parents. Dumbledore, and Maxime, Igor Karkaroff, of course, was absent, having died from Harry's spellwork while fleeing from Britain. Thinking about Karkaroff reminded Harry of why he was here, and his anxiety ratcheted up a notch. However, he calmed somewhat when he glimpsed Daphne's small smile from across the Great Hall, where she sat with Tracy. From the left side of the stage, Sirius gave him a cheeky thumbs up, and Remus smiled encouragingly. "I killed bloody Voldemort last night, I shouldn't be nervous about a bit of public speaking," he thought, absently casting a silent, wandless sonorous. Compared to Voldemort and the Death Eaters, this should be a piece of cake. Harry squared his shoulders. "Looks like it's showtime." The large crowd gave a collective start when Harry began speaking, but he didn't let that stop him. In direct, authoritative, unambiguous tones, while intentionally avoiding the vague, "I can't give you any useful details for your own good, but you should still trust me," language Dumbledore had made after Voldemort's first fall, Harry walked the audience through the events of the previous night. Of course, since he was sticking to the official story, he was pretty much lying through his teeth. He made no mention of the details of how Voldemort was resurrected, or how the ritual supposedly cost the lives of all of the Death Eaters. The crowd didn't know the difference, though, and were thoroughly enraptured by the tale, gasping and murmuring at all the right parts. As he concluded, he gestured to Director Bones, who flicked her wand. A notice me not charm fell, and suddenly the entire crowd was able to see the stasis-charmed corpse of Voldemort. "This," Harry called out over the shocked gasps and cries, "is the body of the terrorist named Tom Riddle, the self-proclaimed Dark Lord Voldemort. He is dead, and he will never be resurrected again. Any questions?" Harry was immediately assaulted by a cacophony of shouted questions, but the tumult ceased when he put up a hand. "One at a time. Rita, you go first." Rita Skeeter grinned, and looked down at her script one last time. Winky had delivered a letter that very morning describing the part that Harry wanted her to play, and he had promised an exclusive interview in return. "I noticed that you didn't really say much about how Tom Riddle," Harry had instructed her to refer to the Dark Lord by his real name, to begin washing away the terrorist's mystique, died. Did the resurrection spell fail? Or was he killed? I couldn't help but notice that his body was somewhat damaged in a way that almost suggests some sort of curse." "Ah, Rita," Harry said cheerfully, "I'm glad you asked. I have provided Director Bones a copy of my memory which shows exactly how Tom Riddle died." "Director." Amelia flicked her wand again, and another notice me not charm was dispelled. This time, a large, walk-shaped projection-style pensieve was revealed. With a sweeping wave of her wand, the Great Hall dimmed despite the sun being up, and a three-dimensional image was projected into the air above the stage. "Magic is awesome," Harry thought, suppressing a grin. He knew that after people saw this scene, his reputation was going to be untouchable, and it was extremely unlikely that anyone would draw a wand on him anytime soon. The memory began right after Harry had snarked at Riddle about his new mortality. Harry and Amelia had agreed that any mention of mortality might lead people to realize that Riddle had been immortal, which might start them on a search to their own immortality, which would lead to another Dark Lord. The crowd watched, transfixed, as Memory Harry shrugged in the face of the Dark Lord's fury, and gasped as the memory wizards exchanged threats and insults. Harry had ensured that Amelia would set up the projection angle so that Memory Harry's on-the-fly thaumaturgy between the wands was hidden behind a headstone. It would look to the audience as though Harry had somehow silently and wandlessly exploded the Dark Lord's wand, before striking him down for good. As the moment approached, Harry squinted and put his fingers in his ears, knowing that even in the memory projection, the lighting would be almost blindingly bright and the thunder would be deafening. He noticed that Daphne and those who had been watching from Sirius's mirror did the same, having learned their lesson the previous night. Of the rest of the crowd, only Rita and her photographer were similarly prepared. The remainder of the audience had been given no such warning. There were shrieks as Voldemort's wand burst into flames. Memory Harry's flaming holly and phoenix feather wand was thankfully still hidden behind the headstone, even as he dropped it, and then a chorus of surprised and pained cries as the darkened Great Hall was lit up by the projection of the lightning spell, while the walls and foundation shook from the sound of the thunderclap. Despite the whiteout of the entire room, it was clear to everyone that the bolt of lightning had hit Voldemort directly in the forehead. Director Bones flicked her wand again, cutting off the memory before the shockwave blasted Harry off his feet. After all, it wouldn't do for the people to see their hero as vulnerable. Silence reigned as the projection disappeared and the Great Hall brightened. Reporters, students, staff, parents, and ministry officials all stared at Harry. More than a few were literally slack-jawed. After a long moment, Harry broke the silence. "So, there you have it," Harry said flatly. "Tom Riddle is dead, by my own hand. The Death Eaters are all dead, and Director Bones will be publishing a full fatality list shortly. Veritaserum testimony from Barty Crouch Jr., taken before he died, of course, proved that he murdered his father, who, frankly, rather had it coming, and entered me into the Triwizard Tournament without my knowledge as a complex assassination attempt. That's pretty much all the information I have for you. Unless there are any other questions, I suppose we may as well get to our breakfast. In fact, even if you have questions, I'd appreciate it if you could send them via Owl Post later on, as I'm pretty hungry. As you all now know, I had a rather busy night. Thanks for coming, everyone. With a few nervous chuckles at Harry's sort of joke but mostly just uneasy silence at Harry's tone, the majority of the reporters and ministry officials went back about their business, though more than a few lingered around, as though hoping Harry would change his mind and start talking again. A stern glare from Director Bones, though, sent them scurrying away to write their articles. Within moments, the only people in the Great Hall were the ones planning on eating breakfast there. Harry sat at his booth, studiously ignoring the stares of the staff and students. He took a few large bites of his shockingly large, syrup-drowned Belgian waffle, and sipped at his coffee. It was not long, however, before he became aware that he was no longer alone. "Mind if I take a seat, Harry?" Rita Skeeter asked politely. "I was hoping we could do that interview now, since I'm already here." "Sure," Harry replied after swallowing the last of his giant waffle. "You don't need any other details on the graveyard, do you?" "No," she replied. "But I am curious about a few other things. For starters, what was that horrible noise that we all heard while you were in the maze?" "Ah, that," Harry said. "Well, that was me stabbing a Dementor in the face. It turns out that they aren't fond of that. Also, Dementor blood is absolutely disgusting." "A Dementor?" Rita gasped, not needing to feign surprise, as even she thought that putting a Dementor in a competition for children was absolutely insane. How could the judges have possibly been so irresponsible? And where in the world did they get a Dementor? The ministry keeps them. Her eyes widened and she fell silent as the implication hit her. "There you have it," Harry said seriously. "It is common knowledge that I used to be very badly affected by Dementors. Barty Crouch Jr. put the Dementor in the maze, but someone at the Ministry of Magic must have approved his transfer request. Director Bones is already investigating it from her end, and I suspect that she will find that whoever gave Crouch that Dementor knew full well that it was going to be used to try to murder me. Tom Riddle had spies everywhere during the war, and not all of them were Death Eaters. At least it'll be a delightful bit of irony when they catch whoever did it," Rita said, writing furiously. She didn't use her quick quotes quill when conducting interviews with people she had deals with, and her arrangement with Harry had been extremely profitable, so she wasn't about to risk angering him with an overzealous auto quill. "Once they're thrown in Azkaban, that is." Harry nodded, and Rita continued on. "The other big question, Harry, is whether you plan to stay at Hogwarts." Rita asked. "After all, it's no secret that you have had a rough time here, between the staff, the other students, and constantly dodging death. Now that you've seen what some other schools have to offer, are you thinking about leaving for greener pastures?" "That is a great question, Rita," Harry said. Daphne had anticipated this question when they had made their deal with Rita, and after some discussion, Harry had come up with an answer that would serve his ulterior motives very well indeed. And the answer is a big, fat maybe. "It depends on a lot of things." "Like what, Harry?" Rita asked, her eyes glinting. She smelled a scandal. Harry grinned. "Well, like you said, I've had a lot of trouble with the staff, so if Hogwarts fixed some of its staffing problems, that would go a long way toward convincing me to stay. There are a few openings, and a few openings that should be made." "Hypothetically," Rita said slowly, having quickly caught onto Harry's game, "if you could choose who would fill those openings, who would you choose?" Harry's grin turned positively predatory. He had a huge amount of influence right now, and a few printed words from him could snowball into dramatic changes at Hogwarts, as the school board of governors scrambled to ingratiate themselves to him. "Well, as you know, Albus Dumbledore is retiring at the end of this term. I don't have any real preference, but I'd hope that the incoming headmaster would be someone with whom I haven't had any major clashes. Also, it shouldn't be one of Dumbledore's die-hard supporters. Some professors here at Hogwarts functioned as his fixers and enforcers more than they actually taught, often with detrimental effects on the students. In fact, I would hope that the Board of Governors would give serious thought to whether those professors should retain their positions at all. And don't get me started on Trelawney and Binns, they both need to go." "And what about the existing vacancies?" Rita asked. "For example, Defense Against the Dark Arts." "I'm glad you asked," Harry responded. Everything he had already said was obvious, and common knowledge. Now, though, he was about to make a splash. Defense against the dark arts is a joke at Hogwarts, and as recent events have shown, every witch and wizard needs to be able to defend themselves. The best teacher I've ever had was Remus Lupin. Last year, I bet he would resume his post immediately if he was asked. Isn't he a werewolf? Rita asked. What about the parents who don't want a werewolf teaching their children? Harry's eyes narrowed, and his tone sharpened. Yes, he is a werewolf. That means that one night a month, he transforms. The rest of the time, he's a perfectly normal wizard. Considering the fact that last year's Owl and Newt scores were the highest they've been in literally decades, I would think that Hogwarts can provide Wolfsbane potion. I would hope that those parents would put education over bigotry. Rita finished scrawling, and looked at her watch. Well, it looks like that's about all the time I've got. I need to get a draft to my editor by noon to make the evening edition. Feel free to owl me whenever you want to comment on anything, Harry. I see a long, profitable road ahead of us. Harry nodded, dismissing her. The rest of the students were gathering their things to go to their exams. Harry, as a contestant in the Triwizard Tournament, had been excused from his end-of-term exams, so he went down to the chamber, where Daphne was already waiting. Since she had helped him prepare for the tournament, it was only fair that he help her prepare for her exams. As Harry had expected, within a week of Rita's article, the Hogwarts Board of Governors were practically falling over themselves to take Harry's suggestions about changes to the school's staff. It probably helped that about half of the prestigious purebloods on the board had been killed by Harry's attack through the Dark Mark, so they had been replaced with much more Harry-friendly set of purebloods, including Sirius's cousin Andromeda Tonks, Arthur Weasley, Amos Diggory, and Daphne's father. When Harry asked Daphne what his given name was, she simply replied, "To you. It's Mr., and don't forget it." With a friendly board and Harry's return to Hogwarts in September as his ultimate bargaining chip, he got pretty much everything he wanted. Dumbledore did not quite go quietly into the night. He lobbied hard in favor of McGonagall taking over as headmistress. However, the board knew that it was a series of disagreements with her that had ultimately led to Harry's resignation from Gryffindor, and there was ample evidence of McGonagall allowing her personal loyalty to Dumbledore to cause her to participate in and help cover up his many schemes at Hogwarts, most of which had placed students in danger or allowed them to be mistreated by other students and Professor Snape. Thus, the well-liked Professor Flitwick had been promoted to the headmaster's office as a sort of compromise candidate, and McGonagall was demoted from deputy headmistress. That position was taken up by Professor Vector, the stern but sharp arithmancy professor, back to a regular professorship. Snape, with neither Dumbledore nor McGonagall in Dumbledore's stead to cover for him, had been sacked immediately. His predecessor, Horace Slughorn, jumped at the chance to return to Hogwarts. Though he had been happily retired, the opportunity to collect Harry Potter had been too enticing, so he signed an employment contract for 3 years, coincidentally, the exact amount of time before Harry was expected to graduate from Hogwarts. By the time exams had finished and the Hogwarts Express was preparing to return to London, Remus was already preparing his Dada syllabus for the next term. The real Alistair Moody had happily walked out of the hospital wing on his own 2 feet thanks to Harry's gift of a dose of limb regeneration potion, and had cheerfully told everyone in earshot that if he ever accepted a position at Hogwarts again, to stun him and check for Polyjuice and the Imperious Curse. The ghost of Professor Binns had been exorcised and replaced by, of all people, Sirius Black, who had allowed his cousin Andromeda to take his place on the Board of Governors so that he could take a teaching position. It actually made a bit of sense, though. Sirius had been raised in the hyper-traditional Black family, so he had been forced to learn a great deal of history when he was young. Plus, the board hoped that if someone fun was teaching the subject, it might become something other than a designated nap time. As Harry hoisted his Winky-packed trunk and, in full view of the entire student body of Hogwarts, who were all standing in line to get on the Hogwarts Express, gave Daphne a searing goodbye key. Though they wouldn't be apart for long, as Sirius and Remus had arranged a month-long beach-hopping vacation with the Greengrass family to begin the next week. He thought back to the end of the previous year. Then, he had been devastated by the perceived loss of a future with Sirius and Remus, and had been practically stumbling around on autopilot. Now, He had a home with Sirius and Remus, and assurance that he would be able to see them during the school year, a girlfriend who had proven capable of being his partner, and a blazing bright future ahead of him. All in all, he mused as the Hogwarts Express chugged its way out of sight. It had been a pretty good year. Harry smiled to himself, took a quick glance around to make sure he was alone, and disappeared in a blinding flash of lightning and a deafening crash of thunder. It was time to go home. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.